Qingqing Mountain, before the Yi family gate. A few guards, rough and unyielding, shoved a frail girl out of the Yi household. Her petite frame was no match for these battle-hardened guards, and she was tossed out like a mere chick. The family head has decreed, Yi Chen has become a waste, expelled from the family, and from henceforth shall have no association with the Yi clan. Yi Chen and Yi Lin are forbidden from stepping a single foot into the Yi family again. Any violation will result in immediate execution. A guard shouted at the girl and the individuals near the carriage at the entrance. The girl had a delicate visage, her lips pale, and tears glimmered in her eyes as she pleaded with the guards. "Please, I beg you, save my brother. Even without elixirs, can you spare some silver so I may gather herbs?" Her eyes were reddened, tears cascading down like pearls. Pitter-patter, they fell to the ground. Onlookers began to murmur upon witnessing this scene. "Isn't that Yi Chen's sister, the prodigy of the Yi family? Why has she been cast out?" "What prodigy?" That was all in the past this morning. Yi Chen clashed with the young master of the Wang family over territory and was ambushed by the Wang family's elder, resulting in his complete incapacitation. When the rabbit dies, the hound is cooked, such is the nature of this world. The guard at the entrance felt a pang of sympathy upon seeing Yi Lin's plight. At that moment, a guard with a sword at his waist retrieved a handful of silver from his pocket, glancing around to ensure no one was watching. He took quick strides, pressing the coins into Yi Lin's hands. "I have elders above me and children below. This is all I can do." His name was Wang Chong, a good friend of Yi Chen, often sharing meals and drinks together. He had witnessed Yi Chen's misfortune firsthand. Just then, a mocking laughter echoed from behind the guards. "Oh, are you this watchdog attempting to display brotherly affection with that discarded child?" Upon hearing the laughter, Wang Chong's expression soured, his body trembling involuntarily, cold sweat beading on his forehead. A young man in elegant attire approached, fanning himself with a paper fan. He looked at Wang Chong, a cold smirk forming on his effeminate yet handsome face. "Disobedient dog, you shall receive 300 strikes." 300? Upon hearing this, Wang Chong felt his legs weaken, deeply regretting giving Yi Lin those few pieces of silver. The guards rushed forward, dragging Wang Chong away. "Well, isn't this Yi Lin, the sister? Where's Yi Chen? Surely he isn't lying motionless in the carriage?" The elegantly dressed man drew closer. Yi Lin hurriedly tucked the silver into her sleeve. Seeing her action, the man scoffed, opening his fan wide. A fierce gust of wind struck towards Yi Lin's hand. Having never trained in martial arts, her frail body stood no chance against this force. With a cry of agony, she was struck, blood splattering, the silver coins scattering across the ground. Yet, disregarding her pain, Yi Lin hurried to gather the fallen coins. Observing this, the man mockingly stepped before her, placing his foot on her hand as she attempted to collect the silver, wearing a playful expression. "Little girl, you truly are a tough nut, just like your ill-fated brother." A sinister smile crept across his face, and his foot glowed with a faint yellow light. Spiritual energy. The man was actually channeling his energy into his foot to crush Yi Lin. With that step, her hand would surely be rendered useless. At that moment, a cool voice interjected. "Yi Tian, the family head summons you for a meeting." Upon hearing this, Yi Tian spun his fan, tucking it away. He turned to see a graceful figure approaching. The newcomer floated in, her garments billowing, 3,000 strands of hair dancing in the wind, her beauty breathtaking enough to leave one breathless. Her legs alone were captivating, drawing the gaze of all. She approached with an indifferent expression directed at Yi Tian. "It is Yi Shuang, the daughter of the family head." Some bystanders recognized the woman in red. "Ah, it is Sister Yi Shuang. What brings you here?" Yi Tian, merely the grandson of the family elder, felt his status pale in comparison to Yi Shuang's. He promptly concealed his fan, greeting her with a smile that starkly contrasted his previous demeanor toward Yi Lin. Yi Shuang, however, remained silent. She stepped closer to Yi Lin, observing the blood-red mark on her pale hand. Her serene face showed no sign of emotion. Yi Shuang glanced at Yi Lin and then walked to the side of the carriage, lifting the curtain to gaze at the boy lying within. "Farewell." The two words floated softly, akin to a heavenly melody. Yet for the motionless Yi Chen, the words felt chillingly distant. He had heard everything that had transpired. With his meridians severed, he was rendered immobile, every slight movement akin to 1,000 needles piercing him. His energy core was destroyed, leaving him forever estranged from cultivation, now a mere cripple. Yi Chen's heart burned with rage, yet he could summon no strength. Beside him, Yi Shuang cast a fleeting glance, turning away without a moment's pause. As she departed, Yi Chen found himself in a daze. In his days of cultivation, Yi Shuang had been a constant presence, affectionately calling him brother Yi Chen. However, due to his prior engagement, he had never formed a bond with her, though she had willingly followed him. Now, in his state of ruin, her mere visit was a poignant reminder of their past. Yi Tian, witnessing Yi Shuang's departure, sneered and hastily pursued her, his sleeves billowing as he followed. Yi Lin, seeing the two leave, approached the carriage. She lifted the curtain, forcing a smile onto her pale face as she glanced at the blood-red mark on her wrist. Yi Chen's eyes reddened. Yi Lin noticed his gaze and quickly withdrew her hand, concealing her injured arm within her sleeve. Yi Chen's heart ached with bitterness. Sister, let us find Sister Sienna at once. She must have a way to save you. Yi Lin moved to the front of the carriage, struggling to drive it forward. Before Yi Chen's injury, Yi Lin had been the cherished little princess of the Yi family. Now, she was clumsily maneuvering the carriage, which swayed and stumbled, coming to a halt intermittently. Inside the carriage, Yi Chen stared at the ceiling, lost in thought about the events that had unfolded. He had grown up in the Yi family, his parents having vanished long ago, leaving only Yi Lin by his side. Fortuitously, he possessed considerable talent, standing out among his peers in the Yi family. Even Yi Shuang, the daughter of the family head, could not compare to him. Thus, prior to his injury, he had thrived within the Yi family, even being groomed as a potential successor. Yi Chen was a man of gratitude, always considering the Yi family as his true home, dedicated to their cause. In the conflicts between the Yi family and the other two prominent families of Qingqing Mountain, Yi Chen had made significant contributions. Now, however, everything had changed. When the family head and elders learned that Yi Chen's injuries were irreparable, they wisely chose to abandon him. A discarded pawn holds no value for the Yi family. Yi Chen whispered to himself. Pain coursed through him, rendering his senses numb until he eventually succumbed to unconsciousness.
Chapter 2. Awakening. The eternal tomb of heaven within the carriage. A resounding crack echoed as the jade pendant at Yi Chen's waist shattered, transforming into countless sparkling stars that surged into his body. In the moment Yi Chen fell into unconsciousness, invisible, colossal hands of the heavens tore through the void, illuminating his pitch-black vision with brilliant rays of light. In an instant, Yi Chen's consciousness was completely engulfed. The next moment, Yi Chen opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, which resembled a galaxy teeming with countless stars. Occasionally, a few celestial bodies flickered past him, creating ripples in the cosmic expanse. What is this place? How did I end up here? Could this be the realm where souls dwell after death? As Yi Chen gazed at the scene before him, believing himself to be dead, he suddenly noticed something in the distance. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward. Before long, a grand and ancient mausoleum emerged before him, radiating a sense of sanctity. Surrounding the mausoleum were four immense black dragons, seemingly cradling it, preventing it from descending into the abyss. Inside the mausoleum stood towering pillars that pierced the heavens, as if to encompass all the stars in the sky, the graveyard. Could it be that I am truly dead? Yi Chen glanced at the uneven graves within the mausoleum, feeling a chilling wind sweep past him, causing him to shudder involuntarily. After a considerable time, Yi Chen adopted a mindset of acceptance and stepped into the mausoleum. Not far into his journey, he suddenly spotted two colossal pillars before him. The left pillar bore the inscription, "Burial of heaven, burial of earth, burial of all celestial beings." The right pillar proclaimed, "Subduing the Tao, subduing demons, subduing all immortal realms." Raising his gaze, he beheld an ancient black plaque between the two pillars, inscribed with four grand characters, "Eternal Tomb of Heaven." At this sight, Yi Chen's heart could not find peace. He dared not ponder what manner of place would be bold enough to be named the Eternal Tomb of Heaven. The couplet inscribed on the towering pillars shattered his previous understanding. Yi Chen found it nearly impossible to fathom the figures buried here. In the midst of his shock, Yi Chen advanced deeper into the mausoleum. As he looked around, he was met with countless graves of varying heights. Some were only knee-high, while others stood as tall as a person. Notably, in the center of the mausoleum, there was a staircase leading straight to the heavens. Though the upper end was obscured, Chen could feel a formidable pressure emanating from it, intensifying as he delved deeper. He feared that if he continued further, he might be obliterated in an instant. Realizing this, Chen hesitated to proceed carelessly, instead casting his gaze around. Is that not the Taishu swordmaster, who dominated the Tianwu continent for hundreds of thousands of years? How could he possibly be buried here? And what about the heavenly demon ancestor, who single-handedly founded the demon kingdom millions of years ago, suppressing the sects and ancient clans of his time, leaving those long-lived families unable to raise their heads? Such titans, who once dominated an era, are now interred here. What in the world has transpired? Chen's heart was filled with astonishment as he gazed at a tombstone buried beneath a tangle of weeds not far away. After a long while, left bewildered, he stood before the Taishu swordmaster's grave, contemplating deeply before wandering to other areas. Along his path, he encountered numerous graves of formidable beings who had once dominated the Tianwu continent. Yet, there were many whose names and legacies he did not recognize. Chen was puzzled as to how these powerful figures had come to rest here, reduced to mere dust, entombed within the eternal tomb of heaven. Witnessing this spectacle, Chen found it utterly incomprehensible. He raised his head to survey the surroundings, murmuring, "What is this place? How could so many powerful beings be buried here? Is this truly the final resting place for the strong?" As Chen pondered these questions, a deep voice suddenly echoed from all directions. "Seal the heavens, subdue the earth, bury all immortals, transform into a tomb, suppress the celestial with strength, the eternal tomb of heaven, repressing all realms." With that proclamation, a beam of golden light descended from the heavens, piercing into Chen's being before he could react. Simultaneously, fragments of information regarding the eternal tomb of heaven exploded within his mind. In an instant, Chen felt a splitting headache, and within a few breaths, he collapsed within the eternal tomb of heaven. The pinnacle of the eternal tomb. Vast tombs stretching across billions of miles stirred to life as Chen fell unconscious. Occasionally, roars of fury erupted from them. "Eternal tomb of heaven, you have imprisoned me for countless eons. Do you think a mere mortal can suppress me? For so many years, you have summoned several demon subduers, yet none have made it this far. In response to the furious roars of these titans, the eternal tomb of heaven appeared devoid of emotion, summoning chains of divine laws from the void to seal these great tombs. After executing this, the eternal tomb of heaven seemed to sense Chen's weakened state and, in a remarkably humane manner, directed the divine laws toward him, flooding into his body on the first level of the eternal tomb of heaven. When Chen awoke once more, he found himself restored to his former state. This I have recovered. Upon realizing that his dantian had returned to its original condition, Chen could not help but exclaim in joy. Previously, he had feared he would not survive much longer, but to his astonishment, his dantian had healed in such a short time. Moreover, having absorbed the information that flooded his mind, Chen now understood that the eternal tomb of heaven was a resting place for numerous ancient powerhouses, even those from the primordial, archaic, and chaotic eras. Their legacies and treasures were all contained within this vast expanse. For Chen, this was undoubtedly a treasure trove waiting to be explored. He even learned that within this eternal tomb lay a monumental secret, one that could only be unveiled upon reaching the topmost tier of the tomb. However, given Chen's current strength, he was far from being able to access this hidden truth. After all, some secrets held little value without the requisite power to utilize them. What Chen needed to focus on now was to continually enhance his strength. Previously, he had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of martial arts, just a step away from breaking through to the martial master realm. Now, although his dantian had been restored, his cultivation had reverted to nothingness. Fortunately, the spiritual energy within the eternal tomb was several times greater than that of the outside world. Chen believed that with diligent cultivation here, he could soon regain his peak state, and perhaps even break through to the martial master realm. With that thought, Chen wasted no time, settling into a meditative position and closing his eyes to begin his cultivation. Meanwhile, outside, Lin was driving the carriage straight towards the Lin family. Before this, when Chen had not been injured, he was betrothed to Lin Sienna. Lin hoped that relying on this connection, Lin Sienna would not turn a blind eye to Chen's plight. However, Lin overlooked a crucial issue. Chen had become a cripple. Chapter 3. Oppression by the Lin family. A fatal blow at the entrance of the Lin family. A carriage rushed past. Yi Lin glanced back at the Lin family, then looked towards Yi Chen in the carriage, murmuring, "Brother, hold on a little longer. I will call Sister Lin Siener to save you." With that, Yi Lin hurriedly dismounted and approached the grand entrance of the Lin family. Two elder brothers. "I am Yi Lin, urgently need to see Sister Lin Siener. I kindly ask you to inform her." Before the Lin family's gate, Yi Lin wore a pleading expression as she addressed the two guards stationed there. After all, she was under their roof and had to lower her head. Moreover, she was counting on Lin Siener to help save Yi Chen. If she provoked the guards, would Yi Chen not be left with no hope? "Yi Lin, you are Yi Chen's sister?" The guards at the Lin family gate responded with a dismissive AI art. Yi Lin nodded eagerly. "That's right, two elder brothers. My brother is indeed Yi Chen. I have urgent matters to discuss with Sister Lin Siener. I implore you to relay my message." Initially, Yi Lin thought that mentioning Yi Chen's name would prompt the guards to inform Lin Siener. However, to her dismay, the two guards merely exchanged mocking glances, looking toward the carriage and saying, "In Qingqing Mountain, who doesn't know that Yi Chen has become a cripple? Are you looking for our young lady now? Hoping she will save your brother?" Realizing her intention had been seen through, Yi Lin no longer hid the truth. "Indeed, I wish for Sister Lin Siener to help save my brother." One of the guards scoffed. "Inform? On what grounds? Because of that crippled brother of yours?" Earlier, Lin Siener had anticipated that Yi Lin would come with Yi Chen and had instructed the guards to dismiss her immediately if she appeared. Otherwise, how could mere guards dare to make things difficult for Yi Lin? After all, she was Yi Chen's sister, and Yi Chen was Lin Siener's fiancé. Under normal circumstances, they would never have dared to treat Yi Lin this way. But now, it was a different story. Yi Chen had become a cripple, and Lin Siener had sent word for them to tell Yi Chen to annul their engagement. Otherwise, with their meager courage, how could they have the audacity to obstruct Yi Chen's sister? That would be courting death. Faced with the guards' insults, Yi Lin's face turned red with indignation as she exclaimed, "My brother is not a cripple. He is the greatest talent of Qingqing Mountain. I will not allow you to speak of him like that." Seeing Yi Lin daring to retort, the guards' faces darkened slightly. "Little girl, who gave you the courage to speak to us like that? Do you think you are still the same as before? Back then, your brother protected you, and we respected him. Now that he has become a cripple, what right do you think you have to shout at us?" Yi Lin's heart burned with anger. "How can you treat him this way? My brother is Lin Siener's fiancé. Aren't you afraid of being punished by her?" The guards of the Lin family sneered. "Punished? Do you think you deserve it? Or does your brother? If it were in the past, we wouldn't dare to act this way. But now, it's different. Besides, do you think your brother is still worthy of our young lady? Be sensible and get lost. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." Yi Lin trembled with rage. You are going too far." The guards of the Lin family impatiently replied, "We are indeed bullying you. What can you do about it? If you have the ability, why not make your crippled brother stand up?" With that, one of the guards struck Yi Lin, sending her flying, his expression filled with disdain. "Scram! Don't bring misfortune upon our Lin family." Inside the carriage, Yi Chen, who had been recovering his strength within the eternal tomb, suddenly heard the commotion outside. He opened his eyes, exiting his meditative state. "I am at the first level of martial arts." As Yi Chen awoke and felt the steady flow of power within him, he could not help but exclaim, "Truly worthy of the eternal tomb of heaven that seals the skies and buries the immortals, I in such a short time. I have gained the equivalent of years of arduous cultivation." On the ground, Yi Lin, covered in dust, climbed back up, her face filled with reluctance as she approached the Lin family gate once more. For Yi Lin, at this moment, the only person she could think of to save Yi Chen was Lin Siener. If she left the Lin family now, Yi Chen would surely face a dead end. Not far away, the Lin family guards noticed Yi Lin approaching again, a cruel glint flashing in their eyes. One of them spoke in a low voice, "Little girl, you still have some spirit left. Since that's the case, I will send you to accompany your brother in death." With that, one of the guards dashed forward, raising his hand to strike Yi Lin. Seeing this scene, Yi Lin froze in terror, unsure of what to do. In that critical moment, a furious voice echoed, "Dare to lay a hand on my sister? You seek death." As the furious shout rang out, Yi Chen surged forth from the carriage like an arrow released from a bow, mercilessly charging at the Lin family guard. This is impossible." The guard's face displayed a look of disbelief as he exclaimed, "How could this be? Weren't you crippled by the Wang family's elder?" Yi Chen paid no heed to the guard's words, instead reaching Yi Lin and enveloping her in a comforting embrace. "Linner, You've endured so much during this time. Leave everything to your brother. With me here, no one will dare to bully you again." Feeling Yi Chen's familiar voice, Yi Lin trembled and her eyes filled with tears. "As long as you can be saved, I will endure anything." Suddenly, Yi Lin seemed to remember something, pushing Yi Chen away, her face filled with horror. "Brother, your injuries." Yi Chen patted his body and chuckled lightly. "I am fine now." Yi Lin couldn't believe it. "How is this possible? Earlier, I went to so many clinics, and they all said you." She wanted to say that time was running out, but the words caught in her throat, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Yi Chen smiled. "Perhaps it is heaven's mercy for you, fearing that I would die and leave you alone, so it healed my injuries." This was not entirely a lie. After learning about the eternal tomb, Yi Chen felt that the matter was of great significance. It would not be wise to let someone without any cultivation like Yi Lin know about it, so he fabricated a story to placate her. Of course, Yi Lin recognized that Yi Chen was lying, but for her, as long as he had recovered, everything else was secondary. Seeing Yi Lin's obedient and understanding demeanor, Yi Chen felt a pang of sympathy and affectionately ruffled her hair. Then, he turned and fixed a dark gaze on the Lin family guard who had just attacked Yi Lin, coldly stating, "To dare lay a hand on my sister is to court death." As he spoke, Yi Chen moved like a streak of lightning, swiftly approaching the guard who had just struck Yi Lin. Bang! The guard, still reeling from Yi Chen's earlier strike, now took another blow from him, flying backward and landing half kneeling on the ground, blood trickling from his mouth in disbelief. This is impossible." Yi Chen ignored the guard's incredulity and stepped forward, placing his foot firmly on the guard's face. "To dare harm my sister, it matters not that you are from the Lin family. Even if you were the king of heaven, I would not be afraid." With that, Yi Chen pressed down with his foot, causing the guard's head to explode like a watermelon, blood splattering everywhere. After completing this essay, Yi Chen brushed off the bloodstains on his clothes, his previous ferocity replaced by a tender demeanor as he turned to face Yi Lin. With affectionate insistence, he helped her into the carriage and set off, leaving the Lin family behind. Not far away, after a considerable time, another guard from the Lin family finally snapped back to reality, gazing at the lifeless body of a fallen comrade. Without hesitation, he dashed back towards the Lin residence to report to the family head in the Yi family's council hall. The eldest elder cast a concerned glance towards the family head seated at the highest seat, saying, "Family head, what do you propose we do next? With Yi Chen's presence, our alliance with the Lin family allowed us to stand against the Wang family. Now that Yi Chen is incapacitated, and the Lin family has declared their intent to dissolve the engagement with us, if the Wang family decides to turn against us, what shall we do?" Chapter 4. The arrival of the Wang family seated at the head of the table was an elderly man in a gray robe, his countenance grim as he turned to the middle-aged man seated nearby, inquiring, "Patriarch, how do you believe we should resolve this matter?" Upon hearing the elder's question, the middle-aged man responded in a low voice, "I leave the decision to the eldest elder." Having said this, he closed his eyes, seemingly indifferent to the turmoil within the Yi family. The eldest elder nodded, then addressed the assembly below, instructing, "You several, go and summon all the disciples of the Yi family back, whether they are training outside or attending to family affairs." "Understood, eldest elder," the gathered elders replied, still adjusting to the title, and they rose to exit the hall. At that moment, a guard from the Yi family hurried in, delivering news, reporting to the eldest elder, "The Wang family's eldest elder has come to pay a visit." "What?" "The eldest elder of the Wang family has arrived." Inside the hall, the elders, who had been preparing to leave, immediately adopted a defensive posture, glancing up at the eldest elder seated at the head. The eldest elder stood, approached the family head, and spoke in a measured tone, "Family head, please, that way." The family head regarded the eldest elder silently before taking his place at the head of the table. "Is it fortune or misfortune? If it is misfortune, it cannot be avoided. Allow him in." Facing the scrutinizing eyes of the assembly, the Yi family head spoke calmly, as if resigned to his fate. After all, in Qingsheng Mountain, the Wang family held unrivaled power. Even the formidable Yi family had to concede a measure of respect. What capital did they possess to oppose the Wang family? It would be like striking a stone with an egg. "Yes, family head." Not far away, upon hearing the family head's words, the guard nodded and turned towards the main entrance of the Yi family. Observing the retreating figure of the guard, the eldest elder's voice resonated. "Since the Wang family has dispatched their eldest elder, Let us observe the developments and discern their intentions. As he spoke, an elderly man in his 60s ambled into view. Had Yi Chen been present, he would have easily recognized the arriving figure as none other than the Wang family's eldest elder. The Yi family head, maintaining a facade of politeness, greeted him. May I ask, Elder Wang, the purpose of your visit? It was well known that for many years, the Yi family, due to Yi Chen's presence, had engaged in numerous conflicts with the Wang family. Now, with Yi Chen rendered a waste, the Wang family had dispatched their eldest elder. A clear indication of their intentions. Was this not akin to a weasel paying a New Year's visit to a chicken, harboring no goodwill? In response to the family head's inquiry, the Wang family's eldest elder replied leisurely, "There's nothing of great import, merely that our second young master has taken a fancy to your Yi family's elin.as for how to proceed. I trust you understand without further elaboration." Upon hearing this, the Yi family head's expression soured. "Elder Wang, I must regretfully decline your request. In Qingqing Mountain, who was unaware of the Wang family's second young master's reputation. To hand over Yi Lin would lead to uncertainties regarding her very survival." The Wang family's eldest elder raised an eyebrow, his tone darkening. "Yi family head, I advise you to be sensible. Otherwise, I would not mind seeing one less family on Qingqing Mountain." With that, the Wang family's eldest elder turned to leave, adding, "Yi family head, I grant you 3 days. Otherwise, your Yi family may find its continued existence on Qingqing Mountain in jeopardy." Faced with the Wang family's blatant threat, the Yi family could only swallow their grievances. After all, the Wang family's strength was evident. As the Wang family's eldest elder departed, the Yi family head, filled with wrath, exclaimed, "This Wang family is truly overstepping their bounds. Even a clay Buddha has some temper. Do they truly believe my Yi family can be disregarded?" He then commanded the assembly, "You are to immediately gather all the disciples of the Yi family. If the Wang family cannot tolerate our existence, then we shall engage in a fight to the bitter end." Upon hearing this, the Yi family elders bowed their heads in silence. At their age, nothing was more precious than life itself. As the saying goes, it is better to live even if it means suffering. To wage war against the Wang family for the sake of a single Yi Lin was a daunting prospect for anyone. The eldest elder, unable to contain himself, interjected, "I implore you, family head, do not act impulsively. Given our current strength, engaging in battle with the Wang family would be akin to courting death. Furthermore, with Yi Chen now incapacitated, risking the entirety of the Yi family for one Yi Lin is simply not worth it." As the eldest elder's words settled, the other elders nodded in agreement. "Indeed, family head, the eldest elder speaks with reason. Previously, with Yi Chen's strength, we could ally with the Lin family to stand against the Wang family. Now that he has become a waste, risking the entire Yi family for one Yi Lin is sheer folly." Observing the elder's cowardice, the Yi family head felt a surge of frustration. For years, their weakness had stunted the Yi family's growth. If only everyone in the Yi family possessed Yi Chen's spirit. Unafraid of death for the sake of the family, how could they not thrive? In response to the family head's reprimand, the eldest elder replied stoically, "Regardless of circumstances, we act for the sake of the Yi family and the greater good. Moreover, family head, might I suggest you temper your words today?" At this, the Yi family head's expression softened. He sighed, a hint of loneliness creeping into his voice. "Perhaps I have spoken too freely today." "It is merely the sentiment of the eldest elder." Yi Zhao nodded, casting a glance at the other elders. In the following moment, the elders rose, clasping their hands towards the family head. "Family head, we too act for the sake of the Yi family. Please do not hold our words against us. You are truly beyond redemption." The Yi family head glared at the elders surrounding Yi Zhao, his heart seething with anger. He then slumped into his chair. Rendered speechless, he had never anticipated that, unbeknownst to him, Yi Zhao had already consolidated the elders under his influence. Now, while he appeared to be the head of the Yi family, the final say on significant decisions lay with Yi Zhao. He had become a figurehead with no real power. Not far away, Yi Zhao glanced at the Yi family head, then turned to the assembled elders, signaling them before stepping outside. He instructed 2 disciples guarding the entrance. "You two go to Yi Tian and tell him to bring Yi Lin back to me. The sooner, the better. Understood?" "Yes, eldest elder." The 2 disciples responded and hurried off towards Yi Tian's residence. Shortly thereafter, the 2 disciples conveyed Yi Zhao's message to Yi Tian, who smirked with amusement and summoned several henchmen, instructing them to capture Yi Lin before she could leave Qingqing Mountain, as she was still occupied tending to Yi Chen's medical needs. Chapter 5. Those who dare to touch my sister will die. In Yi Tian's view, Yi Chun had become a mere waste. Sending a few henchmen to retrieve his sister Yi Lin would be more than sufficient. Moreover, should Yi Chen dare to resist, they could simply eliminate him without consequence. It was the perfect solution. Within Qingqing Mountain, as Yi Chen drove the carriage unaware of Yi Tian's schemes, Yi Lin curiously inquired, "Brother, where are we heading? Are we going back to the Yi family? Is the Yi family still worth my return?" Yi Chen's face hardened as he replied coldly. For many years, he had devoted himself to the Yi family. Yet when news of his disgrace spread, not a soul had come to his defense. In fact, they had swiftly abandoned him. What right did such a family have to expect his loyalty? Furthermore, when Yi Lin was still with the Yi family, she had endured humiliation from Yi Tian for merely a handful of silver coins given by the Yi family guards. Such a heartless family. What reason did he have to return? "Brother, if we aren't going back, then where shall we go?" Yi Lin asked, her small face clouded with confusion. Turning to her, Yi Chen offered a gentle smile. "Brother will take you to see the outside world. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, Yi Lin nodded appreciatively, declaring, "Wherever you go, I will follow. As long as I am with you, I am happy to go anywhere." Seeing her understanding demeanor made Yi Chen's heart ache. "Rest assured, Liner, I will ensure you live a good life, and I will never allow you to suffer even the slightest grievance. Go." With that, Yi Chun seized the reins and drove the carriage towards the outskirts of Qingqing Mountain. It was worth noting that Yi Chun had not only healed from his injuries, but was also empowered by the existence of the ancient heaven tomb within him. He was confident that given enough time, he would become a formidable force, and even breaking through to the legendary Supreme Realm was not beyond the realm of possibility. As Yi Chun drove the carriage towards the outside of Qingqing Mountain, little did he know that Yi Tian had already set several henchmen to ambush them, eagerly awaiting Yi Lin's arrival. It seemed Yi Tian had anticipated that the siblings would pass through this way. Indeed, it wasn't long before Yi Tian's henchmen spotted Yi Lin's approaching carriage. Seeing this, they chuckled amongst themselves. "Young Master Yi Tian is truly prescient. Who would have thought that this little girl Yi Lin would actually be coming this way? Of course, just look at who young Master Yi Tian is. If we stick close to him, once he becomes the head of the Yi family, perhaps we too can bask in the glory and secure positions as family stewards." What a delightful prospect. As Yi Chun drove the carriage closer, he noticed the Yi family disciples blocking the city gate and felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Why are the Yi family disciples here? Has news of my confrontation with the Lin family guards spread so quickly? Pondering this, Yi Chen halted the carriage, allowing Yi Lin to take the reins as he retreated inside, his eyes flashing with a fierce glint as he coldly muttered, "Let us see what you intend to do." Yi Lin, not questioning her brother's decision, took the reins with a look of understanding and drove the carriage towards the city gate. Just as she was about to leave the city, the Yi family disciples suddenly blocked their path, wearing expressions of amusement as they teased, "Sister Yi Lin, where are you in such a hurry to go? I suppose you are rushing to dig a grave for your waste of a brother since the Lin family refuses to help him." As they laughed, the Yi family disciples made it clear they believed Yi Chun was on the brink of death. In response to their mockery, Yi Lin's face flushed with indignation. "My brother is not a waste. He is the greatest talent on Qingqing Mountain, and I will not allow you to speak of him like that." One of the disciples scoffed, "A talent? Are you joking? A person who cannot even stand is hardly deserving of such a title. If he is so capable, why don't you have your waste of a brother stand up?" With that, the disciples erupted into laughter once more. After a lengthy pause, they finally ceased their mirth, their expressions turning sinister as they addressed Yi Lin. "Enough banter. Yi Lin, we've dallied long enough. It's time to get down to business. The eldest elder has ordered us to bring you back to fulfill your final duty to the family. Otherwise, do not blame us for being ruthless. As for your waste of a brother, we believe it would be best to toss him to the wilderness and bury him wherever convenient. After all, whether he dies sooner or later, it makes no difference. It's better for him to die quickly and find peace." In the face of this threat, Yi Lin stood firm, declaring, "You will never make me return to the Yi family." Seeing her defiance, the disciples' faces darkened with anger. "If that is the case, do not blame us for our lack of mercy." With that, they advanced towards Yi Lin's carriage, intent on forcibly taking her back. Alarmed, Yi Lin exclaimed, What are you doing?" One disciple sneered, "What do you think? We are taking you back." As the disciples closed in, Yi Lin frantically tugged at the reins, attempting to maneuver the carriage out of their grasp and escape Qingqing Mountain with Chen. Yet, while her hopes were noble, reality was harsh. Just as her carriage approached the disciples, one raised his arm, channeling energy to strike the carriage. Boom. With a single blow, the carriage toppled over. One of the Yi family disciples glanced at the wreckage before turning his gaze back to Yilin, his eyes darkening as he taunted, "Little girl, you dare to resist us? If it weren't for young master Yi Tian's orders regarding the Wang family's second young master, we would have relished teaching you a lesson today." What? The Wang family's second young master? Yi Chen's eyes darkened with fury as he overheard their conversation. The Yi family intends to offer Yilin to the Wang family? When I was rendered a waste by the Wang family's eldest elder, not a single person stood up for me, and now they wish to deliver Yilin to that scoundrel Dai in Qingqing Mountain. Everyone knew the notorious reputation of the Wang family's second young master. Over the years, the women he had toyed with were either discarded or given to his subordinates or wild beasts for amusement. Sending Yilin to the Wang family was tantamount to sending her to her death. Furious at this thought, Yi Chen emerged from the carriage, witnessing the Yi family disciples encircling Yilin. In a fit of rage, he bellowed, "I dare anyone to lay a hand on my sister today. This is impossible. You were rendered a waste by the Wang family's eldest elder. How can you still stand?" Chapter 6. The Dragon's Reverse Scale. Offended, and you will die. The Yi family disciples turned to face the approaching Yi Chen, their expressions filled with disbelief. Is this a mirage? They could scarcely comprehend how Yi Chen, who had been completely incapacitated, now stood before them, seemingly full of life and vigor. Could it be that the Lin family had intervened to save him? That seemed unlikely. Yi Chen is regarded as a worthless individual. Even if he were to be healed, it is unlikely that he would achieve anything significant in the future. How could the Lin family possibly be willing to expend such great resources to treat Yi Chen? In an instant, the minds of the Yi family disciples were flooded with thoughts, causing them to forget the task that Yi Tian had assigned to them. Not far away, Yi Chen approached, observing the dazed Yi family disciples. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he coldly exclaimed, "What a fine Yi family! Over the years, I may not have contributed much, but I have certainly endured my share of hardships. Yet you all, upon seeing me reduced to a mere waste, still contemplate handing my sister over to the Wang family. How laughable! Since you Yi family cannot accommodate the two of us siblings, I see no reason to show you mercy." With that, Yi Chen's spiritual energy surged around him as he mercilessly struck at the nearest Yi family disciple. This is spiritual energy. How is this possible? You, a waste, can still wield spiritual energy? Initially, the Yi family disciples thought that even if Yi Chen were healed by the Lin family, he could never become a cultivator in this lifetime. After all, having his dantian destroyed, the path to recovery would be akin to climbing to the heavens, especially in such a small place. With a ruined dantian, he would be no different from a waste for the rest of his life. Yet now, not only had Yi Chen's injuries fully healed, but he could also harness spiritual energy. Does this mean that while recovering from his injuries, his dantian has also been restored? Could it be that the Lin family possesses some secret method for restoring the dantian? Seeing Yi Chen, who appeared as good as new, the Yi family disciples attributed his recovery to the Lin family, unaware that Yi Chen's revival had nothing to do with them. With a resounding punch, the nearest Yi family disciple let out a tragic scream, flying backward. Upon hearing this, the remaining Yi family disciples, unable to care about anything else, scattered in all directions, fleeing in panic. These few individuals had always followed Yi Tian, reveling in their power. When had they ever encountered such a bloody scene? Moreover, the highest cultivation level among them was merely that of a peak martial apprentice. Such cultivation was hardly enough to challenge Yi Chen. How could they dare to act against him? That would be tantamount to seeking death. Do you think you can escape in front of me? Observing the Yi family disciples fleeing in all directions, Yi Chen's figure flickered as he pursued them. In Yi Chen's eyes, the moment those few Yi family disciples mentioned taking Yilin back to the Wang family, they were already sentenced to death. Within mere moments, the ground was littered with the bodies of Yi family disciples. Some had their arms broken by Yi Chen's fists, others had their legs shattered by his kicks. Even worse, some had their cultivation completely obliterated by Yi Chen. It must be said that when Yi Chen finally made a move, he struck with lethal precision. Perhaps this was due to the habit he had developed over the years while seizing territory for the Yi family, where it was either kill or be killed. The Yi family disciples lay sprawled on the ground in various positions, continuously begging for mercy. Yi Chen, We are merely following orders. Please spare us. Yes, Yi Chen. We were only acting under Yi Tian's orders. We had no choice. Please, show us some mercy. Hearing the pleas from the Yi family disciples, Yi Lin felt a pang of sympathy and approached Yi Chen, about to intercede on their behalf when she heard Yi Chen's icy voice. Spare you? Do you think that is possible? If I hadn't acted in time, my sister would have already been captured by you. Moreover, weren't you all quite arrogant just a moment ago? Didn't you say that I, a waste, should have the ability to stand up? Hearing this, the Yi family disciples, suppressing their pain, forced smiles and said, Yi Chen, we spoke out of turn earlier. We hope you can show mercy and not hold it against us. Looking at these cowardly Yi family disciples, Yi Chen couldn't be bothered to respond. He turned to Yi Lin and instructed, Linner, close your eyes, I won't allow you to open them. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Yi Lin seemed to sense what was coming but nodded obediently, closing her eyes. For Yi Lin, everything Yi Chen did, right or wrong, would receive her unconditional support. Just like now, even though she knew what Yi Chen was about to do, she still wouldn't contradict him. Seeing Yi Lin close her eyes, a ruthless glint flickered in Yi Chen's eyes as he mercilessly kicked towards the heart of a Yi family disciple. The next moment, a scream pierced the air as that disciple was reduced to a lifeless corpse. The remaining onlookers, witnessing this scene, were immediately struck with fear, their faces paling as they begged for mercy. Yi Chen, regardless of anything, we are all Yi family disciples. Please spare me, I will do anything you ask, just don't kill me. To the pleas of the Yi family disciples, Yi Chen paid no heed as he raised his foot and shattered another disciple's heart. In the blink of an eye, those who had moments ago been begging for mercy now lay cold and lifeless. To Yi Chen, being a Yi family disciple should be synonymous with having fighting spirit. Yet the reality was that they only knew how to bully the weak, completely devoid of any bravery. Furthermore, these Yi family disciples had grown accustomed to a life of luxury. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before the Yi family fell into decline. It was foolish of him to have once toiled for such a family. Reflecting on it now, it seemed utterly unworthy to ask for why Yi Chen would kill these Yi family disciples. It was because he had recognized them as Yi Tian's lackeys the moment he laid eyes on them. Previously, had it not been for Yi Shuang's timely arrival at the Yi family, Yi Lin might have already been tortured to death by Yi Tian. Thus, when facing these lackeys of Yi Tian, Yi Chen showed no mercy. Why, Yi Tian? Consider these individuals as interest for the humiliation you inflicted upon Linner. As for your life, I'll allow you to live a few more days, but it won't be long before you learn the consequences of provoking a dragon's reverse scale. To touch it is to invite death. Anyone who dares to covet my sister will wish they were never born. Yi Chen stated coldly, gazing upon the corpses on the ground. He then righted a nearby carriage and approached Yi Lin. Smiling gently, Linner, you may open your eyes now. Upon hearing this, Yi Lin obediently opened her eyes. When she saw the ground strewn with the bodies of Yi family disciples, her face paled dramatically. Brother, why did you kill them all? Yi Chen shrugged nonchalantly, replying, what is the matter? Is there a problem? In Yi Chen's view, everyone he had killed deserved their fate. Had they not targeted Yi Lin, he would never have taken their lives. Ultimately, they had sought death themselves. Moreover, these individuals were mere lackeys of Yi Tian. There was no reason for Yi Chen to spare them. Meanwhile, Yi Lin's face was filled with worry as she said, Brother, you killed a Lin family guard before, and now you've killed so many from the Yi family, I'm afraid. Before Yi Lin could finish, Yi Chen chuckled, Linner, I know what you're worried about, but remember, as long as I'm here, I won't allow anyone to harm you. Yi Lin grasped Yi Chen's right hand, her face beaming with happiness as she declared, Brother, don't worry, and no matter what, I will always be by your side. Even in death, I want to be with you. Yi Chen affectionately ruffled Yi Lin's hair, his gaze resolute as he assured her, Linner, rest assured, as long as I'm here, I will never let you suffer even the slightest harm. With that, Yi Chen helped Yi Lin onto the carriage and drove it swiftly away from Qingqing Mountain. It was crucial for Yi Chen to leave before the Lin and Yi families could react. Otherwise, he would find himself trapped. Although the ancient tomb within him granted him immense potential, every strong individual requires time to grow, in this ruthless world. If one does not grow strong, even a genius is of little use. At the Lin family, upon learning that Yi Chen had killed one of their guards, the family head erupted in fury, bellowing, This Yi Chen truly has the audacity to kill one of my Lin family members. As he spoke, the Lin family head seemed to have recalled something. his eyes darkening as he turned to Lin Jie, who had come to report, and asked, Lin Jie, are you certain you did not see it incorrectly? The man named Lin Jie nodded firmly, his expression resolute as he replied, I assure you, I did not misjudge. Lin Hai was killed right before my eyes. How could I be mistaken? Hearing this, although the Lin family head was seething with rage, reason dictated that Yi Chen had been crippled by the elder of the Wang family. How could he possibly have the strength to kill Lin Hai? Furthermore, according to their spies, they had witnessed Yi Chen being not only stripped of his dantian, but also having all his meridians destroyed by the elder of the Wang family. With such grievous injuries, it would be difficult for Yi Chen to even stand, let alone possess the capability to kill Lin Hai. After all, Lin Hai was no weakling. He had attained the peak of martial apprenticeship. If Yi Chen had indeed killed Lin Hai, it implied that he must have had the strength of a martial artist at the time. Gasping in realization, the Lin family head felt a wave of shock wash over him as he speculated. Could it be that Yi Chen possesses some treasure that not only repaired his shattered dantian, but also allowed for rapid recovery of his strength? As the head of the Lin family, he was privy to information beyond that of ordinary individuals. He knew that repairing a shattered dantian was nearly impossible. Yet now, Yi Chen not only restored his dantian but had also regained the strength of a martial artist. If Yi Chen truly bore such a treasure, even the Lin family head would find it hard to believe. Thus, the Lin family head promptly instructed Lin Jie, go find Elder Lin Ji immediately. Ensure that we capture Yi Chen and bring him back to the Lin family, understood? Capture him? Shouldn't we just kill him? Lin Jie mused to himself in confusion but soon nodded, replying, yes, family head, I will go find Elder Lin Ji and guarantee Yi Chen will be captured alive. With that, Lin Jie turned and strode out at the family head's behest. Watching Lin Jie depart, the Lin family head thought to himself, Yi Chen, I never anticipated that you would possess such a treasure that could restore a shattered dantian. However, soon all of this will belong to my Lin family. Just the thought of acquiring a treasure capable of restoring the dantian and rapidly recovering strength filled the Lin family head with elation. Even the death of Lin Hai was quickly cast aside from his mind. As the saying goes, there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. In the face of substantial benefit, the death of a Lin family disciple became rather inconsequential. Before long, several Lin family disciples, led by Elder Lin Ji, hurriedly headed towards the outskirts of Qingqing Mountain. Being one of the three great families of Qingqing Mountain, the Lin family naturally had numerous spies within the area. Thus, upon learning of the family head's order to capture Yi Chen, Elder Lin Ji was able to determine Yi Chen's direction of escape through their network. Meanwhile, at the Yi family, news had also reached them. The disciples sent to capture Yi Lin had all perished. As the bodies of the Yi family disciples were brought in, Yi Tian's face darkened with rage as he bellowed, who can tell me what on earth happened? Wasn't I clear in instructing them to capture that girl Yi Lin? How did they end up dead instead? Don't tell me these were killed by that little girl Yi Lian. In response to Yi Tian's furious shout, a Yi family disciple who had been acting as a spy on Qingqing Mountain quietly interjected, reporting to young master Yi Tian. It seems someone witnessed that Yi Chen was the one who acted. As he spoke, even the disciple began to doubt his own words. After all, it was common knowledge across Qingqing Mountain that Yi Chen had been rendered a waste. Now, he claimed that Yi Chen had killed these individuals? Whether Yi Tian would believe it or not, the disciple himself hardly dared to accept it. Indeed, upon hearing this, Yi Tian's face was filled with fury as he yelled at the disciple, Are you mocking me? How could Yi Chen, who can barely stand, possibly possess the strength to kill anyone? Do you even have a brain? After being scolded by Yi Tian, the room fell into an eerie silence. After a long pause, Yi Tian finally spoke, Yi Yun, I don't care what methods you use. Find out who has the audacity to kill my Yi family members. As for the rest, go capture that little girl Yi Lin for me. Yes, young master Yi Tian. The people in the room nodded in agreement, after which they split into two groups. One team, led by Yi Tian, set off to capture Yi Lin, while the others sought to uncover who had killed the Yi family disciples. Outside Qing Mountain, as Yi Chen drove the carriage away, he suddenly heard a furious roar from behind. Yi Chen, for daring to kill my Lin family member, I will see to it that you are torn to shreds today. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen glanced back at the approaching Lin family members, cursing under his breath. Why has the old man Lin Ji been dispatched? After all, as an elder of the Lin family, Lin Ji's cultivation was at least at the martial master level. Yet Yi Chen had merely killed a lowly Lin family guard, and now they were sending a martial master to deal with him. Wasn't this a clear indication that the Lin family intended to eliminate him? Unbeknownst to him, Lin Ji was not here to hunt down Yi Chen, but rather to capture him alive. After all, why would the Lin family go to such lengths for a mere martial artist? In the realm of Qingqing Mountain, martial masters were regarded as peak powerhouses among noble families and the three great families. Typically, martial masters were only dispatched in cases of significant economic interests. Thus, the Lin family's decision to send a martial master against Yi Chen indicated that they were determined to secure him. As Yi Chen saw the Lin family members closing in, he cursed under his breath, urging the horses to sprint faster. The carriage sped up in response to his agitation. Inside the carriage, Yi Lin anxiously lifted the curtain to peek at the pursuers, exclaiming, "Brother, the Lin family is catching up. What should we do now?" Despite feeling a surge of panic inside, Yi Chen maintained a calm demeanor as he replied, "Liner, what is there to fear? When soldiers come, we shall fight. When water rises, we shall build a dam. They are merely the Lin family. Killing me won't be as easy as they think." As he spoke, Yi Chen glanced back at the pursuing Lin family members, contemplating, "This won't do. If this continues, I'll undoubtedly be caught. It seems I'll have to gamble everything." After all, the Lin family members were mounted, and in terms of speed and agility, they far surpassed the carriage he was driving. Moreover, there was a martial master among them in the realm of Tianwu continent. Once one reached the martial master stage, they could project their spiritual energy outward. If Lin Ji were to close the distance, it is likely that the old wretch will mercilessly strike and shatter the carriage. At that moment, even if I managed to survive, the defenseless Yi Lin would certainly be in grave danger. As this thought crossed his mind, a glimmer of determination flashed in Yi Chen's eyes, as if he had resolved upon something significant. He loosened the ropes binding the carriage and extended his hand inside, urgently saying, "Liner, give me your hand." Inside the carriage, upon seeing Yi Chen's outstretched right hand, Yi Lin did not hesitate for an instant and quickly grasped it tightly. In the next moment, before Yi Lin could react, Yi Chen exerted force with his right arm, pulling Yi Lin out with a swift motion. Simultaneously, he pushed off the ground with his feet, causing the carriage to collide forcefully with the Lin family members behind them. As for Yi Chen, he mounted the horse that was pulling the carriage, taking Yi Lin along as they galloped forward. Freed from the constraints of the carriage, Yi Chen and Yi Lin raced along the path outside Qingqing Mountain. The Lin family members in pursuit, although temporarily thrown off by Yi Chen's maneuver, were still quickly closing the distance, especially with the martial artist Lin Ji among them. As Yi Chen pondered how to escape the Lin family, they inadvertently reached the ominous expanse of the Shirwanda Mountains. Gazing at the formidable mountains looming before him, a cold smile crept across Yi Chen's lips as he spoke solemnly, "Since you are so intent on pursuing me, I shall allow you to chase me to your heart's content today." With that, he urged Yi Lin to hold on tightly and rode into the Shirwanda Mountains. The Shirwanda Mountains were fraught with peril. Without formidable cultivation, venturing in alone was tantamount to seeking death. Even the mercenary groups that frequented the Shirwanda Mountains could not guarantee their safe return every time. Let alone Yi Chen, a mere martial artist, whose strength was insufficient to contend against even low-tier demonic beasts. Were it not for the relentless pursuit of the Lin family, Yi Chen would not have chosen to brave the Shirwanda Mountains with Yi Lin. In the past, before he was rendered powerless, Yi Chen had ventured into the Shirwanda Mountains at the peak of the 9th level of martial cultivation, but he only dared to explore the outermost regions. Deeper within, where 2nd and 3rd-tier demonic beasts roamed, even the then mighty Yi Chen would have faced dire consequences. After all, the physical prowess of demonic beasts far surpassed that of humans. Under equivalent cultivation levels, exterminating a demonic beast was a daunting task for any human without exceptional martial skills and high-grade weaponry. In the Tianwu continent, human cultivation was categorized into various ranks: martial disciple, martial artist, martial master, great martial master, martial sect leader, martial sovereign, martial king, martial venerable, martial emperor, and martial saint. While demonic beasts lacked such a meticulous classification, they too were ranked: 1st tier, 2nd tier, 3rd tier, 4th tier, and even up to 9th tier demonic beasts. According to rumors, deep within the Shirwanda Mountains resided a 6th tier demonic beast, comparable to a martial sovereign. At that level, it had the potential to transform into a human form, though most demonic beasts preferred their original forms. As transforming diminished their power significantly, at the entrance of the Shirwanda Mountains, the Lin family disciples glanced at Yi Chen and Yi Lin, who had just fled inside, their hearts filled with uncertainty as they inquired of Lin Ji. "Elder Lin Ji, what should we do now? Even the powerful of the kingdom dare not venture into the Shirwanda Mountains. If we recklessly enter, it could spell our doom." Above Qinqing Mountain lay the Nanhe County, and above that was the Qinqing Kingdom. It was evident that if even the strong of the Qinqing Kingdom feared to delve into the Shirwanda Mountains, entering would be tantamount to courting death. Faced with the trepidation of the Lin family members, Linji pondered for a moment before responding, "Fear not." According to Linjia, even if Yi Chen has restored his dantian and cultivation, he is still merely a martial artist. Moreover, Yi Chen is accompanied by Yi Lin, who possesses no cultivation whatsoever. I surmise that even if Yi Chen enters the Shirwanda Mountains, he will surely not dare to venture too deeply. Thus, it will be all the easier for us to capture him. Wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing Lin Ji's reasoning, the Lin family members found merit in his analysis and nodded in agreement. "We shall follow Elder Lin Ji's orders." Satisfied that none opposed him, Lin Ji nodded approvingly and led the Lin family members in pursuit of Yi Chen's fleeing figure. Within the Shirwanda Mountains, Yi Chen and Yi Lin charged forward, encountering numerous demonic beasts along the way. Fortunately, after years of risking his life for the Yi family, Yi Chen had developed a keen sense of danger. Otherwise, they would have been surrounded by a horde of demonic beasts long ago. "Old wretch, I'll let you chase me. Let's see how long you can keep it up." Yi Chen glanced back at the pursuing Lin Ji and then dismounted with Yi Lin, opting to traverse the treacherous terrain on foot. Riding a horse was too conspicuous in a region teeming with demonic beasts. Not long after they had left, Lin Ji and the Lin family members caught up with them. Lin Ji surveyed the area and instructed his followers, "Yi Chen must have just passed through here. We will split up and search for him. We must find him before nightfall. Understood?" "Understood." The Lin family members nodded in agreement and dispersed in different directions. Lin Ji had brought only the most capable martial artists of the Lin family for this operation. It was clear that whoever encountered Yi Chen would not let him escape. Otherwise, Lin Ji would never have felt secure enough to allow the Lin family disciples to split up. Aware that losing even one disciple would be a grave loss for the Lin family, Lin Ji stressed the urgency of locating Yi Chen before nightfall, as the dangers of the Shirwanda Mountains multiplied manifold after dark. Moreover, the mountains were known to be the breeding grounds for beast tides. Should any Lin family members perish due to demonic beasts, Lin Ji would not only struggle to reconcile with his conscience, but would also risk incurring the wrath of the Lin family patriarch upon his return. Just then, as the Lin family members had scarcely begun their search for Yi Chen, Yi Tian arrived with a contingent of Yi family disciples. He scanned the surroundings and asked one of the Yi family members, "Yi Ling, are you certain that Yi Chen and Yi Lin have entered the Shirwanda Mountains?" The man known as Yi Ling nodded affirmatively, reporting to young master Yi Tian, "I personally witnessed Lin Ji leading the Lin family members in pursuit of Yi Lin, who was driving a carriage into the Shirwanda Mountains." The Lin family?" Yi Tian inquired, puzzled. Why would the Lin family send someone to chase after Yi Lin? Yi Ling shook his head. "Young master Yi Tian, I cannot say. In recent years, I have only been monitoring the Lin family's activities outside Qinqing Mountain, and I am not well informed about other matters." Seeing that Yi Ling could provide no further clarity, Yi Tian decided not to press the issue further. He glanced at the horses grazing nearby and remarked, "It seems these horses belong to the Lin family's people. Since they left them here, Yi Chen must be nearby." With that, Yi Tian dismounted and instructed his Yi family disciples, "Let us go retrieve that little girl, Yi Lin." With his command given, Yi Tian led the Yi family disciples into the Shirwanda Mountains. Although his group was not as numerous as the Lin family, several among them possessed martial strength, and Yi Tian himself was at the 7th level of martial cultivation. Thus, they could traverse the outskirts of the Shirwanda Mountains, provided they did not encounter groups of demonic beasts or high-tier second-tier beasts. Within the Shirwanda Mountains, Yi Chen and Yi Lin proceeded with utmost caution. Yi Chen frequently glanced around, fearful that a demonic beast might suddenly emerge and harm Yi Lin. Suddenly, a ferocious roar echoed from an unknown source, causing Yi Lin's face to pale as she clutched Yi Chen's sleeve tightly and whispered, "Brother, I'm scared." Yi Chen turned to embrace Yi Lin, gently reassuring her, "Do not fear, Linner. I am here, and I will ensure you suffer no harm." After patting her head, he continued forward with cautious steps. After some time had passed, Yi Chen glanced back, believing they had evaded the Lin family. Just as he contemplated finding a place to rest with Yi Lin, he heard a chilling voice behind him. "Yi Chen, let's see how far you can run." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen turned to see Lin Ji charging towards them. Without hesitation, he grabbed Yi Lin and sprinted deeper into the Shirwanda Mountains. For Yi Chen, the depths of the Shirwanda Mountains might hold dangers, but they also presented a slim chance of survival. Standing still, however, would guarantee death. Determined, Yi Chen dashed into the depths of the mountains. Concerned that Yi Lin could not keep pace, he hoisted her onto his back, running with long strides. Throughout the journey, he paid no mind to the potential threats of powerful demonic beasts. In that moment, the thought of dying had been cast aside. All that mattered was ensuring that Lin Ji paid for his pursuit. As they ran, the sounds of their flight attracted the ire of numerous demonic beasts, causing the timid Yi Lin to cling tightly to Yi Chen's back, paralyzed with fear. T1 point. A second-tier demonic beast lunged at them from the side in desperate act to shield Yi Lin from harm. Yi Chen braced himself against the beast's assault, sustaining injuries as he continued to flee, bloodied but undeterred. Eventually, Yi Chen found himself cornered at the edge of a precipice, forced to halt. Just then, Lin Ji arrived with a menacing grin. "Little rascal, aren't you quite the runner? Why not continue running?" Seeing Yi Lin shielded behind him, Lin Ji advanced, his eyes gleaming with greed. "Yi Chen, tell me the method to restore your dantian and cultivation, and I shall grant you a swift end. What do you say?" In that moment, a revelation struck Yi Chen. Previously, Lin Ji had sent Lin Jia to retrieve him after the death of a Lin family guard, a task that had seemed puzzling given Yi Chen's status as a cripple. Yet now, Lin Ji's intentions became clear. The patriarch sought not vengeance but the means to restore Yi Chen's abilities. Yi Chen, sensing Lin Ji's avarice, smirked coldly. "Elder Lin Ji, you truly are a fool. Do you think you can uncover my secrets? Dream on." With that declaration, Yi Chen charged at the nearest guard. Although his strength had not fully returned, his combat skills and physical prowess remained intact. Like a tiger descending from a mountain, he lunged at the closest guard. The guard, intimidated by Yi Chen's fierce reputation among the younger generation of the Yi family, faltered, his grip on his sword weakening. With a swift motion, Yi Chen disarmed him, snapping his wrist and claiming the sword for himself. Turning, Yi Chen unleashed a flash of cold steel, and the guard fell, lifeless, before he could even utter a cry. Witnessing this, Lin Ji's eyes gleamed with cold fury. "Enough talk, seize Yi Chen. Spare his life," he commanded, and the guards surged forward, intent on subduing Yi Chen. Yet, though a fierce tiger, Yi Chen now found himself stripped of his fangs, surrounded by guards wielding knives. He faced overwhelming odds while Yi Chen, undeterred, charged at one guard, evading the other strikes with agility. As he danced among them, his blade flickered, and more guards fell under his assault. The remaining guards, witnessing Yi Chen's ferocity, faltered, retreating in fear. Lin Ji's expression darkened further as he watched Yi Chen dispatch his men with ease. "Why, Yi Chen, you court death," Lin Ji thundered, unleashing a torrent of power. Dust swirled around him as he locked onto Yi Chen, preparing to unleash a devastating strike. In that moment, Yi Chen made a split-second decision. He dashed towards one of the guards, using him as a shield. The guard's sword pierced through Yi Chen's arm, yet he held steadfast, ensuring the guard took the brunt of Lin Ji's attack. With a resounding crash, Lin Ji's strike obliterated the guard, sending blood and limbs flying. Though protected, Yi Chen staggered back, blood spilling from his mouth. "Brother!" Yi Lin cried, rushing to his side. "Do not fear, sister. I will ensure we escape today." Yi Chen's gaze hardened, focusing on Lin Ji with the intensity of a ravenous wolf. "You think you can kill my Lin family guard and live?" Lin Ji snarled, commanding, "You lot, capture that girl. I will deal with Yi Chen." The guards encircled Yi Lin, while Lin Ji honed in on Yi Chen, his energy surging ominously. As he prepared to unleash his ultimate attack, Yi Chen's resolve solidified. He tightened his grip on his sword, shielding Yi Lin behind him. Today, even if it meant death, he would ensure Yi Lin's safety. At that moment, he felt a tug at his sleeve. "Brother." Yi Lin's eyes sparkled with a strange light, reminiscent of a celestial maiden. "Yi Lin, you, brother, look down the cliff." "What are you scheming now? Just climb," Lin Ji commanded. His eyes cold. Yi Chen prepared to charge, but Yi Lin's voice rang out again, "Jump down." Yi Chen met Yi Lin's unwavering gaze, and in that moment, he understood her resolve. Alas, alas, for in the end, we all meet our demise. Rather than succumb without a struggle, I might as well gamble, transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. Resolute in his decision, Yi Chen directed a fierce declaration towards Lin Ji, who had lost all dignity. Old scoundrel Lin Ji, mark my words, today I shall remember you, if I survive. I will ensure that your Lin family lives in turmoil. Upon hearing these words, Lin Ji's heart sank, as if he had divined Yi Chen's intentions. In the very next moment, just as Lin Ji prepared to strike swiftly and seize Yi Chen unawares, he was taken aback to see Yi Chen grasping Yi Lin's small hand, as if in a tragic farewell, and then, with a backward fall, leapt into the abyss below. Witnessing this scene, Lin Ji, consumed by fury, smashed the ground, creating a deep crater, and bellowed. Well done, Yi Chen. You truly possess audacity, daring to leap from such a height. Do you believe that this will leave me powerless against you? I refuse to believe that the means to restore my cultivation and dantian do not lie within your grasp. With that, Lin Ji glanced at the darkening sky, mentally marking the location, intending to send his kin from the Lin family to search for Yi Chen's corpse on the morrow. As the saying goes, one must see the living or the dead. Below the cliff, with a resounding crash, the impact of Yi Chen and Yi Lin's fall echoed. How could this be? Such a towering precipice, and yet, in less than the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense, they had reached the bottom? Yi Chen opened his eyes, surveying the spot from which he had just leapt, and suddenly realized, disregarding the pain coursing through his body, he looked around in astonishment. Good heavens! We have not reached the bottom, but rather landed on a plateau halfway down the cliff. Initially prepared for death upon his leap, Yi Chen had not anticipated that fate would spare him. Surprisingly, there existed a broad expanse, several dozen meters wide, at the cliff's midpoint. Moreover, when he had previously gazed downward, he had failed to notice this area, likely obscured by the mist surrounding the cliff. Unbeknownst to him, the reason for his oversight was not merely the fog, but rather a deliberate illusion set by someone to conceal this place. After a brief moment, once Yi Chen was assured of his surrounding safety, he turned to the still-dazed Yi Lin, who was rubbing her little head, and inquired with concern. "Linner, are you all right?" Yi Lin shook her head, her small face reflecting confusion as she surveyed the area, asking, "Brother, I'm fine, just a bit of a headache. By the way, where are we? This isn't the place where the dead go, is it?" Chapter 11. Peril in the Cave. Yi Chen chuckled lightly. "Silly girl, what are you thinking? Thanks to your good fortune, we are still alive. If you don't believe me, just look up and see what lies above." Initially believing herself to be dead, Yi Lin, upon hearing her brother's words, raised her gaze and gasped in disbelief. "Isn't that where we just jumped from? Brother, what is happening?" Observing the astonishment etched on Yi Lin's face, Yi Chen surveyed their surroundings and explained, "This should be the place you sensed earlier. As for the specifics, I'm not entirely sure. By the way, Linner, can you sense anything further? Perhaps that place was guiding you here." Yi Lin obediently nodded, closed her eyes, and a peculiar energy began to emanate from her being. Were a powerful individual to pass by at that moment, they would undoubtedly recognize that Yi Lin possessed the fabled rare constitution known as the innate spiritual body. This unique physique naturally attunes to the spiritual energies around her, allowing for rapid advancement in cultivation, but it requires immense resources to awaken its full potential. This explains why Yi Lin had made no progress in her training since childhood. After a short while, Yi Lin opened her eyes, pointed ahead, and softly stated, "Brother, it was indeed this place guiding me, and I sensed something urging me to enter." Hearing this, Yi Chen gazed at Yi Lin in astonishment, his mouth agape, unsure of what to say. After all, he had merely scanned the vicinity and found nothing, while Yi Lin, with her eyes closed for only a few moments, had already sensed something ahead. What did this imply? Was it not a sign that Yi Lin possessed great fortune and destiny? "Brother, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face?" Yi Lin asked curiously. Feeling the weight of his gaze, in response, Yi Chen awkwardly coughed and replied, "Nothing, nothing at all. I just think that Linner seems different from before." "Different? How so?" Yi Lin inquired, touching her face and glancing at herself in confusion. "I look the same as always, don't I?" Amused by Yi Lin's innocent demeanor, Yi Chen merely smiled and said nothing, instead moving towards the direction Yi Lin had indicated. Yi Lin followed closely behind, her eyes fixed on her brother's upright figure, silently resolving. "For as long as I can remember, it has always been brother protecting me. One day, I too will become strong and safeguard him." "What is this?" Following Yi Lin's indication, Chen suddenly spotted a narrow opening just wide enough for a single person to pass through. Could this be the place that had guided Linner here? Linner, wait here for a moment while I go inside to check for any dangers, Chen instructed. Eyeing the dark entrance before him, he stepped aside, picked up a branch, tore off a piece of cloth, wrapped it around the stick, ignited it with his spiritual energy, and fashioned a makeshift torch. After reassuring Yilin, he cautiously stepped into the cave. Outside, Yilin anxiously watched as her brother's figure gradually disappeared into darkness. Her heart swelling with worry, she paced back and forth at the entrance, occasionally leaning in to listen for any sounds, seemingly fearful that Chen might encounter danger. Inside the cave, Chen proceeded cautiously, his eyes fixed ahead. Unfortunately, the passage seemed interminable. Despite walking for what felt like ages, he could not discern an end in sight. After several moments, just as Chen continued deeper into the cave, his sharp instincts suddenly alerted him to the presence of something ahead. Before he could react, he was flung backward, the torch knocked from his grasp. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Dazed and slightly disoriented, Chen shook his head and began to rise, only to catch a glimpse, illuminated by the remaining light of the fallen torch, of a massive python charging toward him, its forked tongue flickering. This is the crimson meteor snake. What a stroke of bad luck. In the depths of the 10,000 great mountains, while the crimson meteor snake is devoid of venom, it possesses immense strength. Within the same realm, whether human or beast, to be ensnared by this creature spells certain doom. Fortunately, Chen observed that this particular snake was merely a few dozen meters long, equivalent to a first-tier high-level beast, comparable to a human martial artist at the 8th or 9th level. Otherwise, should it have been a second-tier beast, Chen's survival would have been uncertain. Hiss, hiss, hiss. As the crimson meteor snake advanced, Chen cursed vehemently, his figure transforming into a streak of light as he charged toward the serpent. It is said that striking a snake at its weak point is crucial. Each of Chen's strikes landed precisely on the snake's vulnerable spots, eliciting deafening roars of pain. Under normal circumstances, even with Chen's cultivation at the 2nd level, facing the crimson meteor snake would not be an easy feat yet. Within the narrow confines of the passage, the snake's lengthy body became cumbersome. Chen, utilizing agile movements, not only evaded the snake's massive tail but also managed to land blows on its weak spots in just a few short moments. Chen had exchanged blows with the crimson meteor snake hundreds of times. Boom. Just then, as the snake's powerful tail descended, Chen quickly retreated several steps, cursing under his breath before swiftly launching a strike infused with spiritual energy at the snake's vulnerable area. The attack landed successfully, and without hesitation, Chen seized the opportunity presented by the snake's thrashing tail to escape several dozen meters away. At that moment, the crimson meteor snake, whether from pain or fury, began to thrash wildly against the walls of the cave. Meanwhile, Chen took advantage of the respite to catch his breath, leaning against the wall to recover his strength. Good heavens, no wonder the crimson meteor snake is a first-tier high-level beast. Its toughness is truly astonishing. Had it been any other beast, it would have been gravely wounded, if not dead. Unlike the crimson meteor snake, which possesses such formidable vitality, as he recuperated, Chen cast a glance at the frenzied serpent, muttering curses under his breath. After a considerable time, once he had regained sufficient strength, he prepared to unleash all his spiritual energy to finish off the crimson meteor snake. However, unexpectedly, the snake, appearing utterly exhausted, collapsed directly to the ground. Boom. A tremendous sound echoed as Chen observed the motionless snake, initially suspecting it was merely feigning death. Yet, he soon realized that the snake's weak point had indeed been pierced, and in its reckless fury against the walls, it had inadvertently brought about its own demise. Could it be that this creature is truly dead? After a lengthy wait, the crimson meteor snake remained utterly still. Seeing this, Chen cautiously approached the spot where the torch had fallen, retrieving it while gazing at the lifeless serpent. Good heavens, as he looked upon it, he saw the snake's large, belligerent eyes glaring ahead, yet its body was devoid of life. What the hell? Even in death, you still glare so fiercely. Are you trying to perform the act of dying with your eyes wide open? Chapter 12. The mysterious stone chamber gazing upon the thoroughly lifeless crimson meteor snake. Its massive head drooping, Chen kicked it in annoyance, raising the torch and continuing deeper into the passage. With the lessons learned from earlier encounters, Chen proceeded with heightened caution, as if fearing another beast might ambush him at any moment. Fortunately, the following path revealed little danger. After what felt like an eternity, Chen finally reached the end of the passage. Before him stood a stone door. Surveying his surroundings, he deemed it unlikely that any danger lurked nearby. He turned to exit the cave, eager to bring Yi-Lin inside, concerned that she might encounter unforeseen troubles while he was away. Though this place was generally undiscoverable by others, who could guarantee that no one else might be forced to leap from the cliff? With this thought in mind, Chen quickened his pace. Shortly thereafter, he caught sight of the glimmer of light at the cave's entrance. Outside, Yi-Lin anxiously peered into the darkness, her small face reflecting worry, especially after hearing the commotion from Chen's battle with the crimson meteor snake, which had left her pale with fear. Had it not been for Chen's earlier admonition to remain outside, she would have rushed in without hesitation. To Yi-Lin, death was not the fear. The true terror lay in being left alone. After all, on Qingqing Mountain, they had relied solely on one another for as long as they could remember. If anything were to happen to Chen, what meaning would her life hold? Just then, as Yi-Lin hesitated, contemplating whether to enter, she suddenly spotted a familiar figure emerging from the cave. Brother, as she beheld Chen, bloodied yet alive, she rushed forward, her eyes brimming with tears as she embraced him tightly, as if fearing he might vanish in the next moment. Liner, why are you crying? I have returned to fetch you. Haven't I? Chen, looking at the sobbing Yi-Lin, gently wiped away her tears and teased. Liner, you look like a little kitten crying. How will you ever get married like this? With her eyes still red, Yi-Lin replied, If I can't get married, then so be it. Besides, I have no intention of marrying anyone. I only wish to stay by brother's side for all my days. Upon hearing this, Chen was left speechless. Liner, how can you think like that? It is said that when a man grows up, he should marry, and when a woman matures, she should wed. I can accompany you for a time. But how can I be there for you always? Isn't that so? Facing Chen's gentle admonishment, Yi-Lin shook her head defiantly. I don't care. I only wish to be by brother's side. Unless I die, no one can separate us. As Yi-Lin's words grew more implausible, Chen spoke earnestly. Liner, you are still young. There are things you do not yet understand. When you meet someone who can accompany you for a lifetime, you will come to realize. With that, Chen moved a short distance away, picked up several branches, and tore strips from his clothing to fashion another torch. He ignited it with his spiritual energy and handed it to Yi-Lin, instructing, Liner, you must stay close behind me, understood? Yi-Lin accepted the torch, nodding earnestly. Brother, I understand. Chen nodded in approval, igniting his own torch, and together they ventured into the cave. Not long after, Yi-Lin suddenly let out a scream, startling Chen into believing she had encountered danger. He quickly turned to embrace her, asking, Liner, what's wrong? Yi-Lin, her face pale, pointed tremblingly at the corpse of the crimson meteor snake nearby, stammering, Brother, there's not a beast. Assuming there were other beasts within the cave, Chen swiftly turned to follow Yi-Lin's gaze. Upon realizing that the beast she had mentioned was the long-dead crimson meteor snake, he chuckled, Liner, is that what you meant by a beast? Do not worry. I have already slain that creature, so it poses no threat to us. Despite his reassurance, Yi-Lin remained unable to quell her fear, trembling as she said, Brother, I'm scared. Why? Chen gently tousled her hair, smiling. Liner, since you are afraid, why not close your eyes? I will guide you through. All right? Yi-Lin nodded, her face still pale, and closed her eyes, allowing Chen to lead her onward. They continued until they reached the end of the passage. All right, Liner, you can open your eyes now, Chen declared. Hearing this, Yi-Lin first peeked through a small opening, and once she confirmed that the serpent was no longer in sight, she fully opened her eyes, her heart still racing. Brother, was that commotion I heard outside really caused by you and that beast? Chen nodded without hesitation, then approached the stone door, instructing, Liner, step back a bit. I wouldn't want to accidentally harm you while I am focused. Yi-Lin complied, stepping back several paces while holding the torch, as if anxious not to hinder her brother. Chen cast a glance back at her before fixing his gaze on the stone door, summoning his spiritual energy into his arms as he shouted, Open, now? Rumble. Chen had anticipated that with his cultivation at the first level, opening a stone door would be a simple task. Yet, to his surprise, The door merely shifted slightly at his forceful push, failing to yield as he had expected. Damn, this stone door is sturdier than I thought. Gazing upon the still tightly shut stone door before him, Chen could not help but utter a curse. He stepped back a few paces, preparing to summon all his strength to smash the stone door open. Suddenly, not far away, Lin seemed to have discovered something, exclaiming to Chen, "Brother, look over there. It seems like there is something." Upon hearing this, Chen followed the direction of Lin's, and indeed, there was an inconspicuous small bump at the bottom of the stone door. Observing this scene, Chen crouched down and tentatively pressed the small bumped iron the next moment, with a creak. Just as Chen thought it might be a mechanism, he watched in astonishment as the stone door slowly swung open to either side with a sound of creaking. Goodness, had I known that opening this stone door was so simple, I wouldn't have wasted so much effort. This is a classic case of having strength without a place to use it. Watching the door gradually open before him, Chen couldn't help but mutter a few complaints in his heart, then peered inside the stone door. His gaze fell upon a stone chamber beyond the door, and as it opened, beams of light shone forth from within. Realizing this, Chen prudently picked up a few stones from the ground and tossed them inside, ensuring that there was no danger before beckoning Lin to enter the stone chamber. As soon as they stepped inside, both Chen and Lin were astonished by the lavish decor of the chamber. This is void stone. How extravagant! Chapter 13. The blunt, heavy sword inside the stone chamber. As Chen and Lin entered, they were utterly stunned by the sight on the walls. Looking up, they saw that the walls of the chamber were adorned with numerous void stones used for illumination. It is worth noting that several years prior in Qingqing Mountain, a single void stone was auctioned off at that time. It was driven up to an astronomical price by the three major families and the affluent nobles of Qingqing Mountain. One can only imagine the immense value of void stones. They are truly priceless, and now, in this stone chamber, there were at least dozens of void stones on display, indicating the noble status of the chamber's owner. Gazing at the void stones adorning the walls, as Chen contemplated how much he could sell them for, he was abruptly interrupted by Lin's startled cry. Hearing her, Chen hurried to her side and asked anxiously, "Liner, what happened?" In response to Chen's inquiry, Lin trembled with fear. "Brother, over there. It seems like there's a corpse." A corpse? Chen raised his head skeptically and looked towards the center of the chamber. Sure enough, there lay a corpse not far away. Beneath the corpse, there was a seat, indicating that this must have been the chamber's owner. However, the corpse had long since turned into a bloodless, fleshless skeleton, with its skull even having fallen to the ground. Yet, from the bones, it could be deduced that the skeleton was likely that of a male. Beyond that, Chen could discern nothing further. Previously, both Chen and Lin had been captivated by the void stones on the walls. If not for Lin's startled exclamation, Chen might not have noticed the presence of the skeleton in the chamber at all. It seemed that this chamber had been created by the skeleton before its demise. Seeing Lin trembling in fear, Chen gently reassured her, "Liner, that skeleton has been dead for countless years. There is nothing to fear. Could it possibly come back to life and eat you?" Having heard Chen's words, Lin mustered her courage to take another glance at the skeleton, and indeed, just as Chen had said, the skeleton had been dead for many years. Perhaps she had been too frightened earlier and had mistakenly thought the skeleton was a fresh corpse. Now unafraid, Lin followed Chen as they began to explore the stone chamber. After completing a circuit, Chen noted that apart from the skeleton and the void stones embedded in the walls, there was nothing else of interest. Despite the rather empty appearance of the chamber, Chen, undeterred, approached the skeleton. He surmised that since this skeleton was surrounded by so many void stones for illumination, it must not be an inconspicuous figure. As expected, just as Chen reached the spot where the skeleton sat, he noticed a heavy sword carelessly lying on the ground beneath the skeleton's seat. This heavy sword must have been the weapon used by the skeleton in life. Seeing this, Chen hurriedly stepped forward, bent down, and picked up the heavy sword from the ground. Blowing off the dust that had settled on it, upon inspecting the hilt, he was surprised to find the words "blunt sword" inscribed upon it. Blunt sword. What a splendid name! Chen swung the heavy sword and, slightly breathless, remarked, "My goodness, this sword must weigh over 200 pounds. Fortunately, during his previous adventure in the ancient tomb, he had broken through to the second level of martial arts. Otherwise, just that one swing might have exhausted him completely. It seems that in addition to cultivating spiritual energy, I must also find ways to enhance my physical strength. At that moment, Chen inadvertently caught a glimpse of a glimmering light reflecting off a corner of the seat under the illumination of the void stones. What could this be? Approaching the corner where he saw the light, Chen stretched out his hand and retrieved the object, breathlessly exclaiming, This is a storage ring? In Qingqing Mountain, the value of a storage ring is practically beyond measure. In the entire Qingqing Mountain, only the heads of the 3 major families and the city lord possess one. I've struck it rich. With this storage ring in hand, even if it were empty. Its intrinsic value would be immeasurable for Yi Chen at this moment. Looking at the storage ring in his hand, Yi Chen was overwhelmed with excitement. In the next instant, he slipped the storage ring onto the ring finger of his right hand, then sent a strand of spiritual consciousness into the storage ring. Bang! In an instant, with a crisp sound, an unfamiliar space appeared before Yi Chen. This space was not large, merely several dozen square meters, yet it contained a plethora of items. This is a low-grade spirit stone. Upon seeing the stones radiating a rich spiritual energy, Yi Chen's heart raced with exhilaration. In the Tianwu continent, currency is categorized into silver, gold, low-grade spirit stones, medium-grade spirit stones, high-grade spirit stones, and top-grade spirit stones. 100 taels of silver equate to 1 gold coin, 1,000 gold coins to 1 low-grade spirit stone, and 10,000 low-grade spirit stones to 1 medium-grade spirit stone. From Yi Chen's estimation, there must be at least 100 low-grade spirit stones here. If he were to exchange these spirit stones for gold coins or silver, he would surely become wealthy. However, Yi Chen was not foolish enough to exchange low-grade spirit stones for gold or silver. As for cultivators, low-grade spirit stones can be directly absorbed to enhance one's cultivation. It would be utterly senseless for Yi Chen to trade low-grade spirit stones for coins. Gazing at the towering pile of low-grade spirit stones, Yi Chen suppressed his exhilaration and continued to explore the interior. Not far from the low-grade spirit stones, he spotted several medium-grade spirit stones. Besides these, he also discovered numerous medicinal herbs and a pile of demon cores neatly arranged on the ground. As he ventured deeper, upon seeing a collection of bottles and jars, Yi Chen couldn't suppress a shiver. Hastening over in shock, these are elixirs. How extravagant. This is a second-grade elixir, the Peiyuan pill, along with Xingyuan pills, body refining pills, and great rejuvenation pills. Faced with the dazzling array of elixirs, Yi Chen pressed on further into the storage ring. Goodness, this is simply too much. When Yi Chen stumbled upon a mountain-like pile of gold coins, he found himself at a loss for words. Continuing onward, when he reached the end of the storage ring, he discovered a black box. What is this? Isn't it customary for the treasures to become more precious as one delves deeper? Why is there only a single box here? Chapter 14. The black box. Staring at the black box before him, Yi Chen contemplated. Could it be that this black box is the most valuable item within the storage ring? With that thought, he excitedly picked up the box, handling it with care. Just as he was about to open it and discover its contents, he suddenly noticed a keyhole on the front of the box. Seeing this, Yi Chen felt a wave of frustration wash over him. What in the world? So, I need a key to open this box. One must understand that the skeleton has been dead for countless years. Where on earth am I supposed to find the key? At that moment, as Yi Chen grappled with his irritation, he suddenly recalled that when he retrieved the storage ring from the corner of the skeleton's seat, he had glimpsed something clutched in the bony hand of the skeleton. Having this thought, Yi Chen quickly withdrew his spiritual consciousness from the storage space and directed his gaze towards the skeleton. Sure enough, nestled between the bony fingers of the skeleton was a black key. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Chen reached out to grasp the black key from the skeleton's hand. Crack! With a crisp sound, the bony hand of the skeleton was torn away by Yi Chen, as if it had become incredibly fragile after enduring the ravages of time. Observing the black key in his hand, Yi Chen's face broke into a smile. He then lowered his gaze to retrieve the fallen bones from the ground and placed them respectfully atop the skeleton's leg bones, bowing in reverence to the skeleton in the seat. Subsequently, he eagerly retrieved the black box from the storage ring, eager to discover its contents. In the next moment, click! With a crisp sound, the box opened to reveal an ancient scroll within. Upon seeing the ancient scroll, Yi Chen's heart raced with excitement as he pulled it out. When he noticed the inscription on the side reading high-level Xian class martial technique, Yi Chen's heart began to race even more fervently. In the Tianwu continent, martial techniques are categorized into heaven, earth, Xian, and yellow, further divided into high, mid, and low levels. Point 1 can only imagine the rarity of a high-level Xin-class martial technique. Not to mention, within Qingqing Mountain, the highest martial technique available is merely a low-level Xin-class technique, possessed only by the 3 major families and the city lord's residence. As for the rest of the noble families, the highest they can attain is a high-level yellow-class technique, with some lacking even that. If Yi Chen were to let slip that he possessed a high-level Xin-class martial technique, it would not be long before countless powerful figures descended upon him to seize it. Naturally, Yi Chen would not be foolish enough to broadcast such invaluable information. After all, it is said that to expose one's treasures invites calamity, and he understood this principle all too well. Brother, what is that? At that moment, Yi Lin, noticing Yi Chen's excited expression, approached with a curious look on her face. With a beaming smile, Yi Chen replied, Liner, this is a very powerful martial technique. Once I master it, I can take you away from here. Upon hearing this, Yi Lin's face lit up with excitement. Really, brother? Yi Chen chuckled, silly girl, when have I ever lied to you? As he spoke, Yi Chen glanced around, seemingly contemplating something, and instructed Yi Lin, Liner, please tidy up the surroundings while I deal with that large snake outside. After a few days, I'll take you out. How does that sound? Okay. Yi Lin nodded in agreement and began to tidy up. Meanwhile, Yi Chen made his way outside the stone chamber, contemplating how to deal with the fiery serpent. He believed that staying here for a few days would pose no problem. Additionally, he had plenty of resources within his storage ring. Taking advantage of the peace and quiet, he resolved to enhance his cultivation during this time. Yi Chen thought that with sufficient strength, he could ensure both his and Yi Lin's survival in the 10,000 Great Mountains, for with his current cultivation, it would be exceedingly difficult to survive, let alone protect Yi Lin. Not long after, Yi Chen returned, carrying a pile of serpent meat. He also gathered some branches from outside the stone chamber. Using his internal spiritual power, he ignited a fire and began to roast the serpent meat. Meanwhile, Yi Lin had finished tidying up their living space and sat beside Yi Chen, engaging in casual conversation. After a short while, when Yi Chen felt the serpent meat was nearly done, he stood up and removed the meat from the fire, tearing off the largest piece and offering it to Yi Lin with a light-hearted smile. Here, Liner, try your brother's cooking. As the aroma of the roasted serpent meat wafted through the air, Yi Lin couldn't help but swallow hard, eagerly devouring it without regard for her image. Observing Yi Lin enjoying her meal, Yi Chen tore off another piece and placed it before her, then began to eat himself. After a while, as Yi Chen noticed Yi Lin had eaten her fill, he gently advised Liner, you've worked hard these past few days. You should rest now. Yi Lin nodded and was about to stand up to rest when she suddenly noticed Yi Chen still sitting cross-legged on the ground, her face filled with confusion as she asked, Brother, aren't you going to rest? Yi Chen replied, You go ahead. I'll meditate here for a while and we'll rest later. Okay. Yi Lin nodded in agreement and walked over to the area she had prepared for resting. Watching Yi Lin settle down, Yi Chen then focused his mind and entered the ancient tomb, producing several low-grade spirit stones from his hand and commencing his meditation. Previously, after absorbing the information from the ancient tomb, Yi Chen learned that beyond the rich spiritual energy present in the tomb, one could also inherit the legacies of powerful beings buried within. As for how to obtain these legacies, Yi Chen understood that he merely needed to defeat the true spirit of the powerful being entombed there. If Yi Chen were to be defeated by the true spirit of a powerful being, he would then assume the role of that spirit, remaining in eternal slumber within the tomb, while the true spirit would be able to use Yi Chen's body to be reborn. This explains why Yi Chen had yet to acquire the legacy of a powerful being since awakening the ancient tomb. It was not due to a lack of desire, but rather that the beings entombed here were all the strongest figures from antiquity, the primordial and the chaotic eras. Even the weakest among them were renowned figures capable of suppressing an entire era. Although Yi Chen could utilize certain privileges within the ancient tomb due to his identity as the demon suppressor, these privileges required a corresponding level of strength. Chapter 15. What? Yi Lin jumped off the cliff at this moment. Based on Yi Chen's estimations, if he wished to acquire the legacy of a powerful being within the ancient tomb, he would need to possess at least the strength of the Emperor realm, even for the weakest. However, the good news was that as the demon suppressor, he held a special right in the ancient tomb. Specifically, in the outermost area, regardless of which tomb was opened, the true spirit's strength could not exceed one major realm above that of the demon suppressor. It is precisely for this reason that Yi Chen saw a glimmer of hope. He envisioned that once he broke through to the 5th level of martial arts and mastered the high-level Xin-class martial technique he had obtained, he would likely be able to defeat the true spirit of the powerful being in the ancient tomb. Even if it was a major realm stronger than him. One must recognize that Yi Chen is indeed the demon suppressor of the eternal tomb. At this very moment, despite Yi Chen's formidable strength, he is unable to wield even the most basic privileges within the eternal tomb. However, based on his deductions, once he breaks through to the 5th layer of martial arts, he should be able to invoke the Order Divine Chain of the eternal tomb, albeit with great difficulty to attain that point. Should he still be unable to vanquish the powerful true spirits guarding the outermost perimeter of the eternal tomb, he might as well find a block of tofu to end his own life. After all, the eternal tomb has provided him with these opportunities. If he proves to be ineffectual, what recourse is left? Can he truly expect the formidable true spirits within the tomb to present themselves willingly for slaughter? Furthermore, for Yi Chen, the eternal tomb serves as a form of training in the vast expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains. As night descends, Yi Tian emerges with several disciples of the Yi family, having searched in vain. Is that not a member of the Lin family, along with Elder Lin Ji? What brings them here? Could it be that they too have lost track of Yi Lin and Yi Chen? Logically, that should not be the case. It is worth noting that Elder Lin Ji is a genuine martial master, and the disciples accompanying him are all at least first-layer martial artists. If such a formidable assembly could not track down Yi Lin and Yi Chen, would that not imply that Elder Lin Ji and his disciples are utterly incompetent? As Yi Tian steps out of the 10,000 Great Mountains and spots Elder Lin Ji and his entourage resting nearby, he mutters a few words of confusion before approaching them with his fellow Yi family disciples. After all, as Elder Lin Ji is a senior member of the Lin family, and Yi Tian is the grandson of the esteemed Elder Yi, it would be remiss not to greet them, lest he be deemed disrespectful by the Lin family. Moreover, Yi Tian seizes this opportunity to inquire about the whereabouts of Yi Chen and Yi Lin. Otherwise, he fears that he and his companions might search the 10,000 Great Mountains for an entire month without success. Before long, upon arriving at the resting place of the Lin family disciples, Yi Tian respectfully addresses Elder Lin Ji, saying, "I am Yi Tian, the junior disciple, and I offer my greetings to Elder Lin Ji." Upon hearing this, Elder Lin Ji, who had been resting with his eyes closed, slowly opens them and glances at Yi Tian and the Yi family disciples behind him, inwardly contemplating. The Yi family is indeed swift. They have dispatched Yi Tian to capture Yi Chen in no time. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Tian is not here to apprehend Yi Chen, but rather to find Lin.as for Yi Chen. In Yi Tian's eyes, he has become akin to a ghost. After all, Yi Chen has been rendered a cripple by the elder of the Wang family, who not only destroyed his dantian but also shattered all the meridians in his body. Such injuries, it seems, are tantamount to a death sentence, or so Yi Tian believes. Little does he know, Yi Chen has not only survived but has also awakened the eternal tomb and even restored his cultivation to the 2nd layer of martial arts. Thankfully, Yi Tian is unaware of this. Otherwise, he would have dispatched all Yi family disciples to search for Yi Chen, even if it meant digging 3 feet into the ground. Elder Lin Ji gazes at Yi Tian and feigns concern, asking, "Yi Tian, what brings you here? Surely, Elder Yi Zhao has not sent you to the 10,000 Great Mountains for training, has he?" In response to Elder Lin Ji's inquiry, Yi Tian shakes his head and evasively responds, "Elder Lin Ji, I heard that you were pursuing Yi Chen and Yi Lin. Might I inquire as to the reason behind this? Is it possible that a mere cripple like Yi Chen could provoke Elder Lin Ji's ire?" A cripple. Has Yi Chen not recovered by now? Could it be that the Yi family remains oblivious to Yi Chen's revival? Elder Lin Ji regards Yi Tian and quickly formulates a plan, stating, "Yi Tian, my dear nephew, this matter is quite complicated. Not long ago, Yi Lin sought assistance from our Lin family, bringing Yi Chen along to AT that time. We believe that with Yi Chen in such a state, even if he were to be healed, he would remain a cripple. It seemed more prudent to offer him some silver and let him fend for himself. Initially, our Lin family acted out of kindness, but who could have anticipated that Yi Chen would not only reject our goodwill, but also audaciously declare at the gates of our Lin family that our young lady, as his fiancée Yi, had abandoned him in his time of need. Listening to Elder Lin Ji's fabrications, Yi Tian internally scoffs, thinking, "This old fox truly believes he can deceive me, Yi Tian, as if I were a mere child of 3. The holes in Elder Lin Ji's narrative are glaring. Not to mention, when Yi Tian departed the Yi family, Yi Lin had been humiliated to a pitiful state. and Yi Chen had uttered not a word. Yet upon arriving at the Lin family, he boldly proclaimed otherwise is that even conceivable? However, given Elder Lin Ji's formidable strength, Yi Tian refrains from challenging him directly, instead expressing indignation. Yi Chen has gone too far. The Lin family's goodwill was evident. How could he utter such words? As he speaks, Yi Tian surveys his surroundings and inquires, by the way, Elder Lin Ji, have you managed to track down Yi Chen and Yi Lin during your pursuit in the 10,000 Great Mountains? Elder Lin Ji shakes his head. Earlier in the 10,000 Great Mountains, I managed to corner Yi Chen at a cliff. Yet, to my astonishment, he and Yi Lin, realizing the futility of their situation, leaped off the cliff together. If it were not for the clan leader's command to bring back either the living or the dead, I would not have remained here with the Lin family disciples. What? Yi Chen and Yi Lin jumped off a cliff. By the heavens! My grandfather has instructed me to return with Yi Lin within 3 days. Given this turn of events, how can I possibly fulfill that command? I cannot return to Linji with nothing but a corpse. Yi Tian's frustration mounts as he contemplates Elder Linji's words, then asks, Elder Linji, could you share the location where Yi Chen and Yi Lin jumped? Elder Linji raises his hand and points in a direction. If my memory serves me correctly, it should be over there. Chapter 16. Breaking through to the 4th layer of martial arts, gazing in the direction Elder Linji indicated. Yi Tian doubts, Elder Linji, are you certain it is that way? In response to Yi Tian's skepticism, Elder Linji's expression darkens. Why Yi Tian? What do you mean by this? Do you believe I would deceive a junior like you? Humph! How many times has this old fox deceived me? Yi Tian suppresses his irritation and maintains a respectful demeanor. Elder Linji, I did not mean to offend. I merely wish to confirm the direction as night falls, fearing you might be mistaken. Elder Linji coldly retorts, you had best be right. As if struck by a sudden thought, Elder Linji looks at Yi Tian and asks, by the way, seeing your concern for Yi Chen and Yi Lin, could it be that you have come here for their sake? Yi Tian chuckles lightly. Not at all, Elder Lin Zicham, my purpose here is quite the opposite of yours. You seek Yi Chen, while I am here for Yi Lin. Yi Lin? Elder Linji questions, perplexed. What do you mean by that? As far as I know, Yi Lin is Yi Chen's sister, yet she has never been able to cultivate. What use is she to the Yi family? Are you implying that the Yi family feels guilty for abandoning Yi Chen and wishes to care for Yi Lin instead? In response to Elder Linji's speculation, Yi Tian internally scoffs. Why would I feel guilty for a useless person like Yi Chen? Had it not been for the news that the second young master of the Wang family has taken a fancy to Yi Lin, what merit does she possess that would compel me to personally retrieve her? Of course, these thoughts remain unspoken. If Elder Lin Ji were to discover that Yi Tian's intention to capture Yi Lin is to present her to the second young master of the Wang family, one can only imagine the consequences. For years, the Lin family has contended with the Yi family and the Wang family due to Yi Chen's influence. If Yi Lin survives and the Lin family learns of the Yi family's intention to offer her to the Wang family, who knows how desperately the Lin family might retaliate, joining forces with the Wang family against the Yi family. Though Yi Tian is the grandson of the Yi family's elder, he is not a spoiled scion like the second young master of the Wang family. Within the Yi family, Yi Shuang, Yi Tian, and a few other disciples possess commendable talent. The reason they do not receive recognition is due to Yi Chen's extraordinary prowess, which has overshadowed the brilliance of the younger generation in the Yi family. Responding to Elder Lin Ji's inquiry, Yi Tian remains unfazed. Elder Lin Ji, I am merely acting under orders to bring Yi Lin back. As for the reasons behind this, I cannot disclose that. With that, Yi Tian inquires, Elder Lin Ji, do you have any further questions? If not, I shall take my leave. Seeing that further questioning would yield no fruitful results, Elder Lin Ji waves his hand dismissively. You may go. Farewell. Yi Tian bows in respect and subsequently leads the Yi family disciples in the direction Elder Lin Ji had indicated. As he watches Yi Tian and the Yi family disciples gradually recede from view. Elder Lin Ji's expression darkens, and he scolds, Yi Tian, you dare to play tricks on me. As the direct grandson of Yi Zhao, you cannot be ignorant of the true reason behind your mission to capture Yi Lin. If you seek to bring trouble upon yourself, do not blame this elder. With that, Elder Lin Ji turns to a Lin family disciple and commands, Lin Yun, follow Yi Tian and his group. Be sure to uncover their true intentions behind capturing Yi Lin. Yes, Elder Lin Ji, Lin Yun nods in agreement before swiftly pursuing the direction in which Yi Tian and the others departed. Why Yi family, you had best refrain from any treachery. Otherwise, my Lin family is not to be trifled with. As the figures of the Yi family disciples gradually fade from view, a glint of menace flashes in Elder Lin Ji's deep-set eyes. He then looks up at the darkening sky and leads the Lin family members in another direction, re-entering the 10,000 great mountains. Within the eternal tomb, Yi Chen exhales a deep breath, and upon snapping his eyes open, a look of elation crosses his face. Truly, these low-grade spirit stones are remarkable. Having consumed merely a dozen or so, my cultivation has ascended to the 4th layer of martial arts. If I were to refine all the low-grade and mid-grade spirit stones, perhaps breaking through to the martial master realm would not be out of reach. Indeed, within Yi Chen's storage ring lies an array of various elixirs, including the coveted breakthrough pills. Although the efficacy of such pills diminishes with increasing cultivation, one must remember that Yi Chen's own cultivation is still modest. Moreover, Yi Chen surmises that the breakthrough pills in his storage ring are sufficient to elevate him to the martial monarch realm. However, he does not wish to rely solely on elixirs for continuous breakthroughs. As the saying goes, one must progress gradually, allowing circumstances to unfold naturally. Should one rely exclusively on elixirs for advancement, it could severely compromise their foundational strength. With this thought in mind, Yi Chen withdraws his consciousness from the eternal tomb, rises to stretch his limbs, and then turns his gaze to the resting Yi Lin nearby. He approaches the entrance of the stone chamber, retrieves the high-level martial technique scroll, and begins to study it. High-level martial technique. Sky-cleaving strike. Upon examining the scroll, Yi Chen's expression darkens as he mutters in frustration. What is this? Is this martial technique merely a fragment? Feeling utterly vexed, Yi Chen reassures himself. A fragment is still better than nothing. After all, this is a high-level martial technique. Having it is better than not having it at all, right? Moreover, if a single technique qualifies as a high-level martial technique, once I gather the remaining moves, it shall undoubtedly surpass the realm of high-level martial techniques. Hiss. With this realization, Yi Chen involuntarily gasps, lowering his head to scrutinize the sky-cleaving strike. Not long after, as Yi Chen finishes reviewing the sky-cleaving strike, a look of shock spreads across his face as he feels a surge of excitement within him, thinking, truly, this is a high-level martial technique. Though it consists of only a single move, I believe I can slay opponents of higher tiers with it. Even in a desperate situation, if I were to expend all my spiritual energy to execute the sky-cleaving strike, I could severely injure or even kill an opponent 2 or 3 realms above me. Gazing at the ancient scroll detailing the sky-cleaving strike, Yi Chen feels an immense sense of satisfaction. Chapter 17. Body-breaking pill. However, just as Yi Chen revels in his newfound excitement, he soon becomes disheartened upon noticing the requirements for executing the sky-cleaving strike. The ancient scroll concludes with the stipulation: this move can only be performed with a heavy sword. Although Yi Chen possesses a heavy sword, the weightless blade, it weighs around 200 to 300 pounds. Given his current cultivation level, wielding it even a few times would be arduous. Not to mention using it to slay foes. By the time he swings the sword, his opponents would have long since fled several meters away. While Yi Chen's cultivation has advanced, his physical strength remains stagnant. After all, in Qingqing Mountain, both Yi Chen and others were indoctrinated with the belief that before overwhelmingly powerful cultivators, physical strength is easily shattered. Consequently, many have focused solely on cultivating spiritual energy, neglecting their physical prowess. Only ordinary individuals, unable to cultivate, seek ways to enhance their physical strength to sustain their livelihoods. Little do they realize that in the path of cultivation, while spiritual energy is undoubtedly crucial, one must not overlook physical strength. Just as Yi Chen's cultivation has reached the 4th layer of martial arts, his physical strength remains woefully inadequate. Seeing no other options, Yi Chen begins to devise a plan to enhance his physical strength. Otherwise, possessing a high-level martial technique without the means to practice it would be in vain. After much contemplation, an idea strikes Yi Chen. He produces a vial of elixirs, extracts one, swallows it, and closes his eyes to refine its essence. As time ticks away, Yi Chen feels his physical body grow stronger as the effects of the elixir take hold. Though the improvement is subtle, he can distinctly sense a boost in his strength. Truly, the second-tier body-breaking pill has elevated my physicality significantly with just a single dose. At this moment, Yi Chen gazes at the body-breaking pill in his hand, hesitating not for a moment before consuming several more, refining them one by one. As time flows by, he loses track of how long has passed. Once Yi Chen has completely refined an entire vial of body-breaking pills, He feels an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body, akin to having ingested a potent tonic. His spirits soar, and if not for the fear of cultivating excessively and falling into madness, Chen would be eager to delve into the eternal tomb and convert all the resources within his storage ring into cultivation power. That moment, Chen glances at the weightless blade at his feet, seizes it, and begins to practice the high-level martial technique, sky-cleaving strike. However, the weightless blade proves to be far too heavy. Even with the newfound strength he felt moments ago, he can hardly swing it a few times before fatigue washes over him. Recognizing this predicament, Chen thinks that relying on elixirs to enhance his physicality is not a sustainable solution. He surveys his surroundings and, upon spotting the sword sheath on the back of the skeleton nearby, a spark of inspiration ignites within him. He strides over to the skeleton, removes the sheath, straps it onto his back, and inserts the weightless blade into the sheath, proceeding to move around the stone chamber. Chen initially intended to utilize the weightless blade's weight to strengthen his physique. However, as soon as he sheathes the weightless blade, he instantly feels as though his spiritual energy is being suppressed by some unseen force, rendering even his breathing laborious. Let alone walking now, Chen experiences a profound sensation, as if he bears not merely a sword, but an entire mountain upon his back. With each step he takes, beads of sweat trickle down his forehead, occasionally accompanied by a muffled groan. It is evident that adapting to the weight of the heavy, edgeless sword is, for him, an arduous and nearly impossible task in such a short span of time. Unless he encounters an extraordinary opportunity to acquire a method for cultivating his physical form, this self-imposed torment will leave him struggling to walk even after several months. Yet, what choice does he have? If Chen were to abandon his efforts at the first sign of difficulty, how could he ever hope to become strong enough to protect his sister? The chance lies before him, and all he can do is cherish it. After all, what strong individual has not grown through such relentless perseverance? As an old adage aptly puts it, without the sacrifices of the first generation, there can be no enjoyment for the second. In Chen's case, indulging in the comforts of the second generation is not an option. He must strive to become part of the first. If he does not exert himself, what foundation will he have to discuss the future? Not far away, Lin, taking a moment's respite, is roused by the sound of muffled groans. Upon awakening and witnessing Chen toiling under the weight of the heavy sword, drenched in sweat as he struggles within the stone chamber, a wave of guilt washes over her. It is all my fault, she laments inwardly. If only I could cultivate, my brother would not have to endure such hardship. For a fleeting moment, Lin contemplates the purpose of her existence. Throughout her life, Chen has always borne the brunt of adversity on her behalf. Even in childhood, when she was bullied by members of the Yi family, it was Chen who stood up for her. She realizes that, from her earliest days, she has been nothing but a burden to him. Were it not for her, he would not have had to fight so fiercely for the Yi family, ultimately leading to his downfall at the hands of the elder of the Wang family. Tears flow unbidden down Lin's cheeks as she reflects on the suffering Chen has endured for her sake. Little does she know that, despite her inability to cultivate, she is the very source of Chen's motivation. Were it not for her constant presence in his thoughts, he would not have worked so tirelessly over the years. As the tears fall to the ground, Chen, sensing something amiss, turns to look at Lin. When he sees her, unbeknownst to him, weeping like a child, he rushes to her side, concern etched on his face. Liner, what troubles you? Did you have a nightmare? Overwhelmed by his concern, Lin can no longer hold back her tears and bursts into sobs as she throws herself into his embrace. Brother, do you think I am useless? All my life, I have been nothing but a burden to you. Chen gently strokes Lin's head, chuckling softly. Liner, how can you think this way? You are everything to me, the very impetus that drives me forward. How could you ever be a burden? Yet, Lin continues to weep. But I hate myself for being unable to cultivate. I detest how powerless I am. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be injured protecting me. Observing the sobbing Lin nestled in his embrace, Chen soothes her. Liner, you must not blame yourself for your inability to cultivate. I do not hold it against you. In fact, I am grateful that you are spared from the brutal conflicts of the cultivation world. For me, your safety is all that matters. Lin gazes up at him with tearful eyes, her heart swelling with emotion. But how can I be so useless? Won't you despise me, brother? Chen laughs softly. Silly girl, I cherish you dearly. How could I ever despise you? With that, he gestures towards the remaining roasted snake meat nearby. Liner, there is some leftover roasted snake meat from yesterday. If you're hungry, go ahead and heat it up. I will return to my training now. Okay. Lin nods, her eyes still slightly red. Brother, I don't want you to suffer so much if possible. Why don't we stay here and live together forever? Away from the troubles of Qingqing Mountain? No one would find us here, and we would be safe. Why Chen chuckles, silly girl. Though this place is safe, we are not beasts. We cannot live here indefinitely. Besides, there is nothing here if we remain. What will we eat and drink? Right now, we have the roasted red fallen serpent, but soon enough, that meat will spoil, and we will have to leave this place. So, I will strive to improve my cultivation during this time, and in a few days, we will depart. Yi Lin's face reflects her concern. But the Lin family is hunting us if we leave here. We be forced to live on the run again. Upon hearing the mention of the Lin family, a glint of coldness flashes in Yi Chen's eyes as he replies, Liner, do not worry. In a few days, we shall see who hunts whom. With that, he ensures Yi Lin is settled and retrieves the heavy sword, strapping it to his back once again to resume his training. Time flows like a river, and unbeknownst to him, as he gradually adapts to the weight of the sword, he feels his internal spiritual energy becoming significantly more robust. For a cultivator, an increase in spiritual energy often signifies that breaking through to the next realm has become more challenging. Previously, in the Eternal Tomb, Yi Chen had achieved the 4th level of martial artist, yet his spiritual energy had been exceedingly abundant. In contrast, although his energy has now grown considerably stronger, it is still only half of what it once was. If this continues, the energy required for him to break through to the 5th level will be twice as much as before. It is worth noting that in the realm of martial arts, each level represents a vast expanse. The higher the cultivation, the greater the disparity between each minor realm. Yi Chen had initially aimed to use the heavy, edgeless sword to hone his physical body and enhance his strength. Little did he anticipate that in the process, he would also refine his internal spiritual energy. For Yi Chen, this is a remarkable dual benefit. Having tasted the sweetness of progress, he no longer harbors complaints, instead pushing himself forward with renewed vigor, carrying the heavy sword as he trains within the stone chamber. While it may seem like mere training, it is, in truth, a relentless march as he bears the weight of the sword. Yi Chen speculates that when he can walk with ease while carrying the heavy sword, his strength will undergo a transformative change. At the very least, he will face no significant pressure when engaging in battles beyond his current level. Previously, while cultivating with low-grade spirit stones in the Eternal Tomb, he had broken through 2 realms, but it had left his internal energy somewhat tenuous. Now, through the trials of the heavy sword, not only has he resolved the issue of his unstable energy, but he has also fortified it. This moment, while bearing the heavy sword, Yi Chen ponders the rank of this weapon. In his understanding, a heavy sword is merely a sword with added weight. Yet this particular sword not only bears weight but also suppresses his internal energy. To outsiders, Yi Chen appears to possess only the cultivation of a 1st-level martial artist, while in reality, his strength is that of a genuine 4th-level martial artist. The irony is that Yi Chen remains completely unaware of this discrepancy. If Yi Lin could cultivate, she would undoubtedly perceive the difference in his strength. Alas, her inability to practice means that she cannot see how the weight of the sword has suppressed his energy. Unaware that, in a subtle manner, his aura has been restrained by 3 minor realms. Thus, Yi Chen continues his relentless training, bearing the heavy sword in the stone chamber until he has exhausted his internal energy. Only then does he seek a secluded spot to sit, gasping for breath as he enters the Eternal Tomb. Retrieving a bottle of recovery pills from his storage ring, he pours out a pill, swallows it, and closes his eyes to meditate. Had it been before, Yi Chen would never have dared to use recovery pills while training. However, times have changed. Now, his physical strength and internal energy are both depleted. Swallowing the recovery pill at this moment, he will not suffer any damage to his foundation, but rather enhance the effects of the pill, allowing his body to absorb it more effectively. As he consumes the pill, he feels its effects, along with the rich spiritual energy of the Eternal Tomb, surging into his limbs. Before long, as the effects of the recovery pill are fully absorbed, Yi Chen senses his limbs and muscles brimming with newfound strength, even surpassing his previous state. Not only has his physical body strengthened, but he also feels that the spiritual energy within his dantian has reached a state of saturation. as if he could break through to the 5th level of martial artist at any moment. Realizing this, Chen acknowledges that training with the heavy sword has indeed been a wise choice. It has not only resolved the issue of his unstable energy, but also fortified his physical form. At this moment, although he could easily break through to the 5th level, he chooses to hold back, intending to first adapt fully to the weight of the sword and master the heaven-splitting slash before making his breakthrough. When the time comes, not only will his strength be enhanced, but he might even be able to suppress a formidable opponent on the outer fringes of the Eternal Tomb. What a delightful prospect! With this thought, Chen exits the Eternal Tomb and stands up, resuming his training with the heavy sword, taking heavy steps as he practices. Compared to before, he no longer struggles as he bears the weight of the sword. This indicates that his physical strength is visibly increasing. Eventually, as he becomes accustomed to carrying the heavy sword, he finds himself running with a sense of dissatisfaction. Yet, after only a few strides, he is left gasping for breath. Indeed, running expends more energy than merely walking with the sword. However, is this not precisely what he desires? Just moments ago, when he was utterly exhausted, he found that refining a single recovery pill yielded results equivalent to consuming an entire bottle of lower-grade pills. If he were to repeat this process a few more times, he could soon adapt entirely to the heavy sword's weight. The thought of soon being able to practice the advanced martial arts technique, heaven-splitting slash, fills him with renewed vigor. Even in the face of exhaustion, Chen grits his teeth and perseveres. For him, there is no sweetness without hardship, as the old saying goes. Only through enduring hardship can one rise above the rest. After an extended period of training, Chen, drenched in sweat, sits down to rest, retrieving another recovery pill from his storage ring. The reason he refrains from entering the Eternal Tomb to refine the pill this time is that the spiritual energy within the tomb is several times more potent than in the outside world. He fears that if he loses focus while recovering, he might inadvertently break through to the 5th level of martial artist. Having encountered the Eternal Tomb and learned from the battles with the predecessors, Chen understands that only through prolonged cultivation at a single realm can one stabilize their foundation. It is crucial to progress step by step, perfecting every realm to have a chance at forging an unparalleled foundation. This is the only way to surpass the prodigies of great clans and those of sects and noble families. Therefore, as he absorbs the effects of the recovery pill, Chen diligently suppresses his internal cultivation, preventing any premature breakthroughs. Otherwise, he would likely have already ascended to the 5th level of martial artist. Within the stone chamber, as the effects of the recovery pill are fully refined, Chen rises once again, continuing to bear the heavy sword in training. This cycle repeats countless times until he has consumed an entire bottle of recovery pills, finally adapting to the weight of the heavy sword. However, this adaptation is merely the beginning. He has not yet reached the level where the sword moves in harmony with his will. Yet, even so, Chen feels a deep sense of satisfaction. At the very least, his efforts have borne fruit. In the next moment, Chen draws the heavy sword from his back, determination flashing in his eyes as he begins to practice the heaven-splitting slash. Within the stone chamber, as he wields the heavy sword, each strike is accompanied by a sense of fatigue that envelopes him. Were it not for his extraordinary willpower, he would have long since relinquished the sword from his grasp. After all, the heavy sword is no ordinary weapon, especially when practicing an advanced martial arts technique. The challenges are evident. Though Chen has acclimated to the weight of the heavy sword, executing the heaven-splitting slash requires more than mere adaptation. He must also resist the inertia of the sword. As the saying goes, the sword should move in accordance with the heart. The sword is the person, and the person is the sword. Moreover, Chen is wielding a heavy sword. If he cannot master the art of wielding the heavy sword with finesse, how could he ever hope to practice the advanced martial arts technique, heaven-splitting slash? As he continues, each swing of the sword sends his arms forward with the sword's momentum, and on several occasions, he nearly loses his grip, almost throwing the sword away. Realizing this approach is unsustainable, Chen steps closer to the heavy sword, bends down to pick it up, and instead of practicing the heaven-splitting slash, he repeatedly strikes at the empty space before him, acclimating to the sword's inertia. Without mastering this, it would be nearly impossible for him to wield the heavy sword with agility. Time passes, and after countless repetitions, Chen transitions from initial fatigue in his arms to complete numbness. Through sheer determination, he masters the inertia of the heavy sword. He gazes at the now familiar weight of the sword in his hands. A satisfied smile graces his face, only for his vision to blur, and he collapses unconscious. This is a testament to Yi Chen's extraordinary willpower. Otherwise, anyone else would have fainted from exhaustion long ago. With a sharp sound, Yi Lin, nearby, initially thinks that Yi Chen has once again failed to grip the heavy sword and has thrown it, but to her surprise, the sound is the result of Yi Chen fainting, the sword slipping from his grasp. While Yi Lin was roasting snake meat by the fire, upon seeing Yi Chen lying on the ground, she feared something dreadful had befallen him. Her small face instantly turned pale with fright, and she dropped the stick with the snake meat, rushing towards Yi Chen's unconscious form. Observing Yi Chen's ashen complexion, Yi Lin mistakenly believed his old injury had resurfaced, and tears welled in her eyes as she cried out, "Brother, what happened to you? Please don't scare me." On the ground, Yi Chen, who had fainted from exhaustion, regained consciousness at Yi Lin's anguished call. Opening his eyes, he forced a bitter smile and said, "Liner, I merely overexerted myself during cultivation and was taking a moment to rest." "Why are you crying?" With tear-streaked cheeks, Yi Lin sniffled. "Brother, you're lying to me. Who looks so pale while resting? Something must be wrong, and you're afraid I'll worry, aren't you?" Yi Chen, exasperated, replied, "Liner, what on earth do you think about all day? Can't you wish for your brother to be well?" Feeling wronged, Yi Lin retorted, "Brother, I do wish you well. I'm just worried about you. Besides, your complexion is so poor. You hardly look like someone who is fine." Hearing this, Yi Chen helplessly explained, "Liner, I assure you, I'm perfectly fine. The pallor is merely the result of intense training that left me drained." Yi Lin, only partially understanding, nodded quietly and said, "If you're truly fine, then I won't disturb you anymore. By the way, I roasted some snake meat. Given your complexion, you should eat something before continuing your training." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen initially intended to decline, but, realizing his arms were too weak to resist, he nodded in acceptance, thinking it would be wise to eat something to regain his strength. After all, if he continued training in this state, his arms might be rendered useless. It is said that everything follows a cycle. Rest is essential when needed. Otherwise, relentless training could lead to physical demise, and if he were to lose control, it would be a grave mistake. Moreover, Yi Chen had Yi Lin to care for. If anything were to happen to him, what would she do? Seeing Yi Chen agree, Yi Lin wiped her tears with her small hands, her heart filled with joy as she helped him up, treating him as if he were an injured person. Yi Chen couldn't help but chuckle. "Liner, I'm not that old yet. I can still walk just fine." In response, Yi Lin, slightly annoyed, said, "Brother, look at you. Why pretend to be strong? Come on, let me help you over there." Surrendering to her stubbornness, Yi Chen allowed Yi Lin to assist him to the fire. Along the way, he teasingly remarked, "Liner has grown up. You're no longer the little girl who only knew how to see or why." Yi Lin rolled her eyes and replied, "Brother, I'm already 16. I'm not a child anymore." Yi Chen, bemused, shot back, "So you think you're not chubby? What difference does being 16 make? You will always be a child in my eyes." In playful defiance, Yi Lin stuck her tongue out at him before leading him to sit by the fire. She picked up the roasted snake meat, blew off the dust, and offered it to him, saying, "Brother, try my cooking." Yi Chen took a bite and gave her a thumbs up, proclaiming, "Not bad at all, quite delicious." He then tore off a large portion and handed it back to her. "Here, Liner, you should eat too." Yi Lin shook her head, pointing to a spot nearby. "You eat first, there's more over there. I'll go roast some more." Without waiting for Yi Chen to respond, she dashed off to skewer more unroasted snake meat onto a stick and returned to the fire. Once they finished the meal, Yi Chen stood up to stretch his legs, feeling invigorated. He bid farewell to Yi Lin and walked to where the heavy sword, Wu Feng, had fallen, grasping it firmly and beginning to practice the advanced martial skill, Heavenly Slash. Having gained experience from previous attempts, Yi Chen found this time much easier. Previously, each swing of the heavy sword had thrown him off balance due to its inertia. However, having now grasped the sword's momentum, he was confident he would encounter no significant issues in executing the Heavenly Slash in the stone chamber. Yi Chen found a secluded spot and, wielding Wu Feng, suddenly felt a surge of terrifying power emanating from within him. In the next moment, he swung the sword, and before it even descended, he lifted it again, leaping off the ground and spinning 360 degrees. Finally, he raised Wu Feng high, channeling all his inner energy into the strike, and declared with a deep voice, "Advanced martial skill, first form, Heavenly Slash." With a thunderous boom, The wall of the stone chamber before Yi Chen was left with a deep gash several meters wide. Simultaneously, a wave of fearsome sword energy swept through the chamber, causing countless fragments of stone to rain down from the walls. Goodness! The power of the advanced martial skill, Heavenly Slash, is indeed formidable. Observing the results of his strike on the stone wall, Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he hastily dashed to Yi Lin's side, grabbing her and fleeing outside the stone chamber. Outside, Yi Lin, still in shock, stared at the crumbling stones inside the chamber and turned to Yi Chen, asking, "Brother, did you cause this?" Thinking she was blaming him for ruining her roasted meat, Yi Chen awkwardly nodded. "Liner, I'm sorry. I just learned a new martial skill and didn't he control my strength properly, which led to this mess. I must have frightened you, didn't he?" Yi Lin shook her head, her face brimming with excitement. "Brother, I'm thrilled that you can learn such an incredible move. Why would I be scared? It's just a pity about the snake meat I roasted. I didn't even get to taste it before it was ruined by those falling stones." "Why?" Yi Chen chuckled. "Liner, it's just some snake meat. In a few days, I'll take you out, and we can eat whatever we want." As he spoke, Yi Chen glanced at the now calm stone chamber, stepped inside to ensure there was no lingering danger, and then called Yi Lin and Liner, "You should rest for a bit. I'll head out to gather some branches and more snake meat." Yi Lin nodded and entered the stone chamber, finding a safe area to tidy up. Before long, Yi Chen returned, carrying Wu Feng on his back, one arm laden with branches, and the other filled with snake meat. He ignited the branches and said, "If you're hungry, roast some snake meat while I go train over there." "Okay." Yi Lin nodded, grabbing a stick to skewer the meat and placing it over the fire. Seeing this, Yi Chen walked back to where he had practiced the Heavenly Slash, gazing at the deep cracks in the wall and silently reflecting. Truly, the advanced martial skill is impressive. Having just learned it, it yields such power. If I were to fully master the Heavenly Slash, wouldn't it might be beyond imagination. Chapter 21. Breakthrough in cultivation. Subduing the stronger true spirit, however, having learned from his earlier experience, Yi Chen now controlled the force of his Heavenly Slash within a certain limit. After all, if his training were to injure Yi Lin, it would not be worth the cost. At this moment, with a serious expression, Yi Chen focused ahead. In the next second, an overwhelming aura suddenly surged from within him. Yi Chen, wielding Wu Feng like a true swordsman, solemnly declared, "Advanced martial skill, first form, Heavenly Slash." Without a moment's hesitation, he swung Wu Feng forward. Boom. With another thunderous sound, the wall of the stone chamber was once again cleaved open, leaving a deep crack even larger than the first. Yet this time, under Yi Chen's control, only the wall suffered damage. No stones fell elsewhere. Truly an advanced martial skill, this strike consumed at least 70% of my inner energy. On the ground, Yi Chen felt the depletion of his energy and muttered softly. Though the Heavenly Slash exerted a significant toll on his energy, he realized that by controlling the range of the attack, its power had increased considerably compared to before. And this was merely with 70% of his energy expended. If he were to unleash the Heavenly Slash with all his might, its power would be unimaginable. Yi Chen was confident that in full force, even a martial master would have to retreat before him. After all, he was only at the 4th level of martial artist. Should he execute this move at the 9th level, he was certain that even if he couldn't slay a martial master, he could severely injure them. Contemplating this, Yi Chen's deep-set eyes seemed to resolve upon a decision. He retrieved a recovery pill from his storage ring, swallowed it, and began to refine its effects. At this moment, Yi Chen had initially mastered the advanced martial skill, Heavenly Slash. Now, he needed to hone this skill through practice. After all, he could only currently execute the Heavenly Slash, but in a real combat situation, he lacked sufficient finesse. Not to mention, with his current speed and agility in executing the Heavenly Slash, he would likely find his opponent dodging before he even made the strike. Therefore, Yi Chen aimed to seize the opportunity to refine this martial skill further until he could master all its techniques. When that time came, not only would his strength multiply, but he would also possess a powerful trump card against the stronger true spirits guarding the outer edge of the ancient tomb. Before long, having absorbed and refined the effects of the recovery pill, Yi Chen felt invigorated, stood up to stretch, and took down Wu Feng from his back to continue his training, in the stone chamber. Each time Yi Chen executed the Heavenly Slash, it was accompanied by a resounding boom. Not far away, Yi Lin initially felt worried upon hearing the loud noises, but after several repetitions, she grew accustomed to them. Time passed without notice. After countless refinements, Chen finally grasped the various techniques of the heavenly slash. Although he still could not wield it with absolute mastery, it was sufficient for his current needs. Just as he was about to rest after placing Woofing on his back, he suddenly sensed a tumultuous surge of energy within him. Realizing that he could no longer suppress his cultivation, he hurriedly reassured Yilin with a few words and, without waiting for her response, exited the stone chamber and sought a secluded spot to break through within the ancient tomb. As he entered the ancient tomb, the surrounding energy began to surge violently into his body, as if attempting to burst him apart. Not daring to hesitate, Chen promptly sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began circulating his energy to break through. In an instant, the energy within the ancient tomb flooded towards him like a tidal wave. Moments later, with a terrifying force erupting from within, Chen successfully broke through to the 5th level of martial artist. Perhaps due to previously suppressing his cultivation for too long, not only did he stabilize his 5th level status immediately, but his inner energy also began to increase visibly. Just as Chen thought he was about to ascend to the 6th level of martial artist, the rapidly growing energy gradually slowed to a halt. Nonetheless, he had reached the pinnacle of the 5th level and, in fact, he could break through to the 6th level any time he wished. However, having tasted the sweetness of progress, Chen chose not to rush. Instead, he resolved to continue suppressing his cultivation until he could no longer hold it back, then break through directly to the peak of the next level. How delightful that would be! Feeling the surging energy within, Chen stood up to stretch and proceeded towards the outermost edge of the ancient tomb, intent on subduing a true spirit of a powerful being to obtain their legacy. After all, he had only just awakened the ancient tomb and was its designated demon subduer. It would be foolish to continue solely focusing on arduous training as before. Upon reaching the outermost edge of the ancient tomb, Chen surveyed his surroundings. To his astonishment, he realized there was much more than he initially perceived. It was no wonder the ancient tomb only permitted the true spirits at the outer edge to be of a lower realm than the demon subduer. The graves of the powerful beings buried here were significantly shorter than those deeper within. Some graves were so low that it would be nearly impossible to discern the presence of a powerful true spirit without close inspection. When Chen first visited the ancient tomb, he had thought it barren, unaware of the multitude of graves surrounding him as he stood before the graves of true spirits, some barely knee-high and others almost collapsed. Chen found himself wavering, unsure of which grave to choose for subjugation. After all, there were at least 100 graves of powerful true spirits before him. How could he make a selection? Choosing a powerful spirit might prove too challenging for him to subdue, while opting for a weaker one was equally risky. Among so many graves, who could tell which true spirit was weaker? Moreover, this was the ancient tomb. Anyone buried here must have been formidable in life. After a considerable time deliberating, Chen suddenly noticed that, as he moved deeper into the ancient tomb, the graves grew taller, while those towards the outside were lower. Could it be that the strength of the true spirits buried within was related to the size of their graves? Chapter 22. The Battle with the War Demon Elder. Otherwise, why would the ancient tomb only restrict the true spirits at the outer edge from being stronger than the demon subduer by a significant margin, rather than imposing this restriction on all true spirits? With this thought in mind, Chen began to walk along the outermost edge of the ancient tomb. Along the way, he ignored any graves that were knee-high, instead stopping to examine those that were on the verge of collapse. Before long, after circling the outermost edge of the ancient tomb and examining the graves of the true spirits, he finally settled on one that was nearly flattened and approached it. The gravestone read, "War Demon Elder, Li Yi." Chen gasped in astonishment. This is the famed War Demon Elder who dominated the Tianwu continent hundreds of thousands of years ago. It was said that the War Demon Elder had secluded himself shortly after establishing the War Demon sect to break through to the realm of the primordial Dao sovereign. How could he end up here? Could it be that the War Demon Elder's breakthrough had failed, leading him to be captured by the ancient tomb? Pondering the impossibility, Chen chose to set aside his thoughts. With his spirit brimming with battle intent, he raised his hand, channeling the energy of the ancient tomb to form a massive hand that descended upon the collapsing grave of the War Demon Elder. To Chen, regardless of the War Demon Elder's glorious past, being in the ancient tomb meant he was destined to be subdued by him. Who caused the most severe collapse of the grave of the Battle Demon Elder at the outermost edge of the Eternal Tomb? Boom! With a resounding explosion, The grave of the battle demon elder shattered in an instant. A shadowy figure dressed in a black robe emerged from the grave. Indeed, the figure was none other than the legendary battle demon elder who once dominated the heavenly martial continent. However, the current battle demon elder found his cultivation suppressed to the second level of martial master. Aside from his cultivation, everything else remained unchanged. Not far away, Chen gazed at the emerging battle demon elder with a twinge of concern, fearing that the elder's overwhelming power might render him unable to suppress him. Fortunately, the presence of the eternal tomb provided a degree of restraint. When Chen sensed the aura radiating from the battle demon elder, he instinctively breathed a sigh of relief. With Chen's current strength, he believed he could handle a martial master of the first or second level without much difficulty. However, should the elder possess greater strength, it would likely be beyond Chen's capabilities. Where is this place? Wasn't I in the battle demon hall, breaking through in seclusion? How did I end up here? The battle demon elder, just having stepped out of his grave, looked around in bewilderment, muttering in confusion. Nearby, Chen, observing the elder's clouded eyes, felt a pang of sadness and said, "Elder battle demon, you are in the eternal tomb, a resting place for the ancient and powerful, and you have been dead for many years." Upon hearing this, the battle demon elder lifted his head sluggishly to stare at Chen. Incredulity etched on his face as he stammered, This is impossible. How could I, as a supreme being, have perished?" As he spoke, the battle demon elder seemed to descend into madness, his expression twisted with rage as he shouted, "Eternal tomb! Eternal tomb! I remember now. That treasure which emerged in the central region back in the day was called the Eternal Tomb. I never expected that the Eternal Tomb, fiercely contested by so many powerful beings, would now fall into the hands of a mere child like you. It seems this is truly fate. I died for that treasure back then, and now you have awakened it. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the current demon suppressor, right? If I slay you here, not only can I be reborn, but I can also obtain the Eternal Tomb. What a double gain." Hearing the battle demon elder's intention to use his body for rebirth, Chen sneered, "Elder battle demon, do you truly believe that, with your current cultivation level, you can kill me?" At this, the battle demon elder seemed to realize something. His face filled with horror as he exclaimed, How can this be? I, a dignified supreme being, have become merely a lowly martial master. Boy, you must have done something." Chen, seemingly disinterested in the ramblings of the battle demon elder, swiftly moved, swinging a fist the size of a sandbag towards the elder. Upon witnessing this, the battle demon elder's eyes revealed a trace of disdain as he scoffed, "Boy, when I was at your level, you were still in your mother's womb. You dare to strike at me? Truly ignorant of the consequences." As he spoke, the elder glanced at the approaching Chen, showing no sign of panic. Instead, he raised his right arm dismissively to meet Chen's attack. It is worth noting that the reason the battle demon elder could command such authority in the heavenly martial continent was not only due to his formidable strength, but also his exceptional physical prowess. Engaging in a melee with the battle demon elder was tantamount to courting disaster for Chen's boom. When their fists collided, Chen felt an intense soreness in his hand, as if he had struck not the elder's fist but rather a wall of solid iron. How is this possible? How can his physique be so strong? Chen gazed at the battle demon elder in disbelief, contemplating, this won't do. Although the battle demon elder's cultivation is suppressed to the second level of martial master, his strength still remains formidable. It seems I must resolve this quickly. Otherwise, if this drags on, not only will I fail to suppress him, but my own survival might also be in jeopardy. With that thought, Chen steeled himself, shaking off the numbness in his right arm, and drew the heavy sword, Wufeng, from his back, radiating a fierce battle intent as he swung it towards the battle demon elder. Nearby, the battle demon elder observed Chen's determination with a cold smile, saying, "Boy, with your meager strength, you think you can kill me? You should wait for your next life." Just as the elder finished speaking, chains emerged from the void, ensnaring him. Indeed, these were the order chains of the Eternal Tomb. In mere moments, the elder found himself bound at the limbs. Under the confinement of the order chains, it appeared as though the spiritual energy within the battle demon elder was imprisoned. Even his physical strength diminished several-fold. Noticing this, the battle demon elder's expression turned anxious as he asked, What have you done to me? Why has my power been sealed?" Ignoring the elder's inquiries, Chen raised the Wufeng sword with both hands and declared in a deep voice, Profound Level Martial Technique, First Form, Heaven Cleaving Strike. Chapter 23. The Art of Body Refinement, the 36 Transformations of the Demon God. This is the sky-splitting 9 styles of the Dugu clan. How is this possible, boy? Who exactly are you? The Battle Demon Elder exclaimed in shock as he witnessed Chen executing the Heaven-Cleaving Strike. It is worth noting that the sky-splitting 9 styles was a unique skill of the Dugu clan, accessible only to its members. Now that Chen could perform the first form, it led the Elder to mistakenly believe Chen was a member of the Dugu clan in the past. When the Eternal Tomb emerged in the central region, countless factions vied for its possession, including many powerful beings from beyond the central region. However, the Battle Demon Elder never anticipated that it would be taken by a member of the Dugu clan. Although the Dugu clan was a family force within the central region, its strength was comparable to the top sections yet. The Elder could not fathom how the Dugu clan managed to seize the Eternal Tomb from the multitude of competing forces. Unbeknownst to the Elder, Chen was not a member of the Dugu clan. This entire situation stemmed from the Elder's assumption based on the martial technique Chen displayed. The reason Chen could execute the Heaven-Cleaving Strike was due to a fortuitous coincidence after being forced off a cliff by Lin Ji. Thankfully, the Battle Demon Elder remained oblivious to Chen's true identity. Otherwise, the Elder might have been incensed, considering that many forces and powerful beings had perished in the struggle for the Eternal Tomb in the past. If the Eternal Tomb were ultimately acquired by a major force, it would be understandable. But for it to be obtained by a mere martial artist like Chen, how could that not provoke ire? Indeed, this was the reality. Long ago, tens of thousands of years past, the heavenly martial continent was a unified entity. At that time, many strong beings emerged, and even ordinary people possessed some level of martial cultivation. However, this existence was short-lived, as countless powerful beings disrupted the peace. Many were unaware of the reasons behind the conflicts among the great powers, with only a select few understanding that they fought over a single treasure, the Eternal Tomb. During the emergence of the Eternal Tomb, innumerable powerful beings expended their utmost efforts to seize it, resulting in a cataclysmic battle that fractured the heavenly martial continent into 4 parts, along with the central region. Furthermore, as the continent divided, the dragon veins suffered damage, leading to a significant reduction in spiritual energy across the land. Even so, the spiritual energy in the central region remained richer than in other areas, as it was once the heart of the heavenly martial continent. Even after the continent was shattered, the central region faced little impact, retaining a strength several times greater than the other 4 fragments. This explains why the central region produced so many strong beings, while other regions struggled for millennia to produce a single genius. Ultimately, the root cause lay in those powerful beings disregarding the continent's capacity. Unleashing their full force in that fateful battle, someone had nearly laid hands on the Eternal Tomb, only for it to emit a brilliant light as if it possessed sentience, absorbing all the powerful beings who fell in battle and vanishing into the void. As for why the Eternal Tomb appeared within Chen, that remains a mystery, perhaps the will of fate. Had those powerful beings known the final outcome, they might have refrained from conflict, preventing the fracturing of the heavenly martial continent. However, what use is there in lamenting the past? Many of those strong beings perished, while others either suffered grievous injuries or sealed themselves away as their lifespans came to an end. Now, only a few families and factions involved in the original struggle still recall the existence of the Eternal Tomb. Most people are completely unaware of the reasons behind the great conflict. Otherwise, it would be easy for anyone to deduce that Chen possessed the Eternal Tomb, especially since he had recently suffered a devastating injury, leaving his dantian and meridians crippled. Why Chen's rapid recovery could only be attributed to the extraordinary nature of the Eternal Tomb. Of course, he remained unaware of this, merely perceiving the Eternal Tomb as a fortuitous opportunity. Little did he know, the Eternal Tomb had once appeared on the heavenly martial continent tens of thousands of years ago. Observing the astonished expression on the Battle Demon Elder's face, Chen did not hesitate to swing the woofing sword downwards. For Chen, while he could glean many secrets of the past from the Elder, the Battle Demon Elder was simply too powerful. Even with his cultivation suppressed to the 2nd level of Martial Master, Chen dared not prolong the confrontation. After all, delay often invites disaster. As for the secrets, Chen believed that as he grew stronger, the truths would reveal themselves in time. Boom. With a single strike, the surrounding void rippled violently. In the blink of an eye, the true spirit of the Battle Demon Elder was utterly shattered, not even a cry of despair escaping his lips. This demonstrated just how terrifying the power of Yi Chen's full-force heaven-cleaving strike was. Yi Chen speculated that had the battle demon elder been replaced by Lin Ji, that strike would likely either kill Lin Ji or severely injure him. After all, Yi Chen only possessed the cultivation of the 5th level of martial artist at present. If he were to break through 2 more levels, he was confident that defeating Lin Ji would be as easy as slaughtering a Dog. As Yi Chen looked upon the remnants of the battle demon elder's true spirit, they transformed into countless sparkling motes, surging toward Yi Chen's body. Initially, Yi Chen thought the elder was not entirely dead and intended to seize his body. However, the next moment, as Yi Chen felt a flood of unfamiliar memories rushing into his mind, he realized that it was not an attempt at possession but rather the entirety of the elder's legacy that had been transferred to him. Feeling the influx of memories, Yi Chen's face lit up with joy, and he promptly sat down to organize them. It wasn't long before he found a technique within his mind called the 36 transformations of the demon god, and an expression of delight spread across his face as he thought, "What a stroke of luck! I have been lamenting my physical frailty since mastering the heaven-cleaving strike, and now the battle demon elder has delivered the 36 transformations of the demon god right to my doorstep. This is precisely what I needed to bolster my weaknesses." Chapter 24. Did Yi Chen step in something? The 36 transformations of the demon god. First transformation. Absorb essence, refine grains, transcending earthly sustenance to draw upon the spirit of heaven and earth. Second transformation. 9 bulls and 2 tigers, endowing the body with the strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers. Third transformation. Copper skin, iron bones, rendering the body impervious to blades and spears. Fourth transformation. Devour gold. Transform stones, forging the internal organs to be as powerful as a furnace, capable of melting metals and stones. Fifth transformation. 100 apertures gather spirit, with 108 hidden apertures in the body. If filled with spiritual essence, one will undergo a transformation. Sixth transformation. Refine qi into gang. After gathering spiritual essence in the 100 apertures, it circulates within the body, eventually erupting as gang energy, capable of striking from a distance. Seventh transformation. Soar above the ground. As spiritual power grows, it envelopes the body, allowing one to float momentarily. Eighth transformation. True fire of samadhi. The body's spiritual energy surges, generating internal true fire that burns from within. Ninth transformation. Glazed jade body. After refining the body with true fire, one achieves a state of crystalline clarity, free from ailments, living for 300 to 500 years. After the 36th transformation, one can achieve regeneration of lost limbs, blood rebirth, immortal body, soul projection, reincarnation, size manipulation, creation in the void, opening of celestial realms, hiss. Gazing at the terrifying potential of the 36 transformations of the demon god, Yi Chen couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. His heart filled with shock and no wonder the battle demon elder could dominate the heavenly martial continent. He possessed such an extraordinary body-refining technique. As he spoke, Yi Chen glanced at the grave of the battle demon elder's true spirit, pondering, but if the battle demon elder had such a formidable technique, why was he buried in the eternal tomb? Having witnessed the terrifying power of the 36 transformations of the demon god, Yi Chen believed that if he could master this technique to its pinnacle, he would not merely be akin to an indestructible insect. He would be something far more formidable. Yet, despite this, the battle demon elder had still perished within the eternal tomb. What did this imply? It suggested that even the battle demon elder had not fully mastered the 36 transformations of the demon god. Nevertheless, he still managed to command respect in the central region, indicating that even without mastering the technique to its fullest, he had likely achieved a level beyond the 30 transformations. With this realization, Yi Chen felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, the battle demon elder did not fully grasp the 36 transformations. Otherwise, even with the restraint of the order chains, I might not have been able to shatter his true spirit. With thoughts swirling in his mind, Yi Chen lowered his gaze to the grave of the battle demon elder's true spirit before stepping out of the outermost layer of the eternal tomb. He sought a secluded spot and closed his eyes, beginning his cultivation of the 36 transformations of the demon god. After all, having just experienced the battle demon elder's physical prowess, Yi Chen deeply understood that physical strength was equally vital as spiritual power. It is worth noting that Yi Chen's recent punch, while not fueled by his full strength, still utilized half of his internal spiritual energy. In contrast, The battle demon elder had not drawn upon any spiritual energy, merely relying on a casual punch to leave Yi Chen feeling sore. This demonstrated that, in the face of overwhelming power, all else is but an illusion. The phrase "one force can break 10,000 techniques" perfectly encapsulates this truth. Initially, Yi Chen's motivation for enhancing his physical strength stemmed from a desire to overcome his own weaknesses while also aiming to perform the advanced martial technique, Heaven Cleaving Strike, with the Wufeng sword. Little did he anticipate that once his physical prowess reached a certain level, he would also gain the ability to regenerate limbs and achieve rebirth through blood. At this moment, in Yi Chen's heart, there was undoubtedly a profound transformation in his understanding of physical strength. Not far away, as he delved into his cultivation, he beheld the spiritual energy within the eternal tomb flowing through his limbs in a peculiar trajectory. In that moment, Yi Chen felt as if countless ants were gnawing at his skin. Indeed, this sensation was the result of his practice of the first transformation of the demon goddess 36 changes. Moreover, as time elapsed, he could distinctly sense his physical body strengthening at a visible rate. It was no exaggeration to say that in such a brief period, he had enhanced his physical prowess several times over compared to before. Concurrently, the spiritual energy within him was silently augmenting as well. Time flowed like water, and before long, Yi Chen, who had been meditating with closed eyes, suddenly opened them, a glint of brilliance flashing within, as he joyfully exclaimed, "Truly, the demon goddess 36 changes, cultivated by the war demon elder, is remarkable. Having merely reached the first transformation, I feel my physical strength has multiplied. If I were to attain the third transformation, copper skin and iron bones, wouldn't I be able to effortlessly crush opponents of the same realm without even using spiritual energy?" After speaking, Yi Chen stood up, feeling invigorated as he moved his legs and feet. However, at that moment, he was abruptly assailed by a foul odor. "What is that smell?" Yi Chen wrinkled his nose and glanced around suspiciously. Could it be the stench of decay? Logically, this should not be the case. The eternal tomb houses the true spirits of the powerful, with no corpses present, so how could there be such a foul odor? Puzzled, he stepped out of the eternal tomb and into the stone chamber where Yi Lin was. Originally, Yi Chen had thought that upon leaving the eternal tomb, the stench would dissipate. To his dismay, the foul odor lingered as he caught a whiff of the odor reminiscent of stepping into excrement. A sense of foreboding arose within him. Could it be emanating from me? With this thought, Yi Chen looked down at his body. To his astonishment, he discovered a layer of black liquid had inexplicably appeared on him, and the stench was emanating from it. What in the world is this? How did it suddenly appear on my body? Could it be the result of my training in the eternal tomb? Enduring the nauseating smell, Yi Chen hurriedly exited the cave, seeking a stream to wash himself. Although they were on a mountainside, after several days of exploration, Yi Chen had not only found a stream but also discovered paths leading down to the cliff and up to higher ground. Though somewhat steep, it posed no danger to Yi Chen at this moment. It must be said that the skeleton had indeed considered various factors when establishing the stone chamber, as Yi Chen need not worry about how to leave. A few moments later, after thoroughly cleansing himself, Yi Chen felt a wave of refreshing energy and retrieved a new set of clothing from his storage ring, donning it as he made his way back to the stone chamber. Chapter 25, Breakthrough, Second Transformation. It must be noted that the items stored within the skeleton's storage ring were quite comprehensive. Not only were there spirit stones, elixirs, and gold coins, but also a considerable number of everyday necessities. Had it not been for this, Yi Chen would have likely wasted time cleaning his clothes and then using spiritual energy to dry them. After all, the garment he had previously worn had become foul from the toxins expelled from his body. If Yi Chen did not wash it, even if he managed to remove the stench from his body, wearing that garment would still leave him feeling uncomfortable. Inside the stone chamber, Yi Lin, who had just finished roasting a piece of snake meat, suddenly seemed to notice something different about Yi Chen as he entered. Her eyes widened, fixated on him, and she stared for quite some time without discerning what it was. Not far away, observing Yi Lin's unblinking gaze, Yi Chen, bewildered, asked, "Liner, what are you looking at? Is there something on me?" Just as Yi Chen believed he hadn't managed to wash off the stench, Yi Lin suddenly spoke, "Brother, it seems like you are somewhat different compared to before." Hearing this, Yi Chen looked down at himself and touched his face, puzzled. "Is that so? I don't feel anything different. I look the same as I always have, aside from having changed clothes." "Why, Yi Lin, Gazing at Yi Chen's confused expression, giggled and replied, "Brother, you misunderstood my meaning. I'm not saying you've changed as a person, but rather, your aura seems somewhat different from before." "Yes, for what exactly has changed? I can't quite put my finger on it." My aura has changed? Could it be because I practiced the demon goddess 36 changes?" Pondering Yi Lin's words, Yi Chen speculated silently, then sat down beside Yi Lin and affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "Silly girl, no matter how I may change, I will always be your brother." As he spoke, Yi Chen seemed to recall something and glanced around at the empty void stones on the walls, instructing Yi Lin, "Liner, if you have nothing to do later, please take down those lower void stones. As for the higher ones, leave those for me to retrieve." Upon hearing this, Yi Lin's eyes sparkled with understanding, and she looked at Yi Chen, asking, "Brother, are we planning to leave here?" Yi Chen nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, we have stayed here long enough. It is time for us to depart. Don't you wish to leave here sooner?" Yi Lin shook her head and softly replied, "It's not that I don't want to leave, but in comparison to your safety, I would rather remain here a little longer." Though there was nothing here, it was still preferable to facing danger alone outside. Seeing Yi Lin's understanding demeanor, Yi Chen felt a pang of compassion and said, "Liner, I know you mean well, but I would much rather face danger outside than have you stay in this dark place. Besides, I am much stronger now than before. Even if the Lin and Yi families find us, the outcome is uncertain." Realizing Yi Chen had made up his mind, Yi Lin, though worried, feigned calmness as she handed him the snake meat. Smiling, "Brother is always the strongest. As long as I can be with you, I fear no danger. Here, brother, eat some meat." Taking the snake meat from Yi Lin, Yi Chen took a bite and praised her. "Liner, your cooking skills have truly improved. You are almost catching up to my culinary talents." Proudly, Yi Lin replied, "Of course. For the past few days, while you were busy cultivating, I spent most of my time roasting meat aside from resting. If I hadn't improved at all, that would be a shame." Listening to Yi Lin, Yi Chen quickly finished the snake meat in his hand and stood up, saying, "Liner, I'm off to cultivate. Please tidy up here. We shall leave this place tomorrow." Yi Lin nodded. "I understand, brother. You go ahead and cultivate." "All right," Yi Chen affirmed, then walked to a corner of the stone chamber, entering the eternal tomb again, seeking out an empty space to sit cross-legged, closing his eyes to resume his cultivation. After all, within the eternal tomb, the spiritual energy was several times denser than that of the outside world, and it was quiet, free from disturbances. Having tasted the sweetness of the demon goddess 36 changes, Yi Chen was determined to cultivate it to the third transformation, copper skin and iron bones, before leaving. After all, beyond this realm lay the 10,000 great mountains, a place fraught with danger. Although with his current strength, facing even a peak second-tier beast would not pose a significant threat, he must not forget that he still needed to protect Yi Lin, who had no cultivation in the 10,000 great mountains. Yi Chen would have to ensure both his own safety and Yi Lin's, making his current strength far from sufficient. Thus, he focused on augmenting his power as much as possible. Once he achieved the third transformation of the demon goddess 36 changes, he would be able to protect Yi Lin with his formidable physical prowess in the face of danger. With this in mind, Yi Chen wasted no time and began to draw upon the spiritual energy within the eternal tomb for his cultivation. During this period, he also retrieved a bottle of body-strengthening elixirs from his storage ring, swallowing one to refine its potency. Time passed second by second, and Yi Chen's physical body visibly strengthened. At a certain moment, upon fully absorbing and refining the elixir, not only did his physical strength increase, but he also broke through to the second transformation of the demon goddess 36 changes. At this moment, Yi Chen possessed the strength of several hundred pounds at his fingertips, thanks to the benefits of the second transformation. As he achieved this breakthrough, Yi Chen's body had gained enormous strength, akin to the might of 9 bulls and 2 tigers. He marveled at how the once frail physique had transformed remarkably. Moments later, when Yi Chen awakened and realized how robust he had become, he couldn't help but smile wryly. Previously, he had never expected that cultivating the demon goddess 36 changes would lead to such a transformation in his body. Yet, it was indeed a welcome change. Compared to his previous frail form, Yi Chen now possessed a physique that was not only perfect but also brimming with power. Chapter 26. The Eve of Departure. Gazing at his strong physique, Yi Chen felt confident that without utilizing spiritual energy, he could easily defeat an ordinary second-tier low-level beast. And this was merely the second transformation. considering that beasts are physically stronger than humans. If Chen could achieve the third transformation before leaving, he was sure he could contend with second-tier high-level beasts using nothing but physical strength. It is crucial to note that second-tier high-level beasts possess strength comparable to that of a warrior at the 7th or 8th level. Typically, a mercenary group would require several martial artists to hunt down a second-tier high-level beast. Thus, the prospect of Chen being able to face such beasts with only his physical strength speaks volumes about his true capabilities, likely rivaling those of a martial artist at the 1st level. Moreover, Chen possessed a high-level martial technique of the profound tier within him. When unleashed, it could severely injure even a low-level 3rd-tier beast, if not slay it outright. With these thoughts in mind, Chen did not hesitate for a moment and sat cross-legged to continue his closed-eye cultivation. In contrast to the second transformation, the third transformation places greater emphasis on bone refinement. What does bone refinement entail? It involves honing the bones within the body to achieve hardness comparable to steel. At this stage, the strength of the physical body would see a substantial increase. This is the essence of the third transformation of the demon god's 36 changes: copper skin and iron bones. Reaching this level is no small feat. In fact, it can be excruciatingly painful. However, for Chen, any suffering endured in pursuit of strength is a small price to pay. On the ground, Chen furrowed his brow as he drew forth the spiritual energy from the eternal tomb. Beginning to refine his bones, cracked in an instant. A crisp sound echoed as Chen felt as though his bones might shatter. His body involuntarily trembled, and gritting his teeth, he growled, "Damn it, this bone refinement is no ordinary pain." No wonder breaking through to the third transformation leads to copper skin and iron bones, making one impervious to weapons. Just as he finished speaking, Chen inadvertently noticed a newfound luster in his bones, accompanied by a slight increase in physical strength. Observing this transformation, his expression brightened. He no longer paid attention to the pain and gritted his teeth, drawing upon the spiritual energy from the eternal tomb to continue refining his bones. In Chen's view, breaking through to the third transformation was an inevitable challenge. As the saying goes, better to endure pain quickly than to prolong it. Whether he extended or withdrew his head, pain awaited him either way. Thus, it was better to endure it all at once. Previously, Chen had withstood the agony of his dantian and meridians being damaged. What was this pain in comparison? With this mindset, Chen relentlessly summoned the spiritual energy from the eternal tomb to refine his bones. Several times, he nearly succumbed to the pain and fainted, yet he persevered thanks to his indomitable will. The path of cultivation is akin to rowing against the current. One must progress or risk regression. Moreover, Chen had already refined half of his bones. Should he abandon his efforts midway, not only would his prior efforts be in vain, but he might even face the danger of losing control of his cultivation. If it were only for himself, it might be manageable. However, Yilin was waiting outside for him to protect her. At this moment, for Chen, even if it were not for his own sake, he had to live on for Yilin. Time trickled by, and after an indeterminate span, Chen finally refined all the bones within his body. Looking around, he found himself lying on the ground, panting heavily, drenched in sweat. This demonstrated the inhuman torment he had endured in such a brief period. Fortunately, it was Chen. Had it been anyone else, they likely would have succumbed to the pain of bone refinement long ago. Yet, as the saying goes, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Without hardship, how could one enjoy sweetness? Though Chen had just endured unimaginable suffering, he had also reaped tremendous rewards. Not to mention, compared to before, both his physical strength and overall power had increased several-fold. Moreover, upon breaking through to the third transformation of the demon god's 36 changes, his internal cultivation level had also reached the pinnacle of the 6th level of martial artists, merely one step away from the 7th level. Initially, when Chen suppressed the war demon elder, his internal cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the 5th level. Afterward, with the cultivation of the demon god's 36 changes, his internal spiritual energy became more abundant. Previously, when Chen broke through to the second transformation, he had managed to suppress his internal spiritual energy. However, upon reaching the third transformation of copper skin and iron bones, he could no longer contain the overwhelming spiritual energy within him, which began to break through. As Chen had anticipated, as long as he pressed his internal cultivation to its limits at each stage, once he broke through, he would directly ascend to the pinnacle of the next realm. On the ground, As Chen continued to gasp for breath, he slowly felt the pain within his body dissipating. He then sat cross-legged, utilizing the spiritual energy from the eternal tomb to adjust his body while musing in trepidation. Finally done. That was excruciating. After speaking, Chen rose to stretch his legs, and in an instant, a series of crisp sounds echoed from within, bringing him immense comfort. I've finally broken through to the third transformation. Copper skin and iron bones. With my current cultivation and strength, should I encounter that old man Lin Ji again, it would be uncertain who would live and who would perish. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chen exited the ancient tomb, striding towards the direction where Yi Lin was located, inquiring, "How is it, Liner? Have you finished tidying up?" Yi Lin pointed to several pieces of empty void stone and several pieces of roasted meat on the ground, saying, "Brother, aside from the void stones embedded high above, I have gathered nearly everything else here." Upon hearing this, Chen lowered his gaze to the empty void stones, and upon discovering several pieces of roasted snake meat beside them, he could only shake his head in exasperation. "Liner, what do you intend to do with these?" Yi Lin blinked her large, watery eyes and retorted, "Brother, didn't you say we were leaving? These are all the provisions I prepared in advance." Chapter 27. One must look after oneself or face divine retribution. What? Provisions? Chen glanced at the roasted meat on the ground, then at Yi Lin, feeling utterly helpless. "Liner, I am taking you away from here, not leading you on a desperate escape. Why did you prepare these provisions?" Yi Lin replied earnestly. "I was afraid we might run out of food once we venture out." Chen sighed. "Liner, you must understand, we are in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Are we really lacking food here? If you're hungry, once we step out, I can hunt down some fresh beasts for you. Surely that would be more delectable than this roasted snake meat?" Upon hearing Chen's words, Yi Lin felt his reasoning was not without merit, but thinking of the roasted snake meat she had already prepared, she reluctantly murmured, "But I've already roasted them. I can't just leave them here." Observing Yi Lin's pitiful expression, Chen could only smile wryly. "Since these are all prepared by you, we certainly cannot leave them behind." While speaking, Chen waved his hand and stored the empty void stones and snake meat into his storage ring, then said, "Liner, you wait by the entrance of the stone chamber for your brother. Once I retrieve the remaining void stones, we shall depart." "Okay." Yi Lin nodded. "Brother, please be careful with that." She dashed towards the entrance of the stone chamber, seemingly anxious not to delay Chen. Inside the stone chamber, Chen shook his head with a bitter smile as he watched Yi Lin's retreating figure, then propelled himself off the ground, soaring into the air to grasp the remaining void stones on the chamber wall. For Yi Lin, those void stones were far too high to reach, but for Chen, it was effortless. Within mere moments, all the void stones on the stone chamber walls were stored in his storage ring. Although each item in Chen's storage ring was worth more than a single void stone, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Moreover, these void stones were invaluable. If Chen were to auction one at Qingqing Mountain, it would likely fetch an exorbitant price in an instant, and this was merely one stone. If Chen sold all the void stones from the chamber, the total value would hardly differ from the mountain of gold coins in his storage ring. After all, such decorative items were adored by the wealthy elite and women alike. As for cultivators, few would spend lavishly on them, though one cannot dismiss those who enjoy collecting. As the saying goes, different strokes for different folks. Just because you don't like it doesn't mean others won't. On the ground, Chen glanced at the now dim stone chamber, having lost the light of the void stones, then lifted his foot to walk towards Yi Lin while retrieving a void stone from his storage ring to serve as a source of illumination. At the entrance of the stone chamber, Yi Lin looked at Chen approaching and awkwardly remarked, "Brother, isn't it a bit too ruthless of us to do this? We should at least leave a few void stones for that esteemed predecessor." In response to Yi Lin's words, Chen chuckled lightly. "Liner, that esteemed predecessor has long been dead for many years. Even if I leave him a few void stones, what use would they be? Moreover, since we are able to find this place, who can guarantee that others won't find it too? If someone else comes here in the future, leaving a few void stones for that predecessor would merely benefit someone else. Wouldn't you agree?" After pondering for a moment, Yi Lin conceded, "What you say does hold some truth. In that case, let us proceed." For Yi Lin, while she wished to leave a few void stones in the chamber for the skeletal predecessor as a light source, it was just as Chen said. Since they could come here, others would likely come as well. Rather than leave a few void stones for someone else to benefit from, it was better to let Chen take them all now. As the saying goes, one must look after oneself or face divine retribution. Seeing Yi Lin come to an understanding, Yi Chen nodded, then, holding up the void stone, led Yi Lin towards the place from which they had fallen. Not long after, as Yi Chen and Yi Lin emerged from the long passage, feeling the sunlight's warmth, they found the air to be refreshingly invigorating. After all, Yi Lin had not left the passage since entering it with Yi Chen several days prior, while Yi Chen had been able to come out a few times due to his cultivation. Breathing in the fresh air, Yi Lin slightly opened her eyes, appearing as if she had just seen the light again. Surveying her surroundings and asking Yi Chen, "Brother, with such steep cliffs all around, how do we leave here? You aren't thinking of jumping down again, are you?" Upon hearing this, Yi Chen lightly tapped Yi Lin's forehead and chuckled. "Linner, what are you thinking? Jumping down from here would be a death wish for both of us." Yi Lin, who had received a gentle tap on her forehead, looked confused and said, "Brother, there are only cliffs here. No roads at all. Aside from jumping down, where else can we go? We can't possibly climb back up the way we came." Yi Chen nodded slightly. "Indeed, I intend to take you up from here." "What? Climb up?" Initially, Yi Lin had only mentioned it casually, but to her surprise, Yi Chen truly intended to take her up. She glanced at the steep cliff from which they had jumped and incredulously said, "Brother, are you serious? While it may not be far, the cliff is so steep. How do we climb?" Observing Yi Lin's disbelief, Yi Chen pointed to the vines and protruding rocks on the cliff, saying, "We will use this path to ascend. I tested these vines before. They are quite sturdy and can support a person's weight. I will go up first, then pull you up with the vines." "How does that sound?" Yi Lin's face was filled with worry as she said, "I have no problem with that, but the cliff is so steep, I'm afraid." Before Yi Lin could finish, Yi Chen seemed to anticipate her concerns and interrupted, "Linner, rest assured. With my current strength, this height poses no challenge at all. You need not worry." With that, Yi Chen grasped a vine, tested it a few times to confirm its stability, then pushed off with his feet, scaling the vine as if dancing lightly upon water. Witnessing this scene, Yi Lin was understandably alarmed, her heart racing as if fearing Yi Chen might fall at any moment. Chapter 28. The Crimson Moon's silver wolf. Unbeknownst to her, this modest distance posed no real danger to Yi Chen. Even if an accident were to occur, with his current cultivation and physical strength, he would sustain no harm at this moment. Yi Chen had reached the peak of the 6th level of martial artists, and his physical body was as tough as iron. With his current strength, ordinary weapons could hardly leave a mark on him. Moreover, this height posed no threat to him at all on the cliff. Yi Chen continued to grasp the vines while searching for his next foothold. Not long later, he found himself merely a few meters from where they had previously jumped. Seeing this, he focused intently on the area above, and once he identified his next landing point, he leaped without hesitation, securing himself on the designated spot. With another push off his toes, he continued to climb up the cliff. This display left Yi Lin, still halfway up, feeling a mix of fear and admiration. Fortunately, Yi Chen managed to ascend safely. Once at the top of the cliff, Yi Chen did not immediately throw down the vines to pull Yi Lin up. Instead, he cautiously surveyed the surroundings, vigilant for any potential traps set by Lin Ji. After careful observation, once he confirmed there were no threats nearby, he returned to the cliff's edge and selected 2 sturdy vines, intertwining them before tossing them down to Yi Lin, who was still waiting on the slope. This was not due to any fear of a single vine's strength, but rather a precaution since Yi Lin had no cultivation. For safety's sake, intertwining 2 vines was the wiser choice, the slope. Yi Lin watched the vines descend, and though a twinge of fear gripped her heart, she steeled herself, gripping the vines tightly as Yi Chen pulled her up. After all, in her heart, she firmly believed in Yi Chen's abilities, not for any reason other than that he was the person she was closest to. Before long, as Yi Chen pulled Yi Lin up to the cliff, her face had turned pale from the fright, taking a moment to regain her composure before asking, "Brother, where do we go from here?" In response to Yi Lin's inquiry, Yi Chen remained vigilant, scanning the area while replying, "Previously, when I was training on the outskirts of the 10,000 Great Mountains, I stumbled upon a hidden cave. Since we've just emerged, we might as well head there to settle down." Yi Lin nodded. "Whatever you decide is fine, brother." For her, as long as she was with her brother, it didn't matter where they went. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen felt a pang of discomfort as he said, "Linner, rest assured, it won't be long before I take you back to Qingqing Mountain. At that time, I won't let anyone who has harmed you go unpunished." Seeing Yi Chen's expression darken, Yi Lin expressed her concern, brother. We have already offended the Lin and Yi families. Moreover, Elder Lin Ji witnessed us jump off the cliff. If you go back to seek revenge, won't that reveal to the Lin family that we are still alive? If the Lin family sends strong pursuers after us again, what will we do? We cannot continue to flee forever. Rather than this, why not leave here entirely and start anew somewhere else? Yi Chen understood Yi Lin's perspective, but he also knew that since the Lin family had learned he possessed a method to restore his Dantian, they would never let him go so easily. Although Lin Ji had witnessed their leap, he understood the Lin family well enough to know that they would search for his body, as the saying goes. You must see the person alive or the corpse dead. Over the years, Yi Chen had served the Yi family diligently, understanding the implications of this saying all too well. Not only the Lin family but even the Yi family, the Wang family, and other noble clans would pursue him relentlessly. As long as they could not see a corpse, they would believe he was still alive. Therefore, even if Yi Chen did not seek revenge against the Lin family, wishing to leave the 10,000 great mountains with Yi Lin, it would not be as simple as he hoped. Furthermore, Yi Chen's nature was one of retaliation for grievances. Had it not been for his luck, they would have perished at the hands of that old man Lin Ji long ago. Now that he had survived, how could he let Lin Ji go? Moreover, the Yi family intended to offer Yi Lin to the second young master of the Wang family, and no matter the circumstances, Yi Chen was determined not to spare either family. Even if his cultivation was not high at present, he would ensure the Lin and Yi families paid a bloody price. As for the Wang family, his hatred ran deep. It could be said that among the three great clans of Qingqing Mountain, Yi Chen would not find peace until they had all paid a price. Observing Yi Lin's worried expression, Yi Chen explained, Liner, you are simplifying the matter. It is not that I must return to Qingqing Mountain to take vengeance. Rather, even if I do not return, some individuals will still not let us off the hook. If you do not believe me, let me take you to the exit of the 10,000 Great Mountains. If I am not mistaken, there will surely be Lin family members stationed there. Yi Lin was puzzled. Brother, why is that? Elder Lin Ji saw us jump off the cliff. Why would they still send people to guard the 10,000 Great Mountains? Do they truly believe we are still alive? Seeing Yi Lin's naive expression, Yi Chen chuckled. You are not wrong. For the Lin family, as long as they do not see our corpses, they will never believe we are dead. Initially contemplating a hasty escape. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Yi Lin's face turned pale with alarm. Brother, what should we do next? Yi Chen smiled. What else can we do? Of course, we will carve a bloody path. Since the Lin family is so eager to find me, I shall not disappoint them with that. Yi Chen set off with Yi Lin towards the hidden cave on the outskirts of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Along the way, a second-tier low-level demon beast, the Crimson Moon Silver Wolf, attempted to ambush Yi Lin. However, before it could even reach her, Yi Chen struck it away with a single punch. This demonstrated just how formidable Yi Chen's physical prowess had become, capable of sending a second-tier low-level demon beast flying with a mere punch. Had it not been for his concern for Yi Lin's safety, he would have pursued the Crimson Moon Silver Wolf and dealt with it decisively. Nevertheless, even without Yi Chen's intervention, the Crimson Moon Silver Wolf, having withstood his blow, lay on the ground for several breaths of time before recovering. Chapter 29. Eavesdropping. This was merely a hasty punch thrown by Yi Chen, fearing the Crimson Moon Silver Wolf might harm Yi Lin. Had he exerted a bit more strength, the wolf would likely have been severely injured, if not killed. After all, with Yi Chen's current physical strength, he was on par with a low-level third-tier demon beast, if not superior. What audacity for a mere second-tier low-level demon beast to attempt an ambush on Yi Chen and Yi Lin. It was akin to seeking death. Not far off, after the encounter with the Crimson Moon Silver Wolf, Yi Lin's face was filled with panic, realizing that had Yi Chen not acted in time, she might have been devoured. The thought of the wolf's gaping maw made her tremble in fear, indicating just how deeply the encounter had left its mark on her. Liner, are you all right? Did that beast injure you? After sending the Crimson Moon Silver Wolf flying, Yi Chen hurriedly approached Yi Lin, his expression filled with concern, as if fearing she had been hurt. In response to Yi Chen's inquiry, Yi Lin, who had been lost in thought, suddenly snapped back to reality, shaking her head. Brother, I'm fine. You don't need to worry about me. Though she said this, Yi Chen could still see the fear hidden beneath Yi Lin's surface. However, she did not wish to burden him with her worries. Yet, the more this was the case, the more anxious Yi Chen became. After all, Yi Lin had never experienced such things before. Liner, are you truly certain that you are fine? Yi Chen continued to inquire, his heart laden with unease. In response, Yilin merely shook her head, indicating that she was all right, but did not elaborate further. Realizing that pressing the matter would yield no fruitful answers, Chen decided to continue their journey with Yilin. With the recent encounter as a cautionary tale, Chen became increasingly vigilant. The slightest rustle or disturbance, he would halt, scanning the surroundings with wary eyes, as if fearing that Yilin might face any further fright. Fortunately, they did not encounter any other demonic beasts along the way, and Chen safely led Yilin to the vicinity of a secluded cave. Upon glancing around, they were greeted by towering ancient trees surrounding the cave. And not far off, a natural waterfall could be heard cascading, the sound reaching Yilin's ears even from a distance. The ground beneath them was adorned with a tapestry of vibrant flora. Observing this enchanting scene, Yilin's spirits soared as she exclaimed, "I never expected to find such a beautiful place in the 10,000 Great Mountains." Turning to Chen, she suggested, "Brother, why don't we settle here and not go anywhere else?" Having spent so much time within the Yi family, albeit unable to cultivate, Yilin had gained some understanding of their strength. Moreover, the Lin and Wang families were also among the three major clans of Qingqing Mountain, their power not dissimilar to that of the Yi family. If Chen were to seek revenge on the Lin, Yi, and Wang families, it was inevitable that the three clans would dispatch powerful pursuers after him. Rather than facing that peril, it seemed wiser to remain in this sanctuary, at least free from the dread of life-threatening encounters. In response to Yilin's proposal, Chen chuckled softly, saying, "Liner, I know you have my best interests at heart, but you must understand that the path of cultivation is akin to rowing against the current. If one does not advance, one inevitably regresses. Besides, we are in the 10,000 Great Mountains, where beast tides occur periodically. While it may be safe to stay here, when the beast tide strikes, we would find ourselves surrounded by countless demonic beasts. At that time, where could we possibly flee? Thus, regardless of the circumstances, we must ultimately depart from this place." With that, Chen led Yilin towards a thicket, resolutely stepping inside. This was a secluded spot Chen had stumbled upon during his training in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Otherwise, who among others would dare to believe that a cave lay hidden behind such underbrush? Upon entering the cave, Chen retrieved several empty Ming stones from his storage ring, placing them around the area. He then took out several garments and spread them on the ground, settling Yilin down with gentle words. "Liner, rest here for a while. Remember, do not leave this spot, understand?" Yilin glanced around, her heart fluttering with fear as she asked, "Brother, are you going out?" Chen nodded, replying, "I'm going to find some food and check if the Lin family has sent anyone to guard the exit of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Do not worry, I will return swiftly." Yilin held back her trepidation and implored, "Brother, please be quick," with a nod. Chen exited the cave and began to wander along the outermost edge of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Not long after, Chen reached the crucial path leading out of the mountains, intending to scout for any Lin family members stationed there. To his surprise, he was met with an alarming sight. Not only were several disciples of the Lin family stationed nearby, but a few disciples of the Yi family were also present. This revelation meant that, aside from Lin Ji and his disciples, the Yi family had also sent people into the 10,000 Great Mountains. Realizing this, Chen's eyes glinted with a fierce determination as he coldly remarked, Well, the Yi family. I was contemplating returning to Qingqing Mountain to find you. Since you have come to me, do not blame me for being merciless." With that, Chen turned back into the 10,000 Great Mountains, intending to first hunt a demonic beast to resolve their food situation. Although Chen had reached a level of cultivation where he no longer needed to eat, sustaining himself solely on the spiritual energy of the world, the habit of eating was ingrained in him after so many years. Furthermore, with Yilin by his side, he could not forsake her sustenance. In Chen's view, being human and foregoing food would diminish a significant joy of life. That moment, as Chen contemplated where to find a demonic beast, he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps nearby. Reacting swiftly, he leaped up into a tree, only to find that the newcomers were not Lin family members. The few Lin family disciples walked while grumbling. "I really don't understand what Elder Linji is thinking. That Chen has already jumped off the cliff, yet we are still stuck here in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Is this a waste of time? Isn't that the truth? During this time, I've hardly had any time to cultivate. One of them lamented. "What does it matter?" Elder Linji insisted on seeing either the living or the dead. "See the dead? Not a chance. That cliff is so high that even if a demonic beast fell, it would be reduced to a pile of mush. Besides, There's a river at the bottom. If we find a corpse, it would be a miracle. Perched in the tree, Chen scoffed at the retreating figures of the Lin family disciples. Ah, Linji, you've witnessed me jump off the cliff, yet you still wish to find my corpse. Since you are so fixated on me, how could I let you down? With that, Chen leaped down from the tree, seeking a demonic beast while devising a plan to counter those from the Yi and Lin families. For Chen, these individuals bore him no personal hatred, but their allegiances drew a line between them. If it weren't for Lin Ji's coercion, he and Yi Lin would not have risked jumping off the cliff. Moreover, after being discarded by the Wang family's elder, the Yi family not only failed to avenge him but even sought to marry Yi Lin off to the Wang family's second young master. How could Chen tolerate such an affront? Just then, while Chen pondered how to deal with the Lin and Yi families, a furious roar from a demonic beast echoed through the air. In the next moment, a demonic beast, swift as lightning, lunged at Chen. Without a moment to spare, Chen swung his fist, aiming to strike the incoming beast. With a resounding crash, as Chen anticipated that even if he did not obliterate the beast, he would at least severely injure it. However, to his astonishment, the beast before him appeared as a mere phantom, gradually dissipating into thin AI art is that an afterimage? Chen thought, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily, yet finding nothing amiss, as if the beast had never been there. Nevertheless, his instincts warned him that a demonic beast was lurking nearby. Based on Chen's intuition, it was highly likely to be a lightning leopard. Given that speed-oriented beasts were scarce in the 10,000 Great Mountains, especially near the outer edges in this region, aside from the first-tier demonic beasts, it was rare to encounter second-tier ones. Among the first and second-tier beasts, only a few were known for their speed, such as the Crimson Moon Silver Wolf, Lightning Leopard, and Scarlet Meteor Snake. However, of all the speedsters, the Lightning Leopard was the fastest. This was evident when Chen had effortlessly sent the Crimson Moon Silver Wolf flying earlier. Had the beast that had just attacked been a Crimson Moon Silver Wolf, it would have surely been dispatched by Chen in an instant. Yet, the reality showed that the beast that had just charged at him was not a Crimson Moon Silver Wolf. Observing the eerie stillness around him, Chen concluded that this was not a sustainable situation. He decided to move forward, hoping to lure out the Lightning Leopard. He had never once considered the possibility of being ambushed by it. After all, Chen's physical form had reached a level of resilience so formidable that even ordinary weapons could not harm him, let alone a lightning leopard. As anticipated, just a few steps forward, the concealed lightning leopard seized the moment, launching itself at Chen with a swift and fierce bite. Just as its jaws were about to close around him, Chen pivoted sharply, raising his massive fist to deliver a powerful blow to the beast's face. With a thunderous impact, Chen's punch connected solidly with the lightning leopard's head, sending it crashing to the ground a short distance away. Humph! With such feeble skills, you dare to ambush me? Truly a fool. Chen scoffed at the convulsing lightning leopard lying on the ground. Unhurriedly, he approached the defeated creature, drew his heavy sword, and swiftly dispatched it, then hoisted the carcass over his shoulder as he made his way back to Yi Lin's cave. Not long after, as Chen returned to the cave entrance with the lightning leopard's body, an idea struck him, and he turned towards the nearby waterfall. Upon reaching the waterfall's edge, he found a clean spot to set the lightning leopard's body down. Drawing his heavy sword, he swiftly skinned the beast, placing the carcass into the clear water at the waterfall's edge to wash it several times before carrying it back into the cave. After all, this cave was not as spacious as the previous stone chamber. If Chen were to bring back the entire carcass, there would be nowhere to store it, and even if there were, he would still need to deal with skinning it. Rather than face that hassle, it was far more efficient for Chen to handle it outside. Inside the cave, Yi Lin sat curled in a corner, feeling utterly alone. When she heard footsteps approaching, fear gripped her heart, causing her to retreat further into the shadows, scarcely daring to breathe. She feared that if anyone passed by and heard a sound, they would discover her hiding place. Fortunately, the newcomer was none other than Chen, who returned bearing the lightning leopard's carcass. Upon seeing her brother enter the cave, Yi Lin felt a wave of relief wash over her, and her eyes glistened with tears as she rushed into his embrace, sobbing, "Brother, you're finally back. You don't know how scared I was while you were gone, every time I heard a sound outside." Seeing Yi Lin in such a distraught state, Chen placed the freshly cleaned lightning leopard carcass and its pelt on the ground, gently stroking her hair as he comforted her. "Linner, do not cry. I am back now, aren't I?" With tear-filled eyes, Yilin replied, brother. Next time you go out, can you take me with you? I'm so afraid being here alone. Wei Chen softly reassured her, Liner. It's not that I don't want to take you. It's just that outside is far more dangerous than here. Earlier, I ventured to the exit of the 10,000 Great Mountains, and do you know what I discovered? Not only were there Lin family members, but there were also Yi family members guarding that location. What? Yi family members? Upon hearing this, Yi Lin wiped her tears, her little face etched with confusion as she asked, brother, how could Yi family members be at the 10,000 Great Mountains? Back in Qingqing Mountain, weren't all those Yi family disciples you killed? Yi Chen chuckled lightly, Liner. While I did eliminate those Yi family disciples, do not forget that the Yi family is one of the 3 major clans of Qingqing Mountain. Over the years, to prevent the Wang family from dominating, the Yi family has not only allied with the Lin family but also trained numerous spies to scatter throughout Qingqing Mountain. Although I dispatched those Yi family disciples, the mountain is teeming with Yi family spies. How could they possibly be unaware of who acted against them? I simply did not expect the Yi family to respond so quickly, locating the 10,000 Great Mountains in just a few days. Having already been worried about the Lin family, the emergence of the Yi family only compounded Yi Lin's anxiety. Her little face clouded with concern as she asked Yi Chen, brother, what should we do next? Shouldn't we return to the previous stone chamber and hide for a few days until they give up looking for us? Yi Chen shook his head, saying, Liner, you are underestimating the situation. On my way back, I overheard several Lin family disciples discussing how Linji is determined to find us, even if it means digging up our corpses if we are not found. Upon hearing that Linji was dead set on finding them, Yi Lin's little face turned pale as she exclaimed, Isn't that Linji trying to force us into a corner? I thought that since he saw us jump off the cliff, he would certainly give up and leave the 10,000 Great Mountains. Little did she expect Linji to be so relentless, insisting on either finding them alive or dead. This was clearly a sign that he would not let them off the hook, even in death. Observing Yi Lin's worried expression, Yi Chen gently reassured her. Liner, do not worry as long as I am here. I will ensure you suffer not a single injury. Yi Lin, still troubled, replied, I know you won't let me get hurt, but I don't want you facing danger alone. Yi Chen ruffled Yi Lin's hair. Though internally overwhelmed with pressure, he feigned a light-hearted demeanor as he said, Liner, rest assured. The 10,000 Great Mountains are vast. It won't be easy for the Lin and Yi families to track us down. Besides, if they seek to find us, I have no intention of letting them off the hook either. If they wish to hunt me, then let them see who the true hunter is and who the prey shall be. With that, Yi Chen shifted the conversation, pointing to the already cleaned lightning leopard carcass on the ground as he smiled. Liner, you must be starving after all this time. Allow me to gather some branches and prepare a fresh roast for you to replenish your strength. Yi Lin glanced at Yi Chen as he was about to leave, suddenly remembering something, and exclaimed anxiously, brother, let us take the demonic beast's carcass outside to roast it. I'm afraid that if we cook it here, the smoke will attract the Lin and Yi family members. Prompted by Yi Lin's reminder, Yi Chen slapped his forehead, chuckling, Liner, how could I have overlooked that? Thank goodness you caught it, or we would have exposed ourselves. As he spoke, Yi Chen drew his heavy sword and sliced off a leg from the lightning leopard, calling to Yi Lin, let us go, Liner. With our appetites, this leg will be more than enough. We can save the rest for tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Yi Lin nodded and followed closely behind Yi Chen as they made their way outside the cave. Not long after, when Yi Chen felt they had distanced themselves from the cave, he found a clear spot, ensuring there were no dangers nearby, and began gathering branches to start a fire and roast the meat. As the leg of the lightning leopard sizzled over the fire, a rich aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. As the enticing aroma wafted through the air, Yi Lin, already feeling a pang of hunger, was suddenly startled by a rumbling sound emanating from her stomach. Sitting beside her, Yi Chen, upon hearing the gurgling noise, promptly retrieved the previously roasted snake meat from his storage ring, warmed it by the fire, and handed it to Yi Lin, saying, Here you go, Liner. Have a bit of this meat to tide you over. Once I finish roasting this leg, you can feast to your heart's content. Initially, Yi Lin had intended to wait for Yi Chen to finish cooking before they shared a meal, but her hunger proved too overwhelming. Unable to resist, she eagerly accepted the warm snake meat from Yi Chen and began to devour it in hearty bites, as if she hadn't eaten in days. Observing her, Yi Chen chuckled softly. Liner, slow down. There's freshly roasted meat here. If you fill up now, won't that be a waste? Yi Lin nodded while continuing to munch on the meat. seemingly oblivious to anything else. Why Chen couldn't he help but smile wryly at her insatiable appetite and went back to turning the meat on the spit. As night descended, Lin Ji, just emerging from the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains, inquired of the Lin family disciples before him, "Have you found Yi Chen's corpse yet?" "Not yet." The disciples shook their heads in response to Lin Ji's question. After a moment, a few of them could no longer contain their impatience and spoke up, "Elder Lin Ji, we've been searching the 10,000 Great Mountains for days. It's likely that Yi Chen's body has already been devoured by the beasts. Moreover, we previously checked the cliff below. With such a high drop, even if he survived, he would surely be in grave danger. Why are you so determined to find his corpse?" Hearing this, Lin Ji snapped back, "That's the family head's order. If you have any objections or wish to abandon the search, feel free to report back to the family head. Don't blame me for not warning you beforehand. If we cannot find Yi Chen's body, not just you, but even I will face punishment upon our return." Upon hearing this, the disciples dared not speak further, lowering their heads to find a quiet spot to sit cross-legged and meditate. Unbeknownst to them, this was not a directive from the family head, but rather Lin Ji's own greed for the method to restore Yi Chen's dantian and cultivation. As for the family head, he had merely instructed Lin Ji to bring Yi Chen back alive, without mentioning the need to retrieve a corpse in the event of unforeseen circumstances. At that moment, a keen-eyed Lin family disciple seemed to have spotted something. He approached Lin Ji and pointed towards the area where Yi Chen was roasting meat, exclaiming, "Elder Lin Ji, look over there." Chapter 32. Lin Ji's speculation. What is going on? Why is there smoke rising in the 10,000 Great Mountains? Could it be that someone is making a fire there? Lin Ji squinted his deep-set eyes, pondering the situation as he glanced at the few Lin family disciples who had lingered in the area during the day, asking, "Lin Tong, has anyone entered the 10,000 Great Mountains today?" After all, the 10,000 Great Mountains were teeming with beasts, especially at night when their activity peaked. The audacity of someone to light a fire in such a perilous locale left Lin Ji deep in thought. He knew that although the outermost regions were populated by first-tier beasts, numbers could overwhelm even the fiercest of creatures. Encounters with packs of beasts could pose a significant threat, and there were even second-tier beasts lurking near the outskirts. It was common knowledge that even seasoned mercenary groups would refrain from lighting fires in these dangerous areas at night. Thus, the notion that someone dared to do so was tantamount to courting disaster. Upon hearing Lin Ji's inquiry, a Lin family disciple jogged over and, after a moment of contemplation, replied, reporting to Elder Lin Ji, "Ever since you instructed that no one else should enter the 10,000 Great Mountains a few days ago, all those attempting to enter have been turned away. Currently, aside from us, only the Yi family remains in the mountains." Seeing Lin Ji's grave expression, the disciple, assuming that someone had breached the mountains, whispered, "Elder Lin Ji, are you concerned that someone has secretly entered the 10,000 Great Mountains?" Lin Ji shook his head, responding nonchalantly, "I was merely asking out of curiosity. Enough of that, you may rest now." "Yes, Elder Lin Ji, I take my leave." The disciple nodded and walked away, leaving Lin Ji to ponder. If no one had entered the 10,000 Great Mountains, then who could be making a fire there? Now, aside from the Lin family, only Yi Tian and his few Yi family disciples remained unaccounted for. Logically, those disciples should not possess the audacity to light a fire in the 10,000 Great Mountains. However, apart from them, the only others left within the mountains were Yi Chen and Yi Lin, who had leapt off the cliff. Could it be as this thought crossed his mind, a glimmer of insight flashed in Lin Ji's eyes, and he mused, "Yi Chen, you survived a fall from such a height that it seems your existence holds not only the means to restore your dantian and cultivation, but also a significant secret." At that moment, Lin Ji was convinced that Yi Chen was still alive. As for Yi Tian's group of disciples, while not particularly weak, Lin Ji felt they would not dare to act recklessly in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Looking at the dissipating smoke in the distance, Lin Ji promptly instructed the Lin family disciples, "You will search that area thoroughly tomorrow. Make sure to leave no stone unturned, understood?" "Yes, Elder Lin Ji." The disciples glanced at the area Lin Ji indicated, nodded in agreement, and then resumed their meditative practices. These past few days, they had either been searching for Yi Chen in the 10,000 Great Mountains or wandering about, and with a rare moment to cultivate. They were not inclined to squander it as the Lin family disciples delved into their training. Lin Ji also settled himself in a meditative pose, closing his eyes to recuperate. For Lin Ji, The only reason he hadn't already led them into the 10,000 Great Mountains for a thorough search was the heightened danger of the night compared to the day. These disciples were the backbone of the Lin family, and their lives were as vital as Yi Chen's. The loss of even one would be a tremendous blow to the family. Just then, as Lin Ji closed his eyes, Yi Tian emerged with the Yi family disciples. Not far behind them, a shadow quietly slipped into the Lin family's ranks and began to meditate. This figure was none other than Lin Yun, who had been dispatched by Lin Ji to shadow Yi Tian's group. As Yi Tian and his party came into view, the remaining Yi family disciples quickly rose to greet them. Yi Tian glanced at the Lin family members not far away and quietly asked, "Have Lin Ji and his group found Yi Chen yet?" The Yi family disciples shook their heads in response, reporting to young Master Yi Tian. They remain empty-handed as before. Upon the completion of this report, a few of the Yi family disciples, standing close to Yi Tian, expressed their impatience, saying, "Young Master Yi Tian, we believe it would be better for us to return. We've searched for so long without a trace of a body, let alone a glimpse of anyone. Continuing this search is merely a waste of time. With our combined efforts alongside the Lin family, we have practically scoured the 10,000 Great Mountains." Hearing this, a displeased expression crossed Yi Tian's face as he turned to the Yi family disciples, retorting, "Do you think I want to stay here any longer? My grandfather specifically instructed me to bring Yi Lin back. Now, here we are, with no living soul captured and not even a corpse to be found. How can I return like this? Moreover, Yi Lin is desired by the second young master of the Wang family. If we can't find her, how do you expect me to explain this? Am I to say she jumped off a cliff and vanished? Who would believe such an excuse? Therefore, until we locate Yi Lin's body, none of us may leave this place." With that, Yi Tian, filled with pent-up frustration, walked over to a nearby clearing to rest. Observing this, the Yi family disciples exchanged glances, each lowering their heads to find their own spots to rest, refraining from speaking further. After all, suggesting a return would only invite trouble upon themselves. They all had their families to think about. If the Wang family were to retaliate against the Yi family, their loved ones would not be spared either. Thus, these Yi family disciples steeled themselves in determination, silently vowing, no matter what, they would find Yi Lin in the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Yi Chen removed the roasted meat from the fire, tearing off a generous piece and offering it to Yi Lin, saying, "Here, Liner, eat up." As Yi Lin accepted the fragrant roasted meat, she eagerly took a small bite and, with a blissful expression, exclaimed, "Brother, the meat you roast is truly delicious." Yi Chen chuckled. "If you find it tasty, then eat plenty." He tore off another large piece, placing it before Yi Lin before resuming his own meal. Watching the fire's glow gradually fade, Yi Chen added a few more branches to the flames, all the while placing the hide he had skinned from the lightning leopard beside the fire to warm it up. He intended for it to serve as a bedding for Yi Lin to rest upon, knowing well that the hide of the red falling serpent was too rigid for comfort, unlike the soft, warm hide of the lightning leopard, which would be perfect for her. Before long, as Yi Chen felt he had eaten his fill, he extinguished the fire and picked up the already roasted lightning leopard hide, leading Yi Lin back towards the stone cave. Inside the cave, illuminated by the glow of the empty spirit stone, the cavern remained brightly lit even in the dark. Upon entering, Yi Chen found a spacious area and spread the leopard hide on the ground. Turning to Yi Lin to say, "Liner, it's getting late. You should rest now." Yi Lin nodded, saying, "Brother, this hide is too large for just me. Why not divide it in half so we each have a piece?" Yi Chen smiled. "No need for that, Liner. You can use the extra hide as a blanket to keep warm while you sleep. I still have to go train, so I won't disturb your rest." With that, Yi Chen stepped outside the cave, calling back, "Liner, if you need anything, just call for me." Watching Yi Chen's retreating figure, Yi Lin felt a pang of discomfort in her heart as she replied, "I understand, brother." Though Yi Chen claimed he was going out to train, Yi Lin knew he was actually keeping watch for her sake. While the cave was indeed secluded, it was only relative to humans. In the eyes of beasts, no matter how well one hid, it would do little good. Beasts relied heavily on their keen sense of smell when hunting. During the day, the beasts were less active, but at night, they roamed freely in search of food. Even Yi Chen dared not let his guard down. Outside the cave, as Yi Chen stepped out, he noticed flickering lights seeping through the surrounding bushes. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he quickly scanned his surroundings, contemplating how to conceal the cave from prying eyes. Looking around at the dense foliage and towering trees, an idea struck him. He swiftly moved to a nearby waterfall, found a large rock, and using his sword, he deftly carved it down to the size of the cave entrance. With a grunt of effort, he hoisted the stone and made his way back to the cave. Feeling the considerable weight of the stone in his hands, Chen felt a surge of relief. Fortunately, during my time in the stone chamber, I not only amplified my physical strength several-fold, but also cultivated the divine transformation to its third level. Otherwise, moving this stone would be no small feat in no time. Chen returned to the cave entrance, setting the large stone in place to securely block the opening. Boom! Inside the cave, just as Lin was about to rest, the sudden loud noise startled her like a deer caught in the headlights, causing her to sit upright in alarm and call out, "Brother, are you there?" To her surprise, as soon as she called, Chen appeared, covered in dirt, brushing himself off as he explained, "Linner, I went outside and noticed light seeping from the cave, so I found a large stone to block it. I hope I didn't scare you." Initially fearing something was amiss, Lin let out a sigh of relief upon realizing it was Chen's doing. "Brother, you scared me. I thought a beast had come." Chen, dusting off his clothes, reassured her, "Silly girl, with me around, even if a beast did show up, what harm could it cause? Now, get some rest. I'll step outside for a moment." With that, Chen exited the cave, pushing the large stone to block the entrance securely. Satisfied with his handiwork, he thought, "Now, even if I'm out during the day, I need not worry about Linner facing danger here." Pleased with his creation, Chen nodded in satisfaction and found a quiet spot to close his eyes and begin his training. He refrained from entering the eternal tomb for cultivation, fearing that while he was absorbed in his practice, a beast might track him down by scent. Although he had blocked the cave entrance with a heavy stone, there was no guarantee that a beast wouldn't manage to break through. In order to be cautious, Chen closed his eyes in meditation while remaining vigilant of the surroundings. Fortunately, the night passed without incident. Otherwise, he would have had to interrupt his training to deal with any lurking beasts. The following day, Chen slowly awakened from his meditation, rose to stretch his limbs, moved aside the large stone blocking the entrance of the cave, and called out, "Linner, it's time to get up." Chapter 34. The mantis stalks the cicada. While the yellow bird awaits inside the cave, Lin, still resting, opened her drowsy eyes upon hearing Chen's call. She yawned and replied, "Got it, brother." Moments later, Lin emerged, fully dressed. Seeing this, Chen entered the cave, drew his unadorned heavy sword, and sliced off a large leg from the lightning leopard he had hunted the previous day. He then led Lin to the waterfall, where he helped her wash up while gathering some twigs to start a fire for roasting meat, as the previously cooked meat had been completely devoured. Moreover, since he planned to leave soon for the 10,000 Great Mountains for training, he needed to prepare provisions for Lin in case he returned late, and she found herself hungry. As Lin washed by the waterfall, Chen hesitated for a moment, glancing back at her. He noticed her cupping water in her hands to wash her feet. Witnessing this, Chen couldn't help but smile wryly, returning his attention to the roasting meat, as if fearing he might accidentally char it. Outside the 10,000 Great Mountains, as the first rays of morning sunlight broke through, Lin, who had been meditating, awoke first. He stretched his legs and was about to wake the disciples of the Lin family when he suddenly noticed a thick plume of smoke rising from the place they had been the day before. This sight sent a thrill through Lin, and he quickly roused the Lin family disciples, directing them into the 10,000 Great Mountains. Along the way, both Lin and the disciples tread lightly, wary of waking the members of the Yi family who were still resting. For Lin, while Yi Tian's target was Lin and not Yi Chen, he could not dismiss the possibility that Yi Tian might harbor ill intentions upon discovering Yi Chen's recovery, especially as it involved a method to restore one's dantian and cultivation. Such knowledge, if leaked, could attract countless powerful figures, for the means to restore one's dantian and cultivation were exceedingly rare, even in the heavenly martial continent. Thus, it was clear how precious such methods were. Lin had indeed mobilized all his resources, even bringing along the disciples stationed here into the 10,000 Great Mountains. This demonstrated his determination to capture Yi Chen at all costs. Not far away, as Lin entered the 10,000 Great Mountains with the disciples, Yi Tian suddenly opened his eyes. Initially, he had planned to discreetly lead people to capture Yi Chen, but unbeknownst to him, Yi Tian had awakened as soon as Lin roused the disciples. A few other Yi family disciples woke as well, but, under Yi Tian's subtle cues, pretended to remain in a state of rest. Observing the departing figures of the Lin family disciples, Yi Tian and the others who were still feigning sleep sprang to their feet. Why Yi Tian addressed them. What should we do next? Yi Tian replied coldly. What else is there to do? We follow Linji, of course. Look at how cautiously they tread. They must have located Yi Chen's hiding place. Otherwise, that old codger Linji would never have moved everyone stationed here. Upon hearing this, several Yi family disciples questioned in confusion, but, young Master Yi Tian, didn't Elder Linji say that both Yi Tian and Lin Yi jumped off the cliff? We even visited that cliff. At such a height, even if a beast fell, it would be certain death. Why, Yi Tian scoffed, jump off a cliff? Who knows if Yi Chen and Lin Yi actually jumped? Moreover, even if Yi Chen did jump, why are Linji and his disciples still here? Isn't it obvious that old Linji is trying to deceive us? Besides, Linji's obsession with finding Yi Chen suggests that there's something of great value in Yi Chen's possession. Otherwise, why would he bring so many elite disciples into the 10,000 Great Mountains? Those are the backbone of the Lin family. They wouldn't be mobilized for trivial matters. Listening to Yi Tian's analysis, the disciples of the Yi family exchanged bewildered glances, but young Master Yi Tian, Yi Chen has become a waste. What could he possibly have of value? Moreover, he grew up in our Yi family. How could we not know what he possesses? Indeed, young Master Yi Tian, another disciple chimed in, perhaps as Elder Linji said. Yi Chen humiliated their Lin family, and now they wish to bring him back to wash away that humiliation. Yi Tian shot a disdainful glance at the speaker, his expression darkening. Do you even have a brain? You really believe everything Linji says? Do you know that when the Lin family came to propose a marriage, it was only because the family had intervened that Yi Chen agreed? And you all know what kind of person Yi Chen is. He only cares about his sister Lin Yi. When I publicly humiliated Lin Yi at the Yi family gate, Yi Chen didn't utter a word. How could he possibly go to the Lin family and insult them? Use your heads a little. Just because someone says something doesn't mean you have to believe it. Chastened by Yi Tian's words, the Yi family disciples lowered their heads, not daring to speak further. Yi Tian glanced at them and then raised his gaze towards the direction where the Lin family had departed, instructing, all right, it's about time. Wake the others. We need to set off. Yes, young Master Yi Tian. The disciples nodded in acknowledgement and hurried to awaken the remaining Yi family members before following Yi Tian into the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird waits in the shadows. Along the way, Yi Tian's anger grew as he muttered, You, Linji. No wonder I haven't found a trace of you these past few days. It turns out you pointed me in the wrong direction. Just wait. Once I find Lin Yi, I'll make sure your Lin family is removed from Qingqing Mountain. Chapter 35. Exposure and encirclement begins within the 10,000 Great Mountains. Yi Chen glanced at the meat that was nearly done roasting and then called out to Lin Yi, who was still washing. Liner, it's time to eat. I'm coming. Lin Yi replied, rising to join Yi Chen, her eyes fixed on the roasted meat, swallowing hard as she grinned. Brother, it smells so good. Yi Chen took the meat off the fire, tore off a large piece, and handed it to Lin Yi with a light chuckle. Look at how eager you are. Here, eat up. Lin Yi nodded, accepting the roasted meat and taking small bites. Seeing her relish the food brought a smile to Yi Chen's face, and he also tore off a piece for himself and began eating. However, not long after, just as Yi Chen was halfway through his meal, he suddenly heard a cacophony of footsteps approaching from a distance, as if someone were rushing toward them. Instinctively sensing danger, Yi Chen sprang into action, leaping onto a nearby tree to get a better view. To his shock, he spotted Linji and several others heading directly toward them. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yi Chen wasted no time, jumped down to grab the unfinished roasted meat, and hurriedly led Lin Yi back toward the cave. Though Lin Yi was puzzled by Yi Chen's frantic demeanor, she sensed his urgency and quickly chewed the piece of meat in her mouth before swallowing and following him into the cave. Within moments, Yi Chen placed the roasted meat down and turned to Lin Yi, saying, Liner, stay here and keep safe. I'm going out for a bit, and no matter what happens outside, don't come out, understood? Lin Yi nodded, her face a mix of confusion and concern as she asked, Brother, is something happening outside? With a serious expression, Yi Chen replied, I just saw that old Linji bringing people toward us. If I'm not mistaken, the smoke from our fire must have caught their attention. Thankfully, you reminded me yesterday, or we might have roasted meat inside the cave and given away our location. Realizing time was of the essence, Yi Chen urged Liner, I'll draw them away. You stay hidden here and don't come out. All right. Linny nodded, worry etched on her small face as she implored, "Brother, please be careful." Chen affirmed, then stepped out of the cave, blocking the entrance with a large stone. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he headed toward the approaching Lin Ji and his group, determined to eliminate a few Lin family disciples and show Lin Ji that Chen, was not to be trifled with. Inside the cave, Lin Yi watched Chen's departing figure, her heart heavy with worry as she murmured, "Brother, please come back safe." She understood the seriousness of Lin Ji's arrival, yet she possessed no cultivation of her own, leaving her helplessly watching as Chen faced danger time and again. Within the 10,000 Great Mountains, as Lin Ji led the Lin family disciples to the site where Chen had roasted meat, he instructed his disciples, "The fire is still smoldering. Chen must be nearby. Spread out and search for him. We must find him as quickly as possible, understood?" "What? Chen? Didn't he jump off a cliff?" The disciples of the Lin family voiced their confusion upon hearing Lin Ji's orders. "Elder Lin Ji, you said Chen and Lin Yi jumped off the cliff. How could he still be alive?" Irritated by their doubts, Lin Ji snapped, "Who said jumping off a cliff guarantees death? Have you found Chen's corpse yet?" Upon hearing this, the Lin family disciples fell silent, lowering their heads in submission. Fearful of provoking Lin Ji's ire, he surveyed the group, his expression darkening as he coldly commanded, "What are you all dawdling for? Get moving and find Chen. If you can't find him today, none of you will leave the 10,000 Great Mountains. You'll stay here with me." At this, the Lin family disciples shivered, hastily responding, "Yes, Elder Lin Ji, we will search for Chen right away." Without a moment's hesitation, they dispersed, frantically searching the area. They knew that the night in the 10,000 Great Mountains was far more perilous than during the day. If they had to spend the night here, it would be tantamount to courting death, especially since, while the perimeter was inhabited by lower-tier beasts, there was still the danger of being overwhelmed by numbers. Thus, to avoid spending the night in the 10,000 Great Mountains, the Lin family disciples were determined to find Chen as quickly as possible. Despite their belief that Chen's fall meant almost certain death, Lin Ji was convinced he was still alive, leaving them with no choice but to heed his authority as an elder, while they were merely ordinary disciples. Not far off, Lin Ji observed the Lin family disciples scattering to search for Chen and began to search meticulously in a different direction. Along the way, he and the disciples left no stone unturned, ensuring that not a single corner was overlooked, as if fearing Chen might be hiding there. At that moment, Lin Ji and his disciples had just begun their search when Tian arrived with the Yi family disciples. Upon noticing the faint glow of the embers from the fire pit, Tian's face lit up with realization. No wonder that old fool Lin Ji took all his disciples away. It seems he has found Chen's hiding spot. But even if he has found him, what difference will it make? In the end, it will only benefit me. You think you can sneak away with the Lin family disciples without me noticing? Unbeknownst to you, your little schemes have long been seen through by me." As he spoke, Tian surveyed the area and instructed his disciples, "You four go that way, and you three over there. The rest of you follow me. Remember, if you encounter Chen and Lin Yi, capture Lin Yi first." Chapter 36. Chen's Revenge. Yes, young Master Tian. The Yi family disciples acknowledged, then began their search according to Tian's directions. Unlike the Lin family disciples, who meticulously searched every nook and cranny, the Yi family disciples walked forward while casually scanning their surroundings, unconcerned about missing Chen's hiding place. Little did they know, Chen was currently perched atop a tree, his eyes glinting with malice as he observed the Lin family disciples. After a while, watching the Lin family disciples drift farther away, Chen scanned his surroundings and, finding no one else nearby, his eyes flickered with a fierce light as he coldly declared, "Lin Ji, you've pushed me to this point. If you don't wish for me to have peace, then don't expect to have it either." With that, Chen vanished from sight, swiftly pursuing two Lin family disciples ahead. The two disciples, initially searching for Chen, mistook the sound behind them for fellow Lin family members. To their shock, it was none other than the very Chen they were hunting. As Chen approached, he showed no mercy, swinging his right arm to strike one of the Lin family disciples. Boom! In an instant, a loud crash echoed as the disciple was sent flying by Chen's punch, crashing into a tree, unconscious and possibly lifeless. It was important to note that this was merely a standard punch from Chen, utilizing less than half of his strength, and he had not even tapped into his true energy. If he had unleashed his true energy, that punch alone would have likely pierced right through the disciple. You are Yi Chen. This is impossible. Weren't you supposed to be dead after jumping off the cliff? At the very moment when that Lin family disciple was sent flying, another disciple from the Lin family hastily turned to glance behind him. Upon realizing that the assailant was indeed Yi Chen, the very person they had been searching for, the Lin disciple's face transformed into one of utter disbelief, exclaiming in shock. Previously, when Lin Ji instructed them to separate in their pursuit of Yi Chen, they had thought Lin Ji had become obsessed with capturing him. After all, such a high cliff would be fatal. If not for a human, even a ferocious beast would be reduced to mere fragments upon falling. Little did they expect that Yi Chen not only survived but had also grown exceedingly powerful. How could this Lin disciple not be astounded? It is worth noting that on Qingqing Mountain, ever since the Wang family's elder had crippled Yi Chen, only Lin Ji, the head of the Lin family, and the guard stationed at the Lin family's entrance were aware that Yi Chen had restored his dantian and cultivation. As for the others, even the Yi family remained oblivious. Now, witnessing Yi Chen not only intact but also stronger, this Lin disciple was overwhelmed with disbelief, pondering, how is this possible? Were you not already crippled? Why do you possess such strength? Observing the shocked expression on the Lin disciple's face, Yi Chen could not be bothered to engage him in conversation. With a swift movement, he raised his fist and struck. In the crucial moment, the Lin disciple snapped back to reality, his eyes darkening as he coldly scoffed, Yi Chen, I know not what method you employed to recover your dantian and cultivation, but crossing paths with me is simply a stroke of misfortune for you. As he spoke, the Lin disciple's body trembled, exuding a formidable aura as he swung his right arm towards Yi Chen. Although Yi Chen had once reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of martial artists, the Lin disciple speculated that even if Yi Chen had regained his strength, it was improbable he had fully recovered in such a short time. After all, from the initial attack, it was evident that Yi Chen had not employed any true energy. Moreover, it had been a surprise attack that had left the Lin disciple severely injured. In a direct confrontation, Yi Chen would likely not stand a chance. As the Lin disciple envisioned delivering a powerful blow to send Yi Chen flying, he was taken aback when their fists collided. It dawned on him that it was not that Yi Chen was unable to utilize true energy. Rather, Yi Chen's physical strength was so overwhelming that he simply chose not to harness it. With a resounding crash, upon their fists meeting, the Lin disciple felt a sharp pain in his right arm and staggered backward, disbelief etched across his face. How can this be? How is your physique so strong? Gazing at the astonished Lin disciple, Yi Chen replied coldly, What need has a dying man for such knowledge? Prepare to meet your end. As he spoke, Yi Chen drew his unadorned heavy sword from his back, without any flourish, and directly beheaded the Lin disciple before him. Simultaneously, the Lin disciple who had been sent flying earlier coughed up a mouthful of blood. Upon witnessing Yi Chen slay the other Lin disciple, a look of panic crossed his face as he pleaded, Yi Chen, I saw nothing. I beg you, spare my life. What do you say? As long as you do not kill me, I am willing to do anything you ask. Observing the Lin disciple's desperate demeanor, Yi Chen approached, raising an eyebrow and asking, Oh, are you truly willing to do anything? Mistaking Yi Chen's words as an indication of mercy, the Lin disciple eagerly nodded. As long as you spare my life, I will do anything, even become your dog. Yi Chen, with a hint of amusement, inquired, Since you are so obedient, would you be willing to die at my command? Yes, yes. The Lin disciple, still under the impression that Yi Chen was jesting, hurriedly responded. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he seemed to realize his mistake, but before he could amend his statement, Yi Chen swung his heavy sword, coldly declaring, Since you are willing, then go die. In response, the Lin disciple roared in rage, Yi Chen, I have humbly begged you. Do not forget, the Lin family has countless members scattered throughout the 10,000 great mountains. If you kill me, you will not escape unscathed. Though this, Yi Chen retorted disdainfully, as if I would perish for sparing you. Remember, your fate is sealed because of that old fool Lin Ji. With that, Yi Chen's blade fell, and looking at the lifeless body on the ground, he sneered, Lin Ji, this is merely the beginning. Since you are so eager to find me, I have no qualms about leaving every last one of your kin in the 10,000 great mountains. Chapter 37. What? Someone is dead. It is important to note that the Lin family disciples accompanying Lin Ji all possessed at least the cultivation level of the first layer of martial artists. Within the three prominent families of Qingqing Mountain, those who reached the martial artist realm became the backbone of their families. In the past, Before Yi Chen's crippling, he had been a key target of cultivation within the Yi family, as he was merely one step away from the martial master realm. Within the three great families, once one broke through to the martial master realm, they could not only become a true family powerhouse but could also hold the position of elder. It is easy to imagine that if Lin Ji and these Lin disciples were to perish in the 10,000 Great Mountains, it would be a devastating blow to the Lin family. In fact, it could jeopardize their standing among the three great families in Qingqing Mountain. At this moment, Yi Chen cast a glance at the deceased Lin disciple on the ground and then turned to leave, heading towards the location of the other Lin family members in Yi Chen's eyes. Although these Lin disciples bore him no personal grievance, their affiliation with the Lin family rendered them targets. Had it not been for the fortunate circumstances surrounding him and Yi Lin, they might have already perished at the cliff's edge. Now, for Yi Chen, his animosity towards the Lin family was profound. It was not merely a matter of Lin Ji leading a search for him. Even if Lin Ji did not pursue him, Yi Chen would not let him or the Lin family off the hook. Given the current state of affairs, while their relationship was not one of absolute enmity, resolving it would not come easily, nor could it be settled by merely a few deaths. Just then, not long after Yi Chen departed the area, he spotted Yi Tian accompanied by several disciples from the Yi family approaching. Upon catching sight of the Lin family disciple who lay dead not far away, one of the Yi family disciples screamed in fright, exclaiming, Yi Tian, young master. Hearing the commotion, Yi Tian, who had initially thought he had found Yi Chen and Yi Lin, grew sullen upon realizing there was nothing around. He approached the frightened Yi family disciple, scolding, "What are you yelling about? We are sneaking in behind the Lin family, and your shouting will surely alert Lin Ji to our presence. Speak. What is it? If you do not provide me with a satisfactory reason today, do not blame me for leaving you here to feed the beasts of the 10,000 Great Mountains." The already startled Yi family disciple, now scolded by Yi Tian, felt a wave of grievance wash over him. "Young master Yi Tian, I just saw what appeared to be two corpses over there." Upon hearing it was corpses, Yi Tian smacked the Yi family disciple on the head, chastising, "Look at you. Two corpses have you trembling? What a disgrace. Get behind me and stop obstructing my view." Unbeknownst to him, it was not that the Yi family disciple lacked courage. Rather, most of the subordinates Yi Tian had brought along were of low cultivation. Typically, these individuals either bullied others under the Yi family's protection or flattered Yi Tian. For them, apart from a few who had participated in inter-family battles, most were akin to sheltered flowers. They had never witnessed a corpse, let alone been involved in a fight. Otherwise, the Yi family disciple would not have reacted so dramatically at the sight of a dead body. "Yes, young master Yi Tian." Understanding Yi Tian's temperament, the Yi family disciple nodded obediently and began to retreat. However, just as he had taken a couple of steps back, Yi Tian called out to him again. "Yi Kong, you mentioned seeing two corpses. Where are they?" The disciple named Yi Kong pointed in the distance, whispering, reporting to young master Yi Tian, "They are over there." Following Yi Kong's direction, Yi Tian glanced over and indeed spotted two corpses. His heart sank. He feared they were the bodies of Yi Lin and Yi Chen. He quickly signaled for the others to follow him toward the corpses. However, it soon became clear that the two bodies belonged to the Lin family disciples. Are they not Lin family members? How could they have died here? Within moments, as Yi Tian and the Yi family disciples approached, expressions of disbelief filled their faces, in stark contrast to the shock of the Yi family disciples. Yi Tian sighed in relief, thinking, "Thank goodness it is not Yi Chen and Yi Lin. Otherwise, all my efforts these past few days would have been for naught." For Yi Tian, Lin Ji's presence in the 10,000 Great Mountains indicated that Yi Chen was still alive. As long as Yi Chen survived, his sister Yi Lin would undoubtedly be safe as well. Although the 3-day deadline set by the Wang family elder had passed, Yi Tian believed that as long as he could return with Yi Lin alive, a delay of a few days would not incur the wrath of the Wang family's second young master. After all, who on Qingqing Mountain was unaware of the second young master's character? In his eyes, aside from indulgence and pleasure, he delighted in manipulating women. Over the years, countless women had suffered at the hands of the Wang family's second young master. Yet, with the Wang family backing him, even those women's families could do little more than grumble. They could not dare confront the Wang family. It was common knowledge that even the city lord had to show respect to the Wang family, let alone ordinary folk. To challenge them would be akin to throwing eggs at a rock. Just as Yi Tian contemplated how to apologize to the Wang family's second young master for delaying the return of Yi Lin, A Yi family disciple approached, asking, "Young Master Yi Tian, what should we do now?" In response to the inquiry from the Yi family disciple, Yi Tian, who had been lost in thought, suddenly regained focus, his expression darkening as he replied, "What should we do? Is that even a question? We must find that wretched girl Yi Lin." The Yi family disciple pointed at the deceased Lin family disciples, saying, "But young Master Yi Tian, what about these two individuals?" Before the Yi family disciple could finish, Yi Tian interrupted with a scowl. "What? Do you wish to carry the two corpses with you? You must remember that their deaths have nothing to do with us. Why should we complicate matters? Have you forgotten how that old fool Linji treated us before? If he had not misled us, we would not have wasted so much time and effort." Chapter 38. The reckless Yi Tian Rue. Young Master Yi Tian, you misunderstand my point. I was suggesting we take the corpses of these two Lin family disciples with us. That way, if Linji inquires, it will have nothing to do with us. The Yi family disciple, feeling aggrieved, explained. Initially, Yi Tian had intended to disregard the corpses, but after hearing the disciple's reasoning, he pondered gravely for a moment before responding. "You do have a point, but we still need to search for Yi Lin. We cannot be hauling two corpses around." As soon as Yi Tian finished speaking, another Yi family disciple speculated, "Young Master Yi Tian, how do you think these two Lin family disciples ended up dead here? Apart from us and Linji's group, the only others in the 10,000 Great Mountains are Yi Chen and Yi Lin." He hesitated, unsure how to voice his suspicion that Yi Chen might be responsible for their deaths, as the Yi family had long viewed him as a cripple. How could he possibly have the strength to kill? Especially against capable Lin family disciples? That would be absurd. Listening to the Yi family disciples' words, Yi Tian's expression grew serious as he queried, "Yuan, are you suggesting these Lin family disciples were killed by Yi Chen?" After Yi Tian spoke, the disciple named Yuan replied, "Young Master Yi Tian, I am merely speculating as for whether it is true. I cannot say. However, judging by the wounds on these Lin family disciples, it is clear that they did not fall victim to a beast. And in the 10,000 Great Mountains, aside from beasts and us, the only ones left are Yi Chen and Yi Lin. Since Yi Lin cannot cultivate, it is plausible that Yi Chen was the one who acted." Hearing this, Yi Tian mulled over Yuan's words. "You make a valid point, but Yi Chen's dantian and meridians were destroyed by the Wang family's elder. How could he possibly have the strength to act?" For a time, both Yi Tian and the other Yi family disciples fell into deep contemplation. After a lengthy pause, Yi Tian, unable to resolve the confusion, decided to move on, rallying the Yi family disciples to continue their search. As for the two deceased Lin family disciples, Yi Tian chose to ignore them. To him, the deaths of Lin family members were of no concern. It was said that one should not act for others' benefit, and Yi Tian had enough on his plate without worrying about the Lin family's affairs. That would only invite trouble. Meanwhile, not long after Yi Chen had left, he suddenly heard a commotion ahead. Upon detecting the noise, Yi Chen's eyes gleamed with a fierce light, and he leaped into a tree to observe. Initially thinking it was another search party from the Lin family, he was taken aback to find it was a group of Yi family disciples. Concealed among the branches, Yi Chen scoffed inwardly, "Ah, the Yi family. After all I have done for you over the years, you cast me aside without a second thought when I was crippled, and now you plot to offer my sister to the Wang family's second young master. If you are so heartless, do not expect mercy in return." As he spoke, a frigid expression settled on Yi Chen's face. He leaped down from the tree and approached the Yi family disciples, his voice icy as he asked, "Are you looking for me?" Upon hearing that familiar voice, the Yi family disciples who had been searching for Yi Lin turned in shock, exclaiming, You are Yi Chen. How is this possible? Were you not crippled by the Wang family's elder? Your meridians and dantian destroyed?" Staring at Yi Chen, who appeared as though he had fully recovered, the Yi family disciples were utterly astonished. If they had not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. After all, when Yi Chen had been crippled, he could barely stand. How could he now appear so normal? Upon witnessing the astonished expressions of the Yi family disciples, Yi Chen's lips curled into a cold smirk as he remarked, "What? Does my survival surprise you?" As soon as he uttered these words, one of the Yi family disciples regained his composure and retorted, "Yi Chen, I truly did not expect you to possess such resilience. Even after jumping from such a great height, you remain unscathed. However, this is for the better. Wise up and hand over your sister promptly. Who knows, perhaps we might leave you with a complete corpse. Otherwise, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy." Following this, Another disciple chimed in, "Indeed, Yi Chen, be sensible and hand over that girl, Yi Lin." Irritated by their incessant demands for Yi Lin's surrender, Yi Chen could no longer contain his fury and swung his fist, the size of a sandbag, towards the nearest disciple. This was not due to any reluctance to wield his formidable sword, Wufeng, but rather because he deemed these individuals beneath the need for such a weapon. In comparison to the previous two Lin family disciples, these Yi family members were undeniably lacking in strength. It is noteworthy that Lin Ji's entourage comprised the Lin family's elite disciples, while Yi Tian led mere sycophants. Not to mention, those following Yi Tian, aside from relying on the Yi family name and Yi Tian's authority to bully others, were practically useless as Yi Chen prepared to strike. One of the Yi family disciples taunted, "Yi Tianrui, remember to go easy on him. Don't kill Yi Chen, or we'll never find that girl." Yi Lin, the disciple named Yi Tianrui, glanced at the charging Yi Chen and chuckled, "Rest assured, I know precisely what to do." With a smirk playing on his lips, he approached the advancing Yi Chen, sneering, "You, a mere waste, dare to strike at me? Truly, you overestimate yourself, though you still believe you are the Yi Chen of old. If it weren't for the fact that I need you alive to locate that girl, do you think you could withstand even a single blow from me?" Yi Chen's eyes glinted with disdain as he scoffed, his body vibrating with renewed strength as he directed his punch towards Yi Tianrui. The latter, initially cautious of applying too much force for fear of killing Yi Chen, had held back significantly. However, he soon realized that with his current strength, not only was he unable to obliterate Yi Chen, but it would be a stroke of luck if he himself did not meet a similar fate. Chapter 39. "Want to leave? Have you consulted me? This. How can this be possible that weren't you crippled? How can you possess such strength?" As Yi Chen approached, Yi Tianrui's face was filled with shock as he cried out. It was known that he had previously tempered his strength to avoid killing Yi Chen. He had never anticipated that Yi Chen would still harbor such formidable power. If he were to confront him now, wouldn't that be akin to walking into a death trap? Unfortunately, Yi Chen was already upon him, and there was no escaping. With no other choice, Yi Tianrui steeled himself and advanced towards Yi Chen. The moment their fists collided, while the other Yi family disciples expected Yi Chen to be sent flying by Yi Tianrui, it was instead Yi Tianrui who was catapulted backwards by Yi Chen's punch. This scene left the remaining disciples utterly astounded, with some even doubting their senses, exclaiming, "No way, this must be a dream." Yi Tianrui was actually knocked back by a waste like Yi Chen? Not far off, a resounding crash echoed through the air as Yi Tianrui lay on the ground, his face pale. Wincing from the pain radiating through his right arm, he grimaced, "That hurt like hell." He then warned the nearby disciples, "Yi Chen's strength hasn't been diminished. You all need to leave here immediately." The remaining disciples, still in shock, snapped back to reality upon hearing Yi Tianrui's warning. Disbelief etched on their faces as they exclaimed, "What? Yi Chen's strength hasn't been crippled? Yi Tianrui, are you sure you're not deceiving us?" After all, the news of Yi Chen's incapacitation on Qingqing Mountain was common knowledge. Given that they were from the Yi family, they had all witnessed when Yi Chen was brought back. Now, with Yi Tianrui claiming otherwise, how could they possibly believe it? At that moment, one of the Yi family disciples cast a glance at Yi Chen, then turned to Yi Tianrui and said, "Yi Tianrui, are you trying to trick us into leaving, just so you can threaten Yi Chen to lead you to Yi Lin and claim the glory for yourself?" Upon hearing this, the other disciples quickly grasped the implication, saying, "Yi Tianrui, that is a bit unscrupulous of you. You would go so far as to get yourself sent flying by Yi Chen just to deceive us?" Nearby, Lin Tianrui, who had been lying on the ground, severely injured, spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing their words and cursed, "What the hell? Why would I want to steal the credit? We are all working for young Master Yi Tian. Do I really need to risk my life for some recognition?" Seeing Lin Tianrui's enraged expression, the other disciples instinctively sensed the gravity of the situation. Just as they were preparing to leave, a cold voice resonated behind them, "Want to leave? Do you think that's possible?" Hearing this, the Yi family disciples internally lamented, "This is bad." Just as they turned to flee, Yi Chen was faster, and in mere moments, he sent them flying. One of the less capable disciples was struck down, his heart pulse shattered, leaving him lifeless. Why Yi Chen? What do you intend to do? We are young Master Yi Tian's people. If you kill us, young Master Yi Tian will not spare you." On the ground, the remaining Yi family disciples, seeing Yi Chen approach, were instantly filled with trepidation. Leo, you think Yi Tian can protect you? Anyone Yi Chen, wish to kill. Even the King of Heaven himself cannot intervene in the face of their threats. Yi Chen scoffed disdainfully, delivering a kick to one disciple's chest before advancing towards another. The remaining disciples trembled in fear as they witnessed Yi Kuan being dispatched. Stammering, Yi Chen, we were only following orders. Spare us this once, will you? Yi Chen's eyes glinted with malice. Spare you? Do you think that is possible? If Yi Chen, were in your position, would you grant me mercy? I have always stated, during my time in the Yi family, that anyone who dares to harm my sister will pay dearly. You have provoked me, and even more grievous is that you set your sights on my sister. Thus, remember in your next life to keep your eyes wide open. Some people are best left untouched. With that, Yi Chen drew his formidable sword woofing, dispatching each of the remaining Yi family disciples with a single stroke. He then continued on his path, mercilessly eliminating any Lin or Yi family disciples he encountered. Each one met with either a shattered heart pulse or death beneath his sword. Finally, after slaying several disciples, Yi Chen ceased his onslaught and made his way towards the cave where Yi Lin awaited him. The sky had begun to darken, and as night fell, the beasts of the mountains would soon emerge in search of prey. Although Yi Chen had sealed the cave's entrance with a large stone, he remained vigilant against any unexpected occurrences, for nothing was more precious to him than Yelin. The outer edge of the vast mountain range. Lin Ji emerged from a certain location, glancing up at the darkening sky. He retrieved a signal flare unique to the Lin family from his sleeve, igniting it and awaiting the return of the Lin family disciples. Initially, Lin Ji had hoped to find Yi Chen himself, believing that others would have better fortune. However, to his dismay, only those who had not encountered danger returned, while the fortunate ones lay forever still within the vast mountains. It could be said that anyone who had crossed paths with Yi Chen, be they from the Yi or Lin family, had not survived. As time ticked by, Lin Ji's heart sank with an ominous premonition upon seeing the reduced number of Lin family disciples before him. He inquired of the others, where are the rest? Why have they not returned? In response to Lin Ji's inquiry, the remaining Lin family disciples shook their heads in ignorance. Feeling uneasy, Lin Ji commanded, Lin Yun, take them out first and I will search for the others and meet you shortly. Yes, Elder Lin. Lin Yun complied, leading the remaining Lin family disciples towards the exit of the vast mountains, while Lin Ji hurried off in search of the missing disciples. Meanwhile, Yi Tian and several Yi family disciples approached from another direction, spotting Lin Ji as he departed. They merely exchanged glances before continuing their journey outside the mountains, none calling out to inform Lin Ji of the Lin family disciples who had perished. After all, when Lin Ji had led the search for Yi Chen, he had done so in secrecy to avoid their discovery. Had it not been for Yi Tian and those few disciples who had awakened beforehand, they might still be oblivious to Lin Ji's knowledge of Yi Chen's general whereabouts. Consequently, as Yi Tian and his companions watched Lin Ji depart, none of them felt compelled to stop him and offer a gentle warning. Unbeknownst to them, it was not just Lin family disciples who had suffered casualties within the vast mountains. A few of their own had also fallen prey to Yi Chen. Let us go. It's getting late, we should leave. As they observed Lin Ji's figure gradually fading from view, Yi Tian scoffed dismissively, leading the remaining Yi family disciples outside the mountains. The night was approaching, and with their limited strength, lingering any longer would be akin to courting disaster should they encounter a pack of predatory beasts. Yi Tian surmised that the other Yi family disciples were likely making their way to the exit as well, unaware that several had already met their demise at Yi Chen's hands. Within the vast mountains, as Lin Ji hastened through the outermost regions, he failed to conceal his aura, drawing the attention of several hunting beasts that roared in anger. Yet, the overwhelming strength radiating from Lin Ji deterred even the first-tier beasts, who sensed the danger and refrained from attacking in no time at all. While Lin Ji continued to call out for the missing Lin family disciples, he suddenly spotted two figures on the ground ahead. His heart filled with rage as he approached, exclaiming, I sent you to find Yi Chen, and you've come here to slack off. Do you take my words lightly? However, as he drew closer, Lin Ji realized that these disciples were not merely slacking. They lay lifeless on the ground. Observing the dried bloodstains, Lin Ji's expression darkened as he bellowed, Who did this? These two disciples were among the Lin family's elite, each possessing at least the cultivation of a second-tier martial artist. Lin Ji had previously paired them up for safety, fearing that accidents might occur. Yet, despite his precautions, tragedy had still befallen them. Suppressing his fury, Lin Ji knelt beside the bodies to examine their wounds. In his mind, he had believed that after Yi Chen's fall, though he had regained his dantian, he would still only possess the strength of a first-tier martial artist. Given that only a few days had passed, even if Yi Chen had discovered a method to restore his abilities, Lin Ji estimated he would at most be a second or third-tier martial artist. How could he possibly stand against these two elite disciples? Yet, the evidence before him was irrefutable. As he turned the bodies over, Lin Ji's brow furrowed in confusion upon seeing the wounds on their necks. How could this be? He recalled witnessing Yi Chen jump from the cliff, and there had been no weapon in his possession. Now, however, the injuries on these disciples were evidently inflicted by a sword. What did this imply? Did it mean that someone else had slain these Lin family disciples? Looking at the wounds, Lin Ji murmured in bewilderment. If these two disciples were not killed by Yi Chen, then who could it be? Could it be someone from the Yi family? Upon reaching this conclusion, Lin Ji's eyes narrowed menacingly as he seethed. Ah, Yi Tian, you dare to kill my Lin family members. I will not let you off so easily. With that, he seized the bodies of the two Lin family disciples and stormed towards the exit of the vast mountains, abandoning the search for the other missing disciples in Lin Ji's mind. If these two had fallen, the remaining missing disciples were likely doomed as well. Yi Mingyuan. Where are the others? What about Yi Tianrui and the rest? As Yi Tian emerged from the vast mountains, he spotted Yi Mingyuan nearby and inquired. Upon hearing Yi Tian's question, Yi Mingyuan shook his head, replying, Young Master Yi Tian, I'm afraid I don't know. They likely remain within the mountains. What? Still in the mountains? Yi Tian glanced at the darkening sky, his heart filled with concern as if fearing for Yi Tianrui's safety. Conversely, Yi Mingyuan reassured him, Young Master Yi Tian, you need not worry. With the strength of Yi Tianrui and the others, even if they have yet to emerge, they should be on their way out. Yi Tian, burdened with worry, replied, I hope so. After all, he had witnessed two Lin family disciples perish within the mountains earlier. Should anything happen to Yi Tianrui, how would he explain it to Yi Zhao? Within the vast mountains, Yi Chen returned to the cave, glancing around to ensure no one was present before pushing aside the large stone blocking the entrance. Inside the cave, Yi Lin, who had initially worn a worried expression, mistook the noise at the entrance for a beast's arrival. To her surprise, it was none other than Yi Chen who had returned. Crouching in the corner, Yi Lin let out a long sigh of relief, her small face lighting up with joy as she greeted. Brother, you're back. Chapter 41. The frustration of Yi Tian observing Yi Lin as she approached, Yi Chen chuckled lightly. So, how is it, Liner? Are you hungry? Brother will roast some meat for you. Yi Lin nodded, but suddenly remembered something. Shaking her head as she replied, Brother, if we roast meat, it will surely attract the Lin family. Perhaps we should refrain from roasting for the next few days and instead consume the roasted snake meat we brought from the stone chamber. Yi Chen smiled lightly and said, Liner, what is there to fear? They are merely a few members of the Lin family. If they dare approach, I wouldn't mind sending a few of them to their graves. Upon hearing this, Yi Lin looked at Yi Chen and asked, Brother, you haven't killed anyone again today, have you? Yi Chen candidly replied, What of it, Liner? Is there a problem? With a worried expression on her small face, Yi Lin said, Brother, we previously provoked the Lin family's pursuit because we killed one of their guards. Now that you've killed another, aren't we forcing the Lin family into a vendetta against us? Yi Chen chuckled softly, Liner. I understand you mean well, but you must realize, even if I do not kill them, they will not spare us. Rather than show them mercy, why should I hold back? Have you forgotten how that old fool Lin Ji forced us off the cliff? As he spoke, Yi Chen patted Yi Lin's little head, then drew out the heavy sword woofing. Approaching the corpse of the lightning leopard to slice off a piece of meat, he called out to Yi Lin, Come, Liner, brother will take you to roast some meat. Yi Lin nodded, closely following behind Yi Chen as they made their way outside the stone cave. Although she didn't wish for Yi Chen to kill again, just as Yi Chen had stated, even if he refrained from killing, would the Lin family let them go? The answer was undoubtedly no. After all, the Lin family still hoped to extract the method to restore their cultivation from Yi Chen. Outside the stone cave, Yi Chen glanced at Yi Lin who had just emerged, then blocked the cave entrance with a large stone, finding a flat spot with Yi Lin before starting a fire to roast the meat. Yi Tian, come here. Suddenly, Lin Ji, having just emerged from the depths of the 10,000 great mountains, saw Yi Tian resting not far away and was instantly filled with fury, bellowing. Simultaneously, the Lin family disciples rushed over upon seeing Lin Ji dragging two deceased members of their clan, asking urgently, "Elder Lin Ji, what has happened?" Lin Ji dropped the bodies of the two Lin family disciples onto the ground, exasperatedly responding, "What has happened? Are you all blind? Can't you see?" Witnessing the lifeless bodies on the ground, an ominous feeling arose among the surrounding Lin family disciples as they inquired, "Elder Lin Ji, could it be that the others who did not return from the 10,000 Great Mountains have also encountered misfortune?" With a grim expression, Lin Ji replied, "Based on my estimations, it is likely that they have met with a dire fate." Not far away, upon hearing Lin Ji's furious shout, Yi Tian grumbled irritably, "Damn it. If it weren't for the absence of martial masters from the Yi family, would Lin Ji dare to yell at me like this? He truly doesn't know his place." It should be noted that Yi Tian was the grandson of Yi Zhao. With Yi Chen being incapacitated, it could be said that Yi Tian was currently the most likely candidate to inherit the position of the Yi family head. Yet, Lin Ji, merely an ordinary elder of the Lin family, dared to shout at Yi Tian like this. If word got out, where would Yi Tian's face go? However, with no martial masters accompanying them on this outing, he had no choice but to lower his head. As Yi Tian stood up and walked towards Lin Ji, the disciples of the Yi family followed closely behind him. Yi Mingyuan, glancing at the enraged Lin Ji, approached Yi Tian with concern, whispering, "Young Master Yi Tian, this situation is quite disadvantageous for us. Should we send a message for family experts to come?" Yi Tian waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need, just a Lin Ji. He doesn't have the guts to do anything to me." Before long, Yi Tian arrived with several disciples from the Yi family and asked, "Elder Lin Ji, I wonder why you called me over." In response to Yi Tian's question, Lin Ji pointed to the two corpses on the ground. His tone icy as he said, "Yi Tian, do you still have the audacity to ask me what has happened? Do you not know what you've done? If it weren't for Yi Zhao backing you, I would have slapped you dead by now." Yi Tian glanced at the bodies on the ground and replied coolly, "Elder Lin Ji, what do you mean by that?" Lin Ji's face darkened as he retorted, "What do I mean? Can't you tell? Previously, I kindly informed you of the direction in which Yi Chun and Yi Lin leaped from the cliff, and this is how you repay my goodwill." Upon hearing this, the surrounding Lin family disciples glared at Yi Tian, their faces filled with hostility as if they wished to tear apart the Yi family members present. Seeing this, Yi Tian maintained his composure and stated, "Elder Lin Ji, you don't truly believe that these two were killed by my Yi family, do you?" Looking at Yi Tian's denial, Lin Ji pointed to the wounds on the corpses and said sternly, "Yi Tian, do you think there are any others in the 10,000 Great Mountains besides your Yi family who wield swords?" Facing Lin Ji's accusation, Yi Tian felt an immense sense of injustice as he declared, "Elder Lin Ji, is this your attempt to frame me? Let's not even mention anything else. You should know better than anyone the strength of the people you brought, and look at those I brought with me. Do you think it is possible for us to kill your Lin family members without a trace?" He continued, "Moreover, when we opened our eyes today, your Lin family members had already vanished. Now that something has gone wrong, you suddenly remember us. What, do you think I, Yi Tian, am easy to bully? Furthermore," he added, "as of now, several of our Yi family members have yet to return. Be why your logic. Should I not also suspect that your Lin family members have killed them? What? Some members of the Yi family are still missing?" Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Lin Ji looked up in disbelief at the Yi family members. When he confirmed that several members of the Yi family had indeed not returned, Lin Ji muttered, "How can this be? Could it be that the ones who killed my Lin family members are not from the Yi family?" Yet, within the 10,000 Great Mountains, aside from the Yi family, only Yi Chun and Yi Lin remained. Earlier, when Yi Chun and Yi Lin leaped from the cliff, Lin Ji had personally witnessed that Yi Chun was unarmed. Chapter 42. Has Lin Ji become a laborer? Could it be that Yi Chun had obtained some fortuitous encounter beneath the cliff? Or perhaps Yi Chun first killed members of the Yi family and then used their weapons to kill Lin family members, framing the Yi family for the act? Logically, this shouldn't be the case. Even if Yi Chun had killed Yi family members, whether it was Yi family disciples or Lin family disciples, how could there be no trace of struggle? Moreover, at the location where those two Lin family disciples had died, there was not a single sign of a fight. This suggested that the Lin family disciples had not even managed to put up a modicum of resistance against Yi Chun. At this moment, Lin Ji mused to himself, "It seems that Yi Chen's cultivation is higher than I had anticipated. Otherwise, even if these two Lin family disciples were no match for Yi Chun, there would still be some noise made during the struggle." Furthermore, Lin Ji had personally seen Yi Chun and Yi Lin jump off the cliff, Yet he had not found a trace of their corpses below. This indicated that there must be a significant secret hidden at the base of that cliff. Otherwise, why would Yi Chun have dragged Yi Lin to her death? Back then, when Yi Chun had been betrothed to Lin Xianer, it was well known among both the Yi and Lin families how much Yi Chun cherished Yi Lin. Under normal circumstances, when faced with a dead end, Yi Chun would certainly sacrifice his life to save Yi Lin. However, previously, Yi Chun chose to jump off the cliff with Yi Lin. If there was nothing below, even if Lin Ji were beaten to death, he wouldn't believe it. This moment, Lin Ji, having come to a realization, turned to Yi Tian and said, "You better not have been the one to act. Otherwise, even if you are Yi Zhao's grandson, I will not spare you." With that, Lin Ji gestured for Yi Tian and his companions to leave before turning to instruct the Lin family disciples. Then, unable to contain his curiosity, he hurriedly made his way to the very cliff from which Yi Chun and Yi Lin had leaped, hoping to verify his suspicions. Not far away, upon seeing Lin Ji's retreating figure, the Yi family disciples exchanged puzzled glances and whispered among themselves, What is Lin Ji doing at this hour? Is he going to find Yi Chun because he was rattled by the deaths of 2 Lin family disciples?" As they watched Lin Ji's figure recede into the distance, a few Yi family disciples approached Yi Tian and asked, "Young Master Yi Tian, since Lin Ji is so hastily heading into the 10,000 Great Mountains, he must have discovered something. Should we follow him?" In response to the suggestion from the Yi family disciples, Yi Tian glanced at the Lin family disciples nearby and said, "Follow? With what? Lin Ji dares to enter the 10,000 Great Mountains because he has the strength to do so. With our current strength, do you think we could even make it out if we ventured in? Moreover," he added, "not far off, there are Lin family disciples eyeing us like hawks. Do you think Lin Ji would dare to venture into the 10,000 Great Mountains without considering us?" Hearing this, the Yi family disciples exchanged glances, and indeed, as Yi Tian had said, the Lin family disciples were watching their every move, as though they would immediately obstruct them at the slightest sign of action. Yet, despite this, the Yi family disciples were still unwilling to accept an action, saying, "Young Master Yi Tian, are we to just sit here and do nothing?" Yi Tian smirked. "Is doing nothing such a bad thing? Have you all forgotten where we are? As long as we remain here, even if Lin Ji finds Yi Chun, what difference does it make? Can he fly over here? Moreover, if Lin Ji finds Yi Chun, wouldn't that also mean he has found Yi Lin?" Upon hearing this, the Yi family disciples suddenly realized. Giving Yi Tian a thumbs up, they praised, "Young Master Yi Tian, your strategy is truly brilliant. You've essentially turned Lin Ji into our laborer." In response to the flattery from the Yi family disciples, Yi Tian coldly replied, "Laborer? Does he even deserve that? Earlier, he dared to wrongfully accuse me. This time, not only will I use his hands to find Yi Lin, but I will also have Yi Lin encourage the second young master of the Wang family to leverage the Wang family's power and ensure the Lin family is completely erased from Qingqing Mountain. I will make Lin Ji realize that the consequence of offending me is nothing short of a dead end." Upon hearing Yi Tian's scheme, the surrounding Yi family disciples were once again filled with admiration. However, unlike the others, Yi Mingyuan expressed his concern, saying, "Young Master Yi Tian, what if Yi Tianrui and the others haven't returned yet? Could they have encountered some misfortune like those 2 Yi family disciples?" Previously feeling elated from the praise of the Yi family disciples, Yi Tian's expression grew serious upon hearing Yi Mingyuan's words. "In my view, Yi Tianrui and the others are likely already dead." As these words left his mouth, the surrounding Yi family disciples fell into a heavy silence. Within the 10,000 Great Mountains, a swoosh echoed as Lin Ji emerged. He gazed at the cliff before him and suddenly noticed 2 intertwined vines carelessly tossed on the ground not far away. Seeing this, Lin Ji approached and picked up the vines, examining them briefly before forcefully tossing them around a tree. To validate his hypothesis, he grasped the vines and made his way toward the cliff's edge. Before long, as Lin Ji sensed that the vines in his hand were nearing their end, he looked down and discovered a flat area a few meters beneath him. Although small, it was estimated to comfortably accommodate 20 to 30 individuals. Seeing this, Lin Ji did not hesitate for a moment. He released the vines and jumped down. As he stood on the flat ground that could hold 20 to 30 people, Lin Ji felt a surge of anger and muttered, "Yi Chen, you truly are fortunate to jump from such a high cliff and still find a glimmer of hope." In a wonder eye, and the Lin family disciples searched for so long beneath the cliff without finding a trace of corpses. It turns out there was this place hidden away. With that, Lin Ji scanned the surroundings, and upon spotting a cave not far off, his breath quickened. In the next moment, He took out a fire starter from his sleeve and cautiously made his way into the cave. Not long after, just when Lin Ji thought this might be the lair of some ferocious beast, he suddenly saw a massive beast lying not far away, emanating a foul stench of decay. Chapter 43. Caution is the mother of safety. What is this odor? Sensing the foul stench wafting from nearby, Lin Ji inwardly thought it was bad news and hurriedly approached the location of the beast. Before long, upon reaching the beast, Lin Ji discovered that it had long since succumbed to death. Its flesh had rotted away significantly. Looking at the beast before him, Lin Ji mused, "No wonder I thought this beast had been silent for so long. It turns out it has been dead for who knows how long." As he examined the corpse, Lin Ji realized it was a first-tier high-level beast, the Crimson Falling Serpent. At this revelation, Lin Ji's expression changed as he coldly chuckled. "Yi-chun, it seems I underestimated you. This Crimson Falling Serpent, while merely a first-tier high-level beast, possesses defensive capabilities that rival some second-tier beasts. It is evident that Yi-chun's strength has surpassed my expectations." Previously, Lin Ji had assumed that given the short time frame, even if Yi-chun had restored his dantian, his cultivation would not have significantly recovered. At most, he would be at the second or third level of martial arts. Little did he anticipate that Yi-chun would recover so quickly that he could slay the Crimson Falling Serpent. Lin Ji deduced that Yi-chun's strength must now be at least at the fifth level of martial arts. Otherwise, confronting a lone Crimson Falling Serpent with merely second or third level martial arts would be akin to courting death. Unbeknownst to Lin Ji, when Yi-chun had slain the Crimson Falling Serpent, his cultivation had only been at the second level of martial arts, much lower than Lin Ji's assumptions. What is this situation? Could there be something else involved? As Lin Ji contemplated the cave's significance, he suddenly noticed numerous bloodstains on the ground. Although dried, he observed that these bloodstains led deeper into the cave. Furthermore, on the corpse of the Crimson Falling Serpent, Lin Ji noticed several areas were caved in, indicating that Yi-chun had likely torn something from its body. As for the reason behind the bloodstains leading further into the cave. With Lin Ji's conjecture, at the end of this cave, there must certainly be a hidden paradise. Otherwise, how could Yi-chun possibly tear off the flesh of the Scarlet Falling Serpent and venture deeper into the cave? At this thought, Lin Ji, holding a fire starter, lifted his foot and continued his advance into the depths. Compared to earlier, Lin Ji was noticeably more relaxed, having lowered his guard. After all, the corpse of the Scarlet Falling Serpent and the bloodstains on the ground indicated that Yi-chun had indeed been here. Since Yi-chun was still alive, it seemed that apart from this Scarlet Falling Serpent, there should be no other dangers within Lin Ji. Even if there were other perils, what could it matter? He was, after all, a martial artist of considerable prowess. Moreover, since Yi-chun had survived his visit here, how could Lin Ji, a formidable martial artist, be any less capable than a mere martial practitioner like Yi-chun? That said, Lin Ji's heart still held a shred of caution. After all, it is better to be safe than sorry. Before long, a moderately sized stone chamber appeared before Lin Ji. Upon seeing the open chamber, Lin Ji's expression brightened momentarily, but in the next second, a realization struck him, prompting him to hastily enter the stone chamber. As expected, just as Lin Ji feared, the chamber was completely empty. There was no need to guess. Everything within had undoubtedly fallen into Yi-chun's hands long ago. This sight. Regret washed over Lin Ji. Especially upon seeing a skeleton in the center of the chamber, he felt as if a treasure had slipped through his fingers. At this moment, Lin Ji did not need to think to understand that this place had certainly been carved out by the skeleton. The ability to create such a dwelling on a high cliff was a testament to the formidable cultivation of the skeleton in life. However, to think that such a powerful being's lair had been so easily given to Yi-chun filled Lin Ji with indignation. Had he known that there was such a place beneath the cliff, he would have surely followed Yi-chun down. Alas, it was too late for regret now. As he gazed at the skeleton not far away, a fierce glint flashed in Lin Ji's eyes, and he seemed to have made a certain resolve as he walked out of the stone chamber. Previously, Lin Ji sought to capture Yi-chun partly due to the orders of the Lin family patriarch, and partly because after witnessing Yi-chun's recovery, he too desired to discover the means to restore his own dantian and cultivation. Now that Lin Ji had learned that Yi-chun might possess the legacy of a powerful being, he was even more determined to find him, no matter the cost. After all, Yi-chun not only held the key to restoring his dantian and cultivation, but also the legacy of a formidable master. Moreover, judging by the small indentations on the walls of the stone chamber, Lin Ji deduced that Yi Chun had gained considerable benefits from this place. If he could seize those for himself, Lin Ji would be on the path to fortune. With this thought in mind, Lin Ji quickened his pace, soon emerging from the 10,000 great mountains to the resting area of the Lin family disciples. Not far away, as Lin Ji returned, both Yi Tian and the other disciples of the Yi family turned their gaze toward him. Upon seeing Lin Ji alone, without Yi Chen in tow, the disciples of the Yi family averted their eyes and resumed their rest. Initially, these disciples had thought that Lin Ji's urgency indicated he had found Yi Chen's hiding place, allowing them to locate Yi Lin as well. Little did they expect that Lin Ji had merely gone to investigate the spot where Yi Chen had jumped off the cliff. As Lin Ji walked back, the disciples of the Lin family approached him, inquiring, "Elder Lin Ji, your haste suggests you have found that rascal Yi Chen." Lin Ji shook his head and replied, "Though I did not locate Yi Chen, I have gained a general understanding of his strength." Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Lin family wore puzzled expressions, asking, "Elder Lin Ji, what do you mean by that? What do you mean you have a general understanding of Yi Chen's strength? Wasn't he crippled by the elder of the Wang family? How could he possibly still possess any strength?" Seeing the confusion on the faces of the Lin family disciples, Lin Ji glanced around at the other disciples of the Yi family and whispered, "Though that rascal Yi Chen was indeed crippled by the elder of the Wang family, I do not know what method he employed, but he has evidently recovered. Within the 10,000 great mountains, in stark contrast to the Lin and Yi families, Yi Chen and Yi Lin were leisurely enjoying roasted meat and spring water. After satisfying their hunger, Yi Chen even took out several freshly picked fruits from his storage ring and offered them to Yi Lin to taste. Once they had eaten and drunk their fill, Yi Chen stood up and began to walk back toward the stone cave. Thankfully, this scene went unnoticed by the Lin and Yi families, or they would have surely been incensed. Chapter 44. Strength Enhancement. It is worth noting that the members of the Lin and Yi families were consuming their own rations and resting on the ground, while Yi Chen and Yi Lin enjoyed roasted meat and a cozy stone cave. "What? He has recovered? Elder Lin Ji, are you jesting with us?" One disciple exclaimed. That Yi Chen was not only crippled by the elder of the Wang family, but his entire meridian system was shattered. How could he possibly recover from such severe injuries? This is absurd. Indeed, Elder Lin Ji, when Yi Chen was brought back to the Yi family, he could barely stand. How could he possibly have recovered? Facing the disciples' doubts, Lin Ji replied curtly, "How could I know the specifics of what you are saying? Just remember that Yi Chen has indeed recovered, and as for his cultivation, it should be around the 5th layer of martial practitioners, or even higher. Therefore, when you enter the 10,000 great mountains tomorrow, it would be best to stick together in groups of 4 or 5. Do not spread out too much to avoid being caught off guard by Yi Chen. Also, if you happen to discover Yi Chen, do not engage in a prolonged battle. Quickly signal for me to come and handle him." Understood? Despite their skepticism regarding Yi Chen's recovery, the disciples of the Lin family nodded in agreement with Lin Ji's words. Seeing this, Lin Ji waved his hand and said, "All right, it is getting late. You all should rest now." "Yes, Elder Lin Ji." The disciples of the Lin family responded in unison, each finding a spot to rest. At that moment, one disciple of the Lin family glanced at the nearby Yi family members and turned to Lin Ji, asking, "Elder Lin Ji, since Yi Chen has recovered, should we inform Yi Tian and the others?" Lin Ji snorted and replied, "Why should we notify them? The news of Yi Chen's recovery is known only to our Lin family. If the Yi family learns of Yi Chen's recovery, do you think we could still capture him and bring him back to the Lin family?" Upon hearing Lin Ji's words, the disciple of the Lin family nodded in understanding and said, "I understand, Elder Lin Ji." After speaking, the disciple found a spot and sat down cross-legged to rest. Not far away, Yi Tian observed Lin Ji's whispered conversation with the Lin family disciples and thought to himself, "This old fellow is so secretive. Could it be that Lin Ji is plotting something again?" With this thought in mind, Yi Tian called over the disciples of the Yi family and instructed, "You all need to be alert tomorrow. Once that old man Lin Ji leaves with his people, we will follow closely behind. I want to see what Lin Ji is truly up to." With that, Yi Tian signaled to everyone to rest, then found a clear spot, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes to meditate. Within the 10,000 great mountains, just after returning to the stone cave, Yi Chen soon said to Yi Lin, "Liner, you should rest early. Brother will go out for a bit." As he spoke, Yi Chen turned and walked out of the stone cave. Seeing this, Yi Lin, with a worried expression, said, "Brother, it's so dangerous outside. Why not just rest here?" Yi Chen chuckled lightly and replied, "This place is shrouded in darkness, and if I stay here, How will you know when day breaks or night falls? Besides, I still need to cultivate. Staying here will only disturb your rest. It would be better for me to find a quiet spot outside. After saying this, Chen waved to Yilin and stepped out of the stone cave. Using a large rock to block the entrance, he then looked around, took a leap, and landed on a large tree, sitting cross-legged to enter the ancient tomb of eternity and began to meditate. This was not because Chen was unconcerned about Yilin's safety, but after observing the area for an entire night, he realized that this place was largely devoid of any beast activity. Hence, he chose to cultivate within the ancient tomb of eternity. After all, the spiritual energy within was several times denser than that in the outside world. It could be said that a night spent here would equate to several days of arduous training outside. Moreover, after Chen had taken down several members of the Lin and Yi families, he surmised that it would not be long before they dispatched more powerful family members to search for him. If he did not hasten to enhance his cultivation now, how could he face the coming threats from the Yi and Lin families? As time passed, Chen, who had been meditating, suddenly opened his eyes, accompanied by a surge of terrifying energy emanating from within him. Although he did not break through to the 7th layer of martial practitioners that night, his strength had undoubtedly increased significantly. Feeling the abundant spiritual energy within, Chen stood up, stretched his legs, and thought to himself, "At this rate, it won't be long before I break through to the peak of the 7th layer of martial practitioners." Currently, Chen's cultivation was at the peak of the 6th layer of martial practitioners, and in this realm, there was scarcely anyone who could rival him. In fact, if he were to go all out, even Lin Ji, with his 1st layer of martial master's cultivation, would find it difficult to gain the upper hand against Chen. After all, Chen possessed a high-level martial skill known as the Sky Splitter. Once unleashed, it would not only threaten Lin Ji, but even a 2nd-layer martial master would find it arduous to contend with Chen. However, using this technique would nearly deplete Chen's spiritual energy, which is why he preferred to reserve it for life-and-death situations. In the next moment, as Chen exited the ancient tomb of eternity and glanced up at the sky gradually brightening with dawn, he leaped down to the ground, walked to the entrance of the stone cave where Yilin was resting, and called out, "Liner, it's time to wake up." Initially lost in slumber, Yilin was startled awake by Chen's voice. Rubbing her eyes sleepily, she yawned and replied, "Got it, brother." In just a few moments, Yilin emerged, fully dressed, yawning as she asked, "Brother, why are you up so early today?" Chen chuckled and said, "Liner, don't you know that the early bird catches the worm?" As he spoke, Chen stepped into the stone cave and carried out the corpse of the lightning leopard, calling out to Yilin, "Come on, Liner, let us wash up first, then we'll roast this lightning leopard." Chapter 45. Linji, where is your vision? Upon seeing the lightning leopard's corpse in Chen's hands, Yilin's face showed confusion as she asked, "Brother, with our appetites, do you really think we can finish such a large lightning leopard?" Chen chuckled and replied, "Liner, what are you thinking? I'm worried that if we leave this lightning leopard out too long, it might start to smell, which is why I decided to roast it all. You think I'm going to let you eat as much as I cook? You should know full well that between the two of us, we might not even finish it in 10 meals. Hearing this, Yilin grinned and said, "So, you were worried about that, I thought." Before Yilin could finish, Chen urged, "All right, Liner, it's getting late. We should hurry up, otherwise, if that old man Linji brings people here, we might end up starving today." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Yilin nodded and quickly followed Chen toward the nearby waterfall. Along the way, she refrained from speaking, focusing solely on her breathing as she walked closely behind Chen. Before long, Chen found a clear spot to place the lightning leopard's corpse on the ground and said to Yilin, "Liner, you go wash up first. I'll call you once the meat is ready." With that, Chen began gathering branches from the ground. "Understood, brother," Yilin replied, touched by Chen's efforts, as she made her way to the waterfall. After a short while, Chen glanced at the branches on the ground, estimating that he had gathered enough. He then approached the lightning leopard's corpse, selecting a sturdy branch to skewer it, igniting the remaining branches, and setting up a simple frame to roast the lightning leopard. While the meat cooked, Chen took a moment to wash himself at the waterfall, then returned to the fire to continue roasting the meat. After all, the most crucial aspect of roasting meat was to avoid concentrating heat on a single spot for too long, as it could easily lead to charring. Thus, Chen rotated the lightning leopard's corpse periodically to ensure even cooking and prevent burning. Before long, the fat from the lightning leopard began to drip, causing the flames to intensify. Rather than dousing the fire, Yi Chen added more wood to keep the flames roaring. As dawn approached, it would be unwise to roast the meat over a small fire, as it could inadvertently reveal their position. The members of the Lin and Yi families were already on edge, searching for Yi Chen and Yi Lin. If Yi Chen did not hurry up with the cooking, it would not be long before the Lin and Yi families discovered their whereabouts. As Lin Ji was lost in thought, he was suddenly roused by a call echoing through the camp. Elder Lin Ji, still in meditation, Lin Ji opened his eyes and asked, "What is it?" One disciple pointed toward the rising smoke in the distance and said, "Elder Lin Ji, look over there." Lin Ji lifted his head and followed the disciple's gesture. Upon seeing the thick smoke rising nearby, he quickly asked, "When did this happen?" In response to Lin Ji's inquiry, the disciple shook his head and said, "Elder Lin Ji, I'm not quite sure. But since I woke up just now, I've seen smoke rising over there." "What? There has been smoke since you woke up?" Lin Ji thought to himself, then glanced again at the smoke rising in the distance before hastily standing up and commanding, "Lin Luo, you go wake the others. Remember to avoid alerting the Yi family, understood?" "Understood." Lin Luo nodded and cautiously approached the other disciples of the Lin family, waking them one by one, before long. Once all the disciples of the Lin family had awakened, Lin Ji turned to glance in the direction of Yi Tian and his companions. Upon confirming that they were still resting, he stepped forward, leading the Lin family disciples into the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Throughout this journey, both Lin Ji and the Lin family disciples treaded cautiously, as if fearful that even the slightest noise might rouse the members of the Yi family from their slumber. After all, Yi Chen possessed not only a method to restore one's dantian and cultivation, but also the treasure of a skeletal powerhouse. Should Yi Tian discover that Yi Chen had fully recovered, would Lin Ji still have the opportunity to capture him? The answer was undoubtedly no. The method to restore one's dantian and cultivation was of paramount importance. Once this information spread, not only would the Yi family and Wang family come, but countless powerful individuals from Nanhe County and the Qianxing Kingdom would likely converge as well. This illustrates just how valuable the method of restoration truly is. Presently, the Lin family was the sole entity aware of Yi Chen's possession of this invaluable method. Thus, Lin Ji was determined to keep this secret, at least until he and the Lin family had acquired the method of restoration. No one else could be allowed to know. This was precisely why Lin Ji had twice avoided Yi Tian and his group after determining Yi Chen's general location. Little did he know that before Lin Ji had awakened, Yi Tian had already come to consciousness. In fact, besides Yi Tian, several other Yi family disciples had also awakened. However, they had been preemptively instructed by Yi Tian to remain silent. Even upon awakening, as he observed the departing Lin family disciples, Yi Tian abruptly opened his eyes and remarked with irritation, "Lin Ji, despite being a martial master, how can your vision be so narrow? I have already stated that as long as it concerns Yi Lin, you need not be so wary of me. Do you think that by sneaking away with your people, I would be at a loss?" As he continued, Yi Tian stood up and called out to the surrounding Yi family disciples, "Wake up, wake up! What time is it? Why are you still sleeping? Quickly, rise and follow me to capture that girl Yi Lin." Chapter 46. A generous gift. Initially, the Yi family disciples, who had been resting, were promptly roused by Yi Tian's call, rising to join him as they pursued the departing Lin Zhi. In Yi Tian's perspective, since Lin Ji had chosen to move so stealthily, it was clear he had likely located Yi Chen's whereabouts. Otherwise, why would he need to take such precautions in the vast expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains? It was evident that Lin Ji did not wish for Yi Tian and his companions to know he had found Yi Chen. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Tian had already seen through Lin Ji's intentions. Lin Ji had initially believed that if he quietly led his people away, they would not be discovered by Yi Tian. Yet, little did he expect that as soon as Lin Ji and his group departed, Yi Tian would awaken. Within the 10,000 Great Mountains, Yi Chen gazed at the nearly cooked meat on the grill, extinguishing the fire while calling out to Yi Lin, "Linner, it's time to eat." "I'm coming, brother," replied Yi Lin, who had just finished washing up. Upon hearing Yi Chen's call, she rushed to his side and looked at the roasted meat, exclaiming, "It smells so good, brother." Yi Chen chuckled softly. "If it smells good, then eat more." With that, he took the roasted meat off the grill, tore off a piece, and handed it to Yi Lin, saying, "Linner, this is for you. Eat it while it's hot." "Okay." Yi Lin nodded, taking the piece of meat and enjoying it in small bites. Watching her relish the food, Yi Chen also tore off a piece and began to eat. Before long, Yi Lin let out a satisfied burp, rubbing her little belly and declaring, "I'm so full." Simultaneously, Chen, having also eaten his fill, glanced at Lin and light-heartedly suggested, "Linner, since we're full, let us hurry and go. Otherwise, I worry that old coot Linji might come looking for us again." Lin nodded, pointing at the remaining roasted meat on the ground. "Brother, what should we do with this leftover meat? We can't just leave it here, can we?" Upon hearing Lin's question, Chen glanced at the uneaten meat on the ground and replied, "Why throw it away? We can take it back and eat it when we're hungry. It's still delicious." Lin nodded enthusiastically. "Then let us not delay and hurry back." Chen agreed, picking up the remaining roasted meat and leading Lin back towards the stone cave. Just as they had walked a short distance, Linji arrived with the Lin family disciples. Upon seeing the extinguished fire pit and the leftover bones on the ground, Linji's eyes darkened as he scanned the surroundings and instructed the Lin family disciples. "You all go search over there. I'll check this way. Remember, if you encounter that brat Chen, be sure to signal me immediately. I'll be there to deal with him." "Understood." "Understood." The Lin family disciples replied in unison, stepping forward. Linji then proceeded to search in another direction. What Linji did not anticipate was that as he departed from the area, Tian and the Yi family disciples arrived. Tian observed the direction in which Linji and the Lin family disciples had disappeared, then led the Yi family disciples to search in a different direction. After all, they had followed Linji stealthily. If they were to encounter Linji or the Lin family disciples, it would be as if he had jumped into the Yellow River and could not wash himself clean. Inside the stone cave, Chen placed the unfinished roasted meat on the ground and instructed Lin. "Linner, stay here and wait for me. I'll step out for a moment. Remember, if I'm not back, don't leave this place, understood?" Lin nodded. "Brother, I understand, but please be careful alone." "I know," Chen replied, then exited the stone cave, using a large stone to block the entrance before making his way back to the spot where he had cooked the meat. Based on Chen's deductions, given the thick smoke he had produced while cooking, it was certain that Linji, with his character, would have sent someone to investigate. Just as Chen had anticipated, Linji had indeed dispatched someone. At this moment, Chen had not traveled far when he noticed several Lin family disciples approaching his direction. Observing this scene, a cold glint flashed in Chen's eyes. He then sprang up onto a tree, surveying the approaching Lin family disciples with a cold disdain. "Linji, since you dare to send people after me, don't blame me for being merciless." Initially, Chen had thought that by eliminating a few Lin family disciples yesterday, Linji would have reconsidered his actions. However, he never expected Linji to still dare to send people after him. To Chen, since Linji did not care about the lives of these Lin family disciples, he certainly cared even less, especially when he recalled how Linji had forced him and Lin off the cliff. Chen felt an overwhelming urge to annihilate every last member of the Lin family. As he watched the Lin family disciples approach, Chen pondered, Why are there so many Lin family disciples this time? Yesterday, they were only in pairs. Today, there are clearly more." A glance revealed that at least 7 or 8 Lin family disciples were searching for Chen not far away, and their cultivation levels were all above the second tier of martial artists, with the strongest reaching the 4th tier. Although these individuals were not formidable in Chen's eyes, one should not forget that behind these Lin family disciples stood Linji, a martial master. If Chen could not eliminate these individuals swiftly, what would happen when Linji arrived? Though Chen was not afraid of Linji with his current strength, 2 fists could not defeat 4 hands. If additional Lin family disciples joined the fray, even if Chen's true strength could rival that of a martial master, he would still be in grave peril. Thus, if Chen wished to keep these Lin family disciples here, he needed to devise a sound strategy. Otherwise, if something went awry midway, it would be akin to courting death. As time ticked away, just as the Lin family disciples were nearing Chen's position, a glimmer of determination flashed in Chen's eyes, as if he had formulated a plan, and a cold smile crept onto his lips. "Linji, since you were dissatisfied with the welcoming gift I presented yesterday, allow me to bestow upon you another grand gift today. I refuse to believe that the loss of so many elite Lin family disciples will not yield results." Chapter 47. The initial confrontation with a martial master perched atop a tree. Chen's eyes were fixed on the approaching Lin family disciples, his heart silently waiting for the opportune moment. In just a few breaths, as the Lin family disciples passed by, Chen slowly descended from the tree, casually discarding a thick branch before stealthily trailing behind the last Lin family disciple. If his calculations were correct, Linji should be in another direction. Otherwise, he would not have sent the entire Lin family contingent out. However, Lin Ji was likely not too far away, requiring Yi Chen to increase the distance between them. Yi Chen deftly controlled his movements, ensuring he remained within sight of the last Lin family disciple in the group. After tailing them for approximately 5 minutes, Yi Chen sensed that the moment had come. He gradually quickened his pace, closing in on the last Lin family disciple. Based on his observations, the stronger disciples were at the front, while the weaker ones were positioned at the back. The 3 Lin family disciples at the rear possessed only the cultivation of second-tier martial artists, presenting a prime opportunity for a surprise attack. As Yi Chen approached within 5 meters of the last Lin family disciple, another disciple in front of him momentarily halted, leaning back to converse with the last disciple. Without hesitation, Yi Chen lunged forward, and the sudden noise startled the Lin family disciples ahead. With the momentum of his body, Yi Chen's right hand, enveloped in spiritual energy, struck fiercely at the last Lin family disciple's back, while his left hand swung the branch towards the other disciple. As the leaning disciple turned around, he was met with the swiftly approaching branch and instinctively squinted his eyes. The subsequent sounds of fists colliding with flesh and the sharp crack of the branch echoed in the air. One disciple crumpled like a shrimp, while another screamed in pain, clutching his eyes as blood seeped through his fingers. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Chen unleashed a blinding strike, and the curled-up disciple's muffled groan became lodged in his throat. At that moment, Yi Chen turned to the stunned onlookers and dashed in the opposite direction. As the stunned disciples regained their composure, the leading Lin Song bellowed in fury. "Yi Chen, you're seeking death. Ha ha ha, if you wish to capture me, be prepared to pay the price in blood." Yi Chen taunted as he continued to flee. Lin Song cast an angry glance at the 2 Lin family disciples, one dead and one injured, and then commanded a fellow disciple of similar strength. "Lin Jun, help him tend to his wounds, but I fear his eyes are likely ruined." With that, Lin Song, seething with rage, threw a punch at a nearby tree. That moment, a Lin family disciple approached, his expression grave as he inquired, "Song Gu, what should we do now? Should we chase or not?" Though Lin Song and his companions were furious, Lin Ji had specifically instructed them to signal for assistance if they encountered Yi Chen and to refrain from acting recklessly. Thus, rather than responding to the Lin family disciple's question, Lin Song took out a signal flare and shot it into the sky. After witnessing Yi Chen's swift and decisive actions, Lin Song understood that if they acted impulsively, they would likely suffer even greater losses. To be on the safe side, the best course of action was to await Lin Ji's arrival. Meanwhile, Lin Ji, who was searching for Yi Chen, noticed the signal flare in the distance and his expression brightened. He hurriedly moved in the direction of Lin Song and his group, as if fearing that he would be too late and allow Yi Chen to escape. Within the 10,000 Great Mountains, the Yi family disciples moved at a steady pace, neither hastening nor dragging their feet. After all, their primary goal was to find Yi Lin, so it was best to let Lin Ji search for Yi Chen first. Once they received information about Yi Lin from Yi Chen, that would be splendid. Yi Tian, observing the lagging disciples behind him, reprimanded them. "Everyone, pull yourselves together. Stop dawdling like a bunch of women." One of the disciples beside him pointed towards the direction of the signal flare, exclaiming, "Young Master Yi Tian, look over there." Yi Tian turned his gaze towards the signal flare, excitement flooding his expression as he shouted, "The Lin family has found Yi Chen. Quickly, follow me with that." Yi Tian led the Yi family disciples swiftly towards Lin Song and his group. The Lin family disciple, who had been struck in the eye, had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Lin Song remained vigilant of his surroundings. Waiting for the elder to arrive, a sharp whistling sound suddenly pierced the air. Lin Song turned his body, seeing a small stone whizzing past him. "Yi Chen, I know you're still lurking nearby. Come out," Lin Ji shouted, his gaze locked onto a large tree to the left. The other disciples stood alert, some already drawing their weapons. With a smile on his face, Yi Chen emerged from behind the tree, declaring, "Look what I have for you all." As he spoke, he hurled a blood-soaked bag towards the injured disciple. Lin Song shouted in alarm, "Be careful." One of the nearby disciples, in a panic, swung his knife to cleave the bag, attempting to send it flying. However, the blade was too sharp, slicing the bag open, causing the coagulated blood to splash onto the disciple. The onlookers stood in stunned silence. Yi Chen took the opportunity to flee once more. "Damn it! What is this bastard trying to do?" The Lin family disciple, drenched in blood, felt his stomach churn at the pungent scent. before the Lin family disciples could react. A rustling sound echoed nearby. Not good. Hearing the commotion, the Lin family disciples turned to see two second-tier magical beasts, lightning leopards, emerging from the grass. Lin Song immediately comprehended Yi Chen's intention. He aimed to use the blood to attract the beasts and frame them for the chaos. Each of these magical beasts possessed strength comparable to second- or third-tier martial artists, and with their unique speed and claws, they could easily rival Lin Song, who was at the fourth tier. Faced with these two magical beasts, the Lin family disciples' faces turned pale, and even their hands, which clutched their weapons, began to tremble involuntarily. Yi Chen, I will not rest until you are dead. Lin Song seethed with fury as the lightning leopards drew closer. Meanwhile, while Lin Ji was still en route, he caught a glimpse of a fleeing figure to his left. Instantly elated, he pivoted and pursued Yi Chen. As Lin Ji chased after him, he noticed Yi Chen's sleeves stained red with blood, leaving him somewhat apprehensive. Yi Chen seemed to sense Lin Ji's thoughts and called out, Lin Ji, care to guess whose blood this is? Lin Ji's heart raced, and he hesitated for a moment, questioning, Where are their bodies? Yi Chen did not answer, continuing his escape. Lin Ji felt a twinge of unease, but, thinking of the extraordinary treasure, gritted his teeth and accelerated his pursuit. That moment, Yi Chen abruptly halted, turning to face Lin Ji. Lin Ji also came to a stop, both men catching their breath while maintaining a safe distance, wary of any sudden moves from the other. Understanding the disparity in their strengths, Yi Chen decided to reveal his hand, unsheathing his sword from his back. In that instant, Lin Ji caught sight of a glimmering light flashing from Yi Chen's hand. As Lin Ji squinted his eyes, a closer inspection revealed a storage ring resting on Yi Chen's hand. In an instant, a glimmer of avarice flickered in Lin Ji's gaze. It is worth noting that within the vast Lin family, there existed only two such rings, one in the hands of the clan leader and the other held by the elder. With narrowed eyes, Lin Ji stamped his foot on the ground, propelling himself forward with great speed. Yi Chen responded by swinging his heavy sword towards Lin Ji. However, being a formidable martial artist, Lin Ji merely tilted his body and struck the side of the heavy sword with his palm. Yi Chen was once again reminded of Lin Ji's profound spiritual energy, as the force from the heavy sword sent him staggering back several paces. In contrast, Lin Ji's footing barely faltered, his body quickly stabilizing. Observing Yi Chen retreating, Lin Ji felt a surge of confidence. No matter how miraculous the treasure, it could only restore him to his former state. Judging by Yi Chen's spiritual energy, it seemed he was merely at the 5th level of martial arts. Lin Ji, no longer suppressing his displeasure, fixed a sinister gaze upon Yi Chen and coldly remarked, Yi Chen, if you are wise, hand over your treasures and the methods to restore your dantian and cultivation. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless. Not far away, Yi Chen kept a vigilant eye on Lin Ji, fully aware that the disparity in their realms could not be bridged by sheer brute force alone. Hence he resolved to end the conflict swiftly. Although Lin Ji's strength surpassed his expectations, it did not render Yi Chen a mere lamb for slaughter. With this thought, Yi Chen seemed to solidify a certain determination within himself. He slowly lifted his heavy sword, its edge dull, exhaled deeply, and closed his eyes. Chapter 48. Sound transmission to the Yi family. Lin Ji observed Yi Chen's peculiar behavior and could not help but murmur, What is this kid up to? Yi Chen activated the incantation of the demon goddess 36 transformations, channeling spiritual energy within him, his complexion taking on a dark golden hue. Lin Ji noticed Yi Chen's transformation, and amidst his astonishment, an impulsive desire to strip the boy bare and inspect him overtook him. He was quite curious about the secrets this boy might be concealing. With that thought, Lin Ji ceased his probing and unsheathed a dagger, lunging towards Yi Chen. Clang. The dull edge of the heavy sword met the dagger, sending sparks flying and the sharp sound of metal clashing resonating through the woods. Although Yi Chen possessed strength that belied his rank, he still fell short compared to a martial artist. With each clash, the force from the heavy sword compelled Yi Chen to retreat further. If this continued, defeat was merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, Lin Ji was increasingly astonished. Just days prior, he had been the one in control. Yet now each collision left his wrist slightly numb. The occasional thrust of his dagger towards Yi Chen faced unexpected resistance. Lin Ji deduced that this boy had practiced an unknown and profoundly advanced body tempering technique. With this realization, Lin Ji's greed flared up like a raging fire within him. Seizing an opportunity, Chen executed a fierce clash, creating space to catch his breath. Both combatants were drenched in sweat, yet it was evident that Chen appeared more disheveled. Parts of his clothing had been shredded, revealing his dark golden skin. Chen consumed a recuperative pill, feeling the invigorating rush of spiritual energy coursing through him as he adjusted his breathing. Observing Chen carelessly ingesting 2 pills, Lin Ji's cheeks involuntarily twitched. If this is how you wish to proceed, then let us end it here. I would not want to accidentally kill you, lest I lose both the secrets and treasures. Lin Ji adjusted his breath and sneered coldly. Ha! An old dog, Chen retorted disdainfully. Feeling the resurgence of his spiritual energy, Chen gripped the sword hilt with both hands, exhaling a long breath of stale air as he mobilized his energy with the muscle memory honed through repeated training. Following the requirements of his combat technique, his spiritual energy surged rapidly through his meridians, and the blade of the heavy sword began to radiate a crimson glow. Sky-cleaving strike with the inner shout resonating in his mind. Chen unleashed an attack towards the wary Lin Ji. The spiritual energy within him surged like a tidal wave in the span of a breath. Chen felt his internal reserves dwindle, leaving him with a sense of weakness. The heavy sword transformed into a fiery crimson hue, infused with formidable energy, and struck towards Lin Ji. Lin Ji sensed an overwhelming force approaching, akin to the splitting of heaven and earth. Was this the combat technique the boy had gleaned from a stronger opponent? The oppressive aura of the heavy sword ignited a genuine sense of crisis within Lin Ji, a feeling he hadn't experienced in over a decade. Gritting his teeth, Lin Ji swung his dagger with fervor, his wrist twisting as elusive afterimages appeared. Though be safe, he employed his most advanced combat technique, yet it was evident that it paled in comparison to Chen's prowess. Lin Ji charged forward with his broken blade, and the sound of booming thunder reverberated through the woods as the energies unleashed by their techniques sent the grass within a 5-meter radius flying. As Etienne led his group to the signal launch site, they were momentarily stunned by the scene before them. 4 disciples of the Lin family lay defeated on the ground, while 2 of the remaining 3 were injured. The last standing disciple of the 3rd level of martial arts appeared relatively unharmed, save for the blood staining his clothing, yet his face was pallid. Another disciple of the same level had a broken calf, hastily bandaged. Lin Song's right arm was a gruesome sight, blood and flesh mingled together. It was a stroke of luck that it had not been severed. Nearby lay 2 utterly lifeless crimson flame tigers. Etienne felt a surge of confusion. What kind of encounter could have led to such a brutal battle? Your luck is truly abysmal, Etienne remarked towards the meditating Lin Song. Although he felt a twinge of sympathy for their plight, a sense of satisfaction bubbled within him, for he realized that the Lin family was likely facing a decline in response to Etienne's lament. Lin Song's heart ignited with unnameable fury, yet recalling the matter concerning Yi Chen's secrets, he opted for restraint. Maintaining an indifferent demeanor, he nodded slightly. Indeed. The Yi family members understood the precarious situation of the Lin family, and some could no longer suppress their amusement. It seems the dynamics within the city are about to shift dramatically. Without the Lin family, our clan might just seize a portion of their street enterprises. Just imagine. Though their voices were hushed, they did not go unnoticed by Lin Song and the others. Gritting his teeth, Lin Song remained silent, feigning meditation. Suddenly, from the direction Yi Chen had fled, a sound akin to distant thunder reverberated. The noise was not overly loud, yet to those present, it was akin to a thunderclap. Determining the source of the sound, Lin Song disregarded the pain in his right arm and stood up abruptly. This was evidently the sound of combat, and considering the direction of Yi Chen's escape, Lin Song could not help but tremble. Could this be his true strength? To be able to contend with Elder Lin Ji, his power must surely be above the 8th level of martial arts. Recalling Elder Lin Ji's instructions before they set out, Lin Song began to regret accepting this assignment. Upon hearing the noise, Yi Tian's thoughts raced. Such a distinct sound of battle could only indicate a clash between peak martial artists or martial masters. One was Lin Ji, but who could the other be? Yi Tian's eyes narrowed. A fleeting thought danced at the edge of his mind, yet he could not grasp its essence, he mused. They had dispatched elite disciples to capture Yi Chen, and the deaths of the previous 2 disciples seemed suspicious. This morning, that old man had acted clandestinely, and now his body trembled as he realized something crucial had been overlooked. Yi Chen's situation. With his incapacitated body, there was no reason for the Lin family to send so many to apprehend him, which only left the possibility that Chen harbored a secret potent enough to rival Lin Ji's strength. He dared not dwell further on this. His only desire now was to swiftly inform the clan leader and summon reinforcements to capture Chen. Previously, it had been due to the Wang family's young master taking an interest in Yilinger. Now, the focus had shifted entirely to Chen. Without hesitation, Yi Tian called over a Yi family disciple and commanded, "Yi Dong, you must set forth immediately. Return to the clan and inform my grandfather of our situation in detail. And tell him that the one who fought Lin Ji evenly is Chen, and that Chen possesses a secret." Chapter 49. Has Lin Ji fainted from rage? Chen stood, propped against his sword, gasping for breath. The skin at his palms had been torn from the force of his strikes, blood dripping down the sword hilt. Opposite him, Lin Ji had been thrown against a tree trunk by the immense force, his expression one of sheer terror. The unknown combat technique infused with violent spiritual energy clung to Chen's sword blade, and Lin Ji's wind slash barely held for a breath before the dagger shattered under the overwhelming destructive force. Fragments of the dagger embedded themselves into Lin Ji's body, blood seeping from his wounds. Most alarming was the gaping wound on his right chest, a palm's length long, from which blood flowed incessantly. In that moment, Lin Ji had succumbed to grave injuries, especially as the residual spiritual energy within the wound gnawed at him, akin to a parasite, the excruciating pain rendering his complexion ashen. Yi Chen, on the other hand, felt as if his internal reserves were akin to a parched sponge, having expended nearly 80% of his spiritual energy. The overwhelming fatigue left him slightly lightheaded. Yet, the potency of the sky-cleaving strike invigorated him. After all, to inflict serious injury upon a martial artist nearly a full realm above him was no small feat simultaneously. Chen felt a newfound understanding of the sky-cleaving strike. The technique he had unleashed was undoubtedly stronger than during his training sessions, and its power had significantly increased. In the next moment, Chen flipped his hand and retrieved several recuperative pills from his storage ring, swiftly swallowing them. As he felt the gradual restoration of his spiritual energy, he realized that despite a decrease in combat efficacy, he was still capable of fighting. Given their current states, Chen understood that he could not kill Lin Ji, so he pivoted his thoughts and adhered to his earlier strategy. Coldly, he gazed at Lin Ji and declared, "Old dog, I told you I would personally end you." With that, he advanced towards Lin Ji, who, now filled with fear, turned tail and fled despite his injuries. Lin Ji was genuinely terrified. Though he coveted Chen's secrets, when faced with death, he chose to escape. Watching Lin Ji's panicked retreat, Chen felt an inexplicable sense of relief. He understood that given his current condition, he might not be able to kill Lin Ji. Conversely, as a cornered beast, Lin Ji might unleash a desperate ferocity that Chen did not wish to contend with. Thus, scaring him off was the best outcome. Chen exhaled slowly, surveying his surroundings to pinpoint the location of the cave before making his way towards it. As he walked through the grass, he mentally reviewed the plan he had executed. The moment he observed the Lin family disciples acting alone, he grasped Lin Ji's ploy to conceal their movements from the Yi family while he acted independently. Seizing that opportunity, Chen devised a dual-pronged attack, first ambushing the Lin family disciples, then luring in the beasts to exhaust the Lin family's elite, ultimately intercepting Lin Ji and forcing his retreat. His confidence stemmed from his trump card technique. Thus, the Lin family would find themselves in a predicament, unable to voice their grievances. This was Chen's first step towards revenge. After circling around, he finally spotted the cave. Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. To prevent being discovered, he gathered a substantial bundle of branches along the way to obscure the cave entrance with a large stone. Gently pushing aside the boulder, he found Yilinger crouched on the ground, meticulously sorting through the hides of lightning leopards. Upon hearing the noise, she tensed, her gaze fixed on the entrance. When she recognized her brother had returned, her expression shifted from fear to a sweet smile. "Brother, are you all right?" Yilinger asked, her eyes scrutinizing Chen's tattered clothing with concern. Chen shook his head, playfully pinching her tender cheek as he replied, "I'm fine, don't worry, I know my limits." Yilinger nodded obediently, refraining from further questioning, though her gaze remained fixated on her brother's torn attire, anxious to ascertain if he had sustained any injuries. Noticing her worry, Chen revealed his exposed skin to reassure her. "Rest assured, I've recently practiced a body-tempering combat technique. I'm practically impervious to blades and arrows now. Linner, I need to rest for a while. I had quite an exhausting skirmish with that old man Lin Ji, he admitted, feeling slightly drained. Seeing her brother unharmed, Yi Linger nodded silently, offering her support without words. Meanwhile, Lin Ji stumbled and staggered away, panic-stricken, only to suddenly realize that the boy had not pursued him. His face turned pale once more. If he still did not understand, it would mean he had lived in vain. He had been toyed with. Upon reaching the signal launch site, the scene before him caused his blood pressure to spike. Unable to suppress the injuries within him, he collapsed to the ground. Gazing at the 3 remaining Lin family disciples, as he faded into unconsciousness, he could not help but recall Yi Chen's words from their encounter on the cliff. "Old dog, I will personally destroy your Lin family." As Lin Ji succumbed to unconsciousness, it remained unclear whether it was due to his grave injuries or the rage that overwhelmed him. Yi Tian, witnessing Lin Ji's collapse, felt a profound shock wash over him once more. The sight of Lin Ji's glaring wound and pale face was utterly absurd. A cripple had risen once more, surpassing his previous cultivation, able to contend with a first-level martial artist and even injure him. This dazzling achievement left Yi Tian both astounded and chilled to the bone. Such a person had been cast out by the Yi family, and now they sought to capture him. There was no remedy for regret in this world. Taking a deep breath, Yi Tian resolved that since he was an enemy, he must be eliminated. As his thoughts raced, a gleam of determination appeared in his eyes. If he could obtain this secret that restored Dantian and cultivation, his future would be bright. Especially as the family's current focus for cultivation, possessing such a secret would ensure their rise. Yi Tian's excitement caused his body to tremble, but he knew he could not act rashly. Yi Chen's cultivation now far surpassed his own, and he must wait for reinforcements from the clan. Yi Chen sat cross-legged upon a mat of grass, meticulously reflecting on the recent battle with Lin Ji, his gaze inevitably drawn to the heavy sword standing beside him. His overall strength was indeed very close to that of a martial artist, yet still merely close. Should he encounter an enemy well-versed in his abilities, relying on their superior spiritual energy would eventually wear him down. Furthermore, it was clear that both the Lin and Yi families would soon dispatch numerous personnel, and should he fall into their clutches, capture was highly likely. Therefore, his immediate priority was to elevate his strength as swiftly as possible. It seemed he must seek opportunities for advancement. Yi Chen suddenly felt the weight of pressure bearing down upon him. The vast expanse of the 10,000 great mountains loomed before him. Yet for now, he could only navigate the periphery, unless he dared to delve deeper into exploration. Chapter 50. Full-scale pursuit. Meanwhile, when Lin Ji regained consciousness, it was already afternoon, and he found himself sprawled on a sunlit boulder. Surrounding him were 3 Lin family disciples resting, while only Lin Yun, the sole uninjured disciple, stood guard. Lin Ji examined his bandaged wounds, contemplating the next course of action. He had initially believed this mission to be a sure success, yet it had spiraled into this disastrous state. Where once he had regarded Yi Chen with mockery and a measure of caution, now only boundless hatred remained. With a weary sigh, he turned to Lin Yun and inquired, "Lin Yun, what is the current situation? Provide me with a detailed account." Lin Yun, filled with indignation, replied, reporting to Elder Lin Ji, "After you dispatched us, we first fell victim to Yi Chen's ambush. Brother Tsang, fearing unexpected complications, chose not to pursue further. Instead, he signaled for your arrival, not foreseeing that Yi Chen would cunningly lure beasts with the scent of blood and subsequently escape. We awaited your arrival." Upon hearing this account, Lin Ji sank into despair, his desire to rend Yi Chen to pieces intensifying. "I will return to meet the clan leader. Lin Yun and Lin Tsang remain at the exit to keep watch." Later that evening, in the Yi family hall, Yi Zhao sat in a chair, occasionally taking delicate sips of tea while reminiscing about the recent visit from the Wang family. It was evident that the second young master of the Wang family was determined to acquire Yi Lin. Just then, a disciple of the Yi family rushed in, clasping his hands and announcing, "Reporting to the Grand Elder, Sir Yi Tian has sent word." Upon hearing this, Yi Zhao was momentarily taken aback, then excitedly urged the disciple before him, "Quickly summon him." "Yes, Grand Elder." The disciple nodded in affirmation and promptly turned to exit the room. Before long, the disciple returned, accompanied by another Yi family disciple. "Salutations, Grand Elder." The newly arrived disciple greeted respectfully. Yi Zhao regarded the weary disciple who had returned from the treacherous 10,000 great mountains, nodding slightly as he inquired, "What news? Has Yi Tian captured that girl, Yi Lin?" In response to Yi Zhao's query, the returning disciple recounted all the circumstances in detail. Yi Zhao listened attentively to the report from the disciple who had just returned, occasionally interrupting to ask about specific details. When he learned of the death of a Lin family disciple, he raised his hand to interrupt, asking, were there any other individuals who entered the 10,000 Great Mountains at that time? The Yi family disciple shook his head, indicating there were none. Seeing this, Yi Zhao gestured for him to continue. The disciple nodded and resumed his account. When the discussion turned to the near total loss of the Lin family's elite disciples, Yi Zhao's eyebrows raised, and a glimmer of excitement sparkled in his eyes. Observing the Grand Elder's lack of reaction, the returning disciple swallowed hard and continued his narrative. It was only when he mentioned Lin Ji's injury that Yi Zhao, who had just sipped his tea, spat it out in surprise, staring wide-eyed at the disciple. So, Yi Tian suspects that Yi Chen was involved with Lin Ji. Wasn't he rendered incapable? Could it be that Yi Chen had somehow recovered through some means? The Yi family disciple nodded, responding, "Indeed, Grand Elder. This time, Yi Tian has sent me back with the hope that you will dispatch someone to assist in capturing Yi Chen." Yi Zhao exhaled deeply, striving to calm his agitated heart. With narrowed eyes, he lightly tapped his fingers on the table, remaining silent as he pondered. After a long moment, he murmured to himself, "The Lin family's elite disciples have now been nearly wiped out, and Lin Ji is gravely injured. This presents an opportunity." He then glanced at the disciple, signaling for him to take his leave. "Yes, Grand Elder, I shall take my leave." The Yi family disciple nodded and turned to exit the room. Watching the disciple's receding figure, Yi Zhao understood that the matter concerning Yi Chen represented a significant opportunity for the Yi family. If they seized this chance judiciously, they might break free from the Wang family's constraints and carve out a place for themselves in either Nanhe County or the Qinqing Kingdom. However, the Lin family was already aware of this secret, and attempting to overcome their obstruction to capture Yi Chen would undoubtedly prove challenging. Given the current situation, it was inevitable that the Lin family would deploy their remaining elders, necessitating that the Yi family send not just a few elite disciples, but also more formidable individuals to the 10,000 Great Mountains. Yet, Yi Zhao was not one to easily trust others. After a moment's contemplation, he rose and stepped outside. Yi Feng, Yi Zhao's son and Yi Tian's father, was currently in his chamber, embracing a concubine while seated in a chair, savoring a freshly poured cup of wine. His other hand roamed over the concubine's body, occasionally brushing against soft, inviting places, and even giving a playful pinch. "Oh dear, husband, you are so naughty," the charming concubine teased, lightly tapping Yi Feng's shoulder, her swaying form instantly igniting a raging fire within him. Yi Feng downed his drink in one gulp, rising to sweep the concubine into his arms as he prepared to head to the bed. "Today, my dear, I shall show you what it means for a spear to emerge like a dragon." Just as Yi Feng was about to take action, a series of knocks echoed from the door. He glanced irritably at the shadow behind the door and cursed, "Who the hell is it? So ignorant of etiquette, unaware that I am busy." "It is your father." Yi Zhao's voice came from outside, his tone dark and heavy. Yi Feng's exclamation of "what the dot" was abruptly cut short as he quickly composed himself, tidying his clothes before swinging the door open. Yi Zhao stood at the threshold, casting a brief glance at his son before saying nothing further. His expression clouded as he turned and made his way back to the study. Understanding that his father had urgent matters to discuss, Yi Feng turned back to the concubine, offering her a quick instruction before following Yi Zhao into the study. Inside the study, upon seeing Yi Feng enter, Yi Zhao let out a cold huff, his expression still grim, and proceeded to recount everything that had transpired concerning Yi Tian during this time. When Yi Feng learned of Lin Ji's grievous injuries and Yi Chen's recovery, his face registered shock as he exclaimed, "Father, you called me here because..." Yi Zhao replied coolly, "I wish for you to discreetly venture to the 10,000 Great Mountains and follow behind Hun. If an opportunity arises, take action, but be cautious not to expose yourself. We cannot let the Lin family discover your whereabouts. Do you understand?" Yi Feng nodded affirmatively, saying, "Father, I understand." Yi Zhao continued, "Since you have no further questions, there is no time to waste. Hurry and set off." "Understood." Yi Feng nodded and stepped out of the room. Watching his son's departing figure, Yi Zhao instructed the Yi family disciples outside, "Go summon the 5th elder and 7th elder. Inform them that I have urgent matters to discuss with them." "You useless wretch!" The Lin family patriarch kicked Lin Ji to the ground, his expression contorted with rage. The surrounding Lin family elders remained silent but wore expressions filled with indignation. That was the backbone of our Lin family, and you have squandered it at the hands of a mere waste. The patriarch could no longer restrain himself and delivered several harsh kicks to Lin Ji. His voice low and stern, it was clear that, with the loss of those Lin family disciples, the current state of the Lin family was dire, teetering on the brink of catastrophe. Following this upheaval, the decline of the Lin family was now inevitable, especially with the Wang and Yi families lurking nearby. At this moment, a portion of the assembly in the meeting hall had already descended into despondency. After all, Lin Ji's dereliction of duty had directly jeopardized the future of the Lin family. The patriarch, casting another scornful glance at the half-prostrate Lin Ji, surveyed the other Lin family elders and coldly declared, "The only path forward for our Lin family lies with Yi Chen. From now on, you must all exert your utmost efforts to capture Yi Chen. As for the reasoning, simply state that Yi Chen has utilized demonic beasts to inflict damage upon our disciples. Depart at once. This task shall be led by Elder Lin Dan. We must apprehend Yi Chen at all costs, and also remain vigilant regarding the movements of the Yi family, for they likely suspect Yi Chen's secret due to Lin Ji's previous blunders. Thus, capturing Yi Chen is our only lifeline. Do you all understand?" As the patriarch's words fell, the atmosphere in the hall grew heavy, and the assembled individuals nodded solemnly before turning to exit. The Lin family patriarch slumped into his chair, feeling a wave of regret wash over him. If he had known that matters would unfold in such a manner, he would have been better off forging an alliance with Yi Chen when he had the chance. Chapter 51. What? Yi Tian's father has arrived. Slowly, Yi Chen opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air. After an afternoon of meditation, he had fully recovered. Feeling the abundant spiritual energy within him, he rose, stretched lazily, and proceeded to practice a set of martial arts moves, the joints in his body cracking with each movement. As evening approached, Yi Chen noticed Yi Lin sitting in a daze. He walked over to her side, gently patting her head and smiled. "What are you thinking about, little one?" Yi Lin snapped back to reality and looked at Yi Chen, saying, "Brother, I feel like a burden to you. I don't want to hold you back. I want to progress in my training as well." Yi Chen tenderly stroked her hair, reassuring her, "There's no need to hurry, Linner. The circumstances are unique right now, and it's not the right time for your training. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. When the time is right, I will teach you." Yi Lin nodded, her lips moving as if she wanted to say more, but Yi Chen gently patted her head, interrupting her. "All right, little one, let us go prepare dinner." "Yes, I want something delicious." Yi Lin eagerly nodded like a chick pecking for grain. Yi Chen began to shift stones aside, peering out to assess the surroundings before taking Yi Lin's hand and stepping out of the cave. As they walked, Yi Chen recounted the events and battles of the day. Yi Lin listened intently, occasionally gasping in surprise during moments of peril. Suddenly, a strange sound emanated from the woods to the west. Yi Chen and Yi Lin exchanged glances, and he strained to discern the source of the noise, gauging the distance. From the sounds, he preliminarily deduced that it was the distinctive cry of a juvenile demonic beast. The cries of young demonic beasts typically lack the intimidation and ruggedness of their adult counterparts. Yi Chen held Yi Lin's hand. He felt her palm grow slightly sweaty from nervousness. So he gently squeezed her hand and softly reassured her, "Little one, it seems there is a juvenile demonic beast ahead. In theory, it should pose no danger. However, if we encounter any peril, you must run back to the cave without worrying about me." With Yi Chen's comforting words, Yi Lin calmed slightly upon realizing it was just a juvenile demonic beast and nodded. He released her hand and cautiously advanced, his muscles taut and ready for action, while Yi Lin followed closely behind. The sounds grew louder, confirming that indeed, a juvenile demonic beast awaited them. Yi Chen slowly parted the thick underbrush and was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. Yi Lin's little head peeked out from behind him, and upon seeing the scene, her eyes sparkled with delight. Wow! Before them stood a juvenile demonic beast, its fur as white as snow and its long, fluffy tail swaying gently. It was a small fox, undeniably adorable, but distinctly a demonic beast, for it possessed 3 tails. Its little legs bore scratches, blood staining its fur, and it weakly pawed at the grass. Upon spotting Yi Chen and Yi Lin, the little fox let out a whimper, displaying a human-like expression of fear as it attempted to scoot backward. Yi Lin was instantly smitten by its cuteness, and seeing its pitiful state, she implored Yi Chen, "Brother, let us help this little fox." Chen pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Yet, still feeling some apprehension, he scanned the area and found no other demonic beasts nearby. To prevent the little fox from scratching him, Chen activated the magic transformation technique and carefully wrapped the fox in cloth. The little creature struggled in fear, but, being too weak, its efforts were feeble. Lin, feeling a surge of maternal instinct, said, "Brother, let me take it's too weak to hurt me." As she reached to take the fox from Chen, he observed the little fox's weak struggles and handed it over to her. Lin cradled the little fox, gently stroking its head as she comforted, "Don't be afraid. We won't harm you. We are here to help you heal your wounds." The little fox seemed to comprehend, for it quieted down and ceased its struggles. Chen watched in astonishment. Once they returned to the cave, he carefully cleaned the little fox's leg wounds with a clean cloth. Each time he wiped, the little fox would tremble in pain and emit whimpering sounds. However, after Lin's soothing words, it showed no intention of fleeing, instead lying there quietly as Chen prepared to bandage the wounds. Lin, unable to bear his rough handling any longer, snatched the cloth from his hands and tenderly began to wrap the little fox's injuries. Throughout this process, the little fox gazed quietly at Lin with its dark eyes. Allowing her to tend to Chen, feeling somewhat helpless, shrugged and stepped outside to prepare dinner for the evening. Feng, clad in dark clothing, made his way to the entrance of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Observing the patrolling members of the Yi and Lin families at the entrance, he waited silently for several minutes before seizing an opportunity to leap over a nearby cliff, making no sound. He spotted a faint glow not far from the exit, and after discerning its nature, he found the Yi family's tent, quietly taking up a position in a nearby tree. Just then, Tian emerged from the tent and seated himself by a nearby campfire. Feng plucked a leaf from a tree and flicked it toward a nearby stone. The leaf struck the stone with a soft thud, making little noise. Tian, startled, turned to see a familiar figure in black perched in the tree. Seeing his father's familiar silhouette filled Tian with excitement. Just as he had suspected, his grandfather had sent his father to assist him. Seizing the opportunity, he called out to the resting disciples in the tent, "I need to relieve myself," feigning a casual stroll outside. The two men exchanged glances, and Feng signaled discreetly before they moved in another direction. They arrived at the base of a tree, where Feng asked, "What is the current situation with Chen?" Tian, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, "Father, Chen possesses a great secret. His strength has likely returned to the peak of the martial artist realm, or perhaps even stronger." Though aware of the general situation, Feng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at Tian's words. He then briefly shared his grandfather's plan with Tian, advising him to act prudently, assuring him that he would remain hidden and strike at the opportune moment to capture Chen. Seeing Tian's excited expression, Feng admonished him, "Do not let your guard down. Do not let your guard slip. This is a lesson your grandfather has taught me since childhood. If it weren't for his cautious approach, how could we have reached our current position? Moreover, Lin Ji's fate serves as a cautionary tale." Tian nodded obediently, affirming, "Father, rest assured, I have always been cautious." He then inquired, "What about Lin?" Feng's eyes flickered as he replied, "Everything will proceed according to our previous plan." Tian nodded, indicating that he had no further concerns. Seeing this, Feng waved his hand, vanishing into the forest. Tian mused to himself, "Chen, you truly are fortunate, but alas, all that you possess now is merely a wedding dress for me." Chapter 52. Gathering forces in the morning, Chen was awakened by the little fox's antics. Reflecting on the chaotic dinner from the previous night, he felt a headache coming on. The little fox seemed to clash with him. He had deliberately procured 2 wild chickens and 5 eggs. Just as he was about to roast them, the little fox seized the opportunity to bite the eggs to pieces. When Chen returned after preparing the chickens, he found the little fox licking the remnants of egg yolk from the broken shells, leaving only 1 egg intact. Upon seeing Chen enter with the prepared chicken, the little fox's dark eyes fixated hungrily on the wild fowl. "Phew!" Chen exclaimed, exasperated. "How could you eat all the eggs?" The little fox met his gaze defiantly, its big eyes staring back at him. Just then, Lin returned, noticing the empty egg shells, and scooped up the little fox. "Oh brother, why are you so fierce? Be careful not to scare little Bai," she said, naming the little fox for its snowy fur. Lin cradled the little fox in her arms, soothing it gently. Meanwhile, Yi Chen could only open his mouth in exasperation, turning his attention to roasting the meat. Strangely enough, since the little fox had been with Yi Lin, it no longer seemed fearful, instead displaying a playful demeanor. The little fox was affectionate toward Yi Lin but aloof toward Yi Chen, who found it quite vexing to be disregarded by such a small creature. Particularly, every time it desired to be touched, the little fox would first cast a glance, then present its back as night fell. It would take the initiative to lie beside Liner, where both human and beast would huddle together for warmth. Observing Yi Lin, who had just risen and was playfully toying with the fox, Xiao Bai, while tidying up, Yi Chen sighed inwardly. Liner was indeed too lonely, and having a companion was a good thing. However, Yi Chen found himself perplexed by the origins of Xiao Bai. He sensed no spiritual energy emanating from the little fox. Yet the keen intelligence and agility reflected in its eyes were not traits typical of an ordinary wild beast. After a considerable time, unable to unravel the mystery, Yi Chen decided to shift his focus to his plans for the day. In his estimation, if all went as anticipated, the Lin family would likely go all out, dispatching numerous formidable warriors. The Yi family would probably act similarly. Although both families ultimately aimed to capture him, their relationship was currently rather delicate. Thus, Yi Chen contemplated that if he could ignite a conflict between the two families at a critical moment, it would surely create chaos, ultimately benefiting him. However, this approach posed a significant risk, as it was likely that among the forces dispatched by the Lin and Yi families, there would be several martial masters. With Yi Chen's current strength, while he could hold his ground against a martial master, it would only be against those of the first level. If he were to face multiple martial masters, would he not be courting death? Therefore, what Yi Chen urgently needed was to enhance his cultivation, or devise a way to acquire more martial techniques from the Eternal Tomb to bolster his strength. Early in the morning, the Yi family gathered a group of disciples and dispatched 2 elders, dividing them into 2 teams, each led by the 5th elder Yi Hongyu and the 6th elder Yi Xingye. They gradually halted at the entrance of the 10,000 Great Mountains, recovering from the spiritual energy expended during their morning journey. The disciples of the Lin and Yi families stationed there were momentarily taken aback by the incoming crowd. Quickly rushing to greet them, a small number of external mercenaries were blocked at the entrance, unable to enter, but due to the formidable presence of the Yi and Lin families, they could only murmur among themselves without dispersing. Upon seeing the substantial number of Yi family members arriving, especially the 2 elder leaders, who occasionally flashed a glimmer of martial prowess, it was evident that they were martial masters. Although the martial master level was not particularly high, given the relatively remote location of Qingshan City, such strong figures were exceedingly rare in the eyes of the surrounding populace. The mercenaries nearby, upon witnessing the imposing group, were startled and mistakenly assumed they were the target of trouble, hastily retreating. However, seeing that the Yi family members paid them no heed, they collectively released a sigh of relief. A group stood at a distance, whispering among themselves, Aren't those members of the Yi family? Why have they sent so many people to the 10,000 Great Mountains? And with several martial masters leading the charge, could it be that some treasure has appeared within? Treasure? I wouldn't bet on it. I heard just the other day that a member of the Yi family injured someone from the Lin family and then fled into the 10,000 Great Mountains. Just as these discussions were underway, several individuals approached from a distance. Looking closely, it became clear that they were not from the Lin family, but rather the 2 Lin family elders, Lin Heng and Lin Jinghuan. Among the contingent of both families, there were a total of 4 elders, aside from the 5th elder of the Lin family being at the 2nd level of martial mastery. The other 3 were at the 1st level. However, those observant enough could discern that the Lin family's elite members were generally older than those of the Yi family, all around 30 years of age and fewer in number. The onlookers, keeping their distance, were bewildered by the actions of the 2 families. Could it be that a treasure had emerged? As for the so-called capturing and seeking retribution, it was likely a mere fade. Some passers-by, watching the 2 factions, exchanged speculations about the unfolding events. The gravity of the situation that warranted such attention from both families suggested it was no trivial matter. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Yi and Lin families stationed there were left dumbfounded upon seeing the Lin family also dispatching such a large number of people. They were at a loss regarding the specifics. After all, their duty was merely to block the exit and prevent a man and a woman from escaping, while they were entirely unaware of Yi Chen injuring Lin Ji. Believing instead that the ferocity of the beast within the 10,000 Great Mountains was the real issue. Isn't that Lin Heng and Lin Jinghuan? They arrived quite swiftly, The Yi family elder greeted the approaching members of the Lin family with a smile, while the fifth elder merely nodded slightly. The two Lin family elders, aware of their family's precarious situation, did not act arrogantly and quickly returned the greeting. The fifth elder, growing impatient, waved his hand to interrupt their pleasantries and exchanged a glance with the sixth elder before beckoning 7 or 8 elite disciples to enter the 10,000 Great Mountains. The sixth elder, feeling somewhat awkward after being interrupted, nodded at the two Lin family elders and hurriedly followed suit. The two Lin family elders exchanged glances, with Lin Heng snorting disdainfully, "Damn it, what is this all about?" Lin Jinghuan shook his head helplessly and addressed the numerous disciples behind them. "Everyone, keep your spirits up. If anyone slacks off, I won't hesitate to enforce our family's rules on you." "Yes, Elder Lin Jinghuan." The Lin family disciples responded in unison, drawing curious glances from those nearby. Subsequently, under the guidance of the two Lin family elders, the group made their way into the 10,000 Great Mountains. Chapter 53. Who is disturbing the situation? The onlookers standing around, observing the significant movements of the Yi and Lin families, felt as if they were being scratched by a caddis paw, eager to uncover the truth behind the events. However, as one of the 3 major families of Qingshan Mountain, how could they dare to follow and investigate? Even if someone did follow, the inevitable outcome would be that they would glean no information whatsoever. Initially, there was curiosity about why the Lin and Yi families had dispatched so many powerful and elite disciples, but as time passed, many began to grow restless. In the end, aside from a few who stubbornly remained, most of the crowd gradually dispersed. In a nearby tea house, a figure clad in a voluminous black cloak sat resting, their form and features shrouded from view. Even someone most familiar with them would likely fail to recognize them. The cloaked individual gazed at the entrance to the 10,000 Great Mountains and murmured softly, "Treasure." As the delicate voice emerged from beneath the cloak, a small, pale hand extended, gently holding a teacup to sip. Observing the nearly empty teacup, the cloaked figure decided not to linger, beckoning the attendant with a light wave of the hand. They placed a silver coin on the table and stood to leave. The attendant, beaming at the sight of the coin, regarded the heavily cloaked figure with indifference, as it was not uncommon for some to prefer concealing their identities to avoid recognition. Having finished breakfast early, Yi Chen bid farewell to Yi Lin and stepped out of the cave. He settled onto a nearby stone, channeling his consciousness into the eternal tomb, determined to break through to the pinnacle of the 7th level of martial mastery. As he felt the abundant spiritual energy surrounding him, Yi Chen gradually closed his eyes and began his cultivation. In an instant, as the spiraling energy within his dantian spun rapidly, waves of spiritual energy surged toward him from all directions. Time slipped away unnoticed until, at last, Yi Chen suddenly opened his eyes, a terrifying aura erupting from within him. He had successfully broken through to the pinnacle of the 7th level of martial mastery. Feeling the surge of spiritual energy within him, Yi Chen's face broke into a joyful expression, exclaiming, "Finally, I've reached the pinnacle of the 7th level of martial mastery." With that, he rose to stretch his limbs. Feeling invigorated and powerful, he even mused that should he encounter that old fellow Lin Ji again, he would face him without much apprehension. Meanwhile, Yi Hongyu walked forward slowly, occasionally glancing at Yi Tian, asking, "So, you still don't know Yi Chen's exact whereabouts?" "No, when we arrived, only 3 disciples from the Lin family remained. We didn't catch sight of Yi Chen," Yi Tian replied respectfully, lowering his head. Although he did not fear Yi Hongyu, he understood the importance of maintaining a faade of respect as an elder. At the same time, Yi Tian pondered, "It seems I must find an opportunity to gather with my father soon." Yi Hongyu nodded, inquiring, "Did you bring the peripheral map?" Another disciple, standing with a bow, quickly handed the map to Yi Hongyu. The 2 elders examined the map of the surrounding area. Though they were familiar with most locations, they needed to grasp deeper details. Yi Hongyu pointed to a marked cliff location, then turned to the vicinity, gesturing with his hand as he conferred with Yi Xin. Since they survived the cliff jump, they must be around the cliff area and capable of launching ambushes. Therefore, we should split into 2 teams. You and I will conduct a semi-encirclement for investigation. Hearing the elders' discussion, Yi Tian could not help but interrupt. "Elders, what about the Lin family members?" Yi Hongyu scoffed. "They are of no concern. A bunch of useless fools who could easily escape and have already lost so many." Listening to Yi Hongyu's arrogance, Yi Tian furrowed his brow but found it advantageous, as long as they could deplete Yi Chen's strength, then have his father strike from the shadows. no matter how strong Yi Chen was. He would ultimately be at their mercy. Having finalized the details, Yi Hongyu, accompanied by 5 elite disciples, including Yi Tian, proceeded to investigate the western area of the cliff, while Yi Xing took the remaining disciples to explore the eastern side. As for Yi Tian, the 2 elders initially intended to consult him, but he chose to align with Yi Hongyu. It was simple. The more careless they were, the more likely problems would arise, and only by doing so could his father have a chance to act. Meanwhile, the 2 Lin family elders, after entering the 10,000 Great Mountains, did not rush to search but first summoned Lin Yun. The previous night, they had attentively listened to Lin Ji's account and meticulously analyzed Yi Qian's current strength. Lin Ji, having made a significant blunder, was fortunate that the clan leader had spared his life. Thus he dared not withhold any information and recounted everything concerning Yi Qian in detail. The Lin family members listened with great excitement. Although they felt a deep sense of loss, the thought of capturing Yi Qian and allowing their family to rise directly filled them with conflicting emotions of love and hate. The Lin family elder gathered all the disciples, declaring, "You are now aware of Yi Qian's situation, and you also know this presents an opportunity for our Lin family. Everyone must be on high alert, supporting one another. Any negligence will lead to an irreparable disaster." Just as they were about to set off, Lin Hung added, "Pay attention to the movements of the Yi family. If anything arises, avoid direct conflict." With that, he did not pause and proceeded toward the previous battleground where Lin Ji had fought. The cloaked figure exited the tea house, standing in an inconspicuous corner, observing the movements of the sentinels. The figure felt anxious. Any further delay might lead to being pursued. Contemplating swiftly, she turned to head towards Qingshan City. Shortly thereafter, news spread in Qingshan City that the Yi and Lin families had ventured to the 10,000 Great Mountains due to the discovery of a hidden treasure, prompting many mercenaries and explorers to form teams and rush to the site. At that moment, a tall woman, her face veiled, strolled along the street, observing the circulating news, knowing that the plan had succeeded. The Lin and Yi families were now in turmoil, unable to comprehend why a seemingly routine capture had spiraled into such chaos. Yi Zhao was furious, slamming his palm on the table, causing the nearby maid to tremble in fear. He shouted at the guard kneeling below, "Quick, find out who is behind this." Chapter 54. Is Qingshan Mountain in chaos? Within the Lin family, the clan leader was equally enraged, sending people to investigate the source of the rumors. Meanwhile, discussions swirled around Qingshan Mountain, questioning the veracity of the claims. Was it true? While uncertain, the likelihood seemed high that it was indeed genuine. Are you foolish? Think carefully. Does it make sense for so many to be dispatched to capture a mere disciple? Perhaps someone is deliberately spreading rumors? Regardless, there was undoubtedly some trickery involved, and this opportunity might allow us to seize a chance. Quick, contact the brothers. We have work to do. The city of Qingshan was now abuzz, with speculation rampant regarding the Yi and Lin families' blockade of the 10,000 Great Mountains. The denials issued by the Yi and Lin families garnered little attention. The deployment of so many to apprehend a worthless disciple, coupled with the ambiguous stances of both families, only served to strengthen the public's belief in the rumors. In the Wang family's council hall, the patriarch Wang Hongyi sat in the central chair, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table, his expression grave. The rumors circulating in the streets had reached the Wang family servants, who promptly relayed the news back to the clan. Wang Hongyi surveyed everyone in the hall, asking, "You're all aware of the rumors. Can anyone explain the specifics?" Silence fell over the room. Prior to the rumors, they were well aware of all relevant information and understood the rationale behind the blockade. As the foremost family of Qingshan City, they had tacitly approved of the actions taken. However, they were now left in the dark regarding the sudden mobilization of the Yi and Lin families, making it imperative to ascertain the details of this deployment, a crucial step indeed. Wang Hongyi observed the silence, then commanded, "Each family should send an elder to inquire about the situation from both families and report back to me." He then turned to the eldest elder, instructing, "Prepare personnel to head to the 10,000 Great Mountains. Regardless of the outcome, we must not let any opportunity slip away." The eldest elder nodded in frustration, genuinely perplexed by the emergence of such a situation. The city lord's residence, City Lord Xue Ping, the foremost warrior of Qingshan City, whose strength had reached the pinnacle of the 8th level of martial mastery, was on the verge of breaking through to the 9th level. Now in his 40s, he was in his prime, and with favorable circumstances, he could soon ascend to the rank of Grand Martial Master. He took a sip of tea, regarding his steward beside him. "The rumors outside are rather intriguing. difficult to discern their authenticity. Have you gathered the information on Yi Chen that I requested? The steward nodded, proceeding to recount all the details regarding Yi Chen. Yi Chen, a member of the Yi family, currently has only one sister, named Yi Lin. His parents disappeared when he was young. Wang Hongyi raised a hand to interrupt. Disappeared? The steward nodded, yes. His father was also a member of the Yi family, named Yi Kanglin, and his mother was an outsider. Information about her is scarce. Shui Ping gestured for him to continue. Yi Chen exhibited extraordinary talent from a young age, even reaching the 9th level of martial mastery before his fall. Though Yi Chen was cultivated as a core disciple of the Yi family, he was not favored by Yi Zhao. Shui Ping raised an eyebrow. So that explains why he was incapacitated by the elder from the Wang family previously. The steward looked taken aback. You mean? Shui Ping chuckled. It's evident. Otherwise, how could a dignified elder engage in such disgraceful actions? Moreover, why would he favor the Wang family when his own disciple was bullied? Although the Wang family wields considerable power, and various parties must publicly pay their respects, such overt actions can only indicate that Yi Zhao harbors grievances against this Yi Chen. Perhaps it is related to his parents. However, this does not concern us. Having spoken, Shui Ping drained the cup of tea in one swift motion. The butler stood respectfully, watching as the city lord exited the hall. Then, a voice echoed from afar. Dispatch orders. So long as they do not cause a ruckus in the city, let the three families create their own chaos. After exchanging pleasantries with Yi Lin, Yi Chen began to prepare for reconnaissance of the day's situation. The Yi and Lin families would undoubtedly continue their search at the same location as yesterday, so approaching recklessly would likely lead to discovery, and Yi Chen would be left waiting for death, especially given the overwhelming numbers on the opposing side. He applied the grass juice he had previously prepared to his body for concealment, and stealthily made his way toward the location of yesterday's signal flare. Finding a high slope, Yi Chen gazed toward the area marked by the signal flare, only to discover that no figures were present. Puzzled, he hesitated to act, fearing a direct encounter with the enemy. At that moment, a gentle breeze stirred the dense grass, and sunlight glinted off something in the underbrush to his right. It was the flash of a blade, causing Yi Chen to break into a cold sweat. Upon closer inspection, he realized that at least 10 individuals lay in ambush nearby. Thanks to the cover of foliage, it was nearly impossible to detect their presence unless one approached closely. In his fright, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Not daring to linger, he judged the risk of being discovered too great and decided to withdraw. He quietly rose, bending low as he retraced his steps. Elder, do you think Yi Chen will come? Yi Tian, lying prone, felt his hands growing numb and could not resist asking Yi Hongyu, who appeared somewhat pale due to the hasty ambush. An unpleasant odor wafted through the air, forcing him to seal his nostrils with spiritual energy for a momentary respite, though he occasionally inhaled deeply, regretting it. Upon hearing Yi Tian's inquiry, Yi Hongyu glanced at him without speaking. Logically, given Yi Chen's circumstances, he would certainly come to investigate. To ensure they could encircle him, Yi Hongyu had deliberately ordered the ambush to be expanded. However, the absence of any reaction thus far cast doubt on his judgment. Could it be that this brat has already slipped deeper into hiding? Yi Hongyu frowned and remarked, "Let us wait a bit longer. Perhaps he is on his way." Another quarter of an hour passed. Even with Yi Hongyu's martial prowess, he was beginning to feel the strain, his arms growing numb, while the other disciples had already started to subtly stretch their limbs. Taking a deep breath, Yi Hongyu slowly stood up, perplexed as to why Yi Chen had not yet arrived. Stretching his arms, he surveyed the other disciples and declared, "Stand down. That lad is unlikely to show." With that, he turned and walked toward the slope behind him, a nagging feeling of having overlooked something gnawing at him. Though he could not articulate it as he scanned the surroundings, his pupils suddenly constricted. He spotted a patch of flattened grass, precisely forming a human silhouette. Damn! Yi Hongyu finally understood why Yi Chen had not taken the bait. Every move of their own had been meticulously observed. Recalling the lingering stench from nearly an hour ago, he felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Chapter 55. The reckless blood demon mercenary group. Yi Chen ambled forward, his mind preoccupied with devising a strategy, feeling a headache coming on. Currently, the periphery was swarming with disciples from the two families, and probing too recklessly would likely lead to being cornered. While the cave's concealment was generally adequate, it also served as a constraint for Yi Chen. If he inadvertently revealed any hint of his presence, it was likely that Yi Lin would be the first to suffer. He had originally hoped to find an opportunity for another strike, but it seemed he would have to temporarily shelve those plans. Reluctantly, Chen turned back toward the cave. Upon entering, he found Lin looking at him with curiosity, asking, "Brother, why are you back so early today?" Chen smiled slightly and replied, "We should be safe for the next couple of days. The Yi and Lin families are likely discussing countermeasures within their clan." Wei Chen fabricated a lie to spare Yi Lin further worried. Wei Lin, somewhat anxious, replied, "While that may be so, in a few days, I fear more people will arrive." And then Wei Chen gently reassured her, "Do not fret, Liner. From our current position, they won't be able to locate us." Hearing this, Yi Lin felt an immediate sense of relief, and soon after, while cradling Xiao Bai, she began to engage in light-hearted conversation with Yi Chen. At that moment, the entrance to the 10,000 Great Mountains was bustling with activity. "Look, isn't that the Battle Wolf mercenary group? I didn't expect them to show up. Quick, look, people from the treasure pavilion have arrived too. Wow, what a beautiful woman. Just look at her figure. Hush, do you want to get yourself killed? I've heard that the treasure pavilion is no ordinary small power. Their influence spans the entire dynasty." The speaker admonished a friend nearby in a hushed tone. Leading the treasure pavilion's contingent was a woman clad in martial attire alongside an elderly man. Despite the somewhat oversized martial robe, it could not conceal the woman's alluring figure. Her features were strikingly beautiful, with a delicate chin, elongated phoenix eyes, and tender skin, particularly accentuated by a mature and enchanting demeanor that captivated onlookers. So radiant was her presence that, upon the arrival of the treasure pavilion's entourage, she inadvertently became the focal point of the crowd. The woman maintained a gentle smile, her peach blossom-like eyes casually scanning the throng, causing anyone who met her gaze to involuntarily swallow hard. The Wang family was led by the sixth elder, Wang Pai, whose strength was on par with Yi Hongyu, both being martial artists of the second tier. Upon noticing the arrival of the treasure pavilion's members, Wang Pai exclaimed in surprise, "What brings her here?" As one of the three major commercial powers of the entire dynasty, the treasure pavilion primarily operated auction houses and maintained a branch in Qingqing Mountain. Although the Wang family was formidable as a local power, they dared not act overly arrogantly toward the treasure pavilion, especially with this strikingly alluring woman, whom Wang Pai had encountered once with the Grand Elder. It was said she was a high-ranking member of the treasure pavilion, seldom seen in small places like Qing Mountain City. Could it be? Wang Pai's thoughts raced as he muttered softly before making his way over. Upon seeing Wang Pai approach, the woman acknowledged him with a nod. Wang Pai took the initiative, greeting her with a smile. "Miss Pei, what brings you here?" Pei Qingyue responded with a graceful smile. "I had intended to visit the treasure pavilion to collect some items, but unexpectedly encountered some subordinates on a treasure hunt along the way, so I thought I might as well stop by for a look." Wang Pai nodded in understanding. "I see." At that moment, a raucous commotion erupted nearby as a group of individuals forcibly pushed through the crowd, creating a path. Make way, do not block the way." Faced with the intimidating presence of two burly men, the surrounding crowd fell silent, parting to allow them passage. A loud, boisterous laugh rang out from behind. "Ha ha ha." Passing through a small place like Qing Mountain City and hearing of treasure surfacing, "We, the Blood Demon Mercenary Group, have come to join the fun." A heavily built man stepped forward from the throng, his face marred by a prominent scar that ran from his forehead down to his cheek, making him appear exceptionally fierce. Instantly, he was captivated by the striking woman in the crowd. Leering at Pei Qingyue's curvaceous form with lascivious intent, he murmured, "In a place like this, such a rare beauty, just to my liking." With that, he strode toward Pei Qingyue, brazenly fixating on her face. "Beautiful lady, are you here seeking treasure? I am that treasure. Why don't I take you?" Before he could finish, the elderly man beside Pei Qingyue narrowed his eyes and swiftly intervened. In the blink of an eye, before the burly man could react, a resounding slap echoed through the air. The man was sent flying, crashing into a nearby tree, spewing blood and shattered teeth in his wake. Regret washed over the burly man as he realized that he had underestimated the strength present in this seemingly insignificant Qing Mountain City. Terrified, he gazed at the old man before him, muttering, "Grandmaster." Those nearby gasped in shock. The other 5 burly men, witnessing their leader being struck down, drew their weapons, frozen in place upon hearing his words. The elderly man remained impassive, coldly glaring at the fallen brute. The man, filled with dread, stammered, "Elder, I was blind and offended this noble lady. I implore you to spare my life. Get lost." The burly man felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, hastily scrambling to his feet, bowing profusely as he retreated, dragging his subordinates away from the crowd. Instantly, the surrounding onlookers fell silent, gazing at the elderly man with awe. "Let us go. We should return to Qing Mountain City," Pei Qingyue's voice chimed. The elderly man paid no heed to the gazes of those around him, bowing slightly. "Yes, Mississippi." With that, he resumed his position behind Pei Qingyue. Wang Pai, astonished, had not expected the old man accompanying Pei Qingyue to possess such formidable strength. As Wang Pai stood in a daze, he heard Pei Qingyue's voice nearby. "Elder Wang, we have urgent matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave." With that, Pei Qingyue led the elderly man and 2 guards toward Qing Mountain City. Snapping back to reality, Wang Pai called over one of his disciples, instructing, "Quickly report to the family head about Pei Qingyue and the arrival of a grandmaster." Chapter 56. Trouble. Wang Pai sensed that Qing Mountain City was rife with undercurrents. Yet he could not pinpoint the specifics. Just then, the members of the Blood Demon mercenary group returned, but without the burly man. This time, their previously brash demeanor had subdued. Typically, they would bully others under the protection of their leader's martial prowess. But having learned a lesson, they now stood quietly off to the side. Wang Pai made no further delay, politely nodding at the remaining members of the treasure pavilion before making his way toward the disciples from the Lin and Yi families, who were bewildered by the gathering crowd. The surrounding people hurriedly followed. The 8 disciples from the Lin and Yi families stood guard at the entrance. Upon seeing Wang Pai and the large group approaching, they quickly stood up. Wang Pai regarded them without malice, recognizing their ignorance of the situation, and simply said, "Do not worry." Hearing the Wang family elders' assurance, they exchanged glances, gritting their teeth as they stepped aside. Faced with such numbers, they knew they could not stand in their way without courting disaster. The crowd entered the 10,000 Great Mountains, transforming the usually tranquil forest into a cacophony. Meanwhile, at the rear of the crowd, a cloaked figure slipped in alongside them, unnoticed among the throng. There were numerous masked individuals among the crowd, at least a dozen, so the black-clad figure attracted little attention. The Yi and Lin family disciples glanced briefly, but quickly shifted their focus elsewhere. The masked figure easily made her way into the 10,000 Great Mountains. Observing the dispersing crowd, she chose her direction and proceeded. Shortly after her departure, a group of 5 weary travelers arrived at the entrance, stopping to catch their breath. This group consisted of 3 young men, all dressed in opulent attire, particularly the handsome youth at the forefront, who held a fan, embodying the quintessential dandy. As the 3 walked forward, they curiously scanned the entrance to the 10,000 Great Mountains. The slender youth on the right chuckled. According to the treasure mouse's reactions, she should have lingered here for quite some time. Upon hearing this, the leading young man inquired, "What about her subsequent movements?" The other youth, observing the treasure mouse's responses, speculated, "It is currently uncertain what her exact situation is. She has been seen on both paths. According to the map, the eastern route leads to Qing Mountain City, while the western path leads to the 10,000 Great Mountains." The leading youth scoffed. Clearly, she must have entered the 10,000 Great Mountains. Another youth, curious, asked, "Why is that?" The leader glanced at his competent sidekick and explained, "No matter how she tries to hide in the crowd, she will ultimately need to return home. At that point, we will inevitably confront her father. Of course, she is unaware of our current situation, so she won't rashly return. She has likely already vanished into the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains." Younger brother Yang's intellect is truly admirable. A youth promptly flattered, causing the leading Yang to beam even brighter. "Let us head in," he commanded, gesturing for his companions to follow him into the entrance. Elder Wang observed his surroundings and slowly instructed, "You 3 disperse and monitor the movements of the Yi and Lin families, then regroup here. Should anything arise, fire a signal flare." Wang Pai turned to the disciples behind him, directing, "We will proceed in this direction." Yi Xingyan surveyed the devastated grassland around him, astonished by the level of destruction. Such force far exceeded that of mere martial artists. Taking a deep breath, he understood why Lin Ji had returned injured. Yi Chen's strength had become truly terrifying. Suddenly, a disciple from behind called out, "Someone is approaching from the rear." Yi Xingyan was taken aback. Upon closer inspection, he recognized that Lin Hong was leading a sizable force toward them. Lin Hong and his entourage quickly noticed the signs of destruction on the ground. Wei Hongyu was in a foul mood. The duck he had nearly caught had flown the coop. Standing atop the previous slope, he observed the surrounding environment. Suddenly, he noticed movement in the distance, a figure among the trees. His face brightened, and he signaled to the disciples below before stealthily approaching the figure. Peering through the foliage, he vaguely discerned the person's silhouette, their back turned to him, rendering their features indistinct. Wei Hongyu mused. The only one bold enough to wander alone in the woods now can only be Yi Chen. The figure moved intermittently, occasionally checking the ground before advancing. Knowing the opportunity had arrived, Yi Hongyu felt a surge of excitement and gestured to the disciples behind him before gracefully making his way closer. The figure remained oblivious to his presence, so he hesitated no longer. Gathering his spiritual energy, he prepared to launch a decisive strike. Yi Chen carried a tremendous secret, and thus, he planned to cripple Yi Chen's legs. The wind sandpalm, one of his currently mastered advanced martial techniques, had reached the high level of the yellow tier. Having mastered it in his youth, its power rivaled that of some lesser techniques of the low tier. He carefully brewed his attack as he closed the distance, now less than 10 steps from Yi Chen, who still remained unaware why Yi Hongyu's mind raced with doubt, but time did not permit hesitation. As Yi Chen rose, Yi Hongyu sprang into action, launching himself forward just as Yi Chen turned. With a powerful strike, he landed a blow on Yi Chen's thigh. A sickening crack echoed as Yi Chen lost his balance. Tumbling sideways, his legs shattering under the immense force, contorted in a grotesque manner, Yi Chen fell to the ground, howling in agony, his face twisted in pain. Yi Hongyu wore a ruthless expression, disdainfully remarking, "Ha, with such strength, Lin Ji has become increasingly useless. What do you want? The consequences of opposing my Wang family are dire. You are courting death." Yi Tian, who had been hastily approaching, found himself perplexed by the effortless resolution of Yi Chen's predicament. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, he paused, a look of horror crossing his face. Yi Chen was not merely Yi Chen. He was a scion of the Wang family. Meanwhile, the figure of Yi Hongyu, upon hearing the mention of the Wang family, was struck as if by a thunderclap, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead. He muttered hoarsely to himself, "What brings the Wang family here?" While they were all lost in a stupor, they failed to notice the Wang disciples glaring at them with palpable hatred, who then gritted their teeth and fired off a signal flare. Boom! A crimson firework erupted in the sky, and Yi Hongyu snapped back to reality, realizing he had embroiled the Yi family in a grave disaster. Chapter 57. Battle. Wang Pai led a disciple northward, when suddenly he spotted the signal flare in the northwest sky. His brows furrowed, and he quickly turned, urging his disciple to hasten toward the source of the flare. The firing of the signal flare had stirred nearly everyone within the vast expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains. After all, while the perimeter was extensive, they had not strayed too far from one another. That was a signal flare. Let us go see what's amiss. Heh, I'm keen to discover what antics they are up to. The black-clad figures ahead glanced upward toward the nearby signal flare, their slender brows knitting together momentarily before they too began heading toward the source. Seated on a stone by a small stream, Yi Lin cradled the small white creature in her arms, gently cleaning its wounds with gauze and applying healing salve. The wounds appeared satisfactory. Yi Chen had spared no expense in acquiring the finest healing elixirs to ensure the small creature's robust growth. The small white creature gazed around with wide, curious eyes. Had Yi Lin not been holding it, it would likely have scampered off in all directions. Suddenly, the creature seemed to sense something, becoming restless. Ignoring the pain in its leg, it struggled violently in Yi Lin's embrace, whimpering softly. Yi Lin, concerned, stroked the creature's head and asked, "What's wrong, little one?" The small creature disregarded her, breaking free from her hold and limping hastily toward the cave. "Brother, you should come see what's the matter with the little one." In the midst of his meditation, Yi Chen heard Yi Lin's call and quickly turned around, catching sight of the small creature darting into the cave. Yi Chen was puzzled. A demonic beast would not be frightened without reason, unless something unusual was afoot nearby. Narrowing his eyes, he scanned the surroundings cautiously but found nothing amiss. Why this time? Yi Lin had already rushed back into the cave, and Yi Chen hurried in to investigate. He found the small creature cowering in fear. Its body curled up as it warily watched the entrance of the cave. Yi Lin, filled with concern, picked it up and knelt on the blanket, gently grooming its fur. Gradually, the creature ceased trembling, eventually closing its eyes and burying its little head deep in Yi Lin's embrace, though it would occasionally shudder slightly. Yi Chun caressed the small creatureless body. His expression serious as he addressed Yi Lin. "Linner, remain quiet for now. Do not move unless I enter." Yi Lin nodded. Worry etched on her face as she cautioned, "Brother, be careful." Yi Chun gently patted Yi Lin's head before stepping out of the cave, maintaining a flow of spiritual energy to guard against any sudden enemy ambush. At that moment, he heard a disturbance in the woods to his right rear. From the rustling underbrush surged a multitude of wild beasts, wolves, wild boars, rabbits, snakes, and rats, among others. They charged forward in a panic, ignoring their natural enemies and prey, seemingly fleeing from a terrifying predator in pursuit. Yi Chan observed their odd behavior, sinking into contemplation. It was no surprise that the small creature's earlier agitation mirrored theirs. Yi Chen glanced toward the darkened depths of the forest leading into the mountains, a sense of foreboding settling over him. Just then, above the location where he had encountered the Yi family, another signal flare shot into the sky. Watching it fade, he turned back toward the mountain's interior. After some deliberation, he set off toward the signal flare's direction, aware that the beast had discovered something, yet acknowledging that with his current strength, venturing deeper into the mountains posed significant danger. Revenge against the Wang, Yi, and Lin families was Yi Chen's primary concern. Blood debts must be repaid. Those who have harmed me shall inevitably face 100-fold retribution. When Yi Chen arrived near the signal flare, he was taken aback by the scene before him. At least 100 individuals were gathered, the actions within obscured by the crowd. For a fleeting moment, he mistakenly thought that the Yi and Lin families had mobilized their entire forces, but upon closer inspection, he realized that most were not from either clan. They were primarily outsiders, including various mercenaries and solitary cultivators. After observing for a moment, Yi Chen began to walk closer, pretending to be one of the outsiders. The crowd soon noticed him, casting only a fleeting glance before returning their attention elsewhere. Yi Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him as he walked forward at a leisurely pace. The Yi family is doomed now. Daring to strike at the Wang family is akin to seeking one's own demise. Could the rumors of treasure be true? It is highly probable that the Yi family turned hostile during the scramble for it. A group of individuals standing at a distance discussed the unfolding events without reservation. Their conversations reached Yi Chen's ears, deepening his astonishment and inducing a sense of disorientation. Who am I? And where am I? At that moment, a commotion erupted within the throng, as a physical confrontation seemed to have ignited, powerful spiritual energy surging forth. Those who were too close and lacked sufficient strength were immediately knocked down by the overwhelming pressure. The onlookers quickly dispersed, revealing the scene within. Yi Chen recognized Wang Pai, the sixth elder of the Wang family, and Yi Hongyu of the Yi family, and he murmured in disbelief, "What are these two fighting about? Isn't Yi Hongyu afraid of offending the Wang family?" Due to the lack of discretion in their conversation, a nearby burly man, who had been observing the spectacle, overheard Yi Chen's murmurs. He turned to Yi Chen with a grin. "It seems this young brother is unaware. Yi Hongyu, the elder of the Yi family, launched a surprise attack on a Wang family disciple over treasure, completely shattering the leg of one of their elite members." As the man continued, Yi Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Treasure? A surprise attack? A sudden realization struck him as he pieced together the inexplicable events. The Yi and Lin families had gathered a large force to capture him, only to be mistakenly believed by everyone, including the Wang family, to be after treasure, resulting in an influx of outsiders at the periphery of the 10,000 Great Mountains. A smirk crept onto Yi Chen's lips as he felt a pang of satisfaction. That treasure seemed to be himself. Yet, watching his sworn foes engage in such a fierce battle over him filled him with a sense of exhilaration. Yi Chen kept his eyes on the confrontation while casually surveying the surroundings. He spotted a cloaked figure in black swiftly descending. Although the voluminous robe concealed the figure's form, the wind pressure upon landing clung the fabric tightly to her body, revealing her alluring silhouette. This was a woman. Yi Chen caught sight of this moment, and the black-clad figure seemed to sense his gaze. Slightly tilting her head, he felt the intensity of her eyes sweep across his face. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he refocused on the two combatants in the center. Should an opportunity arise, he would not hesitate to send them both to their demise, as they were firmly on his list of targets. Chapter 58. The beast tide approaches. Currently, Yi Hongyu was lamenting his misfortune. He had never anticipated such a colossal blunder. Initially, He had thought to capture Yi Chen with ease, yet the outcome had spiraled into chaos. Had he acted swiftly to eliminate the Wang family disciple, the aftermath would have been troublesome but manageable, and the Wang family would have been none the wiser. However, in the moment of their distraction, the signal flare fired by the Wang disciple had ensnared the Yi family in a predicament. Now, it was too late to rectify the situation. At this juncture, 5 figures were hastening from the entrance of the 10,000 Great Mountains toward Yi Chen's right. 3 of them were evidently young scions of noble families, dressed in extravagant attire. The leader, fanning himself nonchalantly, looked around with an air of arrogance. It was none other than Yang Ji and his companions from earlier at the entrance. They observed the battle with keen interest, picking up snippets of conversation that helped them understand the situation. Yang Ji chuckled. Who would have thought it would be so lively here? Could there truly be treasure? If so, this trip won't be in vain. Shuemir is likely nearby, so keep your eyes peeled. As the 2 combatants exchanged blows, they found themselves momentarily at a standstill before rapidly retreating. Although both were at the 2nd tier, Yi Hongyu's spiritual energy was evidently more robust than Wang Pai's. Had Yi Hongyu not been so flustered and wary of the Wang family's power, Wang Pai would have surely been at a disadvantage by now. Seizing a moment to catch his breath, Yi Hongyu earnestly explained to Wang Pai, "Brother Wang, I truly did not realize he was a disciple of the Wang family. I hope you will show mercy." At that moment, Wang Pai, slightly winded, seized the opportunity to recuperate his spiritual energy. He coldly interrupted Yi Hongyu. "A mere Yi family dares to provoke my Wang family, seeking death." Yi Hongyu's face turned pale at the disrespectful scorn, yet he felt powerless. He could not divulge that he had ambushed Yi Chen, for that would expose Yi Chen's secret. Simultaneously, inquiries arose from the crowd. "Elder Yi, could you kindly inform us where the treasure lies?" Faced with Wang Pai's intense demeanor and the crowd's queries, Yi Hongyu was left speechless, forced into silence. The atmosphere grew tense once more, and Wang Pai regarded Yi Hongyu's reaction with suspicion, assuming he was reluctant to reveal the treasure's secret. With that thought, Wang Pai's spiritual energy surged within him, preparing to strike. Yi Hongyu, drenched in sweat, was frantically brainstorming a way to warn them about the impending beast tide when a resounding roar echoed from the depths of the mountains. Though distant, the resonance contained a pressure that left everyone feeling weak. All eyes turned toward the source of the sound, and an eerie silence enveloped the scene. One of the elderly men behind Yang Ji remarked with uncertainty, "That is the roar of at least a 5th-tier demonic beast." Yi Chen's mind raced. He felt a connection to the earlier agitation of the small creature. The ground began to tremble, and the leaves on the trees in the distance started to rustle. With a thunderous roar, a horde of wild beasts and demonic creatures charged toward the crowd. "The beast tide is upon us. Run!" someone shrieked, their voice piercing the air. Panic ensued as everyone turned to flee. While they might not fear facing these lower-tier demonic beasts or ordinary wildlife individually, the relentless wave of demonic creatures, particularly those ranked above the 3rd tier, posed a terrifying threat. Cautious individuals had already begun to move, and upon seeing the oncoming beasts, Yi Chen was among those who quickly turned to escape. These demonic beasts, with their eyes glowing red, fixated on the crowd as they barreled forward. Those lagging behind could only draw their weapons in defense, and soon, cries of distress echoed as the sheer number of beasts overwhelmed them. In the chaos, the cloaked woman found herself pursued by a swift lightning leopard. With no other option, she drew her long sword to defend herself. An elder who had been standing behind Yang Ji swiftly dispatched 3 lower-tier demonic beasts with a single strike, his gaze sweeping the area before fixing on the figure of the black-clad woman. His eyes lit up with excitement as he called out to Yang Ji, "Young master, look." Yang Ji and his companions, protected by the elder, remained relatively unscathed, casually observing those around them as others fell to the beasts. Upon hearing the elder's call, Yang Ji turned to see the figure he had been pursuing for days. He burst into laughter, shouting toward the black-clad woman, "Let us see how you escape this time." Realizing she had been spotted, the black-clad woman quickly dispatched an approaching wild boar, pivoting to dash into the nearby woods. Yang Ji took the lead, hot on her heels, with the others trailing behind. Just then, she was obstructed by a 1st-tier demonic beast, causing her to panic. If surrounded, with 2 7th-tier elders watching from the sidelines, her escape would be impossible. Yang Ji flung his fan toward her. The glint of the sword flashed, and the fan was cleaved in 2, forcing the black-clad woman to lunge forward with her sword aimed at Yang Ji. Seeing the woman charge at him, Yang Ji swiftly retrieved a spear from his storage ring and engaged her in combat. Meanwhile, the remaining four stood back, observing without intervening, two of the young men occasionally laughing and commenting. It was evident that the woman was slightly stronger than Yang Ji. Yet the gap between them was not vast. As Yang Ji began to falter, there was no sign of panic on his face. Rather, his eyes flickered with a glimmer of cunning. He reached into his robes, retrieving a black object and tossing it toward the woman. She dodged, only to find it was a small ball wrapped in cloth. "Oh no!" she exclaimed, turning to flee, but what met her eyes was a cloud of pink powder. In the instant the spear pierced her skin beneath the collarbone, she instinctively inhaled the powder. Yang Ji seemed to have anticipated this, charging into the smoke without hesitation, inhaling deeply. "What is this?" she thought, a mix of alarm and anger coursing through her as she dashed out of the cloud. Yang Ji followed closely, licking his lips as he watched her retreating figure, feeling a surge of heat within him. "You've been struck by the love powder. Let us see how you handle this," he laughed, pursuing her with renewed fervor. The remaining four, aware of Yang Ji's intentions, leisurely followed behind. Chapter 59. A maiden falls from the sky within the depths of the 10,000 great mountains. Mir, under the influence of the love powder, felt her consciousness becoming increasingly hazy. However, with Yang Ji and his companions hot on her heels, she had no choice but to flee swiftly, desperate to escape their pursuit. In a moment of clarity, she glanced back at the approaching figures and realized that continuing in this manner was futile. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She swiftly retrieved two metallic spheres from her storage ring and, without hesitation, hurled one backward. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated as the metallic sphere detonated, gray smoke billowing outward in all directions. Observing this, Yang Ji and his companions, who had been in hot pursuit, immediately halted. Yet, before they could react, Mir tossed another metallic sphere their way. Yang Ji felt a chill run down his spine as he called out to his companions to retreat. Boom! Another explosion erupted, sending Yang Ji and his companions crashing to the ground, a mouthful of blood involuntarily spilling from his lips. Compared to Yang Ji, the others sustained minimal injuries. After all, the two elders, as Yang Ji's protectors, were vastly more experienced and powerful. "Young master, are you all right?" one of the elders inquired, concern etched on their faces. Yang Ji shook his head, his eyes narrowing as he seethed. "That wretched woman! How dare she trick me today? I shall ensure you beg for mercy, unable to live or die." With that, Yang Ji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, rising to pursue the direction in which Mir had fled, his companions following closely behind. Yang Ji murmured to himself, feeling more alarmed than fearful. "Fortunately, I still have the silken garment gifted by my father. Otherwise, I would have truly fallen victim to that little vixen." After pursuing for a while, upon realizing that he had lost track of Mir, Yang Ji's face flushed with fury as he exclaimed, "You little vixen! Today I shall see just how far you can run." He then turned to the two individuals behind him and barked, "Do not delay. Bring forth the treasure-seeking mouse to locate that little vixen." The two, intimidated by Yang Ji's wrath, promptly produced the treasure-seeking mouse, placing it on the ground to commence its search. The mouse sniffed the ground before darting off rapidly. As Yang Ji observed the mouse locate Mir, a jolt of excitement coursed through him, prompting him to hastily follow. However, after only a few steps, he noticed the mouse had come to a halt, ceasing all movement. "Damn it, that woman has erased her scent. How infuriating!" Frustrated by the mouse's inability to track Mir, Yang Ji delivered a powerful kick to a nearby tree, leaving an imprint on the trunk from his immense strength. Suddenly, he felt an increasing warmth enveloping him, as if the occasional breeze was gently caressing his face. Realizing the peculiarity of his condition, he recalled having inhaled a couple of deep breaths of the aphrodisiac in his earlier excitement. His face twitched as he bellowed once more, "Quickly, fetch me a woman." "But there are no women in this desolate wilderness," one of the youths hesitantly replied, taken aback by Yang Ji's demand. "Doqing Shan City." Meanwhile, Chen found his path obstructed by a rhinoceros beetle. Although it was a second-tier beast, it posed little trouble for him. However, this creature's tough hide made it a formidable opponent, and Chen expended considerable effort to slay it. Ahead, he noticed a young man accompanied by four others, grumbling as they rushed towards the exit. The leader of the group appeared somewhat peculiar, his complexion unusually flushed. Casting a fleeting glance at Chen, he chose to ignore him and brushed past. Chen recalled having seen this group pursuing a woman in black earlier, but it seemed they had failed in their endeavor. Shaking his head, he hurried towards the woods. At that moment, Shui Mir stood atop a tree not far from where Yang Ji and the others had been. She felt an overwhelming heat coursing through her body, as if she were ensconced in a furnace. Her consciousness began to blur as time passed, and eventually, unable to endure any longer, she fainted and fell from the tree. Shui Mir could hardly guess what had transpired. Just then, Chen, passing by, heard a commotion above. Looking up, he was taken aback to see a figure in black plummeting down. Recognizing the familiar attire, he pondered, isn't that the woman? How did she end up here? Without a moment's hesitation, Chen extended his arms to catch her, gently placing her on the ground. As he examined the unconscious figure, he noticed the cords of her cloak were somewhat slack. The next moment, as the woman stirred, her hood fell away, revealing an exquisitely beautiful face. Chen gazed at her for a moment, awash in admiration. She was the epitome of beauty, reminiscent of poetic descriptions of ethereal grace. He observed Shui Mir, her eyes closed and cheeks flushed, and felt an involuntary stir of affection. Despite his fondness for beautiful women, the current circumstances weighed heavily on his mind. Hearing the distant roars of beasts approaching from behind, he gritted his teeth and spoke to her. "You are fortunate." He cradled her back with one arm while supporting her thighs with the other, sprinting away. Though separated by fabric, he could distinctly feel the heat radiating from her body, as well as the blood seeping from a wound beneath her collarbone, staining her garment. Could she be poisoned? Chen recalled a nearby waterfall with a cave adjacent to it. While it was typically unsafe, the surrounding woods teemed with beasts, making it a relatively secure haven. Relying on his vague memory, he dashed towards the cave. The beast tide was expanding, and he sensed that in the second wave of beasts behind him, there were faint indications of third-tier monsters. Upon reaching the waterfall, he exhaled in relief. He had finally arrived. Entering the cave, he found it devoid of any foul odors, as no beasts inhabited its proximity. He laid out a blanket on the ground and placed the woman upon it. Once more, he scrutinized the wound beneath her collarbone, hesitating at the thought of treating it, as it would necessitate removing her clothing. Thus far, the only woman he had ever touched was his sister, Yilin. Naturally, he would not entertain any inappropriate thoughts. Rubbing his hands together nervously, he retrieved a roll of gauze and several small vials from his storage ring. After a moment's hesitation, he gingerly began to unwrap her garments. He made every effort to avert his gaze. Yet the unique location of her wound inadvertently revealed glimpses of her exquisite form. The woman was in a dire state. Although Chen could not ascertain the nature of her poison, her body was aflame with fever, her skin taking on a rosy hue that enhanced her allure. Despite the overwhelming temptation that stirred within him, he bit his tongue, striving to banish any inappropriate thoughts from his mind as he gently cleaned the blood surrounding the wound. After meticulously cleansing the injury, he poured a white powder from one of the vials onto the wound. Chapter 60. Breakthrough in Cultivation. The eve of revenge, Chen carefully bandaged the wound, feeling relieved that it was not too deep or in a particularly compromising location. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to proceed. Just then, he looked at the now stable woman, wiped the sweat from his brow, and retrieved a clean set of clothing from his storage space. Draping it over Shui Mir, perhaps due to the potent healing medication, the sudden surge of pain roused her from unconsciousness. Shui Mir's eyelids fluttered open, her gaze unfocused, murmuring incoherent words. Chen, who had been tidying up the remnants of his actions, heard her murmurs and leaned in to listen intently. However, he could not comprehend her words and was about to stand up to continue his task when Shui Mir began to stir. Throwing off the blanket that covered her, caught off guard, Chen stumbled and fell directly atop Shui Mir. Her murmurs reached his ears. Seeing her reaction, Chen deduced that she had fallen victim to an aphrodisiac. Raising his head slightly, he attempted to push her arms away, but the faint fragrance emanating from her enveloped him, sending a shiver down his spine as he braced himself against the ground. The softness beneath him and the woman's alluring voice ignited a fiery passion within him, causing his breath to quicken. He gazed into Shui Mir's flushed face, her eyes hazy, and recalled the drawbacks of the aphrodisiac. Unless they engaged intimately, there would be no remedy. No longer hesitating, He pressed his lips against hers once more at eye in the cave. A scene of springtime passion unfolded quietly. Xue Mir opened her eyes, her gaze gradually sharpening. Recalling her earlier ordeal, she surveyed her unfamiliar surroundings with a look of apprehension. Attempting to rise, she discovered her limbs were weak and unresponsive, accompanied by a dull ache in her lower abdomen. As she glanced down at the oversized robe draped over her, she was momentarily startled. It was not her own attire. Struggling to lift the robe, she realized she was clad only in her undergarments, her outer garments having been removed. The aphrodisiac, losing consciousness, a solitary figure. Memories flashed through Xue Mir's mind in rapid succession. The realization of her current predicament filled her with a profound sense of injustice, and tears began to stream down her cheeks. Wei Chen submerged himself in the cold water, the chill invigorating his senses and bringing clarity to his thoughts. Guilt washed over him as he contemplated the fate of the woman he had never met, knowing he had taken advantage of her in her vulnerable state, though he had saved her life. A woman's purity held immense significance in this world, and he pondered the best course of action once she awakened. Wei Chen rehearsed numerous scenarios in his mind, preparing for their inevitable conversation. Having mentally prepared himself, he emerged from the water, shaking off the droplets with his spiritual energy, donning his clothing, and steeling himself to return to the cave. As he crossed the threshold, a sword suddenly emerged from the shadows, pressing against his throat. The proximity of the blade caused Yi Chen's expression to stiffen, and he inwardly cursed. What is the meaning of this? This is not how I envisioned things unfolding. Wei Chen swallowed nervously and chuckled awkwardly. Miss, I was merely trying to bring you to safety from the beast tide, but I didn't anticipate it would lead to such a situation. Yes, he stumbled through his explanation. He noticed Xue Mir's face devoid of emotion, becoming increasingly frigid. Her expression darkened as she scrutinized him, and upon noticing the bowl of chicken soup in his hands, steam rising from it, her demeanor softened unexpectedly. Xue Mir regarded the handsome youth she had encountered previously, finding it difficult to harbor animosity. Taking a deep breath, she sheathed her sword and declared, "You saved my life, and I shall compensate you for that. From this moment on, we are even." With that, she seemed to recall something and added, "I hope you forget today's events. Otherwise, I will pursue you to the ends of the earth." Yi Chen gazed at the beautiful woman, her head bowed as she considered the sword. He understood the implications of her words. After all, the greatest beneficiary of the situation had been him. Not only had he occupied her body, but he had also gained a significant boost in strength. Although he couldn't fully comprehend it, he sensed the rarity of her physique. His cultivation had ascended from the 7th to the pinnacle of the 9th level, a mere step away from becoming a martial master, in other words. This woman was an exceptional vessel for his advancement. Xue Mir stowed her sword into her ring, preparing to don her cloak and depart. Wei Chen gently interjected, "Wait." Then, under Xue Mir's somewhat aloof gaze, he offered her the chicken soup, saying, "I noticed you were feeling weak earlier, so I prepared a bowl of chicken soup for you. Please drink it before you leave." At his words, Xue Mir's eyes momentarily glazed over. She bit her lip, accepting the soup and drinking it down in one go. She then retrieved a token from her belongings, tossing it to Yi Chen as she whispered, "Keep this token safe. If you encounter any difficulties, you may present it to the Lord of Qingcheng Mountain." With that, Xue Mir turned without a backward glance and strode out of the cave. Watching her retreating figure, Yi Chen couldn't help but chuckle wryly, glancing down at the token in his hand. Upon noticing the character Xue inscribed upon it, he was struck with astonishment. The Lord of Qingcheng Mountain? Good heavens! Could she be the daughter of the mountain's lord? After all, the Lord of Qingcheng Mountain rarely made public appearances, and even though Yi Chen had been a key figure in the Yi family's training, he knew little about the Lord, let alone his daughter. As he examined the token, a realization struck him, and he slapped his forehead in frustration. "Oh no, I forgot to ask her name." It was crucial to remember that while she had mentioned seeking assistance from the Lord of Qingcheng Mountain using the token, Yi Chen did not even know her name. If the Lord were to inquire about her identity, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions regarding whether he had stolen the token. Unfortunately, the woman had already departed, and Yi Chen had no idea where to pursue her to ask for the token. He could only hope that the Lord of Qingcheng Mountain would not probe too deeply into the matter. At that moment, Yi Chen cast a glance at the empty cave before placing the token into his storage ring and stepping out into the world beyond. Departing the cave, He made his way swiftly towards the cave where Yi Lin was located. Although that cave was well hidden and posed little risk of beast intrusion, Yi Chen's heart remained uneasy. Along the way, he noticed that no traces of beasts remained outside. Evidently, the beast tide had passed. Within the depths of the 10,000 great mountains, Yi Chen traveled onward, feeling the surging power within him. A smirk curling at the corner of his lips as he declared, "The time for revenge has come." Chapter 61. Has Yi Tian perished? Yi Chen hurried back to the cave, relieved to find everything in order at the entrance. The large stone still stood as it had before. He sighed in relief, grateful that no mishap had occurred, which demonstrated the cave's remarkable concealment. Gently pushing aside the stone, he entered to find Yi Lin and Xiaobai unharmed, a smile spreading across his face. Upon hearing the commotion at the cave's entrance, Yi Lin's worried expression transformed into one of joy as she exclaimed, "Brother, you are finally back." Yi Chen ruffled her hair affectionately and glanced at Xiaobai. The latter merely looked at him, then nonchalantly turned away, lying down with his back to him. Why? Yi Chen's smile faltered momentarily, while Yi Lin could not suppress a giggle. He shot her a reproachful glare, but she merely stuck out her tongue in response. Ignoring Xiaobai's eccentric behavior, Yi Chen took a seat beside Yi Lin and recounted the day's events, including the chaos between the two families and the beast tide. Naturally, he omitted any mention of Xue Mir. Yi Lin gasped at the thrilling twists and turns, unaware that Xiaobai had perked up his ears the moment Yi Chen began his tale. Well, that is everything that transpired today. Feeling parched, Yi Chen took a hearty swig from a nearby water jug and turned to Yi Lin, saying, "Little sister, I plan to take action tonight. I may return quite late or possibly not until tomorrow morning." Yi Lin pouted, her disappointment evident as she replied, "I understand, brother. Just be careful out there. If anything were to happen to you." Yi Chen recognized his sister's concern and reassured her gently, "Do not worry, Leonard, that I will return safely." With that, he retrieved the cleaned and prepared deer meat he had killed earlier and stepped outside. "How ridiculous is this point?" one young man grumbled, shaking his head. "How could that scoundrel possibly still be alive?" Yet, the second young master remains adamant that we must stand guard here. What can we do about it? Indeed, after 4 waves of beasts, the last 2 even had third-tier monsters. Even an elder of our caliber may well meet his end, let alone that useless one. Cursed Yi Chun, cursed Yi family, and cursed Lin family. Unbeknownst to them, rumors had spread, leading to significant losses for all parties involved. I heard that an elder from the Lin family encountered a third-tier beast in the mountains and was devoured without a trace. Humph, that's what happens when you dare to oppose the Wang family. At the entrance to the 10,000 Great Mountains, 2 disciples from the Wang family stood vigil, their eyes fixed on the returning individuals from the mountains, their grumbling complaints echoing in the at this moment. The number of individuals entering and exiting the 10,000 Great Mountains had dwindled significantly. Yet, after the beast tide, a few daring souls still ventured forth, hoping for fortune. Yi Chen lay in wait atop a large tree at the exit, unnoticed by the 2 Wang family disciples. Listening to their impatient conversation, he gathered valuable information while also learning about the current situation concerning the Yi and Lin families. Afterward, Yi Chen seized an opportunity and swiftly slipped out of the entrance. With his current strength, Yi Chen could easily eliminate 2 disciples at the 5th level of martial arts, but in order to avoid alarming others, he had to suppress the killing intent within him and choose to sneak away. Upon returning to Qingqing Mountain, Yi Chen gazed at the familiar buildings and streets around him, and suddenly felt a pang of nostalgia. Especially when he recalled the scene of lying in a carriage while injured, the sentiment in his eyes swiftly transformed into a chilling murderous intent. With a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth, he coldly declared, "Qingqing Mountain, I, Yi Chen, have returned. Yi family, Lin family, Wang family, are you surprised?" Saying this, Yi Chen first went to procure some daily necessities, and as he passed by a jewelry shop, he entered and purchased a beautiful hairpin as a gift for Yi Lin. After a simple disguise, he entered a tavern, leisurely ordered a few side dishes, and began to eat while waiting for nightfall. As the saying goes, on a dark and windy night, it is the perfect time for murder. Yi Chen's purpose for returning to Qingqing Mountain was solely to kill. Inside the tavern, as Yi Chen enjoyed the delicious food, he thought about bringing something back for Yi Lin. After all, ever since they were forced into the 10,000 mountains by the Lin family, they had primarily survived on roasted meat. Now, it was a rare opportunity to change their palate, and Yi Chen found the flavors of his meal to be utterly delightful. Time passed without him noticing. and when Yi Chen had eaten to his fill, the sky had gradually darkened. Moreover, the tavern was becoming increasingly crowded, which prompted the solitude-loving Yi Chen to leave a couple of silver coins behind and step outside, seeking a secluded place to strategize. Looking towards the Yi family gate not far away, Yi Chen contemplated and then hid in a small alley. According to his memory, several disciples from the Yi family would typically take turns patrolling outside in the evening. Yi Chen planned to impersonate one of the patrolling disciples to infiltrate the premises. A few hours later, Yi Chen glanced around and then swiftly struck like a flash of lightning, knocking out a Yi family disciple. He donned the disciple's clothing and walked towards the Yi family gate. "Hey, isn't that Oldly? Why are you back from patrol so soon today?" a disciple at the gate inquired. Yi Chen paid no heed, keeping his head slightly lowered as he entered the Yi family gate, making his way directly to the room where Yi Tian was located. "This guy? You a mere patroller, acting all high and mighty. Do you think you are an elite disciple of the family?" The disciple at the gate harbored no suspicions as he watched Yi Chen walk in, merely muttering disdainfully to himself before returning to his post. Yi Tian's room was situated in a private courtyard. At this moment, the sounds of heavy breathing from both a man and a woman could be heard from within. Yi Chen wore a cold smile, just as he had anticipated. After waiting with closed eyes for a few minutes, he suddenly heard a woman scream, and Yi Chen knew the opportunity had arrived. Maintaining a relaxed posture, Yi Tian was reclined. But upon hearing the knock at the door, he frowned in annoyance and asked, "Who is it?" At that moment, Yi Chen, disguised as a Yi family disciple, stepped in, bowing slightly and speaking in a hoarse voice. "Young Master Yi Tian, the Grand Elder summoned you." Yi Tian, perplexed, thought, "Isn't Grandpa in a meeting? What could he want with me?" Reluctantly, he got out of bed, hastily threw on some clothes, and opened the door as he looked at the bowing Yi family disciple. He was about to inquire when he suddenly saw the disciple raise his head, revealing an incredibly familiar face. Yi Tian's pupils instantly widened, and as he began to retreat, Yi Chen's movements were swifter. A flash of cold light sliced towards Yi Tian's neck. Yi Tian, filled with terror, clutched his neck, feeling a hot liquid seeping through his fingers. He staggered backward and fell to the ground, his vision of Yi Chen blurring, ultimately fading into darkness. Meanwhile, the maid on the bed had long since fallen asleep, completely oblivious to the events unfolding before her. A slight grin crept across Yi Chen's face as he silently observed Yi Tian's lifeless body. He gently closed the door behind him and slipped away. The first one, Yi Chen glanced around before turning to exit the Yi family courtyard. At dawn, a guard patrolling the courtyard was drawn to a piercing scream. When they arrived at Yi Tian's courtyard, they saw a disheveled maid running towards them in terror. Just then, Yi Hongyu happened to pass by and, upon hearing the commotion, rushed over, pushing through a throng of guards. His gaze fell upon Yi Tian's lifeless body on the ground, his pupils instantly dilating in shock, unsure of what to say. Chapter 62. Treasure Pavilion. Yi Hongyu looked at Yi Tian's corpse in disbelief. He could not fathom that someone dared to kill a member of the Yi family. He knelt to examine the wound, noting that Yi Tian had been killed with a single strike. The look of shock still evident on his face. At this moment, a powerful aura surged in from outside. As Yi Zhao arrived, his eyes bloodshot. Upon seeing Yi Tian's body, he appeared to age significantly in that instant. He turned to the guards at the door and demanded, "Who discovered this first?" Following the guard's line of sight, Yi Zhao slowly looked towards the frightened maid standing nearby. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the maid stammered in fear, "I don't know. After spending the night with the young master, I fell into a deep sleep and then, I don't remember anything." Yi Zhao understood that given the current circumstances, it was impossible to identify the specific murderer. His expression darkened as he waved his hand. After giving one last glance at the corpse, he solemnly declared, "Make sure to bury him properly." With that, Yi Zhao left the room, turning to the onlookers outside the Yi family, his tone icy, "Call a family meeting. Everyone is to be on high alert." As the words fell, Yi Zhao's expression turned grave as he strode towards the conference hall. Inside the hall, everyone fell into a heavy silence. Faced with such a dire situation, they were at a loss for how to proceed. Yi Hongyu, feeling restless, recalled his conflict with the Wang family and speculated, could this possibly be the Wang family's doing? Yi Zhao scanned the silent crowd and then broke the stillness, speaking up, "Let's share our thoughts." Elder Yi Jun slowly said, "Our Yi family hasn't had any conflicts with others recently. Except with the Wang family. As he spoke, he glanced at Yi Hongyu, who instantly blushed with embarrassment. Due to his negligence, while the Wang family had not yet sent anyone, it was only a matter of time. Yi Zhao's eyes flashed with pain as he squinted slightly and spoke slowly. It is likely the Wang family, but they lack a motive to act. Once more, the hall fell silent, trapped in a riddle. If it was the Wang family, their motive was insufficient. If it was not, the identity of the assailant remained elusive. This moment, an image flashed through Yi Hongyu's mind, but he quickly dismissed it as absurd. However, given the current situation, it was highly probable that it was Yi Chen. With that thought, Yi Hongyu cautiously suggested to Yi Zhao, "Elder, do you think it could be that scoundrel Yi Chen?" The moment those words left his mouth, the already quiet hall seemed to grow even more silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. The third elder scoffed. "Fifth elder, have you not woken up yet? Yi Chen, how could you even think of him? Don't you know how terrifying the beast tied in the 10,000 mountains is? In such a situation, not to mention Yi Chen, even a martial artist would be in grave danger. Do you really believe Yi Chen could survive?" Faced with the ridicule from the third elder, Yi Hongyu's face turned pale, unable to retort. Yi Zhao lowered his head in thought for a moment, then instructed Yi Hongyu, "Fifth, go and summon the Lin family members to discuss this matter together." After killing Yi Tian, Yi Chen did not linger and returned directly to the 10,000 mountains. Upon arriving at the cave, he found Yi Lin, who appeared drowsy, rubbing her eyes as she said, "Brother, you're back. How did everything go on your trip?" Yi Chen nodded, smiling gently. "Everything went smoothly, and I even took care of that Yi Tian guy for you." Upon hearing that Yi Tian was dead, Yi Lin was momentarily stunned, as if she had guessed something, softly saying, "Brother, thank you." Yi Chen slowly embraced Yi Lin, whispering, "Liner, don't worry. With me around, I will never allow anyone to harm you." Yi Lin nodded, tightly hugging Yi Chen. The next day, after having breakfast with Yi Lin, he set off once again towards the 10,000 mountains exit. Yi Chen planned to gather information and also intended to visit the treasure pavilion. After donning a disguise once more, he cloaked himself in a black cape for safety and made his way towards the street where the treasure pavilion was located. Lifting his head, he gazed at the 3-story building adorned with the plum blossom emblem, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Observing the opulent decorations and grand scale, he couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "The treasure pavilion truly deserves its reputation as one of the 3 major commercial leaders of the dynasty, with a long history and profound heritage. Even in the small Qingshan city, such a luxurious establishment exists." Yi Chen gently placed his hands into his sleeves, passing through the bustling entrance and walking inside with composure. Upon entering the treasure pavilion, the clamor from the outside world seemed to be isolated at that moment. He approached a nearby counter and, addressing the attendant, inquired, "I would like to auction some items." The attendant, an approximately 18-year-old girl, looked at the masked figure in black without any sign of surprise. With a smile, she replied, "If you wish to auction items, please take this card to the 3rd floor, where someone will guide you." Handing him a white card, Yi Chen nodded, refraining from further conversation as he made his way to the 3rd floor. He noticed that each floor was guarded, with patrolling guards in the lobby, and he couldn't help but admire the stringent security and the affluence of the treasure pavilion. He proceeded directly to the 3rd floor. The stairway entrance on the 3rd floor, a charming attendant slightly bowed and asked, "Hello, how may I assist you? Are you here to auction or shop?" "Auction." Yi Chen followed her to a door marked with the words Treasure Appraisal Room. Upon entering, he found a middle-aged man idly seated at a table, glancing at the black-cloaked figure entering. His brow furrowed slightly before he put on a professional smile, asking, "Are you here to appraise treasures?" Yi Chen's hoarse voice floated out as he extended his hand, revealing a ring. The moment the ring glimmered, a pile of crystals, demon cores, materialized on the table. The middle-aged man stared in disbelief at the mountain of demon cores, awe evident on his face. There were heaps of 1st and 2nd tier cores, 5 3rd tier, and 2 4th tier. After a moment's thought, he said, "Esteemed sir, the value of the 1st tier demon cores is relatively common, while the 2nd tier cores typically go for around 2,000 gold coins. The 3rd tier ones require around 10,000 gold coins." He paused, bowing slightly. "Sir, given the quantity you have presented, may I request permission to fetch our supervisor?" Yi Chen remained silent, merely nodding and taking a seat in a nearby chair. Observing the black-robed man's indifference, the middle-aged man hurriedly dashed out, racing to Pei Qingyue's room, gently knocking on the door. "Come in," a slightly lazy, mature voice responded from within. The middle-aged man said, "Miss, someone is auctioning a large quantity of demon cores, with the highest being 4th tier." "What?" The voice inside rose sharply. The door swung open to reveal a mature, alluring visage. It was Pei Qingyue. Chapter 63. The Lin family's visit. Yi Zhao's scheme today. Pei Qingyue donned a form-fitting red qipao that accentuated her curves exquisitely. Her serpentine waist swayed, radiating an enchanting grace. The middle-aged man trailing behind quickly lowered his head, not daring to look too long. Pei Qingyue entered the appraisal room, noticing the black-robed figure sitting quietly. The most striking aspect was the pile of demon cores stacked high on the table, sparkling with a faint glow, emanating a subtle aura of spiritual energy. Notably, a blue demon core the size of a baby's fist emitted a faint pressure. Pei Qingyue had rarely seen such a large collection of demon cores. Being someone accustomed to grand spectacles, she quickly composed herself and let out a slightly intoxicating giggle. "Sir, such a significant display of wealth is indeed rare." As she spoke, she took a seat in a nearby chair, crossing her legs to prevent any accidental exposure. The hem of her qipao extended up her thigh, revealing her fair, long-legged Yi Chen, not daring to look, kept his gaze fixed ahead and asked in a hoarse voice, "How are the demon cores priced?" In response to such a direct inquiry, Pei Qingyue showed no sign of surprise, replying, "If you are in a hurry, our treasure pavilion is willing to purchase them at 5% above the market price. If you are not in a rush, we can promote the 4th-tier demon cores separately for pre-auction publicity. But prices at auction usually tend to exceed the normal price by about 10%. No need. Let's go for a direct purchase." Yi Chen contemplated and decided to sell to Pei Qingyue immediately. Pei Qingyue nodded, glancing at the middle-aged man, who promptly hurried off to take inventory. Observing Yi Chen's aloof demeanor, Pei Qingyue wisely refrained from further inquiries to avoid displeasing the client. The room fell silent, save for the sound of the man's abacus clicking away. After about 10 minutes, the man returned, respectfully presenting the total price. "Miss, the total comes to approximately 198,000 gold coins." Pei Qingyue looked at Yi Chen, who nodded and instructed, "Convert the gold coins into silver cards for this gentleman, and also prepare a VIP card." The room once again fell into silence as Yi Chen felt the weight of Pei Qingyue's gaze upon him, causing him to feel a bit uneasy. After contemplating for a moment, he broke the silence, asking, "Does your esteemed pavilion have any sword techniques available?" "Sword techniques?" Pei Qingyue was momentarily taken aback by Yi Chen's inquiry and then fell into thought. Observing her reaction, Yi Chen felt a surge of hope, sensing a favorable outcome. This was part of Yi Chen's plan from before. He had already regained his previous strength at the 9th level of martial arts. However, apart from the advanced martial skill Heavenly Slash, he lacked any other powerful techniques for combat. The yellow-tier techniques within his family were insufficient. After all, assessing strength requires not only corresponding spiritual power, but also the integration of martial skills to unleash true combat efficacy, even enabling one to battle above their level. This was the foundation of Yi Chen's boldness in confronting the Yi and Lin families, but it was still not enough, hence his visit to the treasure pavilion for an auction. "We currently do not have such martial skills in stock, but we will have a volume on sword techniques available at the Rose auction in 3 days. 3 days. Yi Chen internally weighed the timeline and felt it was sufficient. He nodded and replied, "All right, I will return in 3 days. At this time." The middle-aged man had already returned, respectfully presenting 2 cards to Yi Chen. Previously, Yi Chen had not had the opportunity to acquire silver cards within his family. As he accepted the 2 cards, he gently rubbed his fingers over the raised markings on them. Pei Qingyue elaborated on the privileges associated with the VIP card, but noticing Yi Chen seemed somewhat distracted, she tactfully concluded the topic. As Yi Chen slowly exited the room, Pei Qingyue furrowed her beautiful brows, puzzled as to why someone bearing 4th-tier demon cores appeared in Qingshan City. 4th-tier demon beasts were on par with ancient entities, and even a grand martial artist at the 2nd level might not easily slay some 4th-tier demon beasts. After all, upon reaching 4th tier and above, demon beasts possessed a certain level of intelligence. In terms of both strength and cultivation, they were worlds apart from 3rd-tier demon beasts. At that moment, a figure appeared in the chair where Yi Chen had just sat, as if it had been there all along. "Ancient, what is your perspective?" The elder named Ancient bore a somewhat amiable countenance, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, yet his aura radiated an astonishing depth of cultivation. Ancient shook his head in perplexity and remarked, "In my observation, this individual's strength seems insufficient to even qualify as a martial master, and I can discern that his voice is feigned. He should not be of considerable age. However, one cannot dismiss the possibility of some eccentric expert deliberately suppressing their presence to avoid drawing attention." With no leads to pursue, Ancient helplessly shook his head, while Pei Qingyue, leaning against the table with her chin propped on her hand, gazed thoughtfully, her eyes flickering as if lost in contemplation. The esteemed elder Lin Jinan of the Lin family had personally come to visit. He sat quietly within the room, sipping tea, occasionally revealing a peculiar expression. Throughout his journey, he had been unable to fathom the intentions of that rascal Yi Zhao. The death of Yi Tian was indeed a significant event for the Yi family, yet attempting to negotiate with the Lin family regarding such an unrelated matter. Was Yi Zhao truly in a state of confusion? He lifted his teacup and took a delicate sip, when suddenly, a name flashed in his mind, Yi Chun. Lin Jinan's eyes narrowed. If Yi Chun were truly alive, the situation would become clear. The ensuing question was how to proceed with action. At that moment, Yi Zhao entered the room. The demise of Yi Tian had rendered the elder of the Yi family with a somewhat austere demeanor. Yi Zhao greeted Lin Jinan with a smile and exchanged pleasantries. Curiously, Lin Jinan inquired, "Might I ask, Brother Yi, why have you summoned me?" A flicker of anger sparked in Yi Zhao's eyes, which soon transformed into a visage of sorrow, ultimately culminating in a resigned sigh. Lin Jinan's eyelids twitched as he observed Yi Zhao's exaggerated expressions, feigning profound grief. In truth, the purpose of this invitation to Lin was precisely to discuss the death of his grandson. Yi Tando? Yi Zhao lowered his voice, stating, "Brother Lin, you are aware of our fifth elder Hong Yu's unfortunate incident involving an injury to a disciple of the Wang family. Thus, I suspect they might be involved." Lin Jinan nodded in acknowledgement, affirming that the Yi family had indeed severely offended the Wang family, making retaliation a plausible outcome. However, to directly murder Yi Tian, surely it could not have reached such extremes. He feigned indignation. Yi Zhao cast a glance at him, slightly bowed his head, and lowered his voice. "What if Yi Chun is still alive?" Upon hearing this, Lin Jinan instantly grasped the scheme of the elder. Chapter 64. Source Stone. At that moment, Lin Jinan's demeanor became serious as he regarded Yi Zhao earnestly. Yi Zhao also regained his composure and stated, "Thus, given the current circumstances, there are two possible analyses. Firstly, I am uncertain of the Wang family's intentions and schemes towards our two clans, hence it is possible that they are the instigators." Lin Jinan interrupted him. "I mean no offense, but Brother Yi must understand that it was your clan members who initiated the conflict with the Wang family. Their retaliation is only to be expected. Indeed, we cannot deny our fault in this matter, yet Brother Lin must not forget the rumors from a few days prior. The Wang family has also suffered losses due to this, so the blame may indeed fall upon us." Observing Lin Jinan, who was frowning and silent, Yi Zhao continued, "Secondly, it is very likely that Yi Tian is still alive, and this is his means of revenge against us. If this is indeed his retribution, we must act swiftly. Otherwise, our two families shall know no peace." Lin Jinan was evidently struck by Yi Zhao's words and lowered his head in contemplation. Yi Zhao, noting his thoughtful demeanor, sighed with relief internally. The first step had finally succeeded. "Then, in your opinion, what should we do?" Lin Jinan inquired. Yi Zhao replied, "I have considered that regardless of which party is targeting us, we must be prepared. Therefore, beginning today, the clan shall be on high alert, and we shall await the arrival of the Wang family. This way, I can ascertain who is acting in the shadows before notifying Brother Lin." Lin Jinan recognized this as the best course of action for the moment and nodded, though he could not help but feel a surge of indignation, secretly resenting the one who had spread the rumors. As he watched Lin Jinan depart, Yi Zhao revealed a cold smile. Yi Chun slowly exited the treasure appraisal room and descended the staircase, observing the various displays of treasures. Suddenly, he felt a stir within. He had yet to experience the atmosphere of an auction. Thus, he inquired with a staff member, who guided him directly to the auction venue. Accompanied by a maid, Yi Chen entered the ongoing auction. Upon stepping inside, the surroundings dimmed, and a cacophony of bidding echoed, overwhelming his senses and causing him to frown. Under the spotlight in the center of the auction floor, an elder was explaining the function of an item displayed on a pedestal to all present. Next, he showcased a scroll of a mid-tier martial technique, Wind Kill Finger. This technique demanded a high level of dexterity, necessitating extensive refining. The process was excruciating, and only those with formidable willpower could master it. The starting price was set at 100,000 gold coins. The elder's voice was calm and gentle, yet the price he announced sent a jolt through Yi Chen's heart. What a steep price! Yi Chen muttered as he settled into a plush chair, gradually closing his eyes in anticipation of something intriguing to unfold. Ultimately, the scroll was auctioned off to someone from the Wang family for 160,000 coins. Following the successful auction of the scroll, an array of dazzling treasures emerged. Exquisite armors, rare herbs, and so forth. Each item that successfully sold brought a broad smile to the elder's face. However, aside from the previously mentioned scroll, no other item significantly ignited the atmosphere. Ding. Another crisp bell rang out as the elder smiled while receiving a silver tray from the maid, upon which lay a peculiar flat stone. It was evident that the maid's hand trembled slightly as she carried the tray, indicating that the stone bore some weight. The elder effortlessly lifted the stone and proclaimed, "This stone may appear unremarkable, but according to our appraisers, it is likely a source stone." Upon hearing the term source stone, confusion spread across the faces in the crowd. Noticing this, the elder chuckled and elaborated, "You must have heard of gambling stones to some extent. This stone originates from the ancient underground. One must understand that the Tianwu continent of millions of years ago was not as it is today. Back then, spiritual energy was abundant, and certain entities concealed themselves beneath the earth. After millions of years of transformation, when we unearth them, they become what we call source stones, and source crystals, I need not elaborate, are a form of spiritual energy crystallization superior to premium spirit stones." Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in an uproar, but the elder continued to clarify, "Typically, such stones come from interior mines. Yet this particular stone was fortuitously excavated by a hunter several years ago while foraging in the 10,000 Great Mountains. By chance, it was obtained through inquiries from our staff here." At this point, disappointment rippled through the crowd. Qingqing Mountain was remote, and its spiritual energy was relatively scarce. Source stones were traditionally sourced from ancient mines or even underwater. Given that the hunter stumbled upon it, it was indeed rare for a small place like Qingqing Mountain to yield a source stone. With the elder's explanation and the emergence of the source stone, the 10,000 Great Mountains were likely to become lively once again. Now, returning to the matter at hand, we estimate that this source stone contains something within. Thus, the starting bid is set at 10,000 gold coins. The hall was briefly filled with chatter before descending into silence. The ambiguity of the elder's statement did not escape the audience's intellect. Whether the stone contained anything was uncertain, thus bidding 10,000 gold coins equated to gambling on the stone. Fortunate bidders might uncover a remarkable treasure, while the unfortunate would return empty-handed. Nevertheless, the stone could serve as an excellent whetstone. Yi Chen observed the stone above, feeling a flicker of interest. Given his current financial situation, purchasing the stone posed no challenge. He cared not for its contents, merely intrigued as source stones were not easily found. Gazing at the now silent auction floor, the white-haired elder maintained his smile, though beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow. Anyone wishing to bid on this source stone must be prepared for a gamble. While there existed potential for profit, one must also brace for total loss. The elder's gaze instinctively shifted towards the front, where representatives of the three prominent families were seated. After all, only they could afford such a gamble of 10,000 gold coins. 11,000 gold coins. A voice rang out, causing the elder to nearly burst into tears with joy. His eyes quickly darted to a man in a black robe seated towards the back on the left. He swiftly composed himself and enthusiastically stated, "This esteemed friend bids an additional 1,000. Are there any other offers?" Everyone in the hall, including some from the three prominent families, turned to regard the black-robed man with expressions akin to disbelief. After all, to them, while the stone was indeed a source stone, its origins from a barren place like Qingqing Mountain suggested it likely held little value. Thus, for Yi Chen to invest over 11,000 gold coins in this source stone appeared almost foolish. Just then, after Yi Chen had submitted his bid, a voice rang out from the front of the auction hall. Chapter 65. An eye for an eye, such an exhilarating affair. I too wish to partake. 12,000 gold coins. At this, all gazes shifted from Yi Chen to the front, where the voice's owner was revealed. Indeed, it was none other than Wang Yun, the second young master of the Wang family, an adversary of Yi Chen. Observing Wang Yun's smug expression, Yi Chen's countenance darkened. It could be said that Wang Yun had long secured a spot on Yi Chen's kill list. Yet, with several guards flanking him, even Yi Chen dared not act recklessly. In the next moment, after Wang Yun called out his bid, Yi Chen calmly stated, 15,000 gold coins. Wang Yun, slightly plump and with a somewhat greasy visage, turned to Yi Chen, disdain evident in his voice. 16,000 gold coins. In response to Wang Yun's provocation, Yi Chen contemplated for a moment before boldly declaring 30,000 gold coins. Seeing such blatant disregard, Wang Yun's arrogance flared, and he waved dismissively, calling out, 50,000 gold coins, 60,000 gold coins. Yi Chen countered without hesitation, adding another 10,000 to his bid. The crowd watched in excitement as the two engaged in this fierce bidding war, for few dared to openly challenge the Wang family. Wang Yun's steward gently patted his shoulder and whispered, "Young master, 60,000 is already excessive. It is not wise to spend so much on an uncertain stone." Wang Yun pondered for a moment, his expression one of reluctance, before turning away in silence. Meanwhile, the elder on stage was beaming. He had anticipated the auction would collapse, yet it had unexpectedly soared to 60,000, far exceeding expectations. Observing the now silent and composed Wang Yun, the elder couldn't help but sigh in disappointment, maintaining his professional smile. "Since no one else wishes to bid, this source stone shall belong to this gentleman." The audience murmured in astonishment, marveling at the thrilling contest. Yi Chen let out a cold laugh. He suspected he would be followed after leaving, so he decided to create a diversion. The subsequent auction items held little special interest to him, prompting Yi Chen to rise and head towards the item collection area. Upon reaching the table where the stone was displayed, he noted its appearance was exceedingly ordinary. However, upon lifting it, he realized it was significantly heavier than a typical stone. Yi Chen recalled the maid's earlier struggle while carrying it. The man responsible for the handover, seeing Yi Chen scrutinizing the stone, assumed he was verifying its authenticity and laughed as he explained. "The defining characteristic of a source stone is its weight. Rest assured, this stone is indeed a source stone. We never joke about our reputation." The man was evidently quite talkative and, undeterred by the black-clad individual, continued, "I once had the fortune to encounter several source stones. They came in all sorts of strange shapes. I heard there are specialized individuals who study these stones, able to deduce their contents merely by observing their exterior. They possess a specific title, though I cannot recall it." After deducting the coins from Yi Chen's newly acquired silver card, the man handed the stone back to Yi Chen, who nodded appreciatively, storing the source stone and silver card within his ring before stepping outside the treasure pavilion. As he exited, sunlight bathed Yi Chen, momentarily disorienting him. He glanced around before making his way to a nearby street. Discreetly, Yi Chen observed a man selecting items from a stall, noting nothing unusual before slipping into a secluded alley. After taking a few steps, Yi Chen gradually halted, sensing the chaotic footsteps approaching from behind. He turned to find three individuals, recognizing them as the guards who had sat beside Wang Yun earlier. A cold smile crept onto his face. He had anticipated that Wang Yun would dispatch someone to ambush him, hence his choice of a quiet alley tea that moment. Wang Yun's corpulent figure emerged from behind the guards, glaring at Yi Chen as he declared, "Daring to snatch something from me? You must not know how to spell death. Be sensible and hand over that source stone, or I shall make you understand." Before Wang Yun could finish, Yi Chen surged forward, drawing a sword from his ring and swinging it toward Wang Yun's head. Having indulged in a life of luxury, Wang Yun had never encountered someone so decisively ruthless. As the sword descended, he screamed and retreated, while the guards on either side hastily readied their weapons to defend. Wang Yun, witnessing the ensuing melee, felt a surge of anger. How dare anyone disregard him? He shouted, "Kill him!" At that moment, Yi Chen realized the steward was likely in the waiting area to collect auction items and was unaware of Wang Yun's ambush. Thus, Yi Chen unleashed his full power. Channeling his spiritual energy, as a peak martial artist, his presence radiated ferocity, causing the guards, who were only at the 4th level of martial artist, to tremble involuntarily. Wang Yun, with his mediocre talent, had barely reached the 2nd level. Yet in the face of Yi Chen, he was utterly inconsequential. Sensing the overwhelming pressure emanating from Yi Chen, the guards trembled. Yi Chen swiftly deflected the incoming blade aimed at him, then struck a guard squarely on the head. The unfortunate guard emitted no cry, instantly flying backward, lifeless. The gruesome scene terrified the remaining 2 guards, while Wang Yun was paralyzed with fear. Turning to fleet, Wang Yun's hefty figure trembled and scurried away. Yi Chen hurled his sword toward Wang Yun's thigh. With a sharp sound, the sword pierced through Wang Yun's leg, causing him to collapse in agony. Regaining his senses, the remaining two guards exchanged glances, gritting their teeth as they advanced. Hearing their footsteps, Yi Chen slightly crouched, dodging an incoming strike before swiftly moving behind the guards. Howling wind fist, he silently chanted, delivering two powerful punches to the backs of the guards. The overwhelming force sent them crashing forward, silencing them upon impact. Knowing the steward would soon arrive, Yi Chen hastened toward Wang Yun. Wang Yun, eyes wide with terror, pleaded as Yi Chen approached, "No, please don't kill me. I was wrong." Wang Yun's pants began to dampen as a stream of pale yellow urine pooled beneath him. Yi Chen stood before him, silent and slightly crouched, looking down at Wang Yin with a shake of his head. To be frank, facing such a worthless individual, Yi Chen felt disdain even in the act of killing him, as if it would tarnish his hands. Likewise, anyone daring to lay a hand on Yi Lin was destined to meet their demise. Upon seeing the figure in black shake his head, Wang Yin believed he had found a glimmer of hope for survival and was about to utter something. Yet, in the next moment, he found himself struck in the abdomen by a fierce punch. The violent spiritual energy crashing through his skin and directly impacting his dantian, in an instant, accompanied by a blood-curdling scream. It was revealed that Wang Yin's dantian had been utterly destroyed by Yi Chen. Chapter 66. The great battle is imminent. Yi Chen coldly gazed at the already unconscious Wang Yin, exhaling softly before turning to leave the alley. He had anticipated that Wang Yin would come to ambush him after the previous auction. But little did Wang Yin know that he was confronting a ravenous tiger. Yi Chen did not linger. Staying any longer risked exposure by the housekeeper's arrival, which could lead to an ambush by the Wang family, hindering his subsequent plans for framing them. Just as Yi Chen exited the alley, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows behind a wall at the other end, vaguely identifiable by its white eyebrows. After a moment's contemplation, the figure discreetly vanished. When the housekeeper arrived, he discovered the fallen Wang Yin and the corpses of 3 guards in the alley. His pupils dilated in shock as he hurriedly knelt to inspect Wang Yin, finding a faint pulse, indicating he was merely unconscious. Upon closer examination, he noted that aside from the profusely bleeding thigh, there seemed to be no other wounds, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Rushing over to inspect the guards, he found their bodies already cold, particularly the headless corpse that made his legs feel weak. The housekeeper quickly hoisted Wang Yin onto his back and sprinted towards the main street. Shouting out in an attempt to catch the attention of passing guards, this moment, Yi Chen had changed into a different outfit, applying a subtle touch of makeup to his face before entering a tavern. He casually ordered several dishes to be packed, intending to bring some food back for his sister. After all, if she continued eating roasted meat, she would surely become nauseated. Simultaneously, Yi Chen felt an intense hesitation regarding the current situation, uncertain whether to secretly bring his sister into the city to hide her away. Upon returning to the familiar cave, watching Yi Lian and Xiaobai play, Yi Chen unconsciously revealed a reassuring smile. "Hey, have you heard? The second young master of the Wang family has been crippled." The people who heard the news initially displayed astonishment, followed by cold laughter, replying, "Humph, such people deserve to die at tea this time in the Yi family." The elder Yi Zhao sat at the table, his face a mask of shock, the tea beside him having grown cold after sitting for nearly half an hour. He was 90% certain that this was the doing of Yi Chen. However, he was also troubled. He could not reveal the news of Yi Chen's recovery. Moreover, he vaguely guessed Yi Chen's intentions. He aimed to retaliate using the methods the Wang family had previously employed against him. Yi Zhao's heart was engulfed in a fierce struggle. If he disclosed Yi Chen's recovery to the Wang family, the crisis facing the Yi family would naturally dissolve, with all blame directed at Yi Chen. Yet, conversely, this would extinguish any hope of uncovering Yi Chen's secrets. Suddenly, he recalled the report from his subordinates regarding a mysterious black-clad figure who had spread rumors of treasures in the 10,000 mountains at a tavern. Coupled with the news circulating today about a black-clad figure crippling Wang Yin, a strategy began to form in Yi Zhao's mind. Observing the unconscious second young master of the Wang family lying in bed, the elder meticulously examined his body, discovering that his dantian had been destroyed. The housekeeper, who was somewhat fearful, turned pale upon hearing the elder's low voice. Before long, the entire city was aware that the second young master of the Wang family had been crippled, and they found it hard to fathom who would be audacious enough to openly confront the Wang family. Of course, those who had participated in the auction were even more shocked, having initially thought it was merely a contest for auction items, only to see it escalate into such a situation. Families that had suffered at the hands of the Wang family's second young master revealed expressions of satisfaction upon hearing the news. Subsequently, the elder of the Wang family personally ventured to the alley, where he observed the gruesome deaths of the 3 guards and meticulously investigated the cause of their demise. Particularly, regarding the guard who had been killed by Yi Chen's 2 punches, upon seeing the imprints on their backs, the elder could no longer suppress the aura emanating from himself. This was the Xiaofeng fist of the Yi family, an exclusive martial technique of the Yi family. Remembering the assassination of Yi Tian the previous night, he speculated that this was an act of retaliation from the Yi family. The elder hurried back to the family, and after a secret discussion with the clan leader Wang Lin, he notified all the clansmen to convene a meeting. Upon hearing that it was the Yi family that had acted against them, some individuals stood up immediately, while others, filled with rage, shouted, "How dare they touch the Wang family? The Yi family is audacious. We should annihilate them at once." The clan leader, Wang Lin, wore a grim expression as he surveyed the noisy crowd in the hall and slowly spoke. "What are your thoughts regarding the earlier incident involving Yi Tian's murder?" At these words, the room fell into silence once more. Perhaps those whom the Yi family had offended in the past were retaliating against them. Wang Lin pondered, yet felt there was something he was overlooking. After a moment, he regained his senses and coldly stated, "To have injured my Wang family's disciples and now to have crippled my son's Dantian, is this not a provocation against my Wang family? Gather the men. Proceed to the Yi family." As he spoke, the members of the Wang family mobilized, heading straight for the Yi family. Along the way, the onlookers from Qingqing Mountain displayed expressions of excitement. After all, it had been a long time since such commotion had occurred. However, some felt a sense of unease. Over the past half-month, there had been inexplicable treasures and beast tides, and now with the deaths and injuries among the Wang and Yi family disciples, it could be said that dark currents were surging within Qingqing Mountain. Some curious onlookers even followed closely behind the Wang family's group, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Upon learning that the clan leader Wang Lin was personally coming, Yi Zhao was startled and hurriedly stepped outside to see. Upon seeing the grim-faced Wang Lin standing at the entrance of the Yi family, Yi Zhao feigned curiosity and inquired, "Brother Wang, what brings you here?" In response to Yi Zhao's question, Wang Lin did not offer him a pleasant countenance. Instead, he raised his hand to interrupt him. His eyes filled with icy disdain as he coldly declared, "Yi Zhao, do not feign innocence with me. If it were not for your Yi family, how could Ener have ended up in such a state? Today, I have come to settle matters with your Yi family." Simultaneously, the disciples of the Wang family behind Wang Lin unsheathed their weapons, pointing them at the Yi family. Observing the scene before him, Yi Zhao's expression twisted in discomfort, yet due to the Wang family's overwhelming strength, he struggled internally before a sudden flash of insight struck him. He urgently said, "Brother Wang, there has been a misunderstanding indeed. Please, come inside and allow me to explain." After a moment of stalemate, Wang Lin nodded and walked in, unperturbed by the presence of the small Yi family. The clan leader of the Wang family took a seat at the head of the Yi family's meeting hall without ceremony, while Yi Zhao and the other Yi family members looked increasingly grim. Wang Lin coldly regarded Yi Zhao and said, "Speak." Yi Zhao hesitated briefly before recounting the events following Yi Chen's crippling, including their alliance with the Lin family to enter the 10,000 Mountains. However, Yi Zhao did not mention Yi Chen's recovery, only vaguely suggesting that a mysterious individual had been assisting him. "Brother Wang, you have misunderstood us. The Yi and Wang families have always shared a bond akin to brothers, as for the previous incident, where we inadvertently harmed a disciple of the Wang family. We are willing to offer compensation." Hearing this, Wang Lin remained silent for a moment, scrutinizing Yi Zhao before stating, "Then I shall temporarily believe you. Now, let us discuss the terms of compensation." Chapter 67, Sourcestone? Or a bug? Divert 50% of your family's market to my Wang family, or capture Yi Lin. Upon hearing the conditions proposed by the clan leader of the Wang family, Yi Zhao's face stiffened. Caught off guard and at a loss for words, the other elders of the Yi family present also exhibited signs of anger, feeling that the Wang family was being excessively domineering. They were well aware that surrendering 50% of their market would reduce the Yi family to a second-rate family in Qingqing Mountain. Before they could voice their objections, Yi Zhao interjected, "Brother Wang, Please grant me a few days' time. I will do my utmost to retrieve Yilin as compensation. If that fails, I shall bring the market's receipts to the Wang family to apologize. How does that sound? In response, Wang Lin stood up, his expression icy as he declared, then I shall grant you 5 more days. Otherwise, without waiting for their response, he led his group out of the hall. Once the Wang family had completely departed, the second elder slammed his fist onto the table, fuming, damn Yi Chen. How dare he conspire with others to ensnare his own family? Yet, he failed to realize that they had previously cast Yi Chen aside in the coldest manner possible. The others began to curse Yi Chen, with only the 4th and 7th elders remaining silent, lost in their thoughts. Yi Zhao's expression was grim. Although he had successfully redirected the blame onto the non-existent black-clad figure associated with Yi Chen, his plans had been thrown into disarray. Upon hearing the news of the Wang family's second young master being crippled, the Lin family was equally astonished into silence. Soon after, when they learned that Wang Lin was personally headed to the Yi family for negotiations, they could not help but burst into laughter. The elder of the Lin family chuckled. Now I am curious to see how Yi Zhao will respond. What they had assumed was a dire situation for the Lin family had turned in their favor, as Yi Zhao's blunder had led the Yi family into a deep abyss. Lin Zhongnan shook his head with a smile before suddenly recalling something, glancing at the clan leader and asking, what about the clan leader Yi Junyi? With the Yi family on the brink of collapse, is he not going to intervene? The clan leader of the Lin family shook his head with a chuckle, remarking he was never fit to be the clan leader. His indecisiveness and lack of ambition would lead the Yi family to decline eventually. As for being overshadowed by Yi Zhao, that was only natural. But, Lin Zhongnan looked at him curiously. Nothing. Just recalling a few matters. Noticing his vague response, Lin Zhongnan wisely chose not to press further. The clan leader of the Lin family reflected on the turmoil surrounding the Yi family's leadership not long ago. At that time, the Yi family had abruptly announced that the elder Yi Zhao would take over the management of family affairs. The swift action had left everyone bewildered, yet the Yi family had not made further moves, allowing the matter to fade without further attention. Shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts, the clan leader of the Lin family pondered, inform everyone that the family is on lockdown. Under normal circumstances, no one is to leave. You will personally lead a team to encircle Yi Chen once more. This time, he must not escape. We would rather eliminate him outright than allow him to fall into the hands of the Yi family. If our Lin family cannot have him, neither shall anyone else. Yi Chen had returned to the 10,000 mountains once more. Inside the cave, he watched as Yi Lin devoured her meal, oblivious to the grease smeared across her face. Since fleeing into the 10,000 mountains, she had been eating roasted meat for days, nearly to the point of vomiting. As for Xiaobai, Yi Chen had thoughtfully prepared a bowl of fish soup for it. Watching the boy and the beast enjoy their meal, a warm smile spread across Yi Chen's face. Yi Chen continued to hesitate, contemplating whether to bring Yi Lin into the city to hide her away. While the darkness below held its advantages, it also bore immense risks. If they were discovered, escape would be impossible. After some contemplation, he decided to wait a few more days, for no matter how much the Wang family targeted the Yi family, they could not uproot them entirely. At most, they would only suffer some financial losses. For Yi Chen, as long as he could sow seeds of suspicion among them, he would find a way to ignite the tension between them, ultimately leading to the destruction of Qingqing Mountain. At that moment, Yi Chen turned to Yi Lin, who was happily eating, and then sat down beside her, taking out the source stone he had acquired at the auction. Upon seeing Yi Chen retrieve the peculiar stone, both Yi Lin and Xiaobai gazed at it with curiosity. Brother, what is this? In response to Yi Lin's inquiry, Yi Chen did not hesitate to explain the origins of the source stone as described by the auctioneer. Meanwhile, Xiaobai abandoned its delicious meal and approached the stone, sniffing it curiously. Hey, what's wrong with Xiaobai? Yi Lin asked, puzzled by the creature's behavior. However, Xiaobai remained fixated on the stone, occasionally scratching at it with its paws. Yi Chen observed Xiaobai, but its claws were far from sharp enough to leave a mark on the source stone. Gently patting Xiaobai's head, he lifted it and placed it next to Yi Lin, then took out a long sword and struck the stone. Crack! Yi Chen was cautious not to strike too deeply, fearing he might damage whatever lay within. He discovered that while the stone appeared hard, it was actually slightly softer than ordinary stones. A fissure began to form in the middle of the stone, prompting him to adopt a peeling technique. As he continued to peel away the outer layer, a mysterious aura began to emerge from the source stone. Sensing this aura, Yi Chen's heart raced. Gradually, The source stone shrank until it was merely the size of his palm, while Chen's face twitched slightly. Indeed, gambling on stones was a matter of luck. Yet Xiaobai dashed back to the now smaller source stone, fixating on it and emitting soft whines. This time, however, it did not approach the stone. Maintaining a distance of about a meter, Wei Chen raised an eyebrow at Xiaobai's behavior and decided to peel another layer. Suddenly, he caught sight of a flash of yellow light. Witnessing this, Chen inwardly mused, this might just be promising. He began to carefully peel away the final layer of the stone. Before long, a yellow crystal the size of a baby's fist appeared before Chen's eyes. Looking closely, he noted that the crystal was translucent, with energy swirling upon its surface, and he could distinctly feel the abundant spiritual energy contained within. Most remarkably, encased within the crystal was a small worm. The worm had a peculiar appearance, being a semi-transparent maggot, with each segment adorned with distinctive light rings, totaling 8 segments. At that moment, Yilin approached, cautiously picking up the yellow crystal and asking, "Brother, is this what they call a source?" Chen nodded. According to the auctioneer, it should be correct. Upon hearing this, Yilin's face clouded with confusion as she asked, "But why is there a little worm inside it? And it seems there's a hair too." Chapter 68, Blood Red Lionham? Chen was taken aback by Yilin's words and quickly examined the somewhat pockmarked surface of the source stone. As he turned it over, he indeed saw a strand of hair next to the small worm. The hair extended into the outer layer of the source, seemingly cut off and left behind, measuring about half a finger's length. It was important to note that the source had been completely encased in stone, indicating that this hair had been present since the formation of the source. Wei Chen scrutinized the palm-sized source stone once more, clearly sensing the immense spiritual energy it contained. After pondering for a while, he placed the source stone into his storage ring and tossed it in. While Yilin and Xiaobai lost interest and returned to their meal, Wei Chen couldn't help but chuckle, muttering, "These two gluttons." After bidding Yilin farewell, he exited the cave. With his current strength, there were virtually no opponents below the rank of martial master. Moreover, according to Chen's estimations, he should now be capable of confronting a formidable opponent at the 4th level of martial master. Naturally, there remains a discernible gap, for despite the might of his combat prowess, his spiritual energy is still far from the robust levels possessed by a martial master. Thus, after some contemplation, Chen resolved to delve deeper into the 10,000 Great Mountains, intending to consolidate his cultivation through the hunting of demonic beasts. Upon his entry into the mountains, Chen observed an influx of individuals, and as he walked along the path, he could not help but chuckle at their murmurs. It appeared they had received news regarding the source stones at the auction house, prompting some to come in hopes of a fortuitous discovery, perhaps unearthing a source stone themselves. Consequently, after exiting the cave and making a circuitous route, Chen encountered no less than 7 or 8 people scouring the ground, each hoping to stumble upon valuable treasures. Observing these whimsical individuals, Chen shook his head in mild exasperation. He glanced at his surroundings before turning towards the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains. After traversing nearly 100 meters, Chen noticed the ambience around him darkened significantly. Looking upward, he beheld the towering trees reaching nearly 100 meters high, with only a scant amount of sunlight managing to filter through the gaps in the foliage. The spiritual energy in the air had also begun to thicken. Occasionally, faint roars from beasts echoed from the depths, but their distance rendered the sounds rather feeble. Pressing onward for another 100 meters, Chen estimated he was nearing the territory of a 3rd-tier demonic beast. He marked a tree as a reference point and then began to navigate westward, as venturing further would mean facing beasts of 3rd-tier strength or higher, which would be beyond his current capability. He spotted a massive claw mark on a nearby trunk and squinted, deducing that a demonic beast was likely lurking in the vicinity. The size of the claw marks suggested a lion-tiger type beast. Drawing his heavy sword, Wufeng, he prepared himself for an imminent confrontation. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine, causing the hairs on the back of his neck to stand on end. Gripping Wufeng tightly, he swung it backward, just as a pair of claws lunged towards him, striking the blade with such force that it slammed him against the ground, leaving his arms tingling from the impact. The next moment, Chen looked up to find himself face to face with a crimson blood lion, as its name implies. Its fur was a fiery red adorned with black patterns along its back, and its blood-red eyes were fixated intently on Chen. This was a 2nd-tier demonic beast, yet judging by the force of its earlier attack and the pressure it exerted, It was at the pinnacle of its tier, rivaling Yi Chen's current cultivation level. With a roar, the crimson blood lion opened its mouth wide and bellowed at Yi Chen, who felt both anxious and invigorated. Channeling his spiritual energy, Yi Chen activated his copper skin iron bones technique. Slightly crouching as the lion lunged at him, rather than evade hastily, he awaited the opportune moment. The stench of the beast's breath assaulted him as its jaws nearly clamped down on his arm. In a split second, Yi Chen rolled away, finding himself behind the lion, and delivered a powerful punch to its hind leg, unleashing a forceful blow. The crimson blood lion howled in agony, collapsing onto the ground. Despite the significant enhancement in attack and defense that second-tier beasts possess, Yi Chen's strike only managed to rend the lion's flesh, inflicting grievous wounds but not shattering its leg bones. However, judging by the force of his blow, he suspected it might have sustained a fracture. Shaking out his wrist, he charged to the side, grasping the hilt of his sword and pulling Wu Feng from the earth. The lion attempted to rise again, but it was evident that its right leg was injured. Its blood-red eyes filled with fury as it slammed its front paws into the ground, leaving deep gouges. Noticing the patterns on the lion's fur beginning to glow a faint red, Yi Chen recalled the final incantation from the 36 transformations of the demon god. When entering the demon god stage, rapid circulation of spiritual energy could trigger a berserk mode, akin to the bloodline frenzy of demonic beasts, albeit at the cost of substantial spiritual energy. Eagerly, Yi Chen began to channel his energy in accordance with the incantation. If he were to gaze into a mirror at that moment, he would see his veins protruding, his face taking on a terrifying visage. Curious to experience whether he could withstand a peak second-tier beast in his frenzied state, Yi Chen raised his heavy sword as the lion charged again, the collision between its claws and the sword creating a thunderous impact that sent the lion hurtling through the air. Flipping several times before crashing to the ground, Yi Chen, however, found his feet nearly sinking into the earth, sliding back several meters. The lion lay before him, blood oozing from its mouth and nostrils, unable to rise again. Observing the nearly incapacitated creature, Yi Chen felt a surge of exhilaration, but he was aware that he could not maintain this state for long. Within mere breaths, he had already expended nearly 20% of his spiritual energy. Releasing the demon god transformation, he began to recuperate while approaching the lion. With one final strike, he ended its life, severing its head and discovering a glimmering red orb within. Yi Chen was taken aback to find a demonic core. Typically, the emergence of such a core in first or second-tier beasts required a stroke of luck. To have slain a second-tier beast and obtained a demonic core was undoubtedly a testament to Yi Chen's remarkable fortune. As he retrieved the core and placed it into his storage ring, he mused, "It seems that with my current strength, achieving the death of a second-tier beast without resorting to weapons or spiritual energy is still quite challenging." Chapter 69. The clam and the crab struggle. Yi Chen was acutely aware that although he had returned to the pinnacle of the 9th level, his spiritual energy remained somewhat unstable, necessitating extensive combat to solidify his foundation. What he lacked most was a keen battle awareness. With the imminent arrival of the 3 factions, time was of the essence, prompting him to expedite his training. He ambled through the forest, glancing at the red marks on his arm with a sense of resignation. The berserk state heavily relied on physical strength. Previous enhancements through medicinal pills and the heavy sword had allowed for a rudimentary improvement. However, further enhancement of his physical prowess would require alternative methods. Presently, the most effective approach would be to break through to martial master, for each tier advancement brought comprehensive enhancements. Suddenly, Yi Chen caught a distant roar from a beast. Turning his attention toward the source of the sound, he frowned. It emanated from deep within the forest, yet after considering the risks, he decided against pursuing it. After all, his current objective was to refine his spiritual energy through hunting, and facing third-tier beasts was fraught with uncertainty. Such beasts possessed a nascent intelligence, and sustaining injury could jeopardize his subsequent endeavors. As such, he aimed to focus on first- and second-tier beasts, which would minimize the risk of injury while ensuring the stability of his strength. Just as Yi Chen lifted his foot, he noticed the roars drawing closer, indicating that a beast was approaching his location. He turned his gaze, fixating on the direction of the sound, and slowly drew his heavy sword from his back, prepared to flee at the first sign of trouble. Whether it was a trick of the light or not, he perceived a flicker of movement, and just as he was about to act, 3 individuals burst forth from the trees. They sprinted toward his direction, one of them cradling an object wrapped in cloth. Hot on their heels was a towering black bear, standing 3 meters tall. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes, seeing the bear's brutish visage, its massive head displaying an almost human-like ferocity as it pursued the fleeing trio. Lowering his gaze, Yi Chen observed 3 white stripes on the bear's chest. "Damn it," he cursed, hastily stowing his sword in the storage ring and turning to flee. This was a 3-striped terror claw bear, a third-tier beast known for its tough hide and formidable strength, particularly its claws, which were exceedingly difficult to contend with. The 3 individuals were evidently aware of Yi Chen's presence. One of the mercenaries shouted, "Little brother, we are members of the Blood Demon Mercenary Group. We implore you to assist us, and you shall be generously rewarded." Yi Chen did not look back as he sped away. One of the mercenaries cursed, "Damn it, forget about this kid. I hope our comrades are already on their way. Otherwise, we won't even have enough to fill our teeth, not to mention securing the cub. Let us hope the boss has lured that male bear away, or we'll be in for it with just over 10 of us," remarked the mercenary, clutching the bundle. Yi Chen's mind raced with thoughts at the mention of boss, cub, and over 10 people. He swiftly pivoted and dashed aside. "That slippery brat." The 3 mercenaries cursed again, but they had no choice. The terror claw bear was not targeting him as Yi Chen fled. He glanced back at the bear pursuing the trio, exhaling slowly before climbing up a large tree. He had heard of the Blood Demon Mercenary Group. Although they were mercenaries, they occasionally engaged in nefarious deeds, earning them a notorious reputation. After some contemplation, Yi Chen decided to observe the situation, and if the opportunity arose, he would not mind playing the role of the opportunist. Just as he was about to take action, he noticed a disheveled figure emerge from the left, a burly man who appeared uninjured but quite disheveled. He had not noticed Yi Chen perched in the tree and, after a brief pause, darted after the 3 fleeing individuals. If Yi Chen's intuition served him right, this must be their leader, so he is the boss, Yi Chen murmured, trailing behind the man. At that moment, the terror claw bear halted, observing the 10 or so humans surrounding it, showing no signs of retreat despite their numbers. Instead, it seemed to have stirred its primal instincts, pounding its chest with its fists and roaring at the crowd. The mercenaries of the Blood Demon Mercenary Group had set up an ambush, and upon seeing the 3 successfully bring the bear cub, they immediately surrounded the pursuing terror claw bear. The Blood Demon Mercenary Group boasted considerable strength, with most members around the 6th level of martial arts, save for one vice-captain at the 1st level of martial master. However, the terror claw bear seemed to regard the group with apprehension, hesitating before letting out a thunderous roar. The vice-captain, realizing the bear's peculiar behavior, cursed, "Damn it, this beast is calling for its mate." The group leader, Dong Xiong, hearing the roar from the ambush site, felt puzzled. Given the bear's strength, it should not have been in such dire straits so soon. However, there was no time for contemplation. He hastened his pace toward the commotion. Following closely behind, Yi Chen also heard the roar and suddenly recalled the terror claw bear's characteristics. They were social creatures, practicing monogamy. Given the presence of a cub, it was likely that another adult bear was nearby. Realizing this, Yi Chen was taken aback by the audacity of the Blood Demon Mercenary Group. The terror claw bear had initially intended to wait for its partner, but upon hearing its cub's cries, it could no longer contain its wrath and charged toward the humans. With its claws extended, the bear unleashed a devastating strike upon the crowd. "Move!" 2 mercenaries shouted, raising their weapons defensively to eye in the face of the bear's claws. Their weapons shattered like fragile tofu, and upon collision, the bear's paw cleaved through them, resulting in one mercenary being split in half while another lost an arm. Collapsing to the ground in agony, "Damn it! Aim for its head," the vice-captain shouted, rallying the others, as the head was typically the most vulnerable spot on a beast. Thus began a fierce struggle, due to the bear's massive size. It was not particularly swift, but with the vice-captain at the 1st level of martial master assisting with sneak attacks, the bear, despite its formidable defenses, sustained numerous wounds, blood soaking its fur. Yet the mercenaries were not faring well either, as 4 more of their number fell victim to the bear's relentless assault. The vice-captain, in a state of panic, glanced back repeatedly. Just as he was about to call for a retreat, he suddenly saw Dong Xiong burst forth from the trees. Overjoyed, he yelled, "Hold on a little longer. The captain has arrived." Chapter 70. The opportunist reaps the rewards. The mercenaries, who had been struggling, felt a renewed sense of hope upon hearing those words, redoubling their efforts against the terror claw bear. Sensing its waning strength, the bear finally focused its attention on the one who had been consistently attacking it. The vice captain, realizing he was the target, narrowly dodged the descending paw, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Dong Xiong had finally arrived, and upon seeing the corpses strewn across the ground, his expression darkened. He turned his gaze to the bloodied terror claw bear, narrowing his eyes as he stealthily approached from behind. He prepared to unleash his most powerful technique, the yellow-grade advanced skill, Tiger Break Fist. Seizing the opportunity, he leaped into the air, delivering a punch to the bear's nape. The surge of spiritual energy enveloped his fist, the sound of a tiger's roar echoing faintly as he struck. The force of his blow impacted the bear's spine, sending shockwaves of pain through its body, causing the terror claw bear to collapse onto the ground. Disoriented at that moment, the vice captain shouted, "Sever its head." The mercenaries surged forward, and after a collective cry of anguish, the terror claw bear gradually succumbed to its injuries. The members of the mercenary group collectively exhaled in relief. As the vice captain excitedly approached, eager to sever the bear's head in search of the demonic core, a terrifying roar echoed from behind them. It was another terror claw bear. From the sound of its roar, it was evident that this was a male bear, even stronger than the one they had just slain. Chen, perched in his tree, could not suppress a sense of schadenfreude at the sight of the approaching bear. Yet, as he observed the enraged male bear and then glanced at the fallen terror claw bear, it was clear that this was the cub's parent, stirring an inexplicable discomfort within him. Although demonic beasts were merely that, beasts, seeing the terror claw bear react violently for its offspring evoked a sigh from Chen. After all, the world operated on the principle of the survival of the fittest, where strength reigned supreme. However, the actions of the mercenary group were something he could never condone. One must remember that demonic beasts possess emotions too. At that moment, Chen could only hope that the male bear would exact vengeance upon the mercenaries, reclaiming its child. Just then, he noticed a large man in the crowd, cradling the cub and hiding off to the side. While the mercenaries bore expressions of despair, Dong Xiong gritted his teeth, surveying the terrified faces of his comrades, and shouted, "Brothers, remain calm. A bear cub is worth 1,000,000 gold coins, and with these 2 terror claw bears, we will be rich." Visions of mountains of gold flashed in the minds of the mercenaries, greed flickering in their eyes as they gritted their teeth and raised their weapons once more, charging toward the male bear. Yet this terror claw bear was evidently more formidable, emanating an aura of pressure that suggested it possessed strength comparable to a 6th-level martial master. Dong Xiong's eyelids twitched as he recognized the bear's formidable prowess. A layer of dark golden radiance surged from his hair, causing each strand to stand erect like steel needles. This fearsome clawed bear was unlike the one encountered previously. The paw of that bear was already nearly the size of 3 human heads, while this male terror claw bear possessed even larger paws. With a fierce swing, it struck at the crowd, and in a flash of golden light, its paw expanded to the size of half a human body, with claws nearly a yard long. Having learned from past experiences, the crowd hastily scattered to the sides. However, one individual was a fraction too slow, and his calf was severed in an instant, the wound smooth as a mirror. Thanks to the assistance of Captain Dong Xiong, the pressure on the others was considerably alleviated compared to before. Yet, in the briefest of moments, 3 more souls perished beneath the onslaught of claws. Panting slightly, Dong Xiong fixated on the nearly unscathed terror claw bear, his heart racing with urgency. Gritting his teeth, he painfully retrieved a metallic sphere from his ring. Seizing the opportunity, he infused the sphere with spiritual energy and hurled it directly at the terror claw bear while shouting, "Get back!" Hearing this, the crowd quickly dove for cover as a brilliant light erupted from the metallic sphere, accompanied by a deafening explosion. Beside them, Chen could not help but exclaim, "Wow, what tremendous power!" A blood-curdling roar from the bear erupted at the center of the blast, and a terrifying shockwave surged outward, shattering the surrounding grass and trees. In the aftermath of the explosion, a nearly 5-zhang-deep crater appeared at the epicenter. A formidable figure slowly rose once more. Its left arm had vanished, and its abdomen was a gruesome mess, yet it still retained a measure of fighting spirit. Emerging from the grass, Dong Xiong beheld the weakened terror claw bear and called upon his comrades to charge once more. However, it was evident that the bear's combat capabilities had significantly diminished due to the loss of an arm. Gradually, the terror claw bear began to feel the weight of exhaustion, seemingly sensing the approach of death, and let out a long, mournful howl. Instantly, its internal spiritual energy surged, and yellow light emanated from its skin. Not good, it's going to self-destruct. The vice captain's warning had barely escaped his lips when an even more terrifying light than before erupted, illuminating the perpetually shadowy forest. Wei Chun, positioned nearly 30 zhang away from the blast center, still felt the horrific shockwave barreling toward him. The surrounding vegetation and massive trees, which required several people to encircle, were obliterated in an instant by the force. Taken by surprise, Yi Chun was swept up by the shockwave, tumbling several zhang before coming to a halt. Staring in shock at the immense crater that had formed before him, he was momentarily stunned. A quick glance around revealed not a single mercenary in sight. They were likely reduced to dust by the overwhelming force. Wei Chen's lips twitched involuntarily, and just then, a hand emerged from the earth not far from him. Its skin cracked and blood mingling with the dirt. As he watched the figure slowly crawl out from the debris, he recognized it as Captain Dong Xiong, now drenched in blood, his torn shirt revealing a battered armor beneath. It was this armor that had allowed him to survive. Accompanied by a fit of coughing, blood spewed forth, indicating that Dong Xiong was gravely injured and incapacitated. The mercenary assigned to protect the cub rushed over. The only one besides Yi Chun who had remained unharmed as he helped Dong Xiong to his feet. He sorrowfully remarked, "Captain, it seems the brothers are all gone." Just as Dong Xiong's lips moved to speak, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. Lowering his gaze, he discovered a dagger embedded in his heart. "You?" Dong Xiong looked at his subordinate with a face full of disbelief, but words failed him as darkness enveloped him. "Captain, forgive me, but I plan to keep this 1,000,000 gold coins for myself, so you can rest easy." The subordinate sneered, gazing at the fading breath of Dong Xiong, bending down to strip the ring from his finger. At that moment, a faint laugh echoed from behind him. "Sorry, my friend, but I also intend to keep that 1,000,000 gold coins." Chapter 71. All resolved, the subordinate turned swiftly, spotting a young man approaching with a smile. Realization struck him. This was the same young lad they had encountered previously. He feigned bravado, saying, "Kid, you better scram before I break your legs." The young man simply shook his head with a smile, replying, "My dear uncle, I'm terribly sorry, but I have a vested interest in that little bear as well." Before he could finish, he lunged toward the burly man. The brute, one of the weaker mercenaries, with only the strength of a fourth-tier martial artist, had been assigned to protect the cub. Witnessing the sudden attack, a flicker of panic crossed his face, and gritting his teeth, he thrust the dagger toward Yi Chun. However, Yi Chun made no attempt to defend himself, charging directly at the dagger. The blade pierced his clothing, but the brute was met with unexpected resistance, while Yi Chun delivered a powerful punch to the man's lower ribs, sending him flying through the air, blood spewing from his mouth. Despite being strangers, Yi Chun showed no mercy to such a scoundrel. With a swift motion, he stepped in front of the brute, his weapon, the sword of no edge, appearing in his hand in an instant. Just as the sword was about to pierce the man's throat, the brute, coughing up blood, raised his hands in panic, pleading, "Don't kill me. I know the secret to a treasure hidden here." Yi Chun paused, eyeing the man with interest. "Oh, a treasure?" Realizing his life was spared for the moment, the brute nodded eagerly. "Yes, that was our purpose for coming here. However, we were unable to enter despite numerous attempts, and were preparing to retreat when we stumbled upon the Terror Claw Bear." Yi Chun fixed a steady gaze on him, remaining silent, prompting the brute to hastily add, "We couldn't access the place. It's like a transparent wall. The exact location of the treasure is in our captain's ring." Before he could finish, the brute suddenly scattered a pouch of powder, obscuring Yi Chen's vision. Yi Chen instinctively held his breath and retreated. Just as he considered pursuing again, a metallic sphere flew out from the cloud of powder. Yi Chen froze momentarily, his hairs standing on end. He had witnessed the destructive power of the sphere Dong Xiong had thrown. He hurriedly retreated, muttering, "Damn it!" and instantly activated his berserk mode. However, the sphere did not explode as anticipated. Instead, it struck Yi Chun and fell to the ground. Without hesitation, he retreated several zhang. After a few breaths, the sphere showed no reaction. Realizing it was a ruse, he darted in the direction the brute had fled. Infuriated by the man's antics, Yi Chun was determined to catch him. Having already dealt significant damage to the brute's ribs with his earlier punch, It didn't take long before Chen caught up. He threw the sword of no edge, piercing through the brute's back, sending the package he was carrying flying away. Seeing this, Chen rushed towards the package containing the little bear. As he approached, he noticed the package moving slightly, accompanied by faint whimpering sounds. Gently opening the package, he discovered a bear cub the size of a human infant, covered in soft black fur, with its paw pads glimmering in a dark golden hue. The cub, still too young to have opened its eyes, flailed its limbs and emitted soft whines. Chen tenderly stroked the cub's fur, marveling at its smoothness. Reflecting on his parents' fate, he sighed softly. From now on, you'll be with me. He cradled the cub gently and began to retrace his steps back to the spot where Dong Xiong had fallen. Gazing at Dong Xiong's lifeless body, Chen muttered a curse under his breath, deeming him deserving of his fate. He then slid the storage ring from Dong Xiong's finger and, without a backward glance, made his way toward the outskirts of the 10,000 Great Mountains. After all, the tremendous commotion caused by the terror claw bear's self-detonation would likely attract attention soon, if the little bear were to be exposed. Chen feared he would face another ambush. Upon returning to the cave, he found Lin staring wide-eyed at the bear cub in the package, while Xiaobai looked on curiously. Chen recounted his recent encounters, and Lin gazed at the cub with compassion, gently cradling it in her arms. The cub, sensing her warmth, ceased its struggles and lay quietly in her embrace. Observing this, Chen was struck by the natural affinity his sister had for these small creatures. Just as she had with Xiaobai. Sitting cross-legged on a blanket, Lin lovingly stroked the cub's fur. From now on, I shall call you Xiao He. Meanwhile, Xiaobai, seemingly a tad jealous, emitted a few soft whines and promptly settled beside Lin. Chen slowly sat down, beginning to sift through the spoils of the day. Dong Xiong's storage ring was relatively small, yet it contained a considerable amount of items. Most notably, there were 4 scrolls of martial arts techniques, 3 of which were of intermediate yellow rank, while the last was a high-level yellow technique. The Tiger Burst Fist.as Chen unrolled the scroll and read the description. He suddenly recalled that the very move Dong Xiong had utilized to ambush the Terror Claw Bear was none other than the Tiger Burst Fist. After pondering for a moment, he set the scroll aside and turned his attention to the other items. A glance revealed a vast quantity of gold coins. Estimates suggested several 100,000, as well as a few vials of elixirs. As he scanned the contents, an exquisitely crafted small box caught his eye. Opening it carefully, he was met with the sight of a silver metallic sphere. Chen's heart raced. Realizing this was the very sphere that Dong Xiong had thrown at the Terror Claw Bear. Never had he imagined that such a small object could wield such immense power. Chen felt a profound sense of satisfaction with his haul, particularly with the metallic sphere, which would undoubtedly serve as a life-saving tool in dire situations. After surveying the remaining items, he noticed only a few weapons and some clothing left. Just as he was about to exit Dong Xiong's storage ring, he spotted an ancient, tattered parchment lying next to the clothing. What is this? Chapter 72. Gathering information unfolding the tattered parchment, Chen discovered it to be a fragmentary scroll, with roughly 2/3 of it missing. However, the scroll was quite large. Judging by the remaining portion, it was nearly 10 zhang long and 6 zhang wide. The visible part depicted a gray sky and an endless army of black skeletons, interspersed with strange beasts emanating dark energy. Chen gently traced the scroll with his fingers, confirming that it was made of animal hide, yet he sensed an inexplicable, faint aura emanating from it. Taking out a small knife, he attempted to cut the edges, but found it impervious to his efforts. As if protected by an unseen force, Chen surmised that this scroll was likely a treasure, but as it stood, he could only gaze helplessly at its incomplete form. With a resigned shake of his head, he placed the scroll into his storage ring. He then transferred his previously collected supplies and clothing into his spoils ring. After bidding farewell to Lin, he exited the cave. He sought out a nearby river, slowly shedding his clothing. After enduring a period of rigorous training and trials, Chen's physique had transformed. Having cultivated the berserk mode, he had developed a robust musculature. While not comparable to those muscular brutes, his body exuded a latent explosive power, complemented by a slightly bronzed complexion that conveyed strength from a distance. However, upon closer inspection, countless red dots marred his skin, remnants of the ruptured blood vessels from forcefully engaging the berserk state. Chen felt an agonizing prickling sensation all over. Gazing down at the myriad red spots, he murmured to himself, Indeed, activating the berserk mode demands a stronger physique, otherwise it becomes quite taxing. This was merely for a few breaths. Had it continued, I would have likely turned into a bloodied mess. He then leaped into the nearby stream to wash off, donning his clothes afterward and sitting cross-legged on a stone. Chen swallowed a healing elixir, the Qing Ning pill, and began to circulate its medicinal energy to heal his wounds. The red spots were stagnant blood that needed swift expulsion. Otherwise, they would result in severe injuries. Guiding the medicinal energy through his meridians, it permeated his muscles, gradually expelling the stagnant blood into the exterior. Soon, his body was coated in a blackish-red viscous liquid, the expelled blood. Opening his eyes, a flash of white light flickered within them as he exhaled deeply, feeling invigorated. Glancing at the viscous blood on his body, he dove back into the river to cleanse himself of the grime. Chen and Yi Lin exchanged looks of exasperation. Earlier, when Yi Chen had brought over the roasted meat, he suddenly realized that little Xiao He had nothing to eat. The cub, now hungry, emitted soft whines. Yi Chen remarked helplessly, "What on earth can this little one eat?" Yi Lin pondered for a moment, uncertain, and replied, "It should be milk, right?" Yi Chen's lips twitched. Where on earth would he procure milk? Feeling utterly stumped, he tapped his forehead in frustration. After a moment of thought, he placed a piece of roasted meat near the cub's mouth. Sensing the aroma of the meat, the cub opened its mouth wide. Although still too young to have fully opened its eyes, its teeth had developed well and were remarkably sharp. Xiao He chewed on the meat, swallowing it with ease after only a few bites. Yi Chen and Yi Lin exchanged delighted glances, and Yi Lin exclaimed, "So this little one can eat meat directly." Soon after, Yi Lin found a new task, feeding Xiao He. With greasy fingers, she placed the cub beside her, occasionally offering it morsels of meat. Meanwhile, Xiao Bai quietly munched on roasted fish. Since Yi Chen had brought fish back from the tavern, Xiao Bai had become quite insatiable, prompting Yi Chen to catch fish for him each time. After finishing a hearty lunch, Yi Lin lay down with the bear cub, while Xiao Bai nestled closely beside her. Yi Chen observed them before stepping out of the cave. Tomorrow marked the Moonflower auction at the Treasure Pavilion. According to the alluring supervisor, any martial arts techniques featured at the auction would likely start at a price of at least 1 million. With Yi Chen's current wealth hovering around 230,000, he was barely scraping by. Thus, he decided to return to the Treasure Pavilion in the afternoon to sell some items from his ring. Suddenly, he recalled the token and retrieved it, scrutinizing it closely. The token bore a large character, Shui, on its front. Yi Chen's fingers unconsciously caressed the token, and the enchanting visage of the woman resurfaced in his mind. Reflecting on her parting words, he let out a slow sigh. It was impossible to claim that he felt no emotions towards a woman with whom he shared such intimate ties. Yet the thought that she might be the daughter of the city lord made him acutely aware that, with his current strength, he was hardly worthy in the eyes of the city lord. His gaze became distant as he stared at the ground, his hand instinctively tightening around the token. Power. Yi Chen's contemplative voice echoed in the quiet cave. In the afternoon, atop Qingqing Mountain, Yi Chen first entered a tea house and ordered a cup of tea. As he sipped the warm brew, he gathered snippets of recent news circulating within the city. Have you heard? The Wang family, the Yi family, and the Lin family have all gone on high alert. That news is old hat. My aunt's son's brother-in-law is a guard for the Lin family, and he relayed some juicy tidbits. Apparently, a mysterious figure in a black cloak is targeting all three families. Just after the auction, the second young master of the Wang family was crippled by this black-clad individual, rendering him an ordinary man. Moreover, I heard that this enigmatic figure publicly challenged the Wang family's second young master at the auction, leaving him humiliated. Subsequently, the head of the Wang family attempted to inquire about this black-cloaked person at the Treasure Pavilion but was turned away. That is to be expected. The Wang family may hold some sway here in Qingqing, but outside these mountains, they're nothing. Superpowers like the Treasure Pavilion don't even regard a minor family like theirs. Yi Chen listened attentively for a while. Upon hearing the news of the Wang family's head being humiliated, he couldn't help but chuckle, as he had anticipated such an outcome when he acted. Given the influence of the Treasure Pavilion, it was clear they would not easily disclose their client's information. Otherwise, it would jeopardize their standing. That was precisely why he had taken decisive action in the alleyway. Aside from this information, he had not gleaned anything particularly useful. After settling the bill for his tea, Yi Chen turned and made his way directly to the Treasure Pavilion. Chapter 73. The precious source stone inside the treasure pavilion. Chen, cloaked in black, entered and, with familiarity, made his way to the third-floor appraisal room. "Sir, do you have items to auction?" The same middle-aged man from before inquired upon his arrival. "I need to auction some items." Chen's familiar raspy voice emerged from beneath the hood. "Hm?" The middle-aged man paused, momentarily taken aback by the recognizable voice. Realizing who it was, a spark of recognition flashed in his eyes. He bowed slightly and whispered, "You are the esteemed guest from before?" Chen subtly nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Observing the acknowledgement from the black-clad figure, the man took a breath and said, "Esteemed guest, our supervisor has instructed me to escort you to the VIP room upon your return." Hearing this, Chen raised an eyebrow and then turned to exit the appraisal room. The middle-aged man hastily led the way, and soon they entered a rather lavish hall. As Chen stepped onto the floor, he noted the exquisite material of the tiles, and his admiration for the treasure pavilion's opulence deepened. The floor was crafted from jade, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer, and the moment he entered, a refreshing fragrance wafted through the air. Guided by the middle-aged man, Chen arrived at a secluded booth. He crossed his arms and quietly sat down, waiting patiently. Shortly after, the middle-aged man stepped out to make an announcement. A gracefully curved figure appeared at the door. The alluring laughter that reached Chen's ears sent a shiver down his spine. "I was wondering why there was a chorus of magpies at the entrance this morning. It turns out a distinguished guest has arrived." Chen slightly turned his head to behold the tall silhouette at the threshold. Though he had encountered her once before, he couldn't help but feel a renewed sense of astonishment. Clad in a sky-blue qipao, the mature woman walked in with a smile. The qipao accentuated Pei Qingyue's exquisite curves, and the hem of the dress extended audaciously up to her thighs, revealing a glimpse of her fair, long legs, leaving Chen momentarily entranced, especially as Pei Qingyue's movements evoked a mesmerizing aura. He instinctively shifted back in his seat, wary of this thorny rose. Pei Qingyue exchanged pleasantries with Chen, and he waved his hand, causing a glimmer of light to flash from his fingers. The pile of demon cores reappeared on the table, this time, with slightly fewer low-tier ones, comprising only a dozen second-tier cores, alongside 5 third-tier and 2 fourth-tier cores. Pei Qingyue's eyes widened at the sight of the abundant cores, particularly the 7 that brimmed with energy, causing her to take a deep breath, her chest rising with an enticing silhouette. Suddenly regaining her composure, she turned to Chen and said, "Please hold on," before instructing the middle-aged man to begin counting. Curiosity piqued, Chen asked, "Does your esteemed pavilion have any materials regarding source stones?" "Ah?" Pei Qingyue momentarily froze at Chen's inquiry, her mind racing as she replied with a smile, "Source stones aren't exactly secrets in larger establishments, but if you're looking for related literature, only certain sects would possess such books." Chen nodded. Pei Qingyue added, "I can introduce you to our elder. He can answer some of your questions. Is it free?" Chen's sudden question caught Pei Qingyue off guard. She quickly covered her mouth, chuckling, "You certainly have a sense of humor, sir. Of course, it's free." With that, she called out to an elder named Gu Lao, and a figure gradually materialized behind her. Chen was momentarily startled by the elder's understated entrance. He observed the old man with white eyebrows standing respectfully behind Pei Qingyue, feeling a sense of shock as he detected no trace of spiritual energy emanating from him. This could only imply that the white-browed elder's strength surpassed that of a martial artist, likely at the level of a grand martial artist. "Please take a seat, Gu Lao. Kindly explain to this gentleman the details regarding source stones," Pei Qingyue said playfully, her eyes sparkling. "Yes, miss," Gu Lao smiled and took a seat beside her. Pei Qingyue turned to Chen, explaining, "Gu Lao has spent some time at the Source Stone Workshop, so he possesses extensive knowledge about source stones." "Source Stone Workshop?" Chen inquired, prompting Pei Qingyue to exchange a knowing glance with Gu Lao. This aligned with their previous speculation. Given the level of the demon cores he presented, his strength was at least at the peak of a grand martial artist. However, he was asking foundational questions, indicating that the cores likely belonged to a powerful figure behind him. Chen, seemingly aware of this, straightforwardly stated, "My master has never explained these matters to me, so I have always been curious." Pei Qingyue nodded, recalling that Gu Lao had observed the conflict between him and the Wang family's second young master. Gauging the faint aura of spiritual energy he emitted, she deduced he was merely at the level of a martial artist, leading her to surmise that this black-cloaked figure must be backed by a formidable ally. Jiu Lao regarded Yi Chen and asked, "What would you like to know, sir? Could you please elaborate on the general situation regarding sources?" Yi Chen requested. Jiu Lao, recognizing Yi Chen's naivety, spoke in a calm voice. Source stones are generally mined from ancient stone mines. Some sources lie deep within mountains, others beneath the sea, and some even in alternate dimensions. Typically, the mine's source stones will either contain energy or be devoid of it. He paused before continuing. As for pure sources, some are particularly abundant in energy, even containing unique energies from nature, which are referred to as exotic sources. Besides exotic sources, there are those that encapsulate certain items, known in the industry as objects within the source. For instance, some sources may encase ancient medicinal herbs or even remnants of creatures, although most of these have long since perished. With their energies merely sealed within the source, I recall that 200 years ago, during the largest gambling event on stones in our dynasty's capital, someone unearthed a source that contained an ancient creature. It was said that its life force was detected, and ultimately, a family purchased it at a high price. As Yi Chen listened to the elder's recollections, he was left speechless. Such occurrences are exceedingly rare. In our dynasty, most source stones are sourced from the coastal borders, with a low probability of producing special sources. Many only encounter an exotic source by mere chance, and as for the so-called objects within the source, they are quite uncommon in our dynasty. Chapter 74. Beginner's Formation. If you have an interest in source stones, you might consider visiting nanhacounty.o. By the way, it is said that thousands of years ago, there existed individuals capable of discerning connections to source stones. These individuals could explore ancient tombs or wondrous secret realms and are known as Tianxiang masters. Unfortunately, they are now exceedingly rare in the locality. Perhaps such individuals can still be found in the central domain. Yi Chen nodded, initially only curious, yet unexpectedly receiving a wealth of critical information. Of course, he had no intention of revealing the source stone containing the insect. Although they appear to be wary of his non-existent master, as the saying goes, a guilty conscience needs no accuser. Should they discover the existence of that insect-laden source, who knows whether they would attempt to seize it? It is understood that all caution is predicated upon insufficient profit. As long as the benefits are substantial enough, even apprehensions may not deter one from acting. Meanwhile, the man who had finished tallying the cores transferred the gold coins into a silver card and handed it to Yi Chen. Seeing this, Yi Chen accepted it, slowly rising as he said, "Thank you, Gu Lao, for your explanations. I must take my leave now." Pei Qingyue and the elder nodded in acknowledgement, rising to see Yi Chen off. Upon exiting the VIP room, Yi Chen wasted no time and headed straight downstairs. Simultaneously, Pei Qingyue suddenly turned to Gu Lao and asked, "Did the source stone he auctioned off last time yield any rare sources?" Gu Lao nodded. "It likely did, or else he wouldn't have come to inquire about such matters." Pei Qingyue returned to the supervisor's office, lazily settling into her chair, saying, "To be honest, I'm quite curious about what kind of source he unearthed." At that moment, a maid entered, carrying 2 fourth-tier demon cores on a silver platter and placing them on the table. Glancing at the cores, Gu Lao murmured, "What kind of powerful figure stands behind this black-cloaked individual? How could he hunt so many demon beasts?" Logically, there hadn't been any grand martial artists appearing in the Nanha County region. Just as the two fell into silence, Pei Qingyue noticed Gu Lao's brow furrowed. "Gu Lao, has some news come from the clan?" she inquired. With a serious expression, Gu Lao nodded. "The elders have expressed a desire for you to return swiftly." Pei Qingyue interrupted. "Is it that fellow again?" Gu Lao nodded. "Yes." Pei Qingyue pouted. "Let's disregard them. That individual is beneath my notice. Have grandfather turn them down directly?" Yi Chen reached the first floor, casually browsing the treasures displayed on the counters. Suddenly, a counter adorned with array-related signs caught his attention. In the next moment, he approached it and surveyed the various items pertaining to formations, even spotting a thick book titled Basic Outline of Formation Fundamentals at the forefront. Upon seeing this, Yi Chen's mind sparked with an idea. He turned to the attendant beside the counter and said, "Please fetch that book for me." The attendant complied, retrieving the Basic Outline of Formation Fundamentals and professionally stated, "Hello, sir. This book costs 50 gold coins. Are you sure you want to purchase it?" Yi Chen was taken aback by the price, exclaiming, 50 gold coins? That's quite steep. However, with his current wealth, 50 gold coins was but a trifle. After a brief glance at the book, he produced the coins and bought it. He then asked the attendant, "Could you also gather some basic materials for array formation?" Unable to resist, the attendant asked, "Are you planning to set up the formation yourself?" "Sir?" Before Yi Chen could respond, the attendant added, "For beginners, Only simple materials are needed. Nothing too precious. Hearing the attendant's enthusiastic explanation, Chen chuckled. In that case, please procure the most basic array materials for me. Understood. Please wait a moment. The attendant nodded and left, returning shortly with a pile of materials, stating, these materials amount to 100 gold coins. What do you think? Before the attendant could finish, Chen swiftly produced 100 gold coins, storing the materials in his storage ring as he turned to exit the treasure pavilion. Just then, as Chen walked through the streets of Qingqing Mountain, he spotted two young men sauntering ahead. Their eyes roving over the young women passing by. Chen narrowed his eyes, recognizing them as the individuals who had previously attempted to capture the city lord's daughter. A faint glimmer of murderous intent surfaced in his gaze. A few men targeting a single girl, especially the leader who had resorted to using a drug, indicated nefarious intentions toward the city lord's daughter. He pondered, then trailed the two young men from behind. While he had to admit that his involvement with the city lord's daughter was facilitated by their assistance, Chen resolved that if the opportunity arose, he would eliminate these scoundrels. However, as these individuals appeared to be from an outside noble family, he needed to find the right moment to act. Acting recklessly could attract trouble, and it was likely that the city lord's daughter would be implicated as well. The two young men meandered around before entering an inn. Chen lingered at the entrance, committing the location to memory. If his recollection served him correctly, there had been 5 individuals accompanying Yang Ji at the time. The two older men likely possessed strength comparable to that of the Yi family's elder, Yi Zhao, and with Chen's current capabilities, he felt somewhat inadequate. Reflecting on his present worth, Chen couldn't help but smile. Including his previous gold coins, along with those from the Blood Alliance mercenary leader's ring, and the recent sale, he now possessed nearly 380,000 gold coins. As for the martial skills he could wield at peak effectiveness, they consisted of the 36 transformations of beasts, a life-saving strike, and that metallic orb. Chen suddenly felt a headache coming on, realizing that his repertoire of martial techniques was still far too limited. After all, the ambition to extinguish the 3 prominent families is still far from being realized with the current resources at hand. With this thought lingering in his mind, Chen hurried back to the 10,000 Great Mountains, intending to study the formation first. Yi Zhao sat slowly in the grand hall, surrounded by a number of elders. At that moment, Yi Feng's countenance was no longer filled with the previous vigor. He appeared extremely haggard, his eyes bloodshot. This time, regarding the encirclement of Chen, we should first hire a few mercenaries to scout for information, and then we will disguise ourselves as mercenaries and follow them. If we detect any trace, we will signal directly, and this time we must capture both Chen and Yi Lin in one fell swoop. Yi Feng was somewhat lost in thought, but upon hearing the name Chen, he immediately snapped back to attention. Yi Zhao glanced at him, understanding his thoughts, and instructed, Fenger, you will be responsible for covertly gathering intelligence. Do not expose your presence unless you discover Chen's whereabouts, at which point we will take action. Currently, we cannot ascertain Chen's exact strength, so unless absolutely necessary, we must not reveal ourselves. First, we need to locate their hiding spot, then lay in wait to seize him directly. Upon hearing this, a flicker of intense hatred flashed in Yi Feng's crimson eyes as he murmured, Chen, just you wait. Chapter 75. The auction begins inside the stone cave. Chen took out the fundamentals of formation techniques he had previously purchased. Upon opening the first page, he read, a formation is the resonance formed by channeling spiritual power in a particular manner, harmonizing with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, thus harnessing the forces of nature for both offensive and defensive purposes. The construction of a formation primarily involves sketching spiritual seals within the body along a fixed trajectory, then connecting them according to the formation diagram. Alternatively, one may seal the spiritual seals and spiritual power within a scroll. Essentially, this means inscribing the seals within the scroll according to the diagram's trajectory, infusing it with spiritual power, sealing it, and activating it at a critical moment. However, inducing such resonance is exceedingly complex and challenging. After reading the basic explanations on spiritual seal construction, Chen closed his eyes and slowly extended his right hand, channeling the spiritual power within him to gather in his palm. Moments later, he observed faint white spiritual energy rising from his palm, seemingly attempting to form something along a predetermined path. Yet, after nearly an hour, Chen realized that he still had not succeeded. Feeling as though something was missing, he opened his eyes once more and intently focused on the spiritual energy in his hand. Just as he was on the verge of success, The energy suddenly became chaotic. Chen shook his head in frustration. After several attempts, he grasped the issue. At the moment the spiritual seal was about to succeed, fluctuations would occur, and if he was not careful, it would lead to a collapse. After pondering for a moment, Chen gritted his teeth and closed his eyes again. This time, the trajectory of the spiritual seal emerged in his mind, and he guided the spiritual energy to converge in his hand. When success seemed imminent, fluctuations arose once more, but this time Chen managed to stabilize the energy, preventing chaos. Observing the faint white light formed by the spiritual energy in his hand, Chen exhaled deeply. He had finally succeeded. However, this was merely one seal, and constructing a complete formation required dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of seals. Fortunately, once a seal was successfully formed, it would automatically gather during subsequent attempts, of course. If Chen wished to construct a complete formation, he needed to continuously condense the seals. This was only the first step to build a complete formation. The seals must be arranged according to the formation diagram's requirements. Then activated with spiritual power, connecting in an instant to respond to the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. Otherwise, it would all collapse. By the time he finished for the night, Chen had successfully condensed 3 seals, barely allowing him to construct a rudimentary formation without ranked as for the formation's purpose. When Yi Lin, curious about the successful arrangement, rushed over, she merely felt a gust of wind sweep by before it vanished. The next morning, Chen rose early and hurried to the auction house. On his way to the exit, he suddenly noticed an unusually high number of mercenaries present today, but pressed for time and not wanting to delay the auction. He dismissed the thought and proceeded directly to Qingqing Mountain. As he approached the entrance of the treasure pavilion, he found himself momentarily dazed. The crowd attending the auction was far larger than he had anticipated, with the line stretching from the entrance to the edge of the street. Chen shook his head helplessly and joined the end of the line. When there were about 10 people left in front of him, he slightly turned his head and suddenly noticed a sign beside the entrance that read, VIP Exclusive Passage. Chen suddenly recalled that during his first sale of the monster core, the beautiful supervisor had given him a VIP card. Looking down at the card in his hand, he slowly stepped out of the line and walked towards the VIP passage. Seeing Chen enter the passage without obstruction, those behind him were left dumbfounded, muttering, "He has a VIP card and still needs to queue. Is this guy out of his mind?" Unbeknownst to them, as Chen walked through the VIP passage, he couldn't help but want to smack himself, mumbling, "How utterly embarrassing today." Chen donned his black robe and cloak once more. With the high number of attendees, many others were similarly dressed. Just then, as Chen stepped into the VIP passage, a maid approached to guide him. Under her direction, Chen soon arrived at a VIP room on the 2nd floor. The compartment was not large, but it offered a good view, and unlike the noisy 1st floor, the 2nd floor was quiet, with windows made of ice crystal stone allowing a view outside while concealing the interior from those outside. Chen observed an array of fruits and tea laid out on the table, secretly praising the attentive service of the VIP pavilion. However, he noticed that the maid did not leave. Seeing Chen's curious gaze, she sweetly explained, "Hello, sir, if you have any needs, feel free to let me know," including bidding and item exchanges. Chen nodded silently, crossing his hands and sitting quietly in the chair, awaiting the start of the auction. After about 15 minutes, a crisp voice resonated through the auction house. Ding.as the lights dimmed. The spotlight illuminated the stage, becoming the focus of the entire room. Chen glanced down at the seats below, realizing they were fully occupied, with even some sitting on temporary benches brought in by the service staff. He couldn't help but marvel at the scale of this auction. Given the relatively small population of Qingqing Mountain, it seemed that many from the surrounding areas had come to participate. That moment, a melodious voice emerged from the stage, captivating and mature. "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. I will now host this auction." Chen recognized this voice. It belonged to Pei Qingyue. He was surprised to find that she was personally serving as the auctioneer. Dressed in a court-style robe, Pei Qingyue's figure was accentuated perfectly, her movements exuding an enchanting allure. Those with weaker resolve in the audience found themselves swallowing hard as they gazed at her captivating profile. Observing the crowd below, Chen's lips twitched slightly. After some brief pleasantries, Pei Qingyue clapped her hands, and a maid emerged from behind the stage holding a silver tray. "Our first item up for auction is the Qing Snake Sword. This sword is crafted from meteorite steel, extremely hard, and features a second-tier monster core embedded in the hilt, capable of unleashing the core's energy during combat to enhance its attacking power. The starting bid is 300,000 gold coins. As soon as Pei Qingyue finished speaking, bids began to roll in. 310,000.320,000. Ultimately, the sword was purchased by a short, stout merchant. The next item was a third-tier elixir, the Qi Enhancement Powder, which temporarily boosts physical strength and enhances the body's endurance, an essential remedy in battle. The starting bid, 350,000 gold coins. Chapter 76. Auction commences. Formation scroll. As Pei Qingyue's words fell, a stir erupted in the auction house, especially among the mercenaries accustomed to the 10,000 great mountains, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they gazed at the elixir on the silver tray. After all, even the slightest disparity in power could sway the outcome of a battle. Moreover, this Qi enhancement powder not only temporarily boosts strength but also enhances physical resilience. Possessing such an elixir could undoubtedly turn the tide in life and death situations. 360,000 gold coins. 370,000 gold coins. In no time, the bidding had surpassed expectations, reaching 410,000 gold coins. Yi Chen sat quietly in his chair, fingers interlaced. As the prices rang in his ears, a hint of astonishment flickered across his face beneath the black cloak. He mused, goodness, a third-tier elixir is worth so much. What would a fourth or fifth-tier elixir be worth? It's simply unimaginable. However, given Yi Chen's current wealth, he felt no immediate need to consider such items. On the crystal platform, Pei Qingyue carefully lifted a scroll made of ancient jade and addressed the audience with a mysterious expression. Next, we will auction a rather rare item. This item can only be used by certain individuals. Indeed, it is a second-tier formation diagram, named the Flame Thunder Formation. Hearing Pei Qingyue's introduction, Yi Chen felt a rush of excitement. This was evidently prepared specifically for him. While he currently had no need for a second-tier formation diagram, it would certainly prove useful in the future when contending against the three prominent families. The starting bid was set at 500,000. As Pei Qingyue's voice faded, the crowd fell silent, exchanging glances, for formation diagrams were typically utilized by formation masters. At that moment, a voice emerged from a VIP room opposite Yi Chen. 510,000. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes, glancing at the opposing VIP room. Based on the voice of the middle-aged man, he surmised that a genuine formation master had arrived. Nevertheless, even so, Yi Chen was not one to easily concede. He turned to the maid beside him and instructed, "Every time he raises the bid, you call out, but remember, each price must exceed his by at least 10,000. As soon as Yi Chen finished speaking, the maid nodded and promptly announced, 520,000 gold coins. Upon hearing this, the opposing VIP room countered 530,000 gold coins. It seemed the individuals in the opposing VIP room were provoked. After a brief silence, they raised the bid to 650,000. The service maid hesitated, glancing at Yi Chen, who decisively stated 700,000. Meanwhile, several other VIP rooms contained the heads of the three families, leisurely sipping tea. The formation scroll held no value for their families, so they watched the two bidders with great interest, refraining from intervening. The Wang family patriarch murmured, "It appears several formation masters have arrived at this auction. Perhaps we could forge alliances later. A second-tier formation master could provide us with substantial assistance in critical moments." Observing the middle-aged man opposite who had fallen silent, Yi Chen let out a slight breath. 700,000 gold coins had thus vanished, leaving him feeling a bit pained. After all, he still needed to bid on an unknown tier martial technique, and there were still some heavyweight items to come, which might include items or treasures he could use up. Yi Chen muttered to himself, "At this rate, I might not have enough money." With that, he couldn't help but check the items in his storage ring. In no time, an idea formed in his mind. As the auction progressed, many items that were usually rare or difficult to obtain began to appear in succession, including various low-tier techniques, herbs, and even pill formulas, leaving the audience dazzled and the atmosphere charged with excitement. At one point, two factions in the back row became heated over a set of high-grade yellow-tier martial techniques, their faces flushed with fervor. Ultimately, one individual even drew a knife, ready to fight in response. A terrifying aura suddenly emanated from a concealed location, causing both factions to freeze in place. Who would dare to act recklessly in such a situation? That imposing figure was none other than the ancient elder Yi Chen had previously encountered. Today, the elder donned a black robe, his icy gaze fixated on the two factions poised to engage. Under the intense pressure of such a formidable presence, both factions trembled, akin to children caught in wrongdoing, lowering their heads in silence. The crowd felt the overwhelming pressure and gasped, This is a grand martial master." Moments later, a cold snort echoed, and the oppressive atmosphere dissipated. The two factions, feeling a wave of relief wash over them, quickly sheathed their weapons and returned to their seats, fearful of uttering another word. After all, that would be tantamount to courting death. Time passed steadily, as the auction approached its climax. A heavyweight treasure finally emerged. This treasure was none other than the martial technique scroll Pei Qingyue had previously mentioned. Holding the black scroll delicately, Pei Qingyue spoke softly. "This is a low-grade mysterious tier martial technique scroll, or more accurately, a sword manual. It is said that when mastered, its power rivals that of a mid-grade mysterious tier martial technique. The starting bid is 800,000 gold coins, with each subsequent bid increasing by no less than 10,000. As Pei Qingyue's words resonated, the auction hall fell into a hushed silence. Moments later, someone could no longer contain their astonishment and exclaimed, "A mysterious tier martial technique is rare in Qingqing Mountain. Apart from the three prominent families and the city lord's estate, no other forces or noble families possess such techniques." People understood that this item was no longer within their reach, but rather a prize for the three prominent families to contest. Despite Qingqing Mountain's relatively remote location, it was still the largest city in the vicinity, and the scale of this auction was considerable. However, it mainly attracted participants from Qingqing Mountain and nearby minor factions. Thus, to acquire this mysterious tier martial technique, Yi Chen would have to contend not only with the three prominent families, but also with other noble families and minor factions. With this thought in mind, Yi Chen rubbed his forehead, pondering that even a low-grade mysterious tier martial technique scroll was only ranked third. He could only wonder what treasures awaited in the subsequent lots. The auction hall remained quiet for several breaths, and slowly, forces from outside Qingqing Mountain began to call out their bids. 840, 000.860, 000.hemph, 900, 000. At this moment, a hoarse voice emerged from a VIP room. 950, 000. Just as that voice faded, Yi Chen's eyes snapped open. It was the voice of Yi Zhao, that old man. In another VIP room. A voice chimed in, "Brother Yi, my apologies, but I too wish to make an offer. 980, 000. Familiar voices could be recognized as belonging to the Lin family. Humph, it seems Brother Lin is quite confident. 1 million. Just as the Lin family patriarch was about to speak, Yi Chen interrupted him directly, his raspy voice resounding throughout the auction hall. 1,100,000. As Yi Chen's words echoed, all eyes turned to the VIP room where Yi Chen Saturday. After all, in Qingqing Mountain, no one had ever dared to confront the three prominent families. Now, someone was audacious enough to compete with them. Were it not for witnessing this firsthand, who would dare to believe it? At that moment, on the auction stage, Pei Qingyue furrowed her brow slightly upon hearing that familiar voice, secretly wondering, could it be him? Chapter 77. The three prominent families crumbled by Yi Chen. Based on Pei Qingyue's conjecture, it can be surmised that this individual is indeed the mysterious figure in the black robe encountered earlier. Meanwhile, across from Yi Chen's VIP room, Yi Zhao furrowed her brows, contemplating whether to continue raising the bid. After all, engaging in conflict with an unknown, enigmatic person may not bode well on the other side. Lin Jian, the head of the Lin family, also found himself in a state of indecision. However, upon reflecting on the current unfavorable circumstances facing the Lin family, he gritted his teeth and declared, 112,000. Wang Lin, the patriarch of the Wang family, could not help but chuckle, while Wang Yin, seated beside him, curiously glanced at his father and inquired, "Father, shall we not make a move?" Wang Lin shook his head, responding, "While a low-tier Xian rank technique holds significant value for our family, we must prioritize acquiring the next two items over this scroll." Taken aback, Wang Yin asked, "Father, what are the next two items?" Yet, Wang Lin seemed to recollect something, his gaze dimming momentarily, and he simply shook his head, "You will know shortly." Observing her suddenly reticent father, Wang Xiaoye pouted and refrained from further inquiries. To this moment, Wang Xiaoye's wounds had healed, and his complexion had grown noticeably gaunter. He had become more restrained compared to before, though his true nature remained unchanged. His eyes incessantly darted toward the charming young lady beside him. However, he was acutely aware that they were within the treasure pavilion and dared not act inappropriately. At this juncture, Yi Zhao glanced at the impatient Lin Jian and called out again, 115,000? Yi Chun directed his gaze toward the two elder gentlemen's room and boldly proclaimed, 120,000. The audacity of this mysterious array master incited simultaneous indignation in both Yi Zhao and Lin Jian. It is crucial to note that facing a second-tier array master posed a considerable dilemma for their families, though it did not instill fear in them. Given the current financial situation of the Yi family, with the Lin family on one side and an unknown array master on the other, Yi Zhao pondered and ultimately decided to withdraw. Lin Jian, gritting his teeth, raised the bid by another 100,000. Should they acquire this scroll, the Lin family would inevitably find themselves in a precarious financial predicament, as it would equate to their annual income. After a brief moment of silence, just as Pei Qingyue was about to announce the final 3 breaths, Yi Chen's voice resonated once more. 140,000. The crowd erupted in shock, astonished that this enigmatic array master dared to confront the 3 prominent families so boldly, as if they were engaged in a fierce contest. Meanwhile, Lin Jian's face turned ashen with fury, yet he felt utterly helpless. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly conceded, vowing to uncover the true identity of this array master once he exited. As Pei Qingyue's delicate hand gently brought down the small hammer, Yi Chen couldn't help but smile. The martial technique was successfully auctioned off, simultaneously infuriating the 2 families, eliciting a sense of exhilaration within him. Following this, Pei Qingyue gestured to a nearby maid and announced, "This is the penultimate treasure of our auction, one that everyone is familiar with. It is a talisman crafted by a formidable Grand Martial Master, equivalent to the full force of a Grand Martial Master strike." As she spoke, Pei Qingyue picked up a palm-sized yellow talisman from the silver platter, revealing a myriad of intricate runes etched upon its surface. A sly smile graced her lips as she delicately proclaimed, "Starting bid, 100,000 gold coins." The audience momentarily paused, taken aback by the initial price for such a crucial life-saving item, which should have been worth at least 1 million. Beside her, Yi Chun was equally taken aback but quickly realized the treasure pavilion's intentions. A low starting price would often entice more participants to bid, though such items were typically beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. 20,000 gold coins, 50,000 gold coins, 60,000 gold coins. Although many had quieted down, understanding the pavilion's strategy, a few could not resist the temptation of a windfall. At this moment, Lin Jian, the patriarch of the Lin family, cleared his throat and declared, 100,000 gold coins. In response, Yi Zhao sarcastically remarked, "What happened to Lin Xiong's earlier bravado?" Then she added, 120,000. After a prolonged silence, Wang Lin, the patriarch of the Wang family, finally interjected, 130,000. As Lin Jian observed Wang Lin's confidence, he grumbled, "Wang Xiong certainly possesses a robust spirit, but I regret to inform you that the Lin family will also make a stand." 140,000. The atmosphere in the hall became charged with excitement as the 3 prominent families began to clash. Although the Wang family was the foremost family in Qingqing Mountain, the overall strength of the other 2 families was not significantly inferior. The Wang family's dominance stemmed from the prowess of its patriarch's eldest son, instilling a sense of caution in the others. Moreover, the other 2 families were not insignificant. Aside from some critical interests, they often allied against the Wang family. Wang Lin, fully aware of this dynamic, coldly stated, 160,000. He raised the bid by 20,000, confident that the other 2 families would lack the resolve to follow suit. Observing their silence, a smirk crept onto Wang Lin's face, laced with disdain. Just as Wang Lin believed the talisman would fall into his grasp, an infuriating raspy voice broke through the air, 161,000. Upon hearing Yi Chen's bid, Wang Lin's expression tightened, his eyes narrowing as he cast a furious glare toward the VIP room. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoye erupted in anger, exclaiming, "What audacity! How dare this person snatch something our Wang family has set its sights on?" Wang Lin raised a hand, cutting off Wang Xiaoye's tirade. He furrowed his brow in contemplation. To confront the 3 prominent families of Qingqing Mountain so audaciously, this person was either foolish or had some backing. Narrowing his eyes, Wang Lin tentatively called out, 165,000. However, before his words could settle, the opposing side swiftly countered with 170,000. Wang Lin's expression darkened, and he gritted his teeth, muttering, 175,000. Pei Qingyue observed the escalating tension between the two and was puzzled as to why this mysterious young man was so intent on challenging the three prominent families. Acquiring the talisman for 170,000 was already a considerable sum, as it typically valued around 150,000. Meanwhile, the Yi and Lin families were reveling in their good fortune. Their usual deference to the Wang family's influence had lifted, and they welcomed the opportunity to undermine them. Lin Jian, fanning the flames, quipped, "Wang Xiong, perhaps you should let this brother have the talisman. 176,000. Chapter 78. The trial token. At this point, Wang Xiaoye could no longer contain himself and nearly stood up to shout. Wang Lin, however, silenced him with a glare. His expression had turned icy, and he resolved that once the auction concluded, he would personally pay a visit to this array master. Wang Xiaoye, anxious, inquired, "Father, what about the talisman?" Wang Lin released a deep sigh and shook his head. He decided to relinquish this bid, for securing the final auction item was paramount. Yi Chen, observing Wang Lin's silence, chuckled, "I currently possess ample funds to outbid you." The maidservant beside him was left astounded by Yi Chen's audacity. In a moment of exuberance, Yi Chen reached for his tea, only to realize he lacked sufficient funds. Pondering for a moment, he addressed the maidservant, "Please inform Gu Lao that I wish to meet with him." Upon hearing that the mysterious figure knew Gu Lao, the maidservant was taken aback, promptly bowing before hurrying out. Pei Qingyue's expression shifted to one of intrigue as she gently struck the hammer. At that moment, Gu Lao knocked on the door and entered the VIP room. He beheld Yi Chen in his black robe and smiled. "I didn't expect you to truly arrive, young brother." Yi Chen promptly stood, extending a polite inquiry. "I apologize for the trouble, Gu Lao de. Why current funds are insufficient. May I temporarily add items to the auction?" Gu Lao hesitated momentarily but recalled the substantial business Yi Chen had brought previously, nodding in agreement. "What items do you wish to sell, young brother?" Yi Chen smiled and responded, "You are surely familiar with these items, Gu Lao.as." He spoke. Yi Chen retrieved 5 pieces of Kongming stone he had previously acquired from the cave. With the emergence of the Kongming stones, the entire VIP room seemed to brighten. Jiu Lao, surprised, exclaimed, "Kongming stones? These are quite rare nowadays." While Kongming stones held little value for cultivation, their enduring luminescence lasted for tens of thousands of years if undamaged. Gu Lao's aged countenance blossomed like a chrysanthemum. "If you wish to auction these, we can do so shortly. As he prepared to contact Pei Qingyue with a communication stone, Yi Chen interjected, "Gu Lao, wait a moment, Gu Lao regarded him with curiosity, speculating what further treasures he might produce. 2 medicinal herbs materialized on the table, instantly saturating the small VIP room with a surge of spiritual energy. Although Yi Chen was unaware of the specific names and effects of these herbs, their vibrant appearance indicated that they were extraordinary. Jiu Lao gazed at the herbs in astonishment, exclaiming, "Is that earth heart mushroom and dewfall grass?" It was evident that Gu Lao was taken aback, as his typically warm tone sharpened. The earth heart mushroom was not only a primary ingredient for 4th-tier elixirs, but could also significantly reduce a grand martial master's training time. Dewfall grass, even more so, was a crucial medicinal herb for 5th-tier elixirs. To his knowledge, a potion called the Sky Blue Pill required dewfall grass as one of its primary ingredients. The Sky Blue Pill could assist grand martial masters at their peak in breaking through to the martial sovereign realm. Gu Lao inhaled deeply, unable to suppress his growing curiosity about the formidable master behind this young man. The combined value of the 2 herbs was at least 4 million gold coins, and they were notoriously difficult to acquire. Typically, they could only be exchanged through trade or with spiritual stones, requiring at least intermediate-grade spiritual stones. Jiu Lao, visibly excited, said, "Young brother, these 2 herbs hold immense significance for our treasure pavilion. Please wait a moment. I will contact the young lady." He then took out the communication stone, ready to inform Pei Qingyue. "This will be the grand finale of today's auction, or rather, a collection of items," Pei Qingyue announced, lifting a black token from the silver platter. She raised her hand to display it to the audience, stating, "This is a token for participating in the Spiritual Realm Selection." The Spiritual Realm Selection is a recruitment event jointly organized by several major sects of our dynasty to seek out young talents with potential. She continued, "Thus, if there are any eligible young individuals in your families, seize this opportunity. There are a total of 4 tokens available, each starting at 80,000 gold coins. At that moment, Pei Qingyue's communication stone vibrated slightly. Currently, the only one who could contact her was Gu Lao. Apologizing to the audience, she said, I'm sorry, we have a pressing matter to attend to. Please bear with us for a moment. She then picked up the communication stone and listened to Gu Lao's message. Initially puzzled, Pei Qingyue hurried through the work passage to Yi Chen's room. After nodding toward Yi Chen, her gaze shifted to the Kongming stones and the two herbs on the table. Pei Qingyue hesitated before addressing Yi Chen. I suggest we auction the Kongming stones directly. However, for the two herbs, our treasure pavilion is willing to purchase them at 20% above market price. What do you think, sir? Yi Chen pondered briefly, then nodded. My current funds are insufficient to bid on the previous items, so you may directly deduct the price. Upon hearing Yi Chen's agreement, Pei Qingyue's smile grew considerably. She thanked Yi Chen and added, as for the tokens, I believe you will be interested, so you may bid on them directly. She hurried back to the auction podium and bowed slightly to the audience, saying, I apologize for the delay. The auction for the tokens will now commence. With the first token now up for bidding, the audience, unable to contain their excitement, began to shout out offers to 83,000 gold coins, 90,000 gold coins, 95,000 gold coins. As the bids escalated, the three prominent families joined in once the price reached 100,000. Yi Zhao promptly raised the bid to 130,000. Lin Jian, refusing to yield, countered with 135,000. After a fierce exchange, Yi Zhao ultimately secured the first token for 153,000 gold coins, while Wang Lin remained silent throughout, aware that with 4 tokens available, he could only afford 2 without becoming a target for the other families. The Yi and Lin families understood this dynamic and began to contend for the first 2 tokens, leaving the remaining 2 for the Wang family. Chapter 79. The struggles of the Lin family. This sum equated to nearly 2 years' worth of gains for the Yi family. Lin Jian, having relinquished the first token, suddenly recalled the mysterious array master who had yet to make a move. As Pei Qingyue presented the second token, starting at 80,000 gold coins, Lin Jian narrowed his eyes and declared, 110,000. Suddenly, a voice from the opposite VIP room rang out, 130,000. Lin Jian's expression stiffened as he glared furiously at the other room. Due to the ice spirit jade walls, he could see outside, but not the figures inside. Despite his seething rage, he could not catch a glimpse of Yi Chen. With a darkened expression, he gritted his teeth and raised the bid to 140,000. Wang Lin then chimed in, 143,000. Targeted by both, Lin Jian, without hesitation, escalated the bid to 150,000. Seeing that the 2 elder gentlemen had not raised their bids, Lin Jian finally exhaled in relief. But just then, a voice akin to a devil's whisper pierced his ears. 151,000. Lin Jian sprang to his feet, barely suppressing his fury as he crushed the teacup in his hand, his robes billowing as if filled with air. The maidservant, startled, trembled in fear and dared not speak. Lin Jian glared viciously at the VIP room of the mysterious array master, muttering to himself, this person is undoubtedly doing this on purpose. However, he understood that this was the treasure pavilion, which would not allow him to act recklessly, especially with the Grand Marshal Master observing the auction. The Lin family had to secure this token, as it pertained to their future. With renewed determination, he shouted, 153,000. Yet, the array master, Yi Chen, seemed unperturbed by the rising bids, raising the price to 160,000. Lin Jian's face turned a deep shade of crimson, and he could no longer contain his rage, nearly screaming, 165,000. Yi Chen stifled a chuckle, knowing that the elder was on the verge of exploding. Yi Chen fell silent for a moment before hoarsely uttering, truly deserving of the title of clan leader Lin. I have come to appreciate your formidable resolve. In that case, I shall leave this token in your capable hands. Upon hearing Yi Chen's declaration, Lin Jian was momentarily taken aback, only to quickly realize that the person in black was deliberately toying with him. Meanwhile, the Wang and Yi clans beside them were already bursting with laughter. Wang Lin, still simmering from earlier frustrations, sighed, I never expected Brother Lin to possess such audacity. Thus, this token rightfully belongs to you. Confronted by the collective animosity of the 3 factions, Lin Jian let out a cold snort, choosing not to respond, but his gaze remained fixed on the VIP room where Yi Chen was situated. He had resolved to thoroughly investigate the identity of this mysterious figure in black after the auction and, should the opportunity arise, he would not hesitate to engage the array master in conversation. On the stage, Pei Qingyue couldn't help but find the situation amusing while simultaneously feeling satisfied with the outcome of the auction. Thanks to Yi Chen's interference, their treasure pavilion had profited immensely. After confirming the sale of the second token, she produced the third one, announcing, The auction begins. Wang Lin straightened in his seat, eyeing the remaining 2 tokens. Although he considered them already his, the disruption caused by the enigmatic array master left him with a headache. He could not act recklessly until he ascertained the opponent's strength. After pondering, he resolved that should the mysterious array master dare to interfere again, he would not hesitate to employ unsavory tactics to teach him that the Wang family was not to be trifled with. He boldly called out a price of 130,000. The crowd below reacted with renewed interest, eagerly anticipating whether the enigmatic array master would challenge the Wang family for this final highlight item. After all, the preceding skirmishes had merely provoked displeasure and anger within the Wang family. If this final item was contested, it would undoubtedly incite their wrath. When Wang Lin called out his bid, he was met with an unsettling silence. After several breaths, Pei Qingyue began her countdown. Just as she reached 1, the voice of the array master resounded again. 131,000. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd as they turned excitedly toward the VIP room, some even letting out expletives. Wang Lin's expression remained unperturbed as he coldly announced from the VIP room, 145,000. His eyes were fixed intently on the array master's chamber. He had resolved that once the auction concluded, he would summon members of the Yi and Lin families to confront this array master. 150,000. The previously hoarse voice now took on a hardened tone, as if Wang Lin himself was the one purposefully driving the price up. Striving to suppress his anger, Wang Lin stood and ominously inquired, "Sir, are you certain you've thought this through?" Upon hearing Wang Lin's response, Pei Qingyue's delicate brows furrowed slightly, her previously radiant smile dimming as she said, "Clan leader Wang, please refrain from making irrelevant comments during the auction." Wang Lin, startled by her veiled warning, reluctantly sat back down and, after a brief pause, declared, 156,000. The audience was electrified, realizing their attendance at this auction had not been in vain in light of Wang Lin's earlier insinuations. Yi Chen remained unfazed, raising the bid once more, leading to a rapid-fire exchange of offers between only 2 contenders. 157,000. 158,000. 160,000. As he listened to the somewhat hesitant yet tinged with frustration voice, Wang Lin's mind leaped to a possibility. He surmised that the opponent was down to 160,000. He quickly called out, 162,000. Indeed, the array master's voice did not respond again, confirming Wang Lin's suspicion, which left him overjoyed. Unbeknownst to him, Pei Qingyue's expression flickered with a peculiar glint as she muttered, "This fellow." The crowd discerned the shift, speculating that Yi Chen had run out of funds, and a hint of regret appeared on some faces, sensing that the thrilling spectacle was drawing to a close. Pei Qingyue gently tapped her hammer, declaring the successful sale of the token. Wang Lin exhaled slowly. Relieved, however, Pei Qingyue did not immediately present the 4th token. Instead, her ring shimmered, emanating a brilliant glow. Just as the audience's curiosity piqued, Pei Qingyue's melodic laughter rang out, "Ladies and gentlemen, the item in my hand has been entrusted to us by a certain gentleman for auction. Due to the vast distance traveled, it has only just arrived. Hence we have chosen to auction it now." Chapter 80. The auction concludes. The Wang clan's machinations. The mysterious array master must surely have depleted his funds, considering he had already spent over 300,000 gold coins on previous items. As Pei Qingyue spoke, she had already mentally prepared her script. Omitting any mention of Yichen. It was likely that many had recognized this item to be none other than the rare void stone. As for its purpose, I believe it requires no elaboration. All present should be well aware. Now, I have decided to divide these 5 void stones into 3 batches for sale. We shall commence with the auction of the first void stone, starting at a price of 200,000, with each subsequent bid not less than 10,000. As soon as Pei Qingyue's words fell, the crowd below erupted in fervent bidding. However, the Yi, Lin, and Wang clans refrained from competing. After all, this item held little value for the 3 prominent families, leaving the bidding to wealthy collectors and mercenary groups. 21,000 gold coins. 22,000 gold coins. The first stone was ultimately purchased for 28,000 by a well-known merchant from Qingqing Mountain. As such, void stones had become exceedingly rare and made for excellent collectibles. The subsequent 2 batches were also sold, one to a weapon tycoon from Qingqing Mountain and the other to a mercenary group nearby. Throughout this process, Yi Chen refrained from placing any bids, intending to create the illusion that he was out of funds. Moreover, since the void stones were originally his, it would be nonsensical to bid on his own items. Wang Lin observed Yi Chen's continued silence in bidding and concluded that he must indeed be out of money. He resolved to secure the fourth token directly for 160,000. Although this price pained him, he felt there was no alternative. After all, the previous tokens had been sold at similar prices. Should he choose to pressure the price further, it would undoubtedly draw the ire of the treasure pavilion. As for Yi Chen, Wang Lin was confident that he would no longer dare to raise the stakes recklessly. After all, in an auction setting, lacking sufficient funds to back up a bid could lead to expulsion by the auction house, resulting in the cancellation of not only the current auction but also the right to claim previously won items. Therefore, the array master, if he had any sense, would not dare to act foolishly again. At this moment, Pei Qingyue finally brought forth the fourth token. Holding it aloft as she announced, "The auction begins." Wang Lin immediately called out 160,000, drawing the attention of all present, who turned to Yi Chen's room. Just when everyone presumed the array master had run out of funds, a voice rang out from his chamber, announcing a staggering bid of 180,000. The tone exuded an air of arrogance, as if disregarding everyone present. Wang Lin could no longer contain his fury and addressed Pei Qingyue. "Miss Pei, I wish to verify whether this individual can indeed produce 180,000. Should your esteemed pavilion not conduct a thorough check, I suspect this person is merely inflating the price maliciously." Expecting Pei Qingyue to agree, the words she spoke instead took the crowd by surprise. Pei Qingyue gently shook her head, maintaining her smile as she replied, "No need for any investigation. We trust that this esteemed guest possesses sufficient funds." Her unwavering confidence drew sharp intakes of breath from those present, with some speculating that this individual must have connections to a powerful faction. Otherwise, it would be impossible to contend with the three major families so boldly. Stunned by Pei Qingyue's assertion, Wang Lin fell silent. Contemplating his next move, he resolved to continue bidding, for the stakes were too high for the Wang family's future. This token must be secured. Gritting his teeth, he raised the bid to 230,000, which was the highest he could afford. Should the opponent continue to bid, he would have to concede defeat. 235,000. As expected, Yi Chen's voice resounded once more, and for him, several million gold coins seemed merely a casual figure. Wang Lin, unwilling to yield, gritted his teeth and instructed a nearby guard, "Return now and summon the elders of our clan." Wang Lin's second son, Wang Yin, wore a grim expression and curiously asked, "Father, what are you planning?" "Indeed, I wish to discover who he truly is. If the opportunity arises." Upon hearing the veiled threat, Wang Yin's excitement surged. "If given the chance, I too shall teach him a lesson." Meanwhile, the Yi family members, noting Wang Lin's cessation of bidding, deduced that he had given up. Yi Zhao began to form a hypothesis in his mind. Observing the crowd, it was apparent that the Wang family had retreated, and many sharp-minded individuals speculated that the Wang family was preparing to act. The auction concluded with Pei Qingyue's beaming smile signaling the end. Many began to exit the auction house. When Wang Lin and his companions stepped outside, they spotted the array master emerging from a nearby room. Clad in a black robe, Yi Chen met their gazes with calm indifference, leisurely striding toward the item collection area. Yi Chen's audacity was calculated. He intentionally revealed his identity to compel Pei Qingyue and Gu Lao to step forward. With them as shields, the three major families would undoubtedly hesitate to act impulsively. As Yi Chen entered the room, he was greeted by Pei Qingyue's bright smile and Gu Lao standing nearby. He slowly remarked, "Thank you for your assistance, Miss Pei." Pei Qingyue teased, "Your audacity has truly opened my eyes, sir." Her enchanting gaze drew attention, compelling one to linger within its depths. "May I inquire your surname?" Yi Chen, having anticipated this question, replied without hesitation, "My surname is Zhang." "Zhang?" Pei Qingyue's expression remained composed, though she momentarily failed to connect the name to any prominent faction. Regaining her composure, she engaged Yi Chen in conversation while retrieving the items he had successfully auctioned. Meanwhile, Gu Lao offered a gentle warning, "Young brother Zhang, your actions today may attract unwarranted attention." Feigning nonchalance, Yi Chen scoffed, "Oh, just them?" Pei Qingyue and Gu Lao exchanged glances, both concealing their concern, merely nodding in acknowledgement. In their eyes, the three major families of Qingcheng Mountain were mere giants in this remote area. However, targeting the enigmatic young man before them would be no simple feat. Chapter 81. The crisis of Yi Lin. It should be noted that the individual capable of producing such herbs must have considerable backing. Moreover, based on Pei Qingyue's current understanding, It was unlikely that any such faction existed within the entirety of Nanha County. If one were to speculate, only certain sects or the foremost families of dynasties could be associated with such an individual. After a brief conversation, Chen said, "I shall not disturb you further. Miss Pei and Gu Lao, I bid you farewell." Pei Qingyue and Gu Lao rose to see him off, and many who exited the auction house lingered, eager for the next act. They were curious to discern the identity of the figure in black. Meanwhile, Wang Lin hastily retrieved his purchased items and exited the auction house, intently watching the entrance of the treasure pavilion. Hoping to uncover the identity of the array master, that moment, he spotted Yi Zhao and Lin Jian emerging side by side. The two appeared composed as they approached Wang Lin, inquiring, "Wang brother, have you not yet departed?" Wang Lin's mood soured, merely nodding in response while his gaze remained fixed on the treasure pavilion's entrance. Sensing Wang Lin's disinterest, Yi Zhao and Lin Jian refrained from further conversation, standing silently in anticipation of the array master's appearance. While their families had not been significantly impacted, they were nonetheless eager to ascertain the identity of the array master who had dared to offend their authority. As the trio grew increasingly impatient, they suddenly beheld a captivating figure emerge at the entrance. Pei Qingyue led the way, followed closely by the black-robed man and Gu Lao. Jiu Lao slightly inclined his head as he engaged the figure in light-hearted conversation, causing the three to exchange bewildered glances. It was known that even the formidable Wang family did not command such warm reception from Gu Lao, let alone from Pei Qingyue, who held a supervisory role. Wang Lin found himself at a loss. Exchanging glances with Yi Zhao and Lin Jian, they each recognized the confusion and astonishment mirrored in one another's eyes. Wang Lin's eyes flickered as he hesitated briefly before striding toward Pei Qingyue and the others. "Isn't this Miss Pei? I heard you had arrived in Qingqing Mountain. I regret that due to prior engagements, I did not have the opportunity to greet you and this esteemed elder." Pei Qingyue regarded Wang Lin's pretentious demeanor with a smile. Waving her hand dismissively, "Clan leader Wang, you are too kind. It is of no consequence." She then turned her gaze toward Yi Zhao and Lin Jian, nodding in acknowledgement. As her eyes casually scanned the crowd, they landed on the short, stocky young man trailing behind Wang Lin, who was gazing at her with unabashed desire, nearly drooling. Pei Qingyue discreetly raised an eyebrow, preparing to speak when Wang Lin interjected. "May I inquire about this gentleman? Is he also from Qingqing Mountain? He seems somewhat unfamiliar." "Clan leader Wang, this gentleman is a distinguished guest of our treasure pavilion." Jiu Lao's voice turned somewhat curt, his brow furrowing as he looked at Wang Lin, subtly indicating that he should refrain from prying further. The unexpected sharpness in Gu Lao's tone caused subtle changes in the expressions of Wang Lin and his companions, their gazes involuntarily shifting to Yi Chen. The warning from Gu Lao quelled their previous intentions to interrogate or retaliate. It was difficult for them to fathom the identity of someone whom even a figure of Gu Lao's stature would treat with such deference. Wang Lin felt a bead of cold sweat form on his forehead, promptly dismissing any thoughts of revenge. Although the Wang family boasted a powerful eldest son within the sect, their confidence was contingent upon circumstances. After all, an individual whom even the treasure pavilion treated with such respect was not someone the Wang family could afford to provoke. Moreover, he knew that Pei Qingyue, a woman of around 27 or 28 years, with an alluring figure, held a significant status within the treasure pavilion, rumored to be the daughter of one of its highest-ranking officials. To earn her attention and receive her personal escort spoke volumes about the terrifying identity of the individual at her side. Wang Lin awkwardly chuckled, about to say something when Yi Chen's raspy voice emerged from within the black robe once more. "Miss Pei and Gu Lao need not see me off. I shall take my leave now." Pei Qingyue and Gu Lao nodded politely, with Pei Qingyue smiling. "Brother Zhang, you were too courteous. Do take care." With that, Yi Chen strode confidently in the direction of the street, leaving Wang Lin and the others to watch the black-robed figure depart. They refrained from any further actions, fearful of provoking an individual beyond their means, which could lead to catastrophic consequences for their family. Yi Chen, after traversing several streets, realized that he was not being followed. Thus, he promptly sought refuge in a narrow alley and changed into a different set of clothing. He then made his way back to the 10,000 Great Mountains, at the entrance of the treasure pavilion. Members of the three prominent families exchanged pleasantries with Pei Qingyue, attempting to glean information about the mysterious figure in the black robe. Unfortunately, they were skillfully diverted by Pei Qingyue, and in the end, they left empty-handed. Observers in the distance, who had noted the unusual restraint of the three families, began to speculate about the true identity of the suspected formation master cloaked in black. It was indeed no ordinary individual who could leave the three prominent families in such a disheveled state, to the point that they dared not utter a word. The Lin family had sent 13 members on this expedition, including the second elder Yi Tai and the fifth elder Yi Hongyu, along with 3 hired mercenaries. One of the mercenaries was holding a map with both hands, explaining something to the second and fifth elders. As Yi Tai listened to the mercenaries' analysis, he pointed to several cliffs and gorges, saying, "So based on your assessment, they are likely hiding in some concealed caves." Indeed, in the 10,000 Great Mountains, to live in hiding while also evading beasts, one can only find refuge in such hidden caves, usually situated beneath cliffs or steep precipices. Yi Tai nodded, gesturing toward the spot where Yi Chen had jumped off a cliff and a nearby cliff, instructing, "We shall split into 2 groups to scout the area. Remember to remain hidden and avoid detection." To prevent Yi Lin from feeling stifled, Yi Chen deliberately left a small gap at the cave's entrance, allowing her to breathe fresh air. Yi Lin was basking in the sun by the creek, cradling the little black creature, pondering what food to prepare for lunch. With the addition of the little black creature, Yi Lin had begun to embrace the role of a caretaker, contemplating daily meals for it. Meanwhile, the little white fox lay quietly on a rock, soaking up the sun, creating a scene of warmth and tranquility. Suddenly, the little white fox, dozing with its eyes half closed, perked up its ears and opened its eyes. Sensing something amiss, it hurriedly called out to Yi Lin, puzzled, asked, "What's the matter, Xiaobai?" The little white fox tugged at Yi Lin's pant leg, seemingly urging her to return to the cave. Understanding the urgency in Xiaobai's behavior, Yi Lin sprang to her feet and rushed toward the cave. That moment, a mercenary descended from a tree directly opposite the cave entrance, catching a glimpse of a girl's silhouette disappearing into a thicket. The mercenary's face lit up with joy as he signaled to the members of the Yi family behind him. The group quickly readied their weapons and stealthily approached the thicket from which Yi Lin had vanished. Chapter 82. Yi Lin captured. Yi Chen enraged in high spirits. Yi Chen ordered an abundance of delicacies at the tavern to enhance Yi Lin's meals, including steamed fish, Xiaobai's favorite. He then left Qingqing Mountain and headed towards the 10,000 Great Mountains. Yi Chen was acutely aware that his primary task ahead was to comprehensively enhance his martial skills and formation techniques in preparation for the impending confrontation with the 3 prominent families. In recent days, the exit of the 10,000 Great Mountains had been unguarded by the Wang family, allowing Yi Chen to boldly stride toward the cave. Under the guidance of the mercenary, 5th Elder Yi Hongyu led the way towards the dense thicket, gently parting the thick undergrowth to reveal a concealed entrance to a cave, barely large enough for a single person to pass through, entirely hidden from view. Observing the surroundings, he noticed a large stone blocking the cave entrance, clearly placed there by human hands. He signaled to those behind him and used his spiritual energy to shift the stone aside. As the dust settled, Yi Hongyu's heart soared with delight upon seeing Yi Lin, trembling and pale, cowering in the corner. A fleeting glance at the black creature in her arms and the nearby white fox led him to suspect that the black creature was no ordinary beast, while the unassuming little white fox, devoid of any spiritual energy, was disregarded. With a triumphant smirk, he exclaimed, "At last, I have you. Where is your brother?" Yi Lin's face paled further, yet she gritted her teeth, striving to keep her voice steady. "I don't know why," Yi Hongyu scoffed, dismissing her with a cold snort. "Seize her." 2 members of the Yi family advanced, one roughly grabbing Yi Lin's shoulder and wrenching her arms behind her, while the other produced a rope to bind her. The little black creature was accidentally dropped to the ground. Quick to react, Yi Hongyu caught the plummeting creature, examining it closely. Meanwhile, the little white fox dashed past the legs of the onlookers, escaping the cave before anyone could intervene. Startled by the fleeting white shadow, the onlookers initially hesitated, but upon realizing it was merely an ordinary fox, they lost interest as this, a young terror claw bear? Yi Hongyu gazed in astonishment at the creature he held by the scruff, unable to contain his surprise. After all, the terror claw bear was a formidable beast among those below the 4th rank, with some apex individuals capable of contending with 4th-rank beasts without losing ground. If domesticated, its strength could potentially reach the pinnacle of the 4th rank or even the 5th. However, such a feat would require immense resources. Regardless, a young terror claw bear held considerable value. Its worth at an auction could easily reach 1 million gold coins. Yi Lin watched the little black creature struggle vehemently, saying nothing, but glaring defiantly at 5th Elder Yi Hongyu. My brother will come for me, and when he does, he won't let you get away with this. Yi Hongyu cast her a sidelong glance, then unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, sending Yi Lin flying. With her frail constitution, she crashed against the wall, but Yi Hongyu had been careful not to inflict injury. Yi Chen observed the Yi family members nearby and commanded, "Take her away. Once we have Yi Lin, finding Yi Chen will be a cinch. With her in our grasp, he will undoubtedly come to the Yi family seeking her." Releasing a slow breath, Yi Hongyu felt invigorated. Capturing Yi Lin would absolve him of the prior missteps of injuring members of the Wang family, perhaps even erasing his previous transgressions. As he turned to exit the cave, his eyes were drawn to a glowing object embedded in the wall. What is this? Carefully retrieving a glowing stone, he examined it closely, his joy intensifying as he realized it was a rare void stone. Who would have thought Yi Chen possessed such treasures? Where did he acquire all these valuable items? With a beaming smile, Yi Hongyu pocketed the 4 void stones embedded in the stone wall. After casting one last glance at the now empty cave, he and his companions made their way out. After walking a short distance towards the exit, he pulled out a map to gauge their location. Estimating that Yi Tai was not far off, he then instructed a nearby disciple to launch a signal flare. The second elder, accompanied by 7 others, including 2 mercenaries, was meticulously examining the surrounding cliffs for any hidden caves. Hearing the signal flare, he turned to see one being launched in the northeast direction. With a shout, he urged, "Quick, head towards the signal flare." With that, he dashed off, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages. He and Yi Hongyu had previously agreed that signal flares would only be used upon capturing someone or in emergencies. Just as Yi Chen entered the 10,000 Great Mountains, he looked up at the sky, noting it was still not noon. Walking through the forest, he occasionally heard the sounds of others hunting beasts nearby. Suddenly, he spotted a signal flare shooting from the direction of the cave. A sense of foreboding gripped his heart. Hastening his pace towards the source, he recalled the numerous mercenaries who had entered the 10,000 Great Mountains that morning. Realizing it was likely the 3 prominent families disguised as mercenaries, Yi Chen's expression darkened. "If anything happens to my sister, I will hunt you down without mercy." He quickened his pace, silently praying for her safety. Given his current abilities, he felt capable of facing those at the 2nd level of martial mastery, but anything beyond that remained uncertain. Only the 2nd Elder Yi Tai and 3rd Elder Yi Xingyi in the Yi family were at the 4th level of martial mastery. As for the 3rd Elder, after the family head was sidelined, he had largely ceased to involve himself in clan matters, remaining a passive observer during Yi Chen and Yi Lin's expulsion from the family and their subsequent pursuit. Yi Chen caught sight of movement in the trees ahead. Slowing his pace, he climbed a tree to observe the unfolding scene. Yi Hongyu, wearing a smug expression, sat confidently on a rock while his sister Yi Lin was bound with ropes. Closely monitored by 2 disciples, a surge of fury erupted within Yi Chen, akin to a volcano ready to erupt. Just as he was about to act, he noticed 7 or 8 individuals approaching from the left. Fixating on the elder leading them, he recognized him as the 2nd Elder Yi Tai, whose strength he knew to be around the 4th level of martial mastery. Chapter 83, Yi Chen vs. Yi Hongyu. As Yi Chen beheld the approaching figures of Yi Tai and his companions, his eyes darkened. Given his current strength, rescuing Yi Lin from their grasp would be an insurmountable challenge. Not to mention, a mere 5th Elder was already a formidable opponent, and now he faced the additional threat of the 2nd Elder Yi Tai and a dozen or so Yi family disciples. Upon spotting the relaxed group sitting on the stone from a distance, Yi Tai surmised they had captured someone. As he drew near, his gaze flitted from Yi Hongyu to the bound Yi Lin, a smile breaking across his face as he exclaimed, "Old 5, although you caused trouble for the family last time, your contributions this time will certainly atone for your previous failings. By the way, where is that little brat Yi Chen? Did he flee?" Yi Hongyu shook his head with a grin. "We didn't see him. Perhaps he was too frightened and ran away to this moment." Yi Lin could no longer contain her anger and shouted, "My brother wouldn't run. Just wait. One day, he'll come for you." "Such a sharp-tongued girl," Yi Tai remarked, turning to Yi Hongyu. "Look at what this is." Following his finger, Yi Tai approached a disciple cradling a furry black creature. Yi Tai scrutinized it closely, shock evident on his face. This is a young terror claw bear." Upon seeing Yi Hongyu nod in affirmation, Yi Tai could no longer suppress his excitement, bursting into laughter. From a distance, Yi Chen wrestled with indecision. With Yi Tai present, his chances of success seemed slim. But he could not simply stand by and watch as Yi Lin was taken away, destined to be delivered to that scoundrel of the Wang family. Resolving to take a risk, he inhaled deeply, preparing for his moment. Yi Tai, cradling the struggling terror claw bear in his arms, turned to Yi Hongyu. Once trained, this little one could add another martial master to our family's ranks. Before Yi Hongyu could respond, Yi Tai shook his head, muttering to himself, "Alas, such aspirations are but beautiful dreams. The reality is harsh. This creature will require vast resources to grow. The best course is to sell it." Yi Hongyu pondered for a moment before saying, "Let us take it back and consult with the elder brother." Yi Tai nodded, handing the bear back to the Yi family disciple. "All right, let us head back. Yi Chen likely left and remains unaware of our activities." Yi Hongyu dusted off his clothes and rose, grinning. Given his temperament, he will undoubtedly come to rescue Yi Lin. That will be our opportunity. "Oh, and I made sure to leave him a message on the cave wall," he added. Yi Tai said no more, calling out to the Yi family disciples, "All right, prepare to leave." Mission accomplished. The two disciples, with ropes binding Yi Lin, began to drag her forward roughly, their actions causing Yi Chen to feel a pang of distress. In that moment, Yi Lin stumbled over a stone, and one of the disciples behind her barked, "Get up, you worthless waste who knows nothing of cultivation. You are a disgrace to the Yi family." He kicked her calf as he spoke, unaware that Yi Chen was watching the entire scene unfold. Unable to contain his anger, Yi Chen leaped down from the tree. The two elders, ambulating slowly, were startled by the sudden appearance of someone from the trees. Upon recognizing Yi Chen, their faces lit up with delight. Yi Tai boomed, "Yi Chen, how brave of you to show up. You truly have guts." At that moment, Yi Lin, upon hearing her brother's voice, realized he had returned. She scrambled to her feet and called out, "Brother, you must leave." But before Yi Lin could finish her sentence, a Yi family disciple roughly covered her mouth, while another struck her unconscious to prevent any mishaps. Witnessing everything, Yi Chen felt a surge of fury rising within him. Yi Tai glanced at Yi Chen and instructed Yi Hongyu, "You keep an eye on Yi Lin, that I'll handle Yi Chen." With a smirk, Yi Hongyu replied, "I heard that Lin Ji, that waste, actually managed to draw with him. I'm curious to see if he is truly as formidable as they say." After considering it, Yi Tai nodded, stepping aside. Yi Chen bit his lip tightly, blood trickling into his mouth as he tasted the metallic tang. His eyes burned with fury, and he gritted his teeth, vowing, "Given the chance, I will personally twist your heads from your bodies." As Yi Chen referred to them as old dogs, Yi Hongyu's expression darkened. He slowly approached Yi Chen, his spiritual energy swirling around him, causing his robes to billow as though filled with air. Sensing the pressure emanating from Yi Hongyu, Yi Chen forced himself to regain his composure. A flicker of light from his storage ring revealed a heavy sword, Wufeng, materializing in his grasp. Both Yi Tai and Yi Hongyu couldn't help but reveal expressions of envy, inwardly remarking, "What a remarkable find. He even has a storage ring." When news of Lin Ji's defeat had reached them, they suspected Yi Chen's ability to fight above his rank was likely due to some external aid. Yet they believed his strongest capabilities were limited to the first level of martial mastery. While Yi Chen's words dripped with disdain, they were now alert, wary of underestimating him. Yi Chen raised the heavy sword above his head. Charging towards Yi Hongyu, aiming to strike with Wufeng, Yi Hongyu swiftly drew his sword to parry the attack. The clash of their weapons sent shockwaves through the air, forcing Yi Hongyu back a few steps from the sheer force of the blow. While Yi Chen staggered back 5 steps, it was evident that, at this moment, Yi Chen held his ground against the second-level martial master Yi Hongyu. Yi Tai observed the exchange with a flash of astonishment in his eyes. Calling out to Yi Hongyu, "Old 5, finish this quickly." Realizing the gravity of the situation after witnessing Yi Chen's prowess, Yi Hongyu's expression grew serious. He nodded in silence and charged forward once more. His sword shimmering with spiritual energy as a pale green sword aura surged forth, hurtling towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen elevated his heavy sword once more, bracing it against the oncoming sword aura. Yet he could not suppress the numbing sensation coursing through his hands. And no longer concealing his strength, Yi Chen channeled the spiritual energy within him, invoking the mid-level Huang tier combat technique, Wind Slash, which he had previously mastered within his clan, and aimed it directly at Yi Hongyu's head. Observing this, Yi Hongyu swiftly activated his own spiritual energy to counter the strike, but the formidable force emanating from the blade forced his feet into the ground. The battle between the two escalated into a fierce confrontation, with powerful surges of spiritual energy erupting from their bodies, causing the surrounding air to tremble with each clash. Chapter 84. The frightened Yi Tai, a group of onlookers, captivated by the evenly matched duel, fell into a state of stupor. It was hard to fathom that within such a brief span of time, Yi Chen's power had reached such heights. Even prior to his incapacitation, it was doubtful he possessed such formidable spiritual energy. Yi Tai, gazing at the two with astonishment, hesitated momentarily, contemplating an opportunity. As their weapons collided once more, both combatants retreated rapidly, revealing themselves somewhat disheveled. Yi Chan bore several cuts from the sword, the shallow wounds staining half of his garments with blood. Yi Hongyu fared slightly better, though he had received a solid blow to his chest from Yi Chen's fierce attack. Both fighters were drenched in sweat, their clothes soaked through. Reflecting on the power he had exerted during the battle with Yi Hongyu, Yi Chen realized that fighting him did not evoke the same overwhelming sensation he had felt when battling Lin Ji. Thus, with his current strength, he was fully capable of engaging Yi Hongyu alone. In fact, he could employ advanced Xian-tier combat skills to severely injure or even eliminate him. With a swift shift in thought, Yi Chen resolved to use the heaven-splitting strike to catch Yi Hongyu off guard. With his current spiritual energy at the 9th level, he could barely unleash 1/10 of the technique's power. The spiritual energy within him surged rapidly, flowing from his fingertips into the blade, and in an instant, the surface of the blade glowed with a fiery red light. Compared to the last time, this glow was even more brilliant, with faint, indistinct runes flickering within. Seeing the unusual aura emanating from Yi Chen's heavy sword, Yi Hongyu's face flickered with shock, sensing the dense spiritual energy radiating from the peculiar weapon, which instilled within him a profound sense of danger. Yi Tai, who was poised to assist, also noticed the anomaly and urgently shouted, "Fifth, retreat quickly, you cannot withstand this." As he spoke, a deep yellow spiritual energy surged from Yi Tai's palm. Swirling to form a vague lion's head, Yi Chen exhaled softly. With his cultivation rising, the energy required for the heaven-splitting strike had stabilized at around 60%, and its potency was incomparable to before. He then swung his sword directly at Yi Tai. A deep crimson beam hurtled towards him. Upon witnessing this, Yi Tai swiftly raised his hand, guiding the lion's head to collide with the incoming sword aura. A tremendous sound reverberated throughout the 10,000 great mountains. Looking on, one could see massive fissures spreading across the ground like a spider's web where their forces met, while nearby trees were obliterated by the immense shockwave. As the space fell into a brief stillness, a figure was violently propelled backward. Once their identities became clear, a collective gasp escaped their lips. Although the second elder appeared unharmed, one must not forget that he wielded the strength of a 4th-level martial master and had been driven back by Yi Chen. Yi Tai, his energy in disarray, coughed violently, silently thanking his foresight for only sustaining minor injuries. Meanwhile, Yi Hongyu's expression was one of sheer terror. Had he been the one to face that blow, he would have likely sustained severe injuries. As the two elders stood in stunned silence, a small metallic sphere was suddenly hurled towards them, brushing past Yi Hongyu and landing behind him. Yi Tai was the first to react, shouting, "Dodge!" But it was evidently too late. Before his words fully escaped, a blinding light engulfed the surroundings, impacting several other disciples nearby. With a roar, a sound equivalent to the earlier collision erupted again, but this time with even greater ferocity. The grass and trees nearby were shredded to pieces by the explosion's shockwave, leaving two disciples, who had been shielding Yi Lin from afar, dumbfounded at the scene. A pit approximately 5 zhang deep gradually emerged before their eyes. The 4 or 5 individuals responsible for guarding Yi Lin, positioned at a distance, were knocked over by the intense wind pressure, suffering only temporary deafness without any serious injuries. However, in close proximity to the explosion's epicenter, not a single figure remained visible, as if they had never existed. The disciple who had previously kicked Yi Lin struggled to swallow hard, cold sweat forming on his brow. He now fully grasped the terror that was Yi Chen. Suddenly, they saw 2 figures emerge from the dust, the second elder and the 5th elder. In that moment, Yi Tai appeared extremely disheveled, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, while Yi Hongyu was completely unconscious. It was Yi Tai who had supported Yi Hongyu out. Casting a glance at the unmoving Yi Hongyu, Yi Tai reached out to check his breathing, relieved to find it still present, exhaling softly. It seemed Yi Hongyu had merely fainted from the shock and had sustained severe injuries, a consequence of his prior foresight and defense. Of course, the price he paid was having to expend a treasured second-level defensive talisman he had long kept. However, the dozen or so disciples around them had been completely annihilated in the explosion. Suddenly, a noise came from behind. Chen charged out from the dust, lunging toward the two disciples who had previously treated Yilin maliciously. Yitai shouted urgently, "Be careful of Chen." The two disciples beside Yilin panicked, fumbling to draw their long swords to defend themselves, but the heavy sword descending upon them cleaved downward with overwhelming force. One disciple, lacking sufficient strength, was brutally split from shoulder to abdomen, the gruesome scene leaving the remaining disciples in shock. The disciple who had kicked Yilin stared, paralyzed by the bloody sight, trembling as yellow liquid seeped down his legs. Chen showed no mercy, delivering a powerful punch to the chest of the nearest disciple. Crack! The disciple was sent flying, crashing hard against a tree trunk, blood and shattered organs spilling forth as he gasped for breath, realizing too late the folly of his earlier actions against Yitai. Yitai, rushing in fury, thrust his sword toward Chen's back. Sensing the wind behind him, Chen rolled aside, yet the blade still grazed his shoulder, blood flowing profusely from the wound. Observing that Yitai had sustained little damage, Chen couldn't help but scoff coldly. "Whoever dares to bully my sister will meet the same fate as those two just now." Yitai, his face contorted with rage, retorted, "Give it up. You cannot take your sister away today. Surrender peacefully, and you may yet find some reprieve, for you are the last remnant of our Yi family's bloodline." To prevent Yilin from escaping, the two disciples tasked with guarding her had already rendered her unconscious. Chen gritted his teeth in frustration, casting a gentle glance at Yilin lying on the ground before fixing his icy gaze on Yitai. "Old dog, if you dare to harm Linner, I will annihilate your entire lineage," threatened. Yitai's eyes narrowed dangerously as he growled, "You dare to threaten me? You truly are unaware of your own limitations." Despite his words, Yitai's feet remained rooted, as the uncertainty of whether Chen might unleash another thunder pearl loomed large. After all, the explosion from such an item could rival that of a martial master's self-detonation. Although Yitai was no weakling, a fourth-level martial master in his own right, he still dared not confront the thunder pearl head-on. Not far away, Chen regarded Yitai with a chilling smile. "What of it? You coward. What is stopping you from coming to kill me?" With that, Chen threw one last menacing remark over his shoulder and strode deeper into the 10,000 Great Mountains. This was not due to a lack of desire to rescue Yilin, but rather the realization that with his current strength, attempting to snatch her from Yitai was as difficult as scaling the heavens. Chapter 85. The misfortunate Yitai watched the retreating figure vanish into the woods, grinding his teeth in frustration. His gaze swept across the area, resting momentarily on the bodies of the two disciples before muttering curses under his breath. Damn Chen! In the midst of his curses, Yitai suddenly recalled that among their group was another individual, Yifeng. The thought darkened his expression, and he felt a surge of pent-up anger rise within him, leading him to cough violently. As for Yifeng, according to the plan, he was supposed to trail behind the main force. However, having overheard several mercenaries discussing the explosion from days prior, which he suspected was the doing of Chen, he found himself envisioning various scenarios in his mind. Taking advantage of Yitai's absence while investigating a nearby cliff for potential caves, he leapt down from the trees, radiating the aura of a martial master, and easily extracted information about the explosion's location from two mercenaries. Realizing it was not far from their current position and would not take long to reach, he headed towards the direction indicated by the mercenaries. Upon arrival, Yifeng was taken aback by the enormous pit. Just as he began to rummage through the site, he was startled by a tremendous explosion, prompting him to hurry back. Meanwhile, Yitai exhaled deeply, glancing at the four bewildered disciples from the Yi family and three mercenaries standing by. He wearily instructed, "Take Yilin back. The other two, make a stretcher for the fifth elder." The three mercenaries exchanged glances, one still bearing traces of fear as he whispered, "That young man is Chen from the Yi family, isn't he? How is he so powerful?" Another mercenary, puzzled, replied, "Wasn't Chen already rendered useless?" The oldest among the mercenaries leaned down and whispered, "Sure, don't speak further. This matter is beyond our comprehension." Upon hearing this, the two younger mercenaries quickly fell silent, realizing the danger of their words. Unbeknownst to them, Yitai had been observing their exchange while examining Yi Hongyu's injuries, Noting their reactions with keen interest, he thought to himself, these three have already caught wind of Yi Chen's return. If they leave here, with that in mind, Yi Tai feigned concern as he examined Yi Hongyu's wounds, then stood up and smiled at the three mercenaries. I would appreciate your assistance. Not far away, when Yi Feng arrived at the site of the explosion, he found Yi Tai wearing a cold expression, a dagger glinting ominously in his hand. In an instant, the last mercenary crumpled to the ground, clutching his throat as life faded from him. Upon hearing the commotion, Yi Tai looked up to see Yi Feng approaching, his face transforming into a mask of fury. Where have you been? Why were you not present earlier? Why? Yi Feng hung his head, stammering and unable to respond. The more Yi Tai spoke, the angrier he became, culminating in him seizing Yi Feng by the collar and shouting, if you had been here, Yi Chen would not have escaped, and we would not have suffered such heavy losses. Where were you? Yi Feng could not help but avert his eyes, ultimately confessing, I overheard two mercenaries discussing commotion in the depths, and I grew anxious. So useless. Had it not been for your absence, we would not have. Yi Tai's face flushed red with anger, his voice trembling with rage. Realizing he had jeopardized their plans, Yi Feng ceased his futile defense. After taking a deep breath, Yi Tai gradually calmed himself and said, Yi Lin has been captured, but our losses are severe. He glanced at the corpses of the three mercenaries on the ground. When we return, the family will be on high alert for Yi Chen's arrival. I do not believe he will neglect to come to rescue his sister. Hearing this, Yi Feng nodded helplessly, remaining silent. At that moment, deep within the woods, Yi Chen ran swiftly, filled with resentment as he reflected on the earlier battle. Initially, he had intended to use the talisman he purchased at the auction to eliminate Yi Tai after throwing the Thunder Pearl. Yet, considering the chaos that had just ensued, he decided against it. After all, even if he had managed to kill Yi Tai, it was unlikely he would have been able to eliminate the others. Moreover, the commotion would surely attract even more individuals to this location. If Yi Chen did not flee now, he would be walking into a trap. He knew that Yi Lin had already been captured by the Yi family. If anything else were to happen to him, who would come to her rescue? Not long after, Yi Chen quickly returned to the cave. Upon seeing the message Yi Tai had deliberately left for him on the wall, he felt a surge of fury. Swinging his right arm to smash against the wall in that moment, he suddenly realized that he had not seen the figure of Xiao by the entire time. Contemplating this, Yi Chen exited the cave and called out for Xiao Bai, but received no response. In desperation, he retrieved a map from his ring, planning to find a secluded spot to hide for a few days and rapidly increase his strength to that of a martial master. That way, he would have a chance to rescue Yi Lin. After some deliberation, he chose the cave near the waterfall, the very same one where he had previously spent time with Xue Mir. While it may not be as concealed as this location, it would still suffice for a longer stay. Having settled on a location, Yi Chen hesitated not a moment longer, sprinting towards the cave. Given its proximity to the waterfall, the cave was relatively hidden. As he surveyed the familiar surroundings, memories of the enchanting moments he had shared there flickered in his mind, particularly the visage of that unknown woman. Where could she be now? Yi Chen exhaled slowly, clearing his mind of distractions, then sat cross-legged. He retrieved the sword technique scroll he had acquired at the auction. This was a small cave surrounded by dense woods, where a silvery stream cascaded down from the mountaintop, creating a mist of water vapor. On a grassy patch beside the waterfall, a figure wielding a heavy sword practiced the most fundamental movements of swordplay, swinging, slicing, cleaving, and sweeping. Beginning with slow, deliberate motions, the pace gradually quickened. Yi Chen's entire form became enveloped in a sphere of dark energy, eventually slowing his movements again. After a brief moment of rest, he accelerated once more. Practicing tirelessly with each repetition, his movements grew increasingly precise and proficient. A gentle breeze passed by, and as a leaf fluttered down onto the sphere, it was instantly sliced apart. Yi Chen was drenched in sweat, panting heavily, his clothes thoroughly soaked through. Chapter 86. Breaking through to martial master. Yi Zhao's schemes. It must be said that with the aid of this sword technique, his attacks had transformed from their previous monotony. The basic movements that once had numerous openings now relied on the heavy sword's broadness to absorb damage. Now, as he wielded the sword, it became exceedingly difficult for others to penetrate his defenses. Should he face Yi Hongyu again now, Yi Chen was confident he could easily push him into a disadvantageous position, and slaying him would pose no challenge at all. Having mastered the fundamental swordplay, His next step was to delve into the true martial techniques as prescribed by the scroll. After all, the sword manual he had previously learned was merely foundational training. According to the scroll's guidelines, he needed to infuse his spiritual energy into the blade while executing the sword movements. After some experimentation, Chen found that at first, the spiritual energy adhered to the sword's surface like flames. The ethereal energy that clings to the surface must be continuously compressed until it ultimately forms a thin membrane. This endeavor is fraught with immense difficulty, and upon initially encountering this description, Chen could not help but curse under his breath. It is essential to understand that compressing ethereal energy is a feat achievable only by formidable individuals, at least at the martial sect level. When the ethereal energy is compressed to the point of being reduced to a mere membrane, its destructive potential becomes apparent. After a brief respite, Chen resumed his practice, attempting to affix the ethereal energy to the interface. However, he quickly realized that maintaining a steady output of ethereal energy while executing swift sword strikes demanded an exceptionally high level of spiritual strength if he were to fully employ his sword techniques. His current level of ethereal energy would only allow him to last around 15 minutes before depleting entirely. Chen frowned at this thought, then resolved to first elevate his power to the martial master level before further training. Thus, he once again gathered some branches from the surrounding trees to conceal the cave's entrance. He then entered the cave and sat cross-legged. With a mere thought, he entered the ancient tomb of eternity. Surrounding him was a complete layer of inferior spirit stones. Concurrently, he formed a spiritual seal in his hand and, following the explanations in the array techniques manual, created a rudimentary formation that could be generously deemed an array. This formation was solely intended to gather ethereal energy and had a very limited range, sufficient only for one person. After some trials, Chen managed to set it up. However, there was a drawback. Every hour, he had to reconfigure the formation anew. Observing the dense ethereal energy surrounding him, Chen gradually entered a state of cultivation. He controlled the cyclone in his dantian, guiding it to spin rapidly. The ethereal energy in his vicinity was forcefully drawn in, crashing into his body. Chen felt the powerful ethereal energy surge into him, directing it to continuously converge within the cyclone before compressing it. Every hour, he had to reset the spirit array and then delve back into his cultivation. Thus, time passed, and he lost track of how long he had been training. The ethereal sea in Chen's dantian was nearing saturation. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out, and a terrifying aura erupted from within him. At that moment, Chen awoke, feeling the rich ethereal energy within him, and with a joyful expression, he exclaimed, "I've finally broken through the martial master realm." Sensing the vastly enhanced ethereal power coursing through him, Chen felt confident that he could dispatch Hongyu within 30 moves. He then exited the cave, casting a glance at the tranquil surroundings before once again wielding his heavy sword, woofing, to engage in arduous training. Having just broken through, his ethereal energy was still quite unstable. Generally, following a breakthrough, one must undergo significant consumption to stabilize their new level. Thus, this cycle of consumption and reinforcement continued until the realm was firmly established. Chen gripped the heavy sword, woofing, and resumed the monotonous practice of sword movements, alternating between fast and slow. If one were to stand atop a waterfall, they would witness the silhouette of a figure enveloped in a black sphere on a grassy patch below. The sphere shimmered with ethereal energy, creating gusts of wind. Soon, the black sphere gradually dissipated, revealing a figure wielding a heavy sword within. The sword was imbued with formidable ethereal energy, and as it accumulated, the color of the energy deepened. Chen then slashed forward, unleashing a blinding sword energy that cleaved a deep ravine into the grass. Planting the heavy sword, woofing, into the ground, he grasped its hilt with trembling arms, his face alight with excitement. Indeed, it was worthy of being a profound martial technique. Its destructive power far surpassed that of yellow-tier techniques. Yet, regrettably, it could not be sustained for long. Although his ethereal energy had significantly strengthened after breaking through to martial master, the compression of that energy had not seen substantial improvement, merely better than it had been earlier that day. Chen shook his head in resignation, realizing that such nuanced control over ethereal energy likely required one to be at the martial sect level or higher. Thus, it was commendable that he could manage to compress his ethereal energy even slightly through martial techniques. With a sigh, he thought of Yilin, who was about to endure suffering, and gritted his teeth, lifting the heavy sword once more to commence a new round of practice. Later that evening, in the Yi family hall, a slender whip of ethereal energy lashed mercilessly against Yilin's arm. Despite the bone-deep pain causing her body to tremble slightly, she resolutely maintained a stoic expression, refusing to utter a sound. At that moment, Yilin had not sustained significant harm. Perhaps it's for the best. I doubt she is aware of some of Yi Chen's secrets, remarked the third elder, casting a sideways glance at the prostrate Yilin. Beside him, Yi Tai withdrew the ethereal whip and said, "We can at least ascertain that the boy has obtained considerable treasures from that cave, including that peculiar black greatsword and a storage ring. Elder Zhang, should we inform the Wang family of Yilin's predicament?" Yi Zhao furrowed his brow in contemplation before responding, "Let us wait a day or two. If Yi Chen has not returned by then, we shall spread the word that Yilin is to be married off as a concubine to Wang Shao." Sipping his tea slowly, he continued, "This way, Yi Chen will undoubtedly rush to her aid, and of course, during this period, Yilin must be closely monitored. There must be no lapses in vigilance. Otherwise, the events of the past may repeat." After conveying the details of the previous confrontation to the others, he realized he had been outwitted by Yi Chen. His choice to flee indicated that he had exhausted all the heavenly thunder pearls. Otherwise, he would never have stood idly by as Yilin was taken away. Listening to Yi Zhao's reprimands, Yi Tai felt a sense of frustration. Chapter 87. Array Master. Xia Hong. Yi Zhao smirked coldly and added, "Given Yi Chen's current strength, we may still have opportunities. Perhaps we could redirect animosity towards the Wang family. At that time. Heh. The remaining elders seemed to share a thought, unable to suppress their laughter. Yi Zhao rose and waved his hand, saying, "Enough, enough. Our primary task now is to keep a close watch on Yilin. You are all dismissed." The elders filed out of the hall, leaving only Yi Feng sitting in the corner. Yi Feng felt a pang of regret, sensing he had missed a golden opportunity. Yi Zhao glanced at the downcast Yi Feng and slowly remarked, "Yi Chen has always been unaware of your existence." "Has he?" Yi Feng nodded silently. Yi Zhao continued, "From this moment forth, remain hidden and keep watch around Yilin's quarters." Yi Feng acknowledged with a simple reply before exiting the hall, alone. Yi Zhao shook his head helplessly, beginning to contemplate the preparations ahead. At dawn, after a night of meditation, Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes. Stretching his limbs slightly, he stood and energetically performed a series of punches, the joints in his body cracking with each movement. As tranquility returned to the surroundings, Yi Chen found himself once again pondering Yilin. His gaze fixed ahead as he murmured, "Liner, wait for me." After a brief tidying up, Yi Chen settled back down to contemplate his future plans. Before him lay a scroll depicting a secondary-level array and a third-tier talisman, drawing him into deep thought. Although he had reached the pinnacle of the first level of martial master, it was still insufficient against the three great families. Unless he could find external aid or develop arrays, he would remain at a disadvantage. With this in mind, Yi Chen retrieved a token and placed it beside the scroll. After pondering for a moment, he turned his gaze to the array scroll. The arrangement of an array required extensive training and practice. The advancement of an array master necessitated an enhancement in spiritual strength and the quantity of spiritual seals. Spiritual strength, an elusive essence, was scarcely spoken of in Qingqing Mountain, let alone methods to enhance Yi Chen stroked his chin in contemplation, deciding to enter the ancient tomb of eternity once more to search for powerful practitioners buried with array techniques. Resolving his next steps, Yi Chen wasted no time and directly entered the ancient tomb of eternity. As he circumnavigated the outermost layer, Yi Chen perused the names inscribed on the tombstones. Most were unfamiliar to him, yet the nicknames of these powerful individuals often corresponded to their specialties. Eventually, in an unremarkable corner, he discovered a tomb. The tomb before him appeared relatively intact, and its gravestone was the shortest in the vicinity, barely taller than the one he had seen at the grave of the battle demon elder. However, the name etched upon it seized his attention. Arraydozi, Xiahong. One could deduce from this name that he was an array master. Yet the peculiar title gave Yi Chen pause. The battle demon elder had already pushed Yi Chen to his limits. Had it not been for the chain of order, he would have been helpless against the battle demon elder. After a moment of hesitation, Yi Chen resolved, "Damn it, let's do this." He raised his sword and cleaved the gravestone in two. In an instant, a figure slowly materialized before him. This was a middle-aged man appearing to be in his 30s, clad in white robes. What stood out most was his hair, which was entirely white, giving him an ethereal quality. He gazed around with a look of bewilderment, murmuring, Where am I? Am I still alive? A tinge of melancholy surfaced in Yi Chen's eyes as he addressed Xia Hong. Senior, you have long since passed. You merely exist in another form within the ancient tomb of eternity. Xia Hong's gaze fixed on Yi Chen, the haze in his eyes dissipating significantly until clarity took its place. He nodded slowly and said, I recall now. During the contest for the ancient tomb of eternity, I was about to seize it when I was ambushed by my closest brother, resulting in my demise. His expression grew cold as he continued. I possess some knowledge regarding the ancient tomb of eternity, it. Seems you are the current demon suppression general, seeking my inheritance. Allow me to assess your strength. Otherwise, your body shall become the vessel for my rebirth. With that, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes, and as he sensed his current power, he couldn't help but frown. Yi Chen coldly replied, I apologize, senior. He then raised the heavy sword, Wufeng, pointing it at array Daozi Xia Hong. Leaning slightly forward, he lunged at Xia Hong. However, Xia Hong did not engage directly. Instead, he sidestepped to evade. With a flourish of his hand, ethereal energy erupted, and nearly 20 spiritual seals shot forth from his palms in the blink of an eye. They melded into the air, forming complex lines of ethereal energy that ultimately sketched out an intricate array diagram. Xia Hong's right hand danced in the void, tracing lines within the array. With each movement, lines of light emerged in the diagram. As his finger movements accelerated, they blurred into afterimages. Under Yi Chen's astonished gaze, the space above Xia Hong began to quiver, a wave of terrifying energy descending upon them in a flash of brilliance. It coalesced into an array radiating a tremendous aura, measuring 6 or 7 feet across. Finally, he pointed a finger at Yi Chen. Lightning crackled within the array, and a bolt of thunder, thick as an infant's arm, hurtled toward Yi Chen. Initially captivated by Xia Hong's seemingly effortless arrangement of the spirit array, Yi Chen was jolted awake by the impending danger as the thunderbolt rushed toward his face. Crapped, he muttered, hastily dodging to the side as the lightning struck where he had just stood, leaving a charred pit in the ground. Xia Hong smirked coldly, Kid, while my power is indeed sealed at the martial master level, do not forget that as an array master, my array building capabilities remain intact. As he spoke, the array above him began to whirl, indicating that he had fully activated it. The thunderclap reappeared, this time with a magnitude several times greater than before. Yi Chen felt the terrifying energy emanating from the array, a sensation akin to being targeted by the very heavens. If struck, even with his resilient body, he would likely suffer severe repercussions. Yet, a spark of fervor ignited in Yi Chen's eyes. He understood that mastering arrays would enable him to break through the barriers imposed by the 3 great families. Just as Xia Hong prepared to lock onto Yi Chen again, Yi Chen quickly summoned the chain of order. Before Xia Hong could react, he bound him to the ground. What is this? Xia Hong exclaimed. Feeling the dark golden chains ensnare his body, ethereal energy, and even his spiritual power, akin to a seal. Seeing this, Yi Chen's eyes gleamed with cold determination. Without a moment's hesitation, he wielded the heavy sword, Wufeng, and struck at Xia Hong. Chapter 88. Learning arrays. In the next instant, the heavy sword, Wufeng, pierced through Xia Hong's chest. His true spirit body disintegrated into countless sparkles, surging toward Yi Chen's form as before. An overwhelming surge of information exploded in Yi Chen's mind, causing him to grimace in pain. However, this time was different. Alongside the inherited knowledge, Yi Chen felt a colossal force take residence in his mind, causing a throbbing sensation in his head. This force surged deeper into his consciousness, and a wave of intense pain washed over him, causing the veins in his forehead to bulge. Finally, he could no longer suppress the agony and collapsed to the ground, cradling his head. What is this? As the force rushed toward Yi Chen's consciousness, he felt as if his awareness had shattered into fragments, plunging him into darkness. Unlike the previous inheritance from the battle demon elder, Xia Hong's true spirit body left behind not only some legacy but also a fragment of his spiritual power. This essence merged with the inheritance, flooding into Yi Chen's mind. Time seemed to stretch infinitely before Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes. Gradually, a powerful aura emanated from his head. Should an advanced practitioner be present, they would discern the formidable mental strength radiating from Yi Chen, nearly on par with a martial master. Yi Chen could not help but rub his temples. Still feeling a residual pressure, yet he sensed a change within himself, though he struggled to articulate it. he simply felt more invigorated. After a brief self-examination, confirming there were no abnormalities, Chen settled back down to sort through the insights regarding arrays. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Chen finally opened his eyes, unable to suppress a look of exhilaration. The wealth of knowledge he had acquired far exceeded his expectations, encompassing a vast majority of array knowledge. He had also grasped numerous advanced array diagrams. For an array, robust spiritual power was crucial for its support. Only with formidable mental strength could one better control the distribution of spiritual seals and the trajectories between them. Human spiritual power converges in the head, existing in a realm akin to an expansive ocean, referred to as the Sea of Consciousness. Of course, both the Sea of Consciousness and spiritual power are intangible and stem from one soul. Similarly, spiritual power can be cultivated. As time accumulates, the Sea of Consciousness expands and spiritual power grows. When spiritual power accumulates to a certain degree, it can trigger significant changes in the Sea of Consciousness. Spiritual power is categorized into 5 stages based on strength: mortal, spirit, earth, heaven, and divine. However, unlike the ancient times, methods to gauge the strength of spiritual power have become nearly obsolete. One can only assess it through the level of the array master. The array master possesses a total of 10 levels. Below the 4th level, one is typically regarded as a mere mortal. Upon reaching the 6th level, one may barely ascend to the spiritual realm. The 7th and 8th levels belong to the earth realm, while the 9th level signifies the celestial realm. As for the final divine realm, it is said that no one has attained it for several 100,000 years. Thus, crossing the 4th level is essential for a qualitative transformation. The art of array formation is profoundly intricate, especially regarding the rigorous control of mental strength, making array masters exceedingly rare. Spiritual seals are indispensable for array deployment. 2nd-level arrays typically require around 20 seals, while 3rd-level arrays demand 40. Upon reaching the 4th level, the deployment of seals escalates to several hundred, and higher-level arrays necessitate thousands, even tens of thousands of seals. However, successfully arranging an array also requires extensive practice. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Due to the remote location of Qingqing Mountain, there are no formidable experts, leaving him unaware of the Sea of Consciousness. Through Xia Hong's teachings, he came to understand that the Sea of Consciousness is the source of mental strength. Mental strength is not limited to this. The stronger one's mental fortitude, the greater the advantage in confrontations with others, far surpassing those with weaker mentalities. Reflecting once more, Chen realized that with his current abilities, he should be able to arrange a 3rd-level array, provided he engages in ample practice. Xia Hong had previously studied this, even creating 3 unique arrays through his own exploration. Exiting the eternal tomb, Chen slowly opened his eyes. Upon stepping out of the cave, he immediately noticed a change in himself compared to before. The surroundings suddenly became vividly clear to him. He could perceive subtle changes in the environment without even relying on sight. Truly, mental strength is indeed a profound mystery. With that thought, Chen closed his eyes again. Holding his breath and concentrating, extending his mental strength outward, he could feel the shifts around him, including the small insects crawling in the grass and the birds flitting through the air. As he settled into a state of tranquility, he realized he could sense changes within a radius of about 100 meters. Chen couldn't help but feel a thrill of excitement. Then he spread his fingers. Spiritual energy surged within his hands, and under the powerful control of his mental strength, it swiftly formed numerous spiritual seals in an orderly manner. 1, 2, 3, until finally, he condensed 28 seals in one breath. That moment, the image of the 1st-level gathering spirit array from the book Fundamentals of Array Formation flashed through his mind. With a slight movement of his fingers, 10 spiritual seals hovered in their designated positions in the air. Then, with another subtle flick, he guided the flow of spiritual energy, combining it with 5 seals to outline a perfect array diagram. Chen, like a child engrossed in play, tirelessly arranged the array. After taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he sat cross-legged and took out the scroll he had acquired from the auction, titled Flame Thunder Array. He tore open the scroll and began to read it meticulously. Previously, when he had glanced at it, the moment his consciousness entered the scroll, he felt dizzy from the intricate patterns of the grand array. Now, however, Chen effortlessly perused the complete diagram. He carefully noted the positions of the spiritual seals and the corresponding energy flows required to connect each seal. After just a quarter of an hour, Chen set down the scroll and slowly closed his eyes. Once again, He began to condense spiritual seals in his palms. With a flick of his fingers, the seals hovered in midair according to the diagram's layout. Chen's fingers danced, tracing the complex energy lines, connecting the seals as per the diagram's requirements. Suddenly, 2 seals trembled slightly before vanishing, causing the incomplete array to shake violently and then dissipate entirely. Undoubtedly, Chen had failed. Chapter 89. A frantic breakthrough. Chen scratched his head, realizing that array formation was not as simple as he had thought, and gradually cast aside the distracting thoughts in his mind. He once again immersed himself in practice throughout the afternoon, tirelessly working on the Flame Thunder array. He achieved success thrice, and through trial and error, Chen discovered that the power of this second-level array could inflict damage nearly equivalent to that of a peak martial artist. Faced with such formidable power, Chen felt increasingly confident. It is important to note that once an array is successfully formed, it only requires mental control, eliminating the need for additional spiritual energy, as the array would harmoniously resonate with the forces of nature. Eventually, Chen felt a bit dizzy, a result of the intense consumption of mental energy. The afternoon's results were quite fruitful. He could easily condense first-level arrays, while the second-level arrays took a bit more time, but he was able to succeed 6 times out of every 10 attempts. With diligent training, it was merely a matter of time before he achieved consistent success. In the Yi family, Yi Zhao looked down at a kneeling guard and inquired, "What news from the Wang family?" The guard respectfully replied, "The head of the Wang family has agreed to tomorrow's plan, but they wish for the mysterious individual who assisted Yi Chen to be handed over to them." Yi Zhao sneered, waving his hand dismissively, then turned to his side. Seated next to Yi Zhao were the second elder Yi Tai and the fourth elder Yi Yuqing. After the guard exited, Yi Zhao scoffed. Wang Lin is quite the schemer, hoping to take advantage of the black-clad individual. Thankfully, they are still oblivious to the fact that this so-called black-clad person does not exist. Yi Zhao pondered for a moment before continuing, "Tomorrow, we will spread the news of the Wang family's second young master, Wang Yin, marrying Yi Lin. Then, we shall organize a wedding procession to escort Yi Lin. At that moment, that brat Yi Chen will undoubtedly be unable to resist showing up, and that will be our opportunity. If we capture Yi Chen, we can uncover his secrets and treasures, and then our Yi family will have a chance to rise in power. At that point, not even a small Qingqing mountain will be able to obstruct our Yi family's place in the Southern River Prefecture." Yi Zhao's face was filled with fervor, as if a bright future had already unfurled before him. The second elder, Yi Tai, nodded in agreement, stating, "Let us proceed according to the previous plan. Tomorrow, I will act as a guard beside the sedan chair while the fourth will remain hidden nearby it, of course. Given that brat's cunning nature, he will undoubtedly guess that there are others lying in wait. Alas, he will never suspect." As he spoke, Yi Tai chuckled, eagerly anticipating the look of disbelief on Yi Chen's face. Last time, he had been fortunate to obtain a thunder pearl. This time, he wondered what tricks Yi Chen had left up his sleeve. The fourth elder, Yi Yuqing, remained silent, listening intently. Hearing Yi Tai's words, Yi Zhao's expression turned grave as he admonished, "Second brother, that brat's talent is undeniable, but his rapid increase in strength indicates he has something to rely on. You two must exercise extreme caution tomorrow. Do not fall for his tricks." After a brief discussion, the second elder Yi Tai and the fourth elder Yi Yuqing left the hall. The fourth elder returned to his room, slowly sitting down in a chair with a sigh. He had always admired Yi Chen for his talent and diligence. Unfortunately, Yi Chen's existence severely hindered the rise of Yi Zhao's faction. Though he wished to avoid family infighting, there was little he could do, for they were, after all, family. After an hour of meditation and rest, Yi Chen gradually awoke once more. Based on his deductions, Yi Zhao, if not foolish, would undoubtedly be wary of his strength, so the obstacles he would face tomorrow in rescuing Yi Lin would be considerable. Far from the simplicity of the past, it was still somewhat uncertain. Yi Chen sighed, his thoughts turning as he entered the eternal tomb once again. Following the previous pattern, Yi Chen first arranged a first-level gathering spirit array. Next, he spread a thick layer of low-grade spiritual stones on the ground and sat down in the center of the array, closing his eyes to cultivate. The eternal tomb remained as tranquil as ever, but its desolate expanse of graves added an eerie quality to the atmosphere. Sitting cross-legged in an open space, the surrounding spiritual energy and the energy within the spiritual stones converged under the array's influence, enveloping him in a near-tangible flow of energy that continuously surged towards his body, ultimately forming a sharp vortex above his head. Time slipped away unnoticed. The energy vortex trembled slightly before gradually dissipating. The low-grade spiritual stones scattered across the ground had long since vanished half an hour prior. Yi Chen's body trembled gently as the energy embedded in his muscles surged forth, gathering towards the cyclone in his dantian. As the cyclone accumulated more energy, the pressure within Yi Chen intensified, propelling his momentum towards the second heavenly layer. Unsurprisingly, the barrier of the second heavenly layer offered no resistance. After breaking through, his momentum continued to rise until it peaked at the pinnacle of the second heavenly layer. Yi Chen contemplated for a moment before retrieving a vial of pills from his storage ring. He uncorked it and poured out a round purple pill. With this breakthrough pill, he should be able to directly advance to the third heavenly layer. Tomorrow, unless Yi Zhao personally intervened, no one else would pose a threat to him. With that, Yi Chen swallowed the pill, feeling the energy within it dissolve and spread throughout his body. He entered a state of cultivation once more. As the pill's potency unfurled, an immense flow of energy surged within him, even causing a slight ache in his meridians. Gritting his teeth, Yi Chen accelerated the rotation of his cyclone, pushing towards the third heavenly layer. He could faintly sense a thin membrane obstructing his path. Yi Chen clenched his jaw and fists tightly, urging his internal momentum higher. Break for me. In an instant, it felt as though the non-existent membrane shattered. Yi Chen's energy surged again, propelling him into the third heavenly layer. As he reveled in the abundant spiritual energy within him, a smile gradually spread across Yi Chen's face. Soon, his smile blossomed into a hearty laugh that echoed throughout the eternal tomb. In a fit of excitement, he took out his heavy sword, Wufeng, and began to practice the sword techniques according to the manual. As he swung the heavy sword, spiritual energy surged forth, transforming the originally black sphere formed by the sword into a grayish-black hue. The damage inflicted by this sphere far exceeded what it had previously been capable of. While wielding the sword, Yi Chen recalled the introduction to martial techniques. After compressing spiritual energy, one could unleash a 3-strike combo, with each strike releasing powerful sword chi. With this thought in mind, Yi Chen concentrated his energy on the sword and executed the movements as described in the techniques: lift, sweep, and slash. Chapter 90. Yi Chen vs. Yi Tai. With each swing of Wufeng, a massive sword chi slashed into the air. On the final strike, Wufeng struck the ground, creating a fissure nearly 5 zhang long. Exhaling deeply, Yi Chen planted the heavy sword firmly into the ground and declared fiercely, "Prepare yourself, Yi family. Tomorrow, I will leave no trace of you." On the streets of Qingqing Mountain, people gathered in small clusters, watching the wedding procession slowly approach from the other side of the street. "Have you heard? The Yi family is allying with the Wang family. This will undoubtedly disrupt the balance of power among us in Qingqing Mountain. Ah, it seems you know nothing. While it's true that the Wang family's second young master is marrying, do not forget that he has been rendered useless, so it won't have much impact. And the bride? I hear she is Yi Chen's sister. What was her name again? Oh, yes, Yi Chen's sister? Indeed, do not forget the actions of the 3 great families were all instigated by him." This was pointed out. Those in the vicinity suddenly understood. So it's the Yi Chen, the one with exceptional talent, who was said to have been crippled and ultimately fled into the depths of the 10,000 mountains. Seems that brat must be dead by now. Hard to say. I heard that a mysterious figure has been aiding them. But 2 fists cannot defeat 4 hands, and Yi Lin was still taken back by the Yi family. As for Yi Chen, he has been crippled. What can a useless person do? People chatted in small groups. Interest peaked as they observed the unfolding scene, for unions among the 3 great families were a rare occurrence. To the left of the bridal sedan, the second elder Yi Tai, dressed festively, accompanied Yi Lin as her elder. His gaze scanned the surroundings cautiously, occasionally locking eyes with an elderly man in the crowd. To outsiders, however, Yi Tai wore a smiling demeanor, nodding kindly to those around him. Internally, he mused, "Where is that brat? Is he afraid?" At that moment, he noticed the crowd at the front beginning to stir. The lead procession was obstructed, and with a raised brow, he stepped forward. Through the gaps in the crowd, he could see a figure clad in black robes standing defiantly before the procession, a heavy sword slung across his back. This was none other than Yi Chen, who had arrived early, having learned of the Yi family's wedding procession, and had chosen the opportune moment to block their path. Yi Tai's brow arched with excitement upon recognizing the heavy sword, confirming his suspicion that it was indeed Yi Chen. However, he quickly composed himself, feigning authority as he bellowed, "Who goes there? dare to obstruct the Yi family's procession? The figure in black remained silent, arms crossed, standing resolutely without uttering a word. Although fully aware this was part of their Yi family's plan, the murmurs and low mockery from the onlookers caused Yitai's face to twitch with irritation. He pushed past the guards at the front of the bridal procession, confronting Yi Chen directly. Wise up and step aside. Or do not blame the Yi family for being merciless. From beneath the cloak, a low voice emerged, just a bunch of Wang family sycophants, forsaking blood ties for profit, even sending their own kin away. What significance does such a family hold? The crowd around them buzzed with excitement at these words, exchanging glances and gossiping among themselves, pointing at the Yi family's procession. Meanwhile, some astute individuals displayed contemplative expressions. Yitai's expression darkened, and he bellowed angrily, "Who dares to slander the Yi family? You seek death." With that, he lunged at Yi Chen. Meanwhile, the fourth elder, Yi Yuqing, dressed as an ordinary old man, observed the black-robed figure with a complex expression. Noticing Yitai's aggressive move, he sighed and began to step forward. Yitai produced a silver spear from his storage ring and thrust it towards Yi Chen in response. The cloaked Yi Chen shook his head slightly, gripping the heavy sword woofing in his hands. Clang! The spear struck the sword's surface, and both combatants recoiled. Yitai staggered back 2 steps, while Yi Chen pretended to be overpowered and retreated 6 or 7 steps. A flicker of disdain crossed Yitai's face as he thought, "To dare come and obstruct me with such feeble strength. This brat truly has lost his mind." With that, Yitai charged at Yi Chen once more. The clash of spear and sword ensued, and to the observers, it appeared the black-robed figure was at a disadvantage from the very start. The crowd watched intently, sensing that the black-robed individual was perhaps overestimating his own abilities. Still, they couldn't help but admire his audacity. Speculating about his identity as the two combatants clashed, most people failed to notice several figures in the crowd slowly making their way to the front, occasionally exchanging glances with one another. Amidst the chaos of Yitai and Yi Chen's confrontation, Yitai's lips subtly moved, and a low voice reached Yi Chen's ears. "Young man, I am uncertain whether you are courageous or foolish. Nonetheless, it would be prudent for you to remain here today." Although he sensed that Yi Chen's strength had indeed grown, the difference compared to before was negligible. After a brief trial, he was utterly convinced that he alone could handle Yi Chen, provided Yi Chen did not resort to anything akin to the thunder. He raised his weapon with both hands, the muzzle aimed squarely at Yi Chen. The spiritual energy within him surged, rapidly coalescing at the gun's tip, where a faint blue luminescence began to manifest. Then, with a tremor, the quivering muzzle produced a flurry of afterimages, and a torrent of blue light erupted forth. Under the gaze of the onlookers, the blinding azure radiance surged forth like a tidal wave. Hurtling directly towards Yi Chen, Yi Chen believed his current prowess was unparalleled compared to the past, yet he was equally cautious not to overestimate himself. A fleeting recollection of the rudimentary martial techniques practiced within his family flashed through his mind. He then raised his heavy sword and cleaved downward toward the approaching blue light. The blade, devoid of sharpness, shimmered with a soft orange glow, though, in terms of momentum, it paled in comparison to Yitai's formidable technique. This was a low-tier yellow-grade martial skill. Sand slash. The blue light rapidly expanded in Yi Chen's vision. With determination, Yi Chen brought down the heavy sword, suffused with pale yellow spiritual energy, in a horizontal strike. A thunderous roar accompanied the clash, as the stone-paved path between the two was obliterated into dust. Cracks spread across the ground like a spider's web. Yi Chen was sent reeling backward, the heavy sword driven into the earth, skidding several meters along the surface. Observing Yi Chen being hurled away, Yitai let out a cold chuckle and said, "I know not from whence you hail, but since you have arrived, you shall accompany me back to the Yi family." With that, he strode towards Yi Chen, gun in hand. He was now certain that Yi Chen was indeed considerably stronger than before, yet as long as Yi Chen refrained from employing the same technique he had used against Yi Hongyu,